Welcome to the Thermal Mermaid as we kick off the holidays for the first ever Happy Holidays Thermal Mermaid Marathon. The video that you're about to see is a 48-hour Thanksgiving special that contains over 70 full recipes, complete with instructions and tutorials on various DIY soap and cosmetics. These 70 recipes are a selection from the Thermal Mermaid Soap and Cosmetic course that can be found in the recipe directory at cottagediy.com. For the next 48 hours, you'll get a glimpse of exclusive members' videos never before published outside of the website. This video will be played for a limited time because when it disappears, all of the recipes will go back into the Thermal Mermaid recipe directory, snuggled into their homes getting ready for the 2022 collection to join them. During this marathon, when you hear any references to downloadable printable materials or resources in the link below the video, this is describing the page inside the members portion of the Thermal Mermaid Soapmakers course, so you will not see those links here on YouTube. So if you see a product that you want to make at home, get your pencils out and catch the recipes as they come to you. I hope every fellow soap crafter has a wonderful and safe holiday season, and as we kick off this magical and sacred part of the year, happy holidays and happy Thanksgiving from Thermal Mermaid. In this video, I'll show you a simple cold process piping recipe to create these autumn maple trees. The design has a modified technique from a typical cold pour process with a little bit of timing and artistic touch that will vary from artist to artist, which I'll show you while we make these fall color schemes. In this 3-pound recipe, we'll use 18.24 ounces of cold distilled water and 6.24 ounces of lye. Carefully pour the lye crystals into the water, dissolve them down completely, and then we'll set this aside to cool to room temperature. While that's cooling, I'm going to melt the hard oils and combine them together. In this recipe, we're going to need 19.2 ounces of palm shortening, 16.8 ounces of olive oil, and 12 ounces of coconut oil. If you don't have palm shortening on hand, then palm oil is interchangeable for this recipe. The sap value is the same, so you don't need to recalculate any of your lye solution. Now this entire design is going to be crafted at a pretty thick trace, which means this is going to be one of the recipes where we do our best to control the trace for as long as we can, and we're working against some heavy oils which already want to become thick. So it's important that we do wait for these two parts to cool before we combine them. Both the lye water solution and the oils should be under 90 degrees and somewhere within 15 to 20 degrees from each other before we carefully pour the lye water solution into the oils and then bring this to complete emulsification. At room temperature, it is possible to get a false trace with this recipe, and that's not too bad because we really want to work with that thick pudding texture for this design. However, false trace can mean that your oils are not blended very well, and it's more likely to give you soda ash at the end project. So just make sure that you do allow this to blend completely and keep an eye out for that, knowing that that could happen with these heavy oils at room temperature. Above, you can see my combination for a fragrance. This is a very pretty autumn scent. It's stable in your recipe and it will not affect the project as you're working through it. But you can use the fragrance of your choice for a total of 1.5 ounces for the entire amount. Now at this point, I'm just going to spend a few minutes blending this all down until it's completely emulsified, and I want to get this into maybe a light to medium trace. Now once I'm satisfied, I'm going to separate this batter out into 6 colors overall. We'll start off by dividing this into 2 parts with 3 colors on the bottom of the design and 3 on the top. Now the bottom is going to be the tree trunk and the landscape, and then the top will be the tree top that's completely piped on the entire mold. The bottom color scheme is going to be brown, green, and white. Now you don't need to measure this out, but in the first 3 cups, you're going to pour about 1/2 of the entire amount of batter. Now you only need a few ounces for the green, and then you're going to split the rest between the brown and the white, with the white being the greatest amount by about twice as much as the brown. Now if that's confusing, just watch how I layer the design and you'll get an idea of how you should separate this out. Now specifically for the colors that we'll be using here, I'm going to be adding 1 teaspoon of titanium dioxide, which has already been dissolved down in an ounce of water. Then I'm going to be adding 1/2 teaspoon of deep russet, and then my favorite green, which happens to be a 1/2 teaspoon of Soapberry Green. Now this one, when you're using it, it looks kind of dull, and as it cures over the 3 or 4 days, it becomes a nice bright popping grass green. Super pretty. So we're going to mix these in. You'll notice here that the trace is starting to thicken up, and this is not anything that you're going to worry about because we are going to be trying to layer this in a very thick trace to get that sort of sculptured look that we want, which you'll see in just a moment. So as this is becoming thick, don't worry. Even once these colors are completely blended, we're going to set them aside and blend the second part. Now this half is going to be our piped treetops, so we're going to color this and then we're going to fill them into piping bags and then set that aside to firm up. The color scheme that we're going for are red, orange, and yellows, and they're those bright, fiery fall foliage colors that are especially explosive in those sugar maples that you see here in September. We'll start off with a 1/2 teaspoon of Newtone yellow, and then we'll move over to a piping bright orange, which is a 1/2 teaspoon of Eye of the Tiger orange. Then finally, we'll morph that over into a beautiful red called Really Red. If you want to see the sources of where I've got these specific colors, then check the notes at the bottom. Now we're going to completely blend this in, and then we're going to just put this over. We're going to transfer these over into our piping bags, which you'll see in a moment, and we're just going to set this aside and let it firm up once these are all completely blended down. Now at this time, the trace is starting to thicken up, so take all the time that you need to get these colors blended in, and don't skip out on that just because this is starting to become thick. Remember, we're working with very heavy oils. It's not really becoming thick in the same way that it would be because of the heavy oils and the room temperature. This is more of a false trace than it is an accelerated trace. So you do have time to work at this texture, and it is going to thicken up as we go along, but we can just loosen that up for just a few minutes. We've got a good solid 10 minutes to work with this recipe. So don't be afraid to take your time to get those colors blended in, because a 1/2 teaspoon of each one of these in just under about a pound of soap is really a lot of this particular color, so you're likely to get some crackle if you don't get this all blended in very well. You're also likely to get a little bit of soda ash if things don't get blended in very well. Remember, the false trace kind of mimics something that you feel like you've already gotten to a full emulsification, so you want to make sure that you do take the time to blend this recipe down, and these colors will still look beautiful. So once I'm satisfied with how well they're blended, I'm actually going to separate this into 2 parts, which you only see one here. But in one part, I'm going to add in the yellow and 1/2 the orange. So as I fill this and transfer it over into my piping bag, the entire amount of yellow goes into this bag and 1/2 the amount of orange. And that's going to allow for me to have that morphing look as I start with one color on one side and then move over to the top. In the other piping bag, which I accidentally was not filming, so we won't be able to see that. It's just simply the other 1/2 of the orange and the red being loaded in. So once I'm satisfied with these completely filled up, just like that, they're all prepped, we're going to set them aside to firm up to a piping texture. This is far too loose to start piping. We want this to be much more firm. We're going to set this aside, and then we're going to start and work on our first layer, which are the first 3 colors, and we're going to layer that into the mold and get the bottom of the design started. While the first 3 colors have been waiting, they've become so firm that you could no longer pour this if you wanted to. The total time that this has been set aside is about 5 minutes, and you can see that we have this thick pudding texture. It's perfect for crafting this design by spooning it into the mold. Now I'm going to start by spooning a thin layer of brown into the bottom, and this is the bottom of the tree trunk, and this will cover the bottom of the entire mold. Next, I'm going to add just a little bit of landscape by adding a small strip of green on either side of the mold, leaving the center completely empty. Now don't worry if you use all the green, you can always put it up in the treetops later on. So just give yourself just enough of a green line on either side that's just going to look like a little hill of grass on the side of your tree. Now keep in mind, This soap batter is still thickening up as we're sitting here, so you do need to move along, and you need to be very careful that you're moving at a consistent, steady pace, because the soap is firming up despite the fact that we've already got this beautiful texture that we're working with. So you want to keep moving and make sure you get your design in. The other thing to know is keep the colors separate. It's very easy when you're working with a spoon and you're kind of just moving at a fast pace that they'll start to get sort of muddled in together. Keep these colors very distinct and separate from each other. You will get a very amorphous looking tree design when you're done. Every single picture, every single piece of soap will look completely different, and that's just part of how this design will come out. But you want to keep things as separate as you possibly can, and keep the center a very straight line in the center so that we can add another layer of brown and build that tree trunk up as we go along. Next, we're going to fill in that empty space between the strips of green with brown. And of course, this is the base of our tree trunk, and we're starting to build this. Now you can see why it's so important to keep this thick pudding texture, loose enough to spoon in, but stiff enough so that you can kind of mound it up as it goes along, and you can control how you're building this picture as we get to the top. Now the white soap represents a blank sky, or sort of a blank space that's just going to allow for us to see that tree image. And so we're going to continue to build that up along the sides on top of the green, exactly the same as you did the green. It's just one simple strip so that we can create that crevice that's going to allow for us to pile in that brown soap. Now keep in mind that this is going to be very firm. Probably maybe 6 minutes has passed since we've set this white soap aside. So just reach in with your spoon and loosen that up so that you get a texture that you like working with. If you find that it's too chunky and it's going in where it's leaving spaces and sort of divots for you, just get it a good stir and loosen it up, and then make sure that you're working with a texture that feels comfortable so you can get all that soap packed in, but also stays firm enough to stay in place when you lay it down. So we'll continue doing this and alternating it until we completely run out of soap. As you can see here, I mentioned before, just make sure you have a little bit more white soap than the brown. The reason is because obviously you need more white soap on 2 strips on 2 sides, but if you do need to turn around and make more brown soap, you can always color the white brown. You can't color the brown white, so you're kind of giving yourself a little bit of eyeball room there without having to sit there and measure out how much you're pouring and coloring, because that takes up time, and we want to eyeball this and get it colored and get it transferred in a relatively smooth pattern. Now if you have any green left over, you can always add this right on the top once you're done with the other 2 colors, and this will give you an effect of just a few little unchanged maple leaves. And once this half is done, we're complete, and it's time to start piping our treetops. Now these treetops are going to have a morphing fiery look, so I want to focus all of the yellow side just on one side, and then the red is going to be on the other half, and then the orange is what will bring these colors together. Now you'll notice immediately just how fluffy and light and what absolute crisp texture that you get with this particular piping recipe. Now this will cure hard as a rock. It's not going to stay soft at all, and even on those wispiest ridges, this is going to completely stay intact once it's cured. This is not going to crumble and turn on the edges. Now this is because of the stability of the palm shortening. And really the reason is because the molecules they're nice and fat and bigger. And this is kind of the difference between the palm oil and the palm shortening. Now remember, you can substitute palm oil. You will get a beautiful texture, but there is a considerable difference when you're using palm shortening when you're icing, and you'll notice it specifically in your piped projects. The molecules are fatter, and those molecules in palm shortening are actually treated for stability. Remember, this is a restaurant intended product where you're making, I don't know, say fried donuts, and you'll have like these big 50-pound blocks of palm shortening just sitting on the shelves, and they may need to sit on those shelves for over a year. So this is actually treated and intended for stability. Now, when you come across piping recipes, a lot of soapers, they tend to focus on that smooth texture that they have to work with while they're piping. That's really what they're paying attention to. And in my opinion, the truth is, just about any cold process recipe will pipe smooth, and it'll be pretty if you catch it just at the right texture and you're working with the timing is just right for your project as it's becoming firm, as it's sitting in that bag. So it's not really the thing that makes a good piping recipe, in my opinion. What I'm looking for is how it looks and feels after it's cured, because sometimes when you have your finished product and you have these beautiful wispy piped tops, the recipe could be too soft, or it could crumble, or it could be damaged easily after it's cured due to handling, just holding it, or if it's sitting in its packaging too long. So using hard butters and oils are really necessary in your iced toppings, but for me, that palm shortening is the golden key, because that's really what allows for you to get this nice fluffy textured look, and also get it into a recipe that's going to allow for you to control what that look looks like. And once you've finished your piping, be sure to spritz these down with rubbing alcohol. Again, with your piped designs, you want to take all the advanced steps to avoid soda ash on the surface. If it's a loaf that just has a flat top, you can always plane the surface, but you can't do that with these. So take all your preventative steps, and then after about 24 hours, you will be able to see this cut open, and you can see the cutest design in these little autumn maple trees. Now this is a cold process recipe, so these will need to cure for 4 to 6 weeks before they can be used or sold. Today we're going to throw a little variety into the mix, and we're going to make this medium weight lotion. This is Thermal Mermaid's Aloe Vera Soothing Lotion. This video is made for our Thermal Mermaid members. It contains the full recipe here in the tutorial, and when you're ready to print the recipe and instructions, you'll find the link just below this video. First, I'm going to start by washing our lotion containers in warm soapy water and spritz them down with rubbing alcohol. I'm wearing gloves so we don't introduce any bacteria to the product or to the containers. This recipe will give you just a bit over 24 ounces. The lotion is a medium weight fluffy lotion, so in my experience you need these 8-ounce bottles to fill 6 ounces of lotion. And you can fill 4 bottles with this recipe. Of course, just adjust this to your batch as needed. For the Aloe Vera Soothing Lotion, we'll want to get our waxes, our oils, and our base prepared. we'll need 20 ounces of aloe juice, 2.5 ounces of avocado oil, 1 ounce of shea butter, 3 ounces of aloe butter, 1/2 ounce of emulsifying wax, and 1 ounce of stearic acid. To start, I want to melt my oils and waxes and get these blended in well together. The stearic acid and the e-wax tend to solidify at a lower temperature than the hard butters do. So if we get these blended well together, then we won't have this variation of hard waxes and butters that are still soft. And this will prevent getting those little waxy nobules, those little waxy granule pieces stuck in your lotion when you combine everything together. One minute and 10 seconds will get me exactly what I want. We'll let the rest of this melt down on its own in the hot oils. Now I have the very smallest microwave that you can get, so it doesn't put out much heat. Your microwave might do a lot more damage in 1 minute, so you have to make sure to keep an eye on everything. It's important to make sure your aloe juice is not cold. You want to pop this in the microwave for about 30 seconds as well, because as we combine these, they need to be close in temperature, so as they cool, they'll thicken up. The stearic acid will actually freeze into the cold liquid if you introduce both of them and they're too separate in temperature, so you want to make sure that both of these are pretty similar as far as the temperature goes. Now I'll combine both of these together and mix and mix and mix. At this stage, it's not like we're waiting for emulsification or a light trace like we would if we were making soap. We actually want to mix this for quite some time. The e-wax has been melted into our combination, and that specifically is going to help our oils and our aloe juice stay together and bond. And the way we can encourage this is just by continuing to mix. I'm not expecting it to thicken up. I'm just going to let this go, and probably anywhere between 3 to 5 minutes is a good time to just let this continue to mix to make sure everything is bound together. This way you won't get that separation in the bottle 2 or 3 minutes after you've poured it, and then you have to pour it all back out and start over again. Next, it's time to pop our fragrance in. This one here is Aloe and Cucumber. This is a 1/2 ounce. It comes from Nature's Garden, and this is a really nice, light, fresh smell, perfect for a lotion. Next, it's time to add our preservative. Now I am using this for personal use, but I'm still going to add my preservative, and if you choose not to add preservative and you're making a lotion for personal use, that's perfectly fine, but it would be recommended to keep your lotion in the refrigerator or treat it like a perishable. The preservative prevents specifically bacteria and mold from growing into your product, and you certainly wouldn't want to be rubbing that into your skin if you don't take the necessary precautions. You do have a few choices of different types of preservatives that you can use specifically for these at-home DIY projects, and you can find these preservatives listed at your soap supply or your lotion supply store. Now that I have everything put together, it's really all about time. I'm just going to let these mix, and I'm going to let the ingredients bond. I'm probably going to just stand here and let it mix for about 3 more minutes. And once we're satisfied with this, we're going to come over here to our jars that have been sitting here clean and waiting for us, and I'm going to fill my lotion bottles. Now it's easy to use a funnel, and the one recommendation I would give you is to use a real small funnel, because as my eyes are watching the lotion fill up to the shoulders, I'm actually not paying attention to how much lotion is going into the funnel. If you use a really large funnel, then you end up with a mess and you can overpour it really easily. If you use this really small funnel, then it's much easier to keep everything under control, and you don't end up with your lotion all over the table. Now right now my lotion is still fairly warm, and it's in a very thin liquid texture as I'm pouring it into the bottles. As the lotion cools, it'll set up and become thicker. And to give you an idea of what kind of a texture you can expect with this recipe, I'm going to pipe it into a different kind of container so you can see exactly what your finished product will look like. This product is rich and smooth, and it's cool to the touch, just in the way you would expect an aloe product to be. Now this recipe works best in the squeeze top bottles because it's just thin enough to turn over and squeeze out of the tube. As you can see here, like I said before, it's a medium weight lotion, and although we can get a piped texture out of it, I wouldn't necessarily package it in this way. And here you can get a better view of what it looks like when it's in use. This lotion is nice and thick, it's cool to the touch, and it absorbs into your skin very, very easily without leaving a film or a residue behind. I hope you enjoyed this episode of Thermal Mermaid's Aloe Vera Soothing Lotion. Don't forget to post any feedback or requests that you might have of any projects that you might like to see in the comments down below. Be sure to click the like and subscribe to this channel if you'd like to see more of these projects being made in the future. And if you'd like to take a walk through our recipe directory, come on over to thermalmermaid.com, where registration for membership is free, and we have a ton of free content that'll keep you busy for a long time. This project has two primary features that include the design and the fragrance. The design is a 16-layer pour using one of many slightly different techniques for this particular style. This video is an intermediate project made exclusively for members. If you want to explore some of the other subtle differences in layered pours and see some of the additional tips, see the layered pour tutorial in lesson 6.7. There are two printable PDF versions of this project below the video. The first is for the 8-pound slab mold that you see in the demonstration, and the second is the same recipe that's scaled down to fit into a 3-pound loaf mold. And the layered parts are measured out and scaled to their appropriate measurements, so you can download whichever size recipe that you want to make. Before we get started making the Lye Water Solution, I'm going to add 4 tablespoons of granulated sugar into my cold distilled water and dissolve this down completely. The sugar is going to help this recipe create a little bit more lather in the finished product. We're going to add the sugar before the lye crystals to make sure that the sugar completely dissolves. Now the water, it can only hold so much before it becomes saturated, so if too many additives go into your water, they may not dissolve all the way down. You could just end up getting caramelized sugar floating in the bar. We don't want that. So the additives, things like sugar, salt, anything else that you're putting in, that will get dissolved first. Then we add the lye crystals. Now once we're ready to add the lye crystals, we'll pour them in very gently, dissolve those down completely, and then once the solution is completely made, we'll set this aside to cool to room temperature. While the lye water solution is settling, I'm going to make the essential oil blend. Now this is the second feature of this bar. The fragrance is formulated specifically for men with 2 ounces of coconut fragrance oil, 1.5 ounces of balsam, and 0.5 ounces of fir needle. We're well below the max usage for the essential oils, so if you do want to add a bit more, you'll still be in the safe usage rate, but the ratios here are strong enough. The aroma of this blend it's a very crisp, woodsy fragrance with a fun, light summer coconut. It's almost a very deep pine coconut, so there's no mistaking this for anything other than a man's fragrance. The oil combination for this recipe is going to be 55% olive oil, 25% coconut oil, and 20% palm shortening. The formulas combine to make a medium trace batter that will set up fairly quickly. With 16 layers, we could be here all day waiting for all of these layers to individually set up between each pour. So with this formula, we only have to wait about 3 minutes and we can move along fairly easily. Here, I'm adding the fragrance oil into the main oils first. Now when it comes time to emulsify, I want as much control over the trace as possible for this recipe, because even though this is going to set up fairly quickly, I want to pour as thin as possible to get those layers crisp and flat. So we're going to get all of the potential changes and variables out of the way first. For the 8-pound slab mold, I'm going to emulsify each layer separately. So I'm going to pour 8.25 ounces of oils into 1 cup and then carefully measure 3.75 ounces of lye water solution into a cup. Now it does help to get these measured exactly as possible, so if your scale isn't very sensitive, you may want to switch over to grams at this point, because if you have any spillage or if your scale just isn't exact, your layers could be off by even over an ounce. And since in each layer we're only working with a ½ pound of soap, you can't be off by that much, so be very careful at this stage. Now the first layer in this design is going to be a light gray, so I'm going to add 1/4 of a teaspoon of activated charcoal into this layer. Now these little spoons that you see me use, these are bakery taster spoons, and they hold about a ½ teaspoon of powder. So if you tend to use them, you can easily gauge between 1/4 of a teaspoon to a ½ teaspoon just by looking at it. So if you're working in this recipe, you probably already know that your fragrances have a variety of effects on your soap batter. And even though this combination of fragrance doesn't react too much with the formula, if you change the fragrance or if you try something completely different, your batter may move at a different speed. The trace may set up a little thicker, a little more quickly. And you'll get a feel of that after the very first layer is poured. But since all you have to do, since we've already put all of our additives in first, is blend one single color and emulsify the batter, you have a lot more control over the time that you need. So feel free to experiment with your fragrances, and you'll see here after this first pour, it gives me an idea of what to expect, and I can pace myself right after the first design is poured. As a matter of fact, as you see this right here, the goal here is to pour as thin as possible, but as you see, the trace has moved very quickly, not very quickly, but it's pretty medium, it's pretty standard. This is going to set up very fast, but we want to pour a little bit more thin than this. So after you get that first layer in there, you're going to see exactly where you pace yourself as far as what you want, how you want to emulsify that first layer. Now once the first layer is poured, we can get right to work on the second. Now the second layer color is pearl blue, and this will blend very well with the gray. It takes about 3 minutes to move from one layer to preparing and pouring the next layer. Now with this recipe, the first layer has to be solid enough to hold the next layer without breaking through, and about 3 minutes is going to give us plenty of time to both prepare the next layer and also allow for the bottom layer to set up. So you'll see with this layer, I only hand stirred the lye and oils for just a few seconds, and in each step from here on out, I'm going to hand stir, and then I'm going to add the color. I'm going to hand stir again, and then I'm just going to give it a few pumps with the stick blender just to get that color completely blended down. Now this will keep the trace thin so that the pour will be even, and then as soon as it's in the mold, it's going to set up really quickly. The third layer is Blue Lagoon Mica. Now this is going to be done exactly in the identical fashion of the first one. Blue Lagoon, when it's poured, it's going to look almost exactly like the pearl blue, but when it cures, it'll be just a shade darker. So this will be nice and pretty in the cured, finished product, but right now it's going to look like the same step. Now once you start moving along, you won't want to stand there staring at the soap wondering if it's firm enough to pour the next layer. With 16 layers, every extra minute could end up drawing this project out. So what you can do is just give your mold a slight tilt to the side, and if the batter holds firm, you're ready to go to the next layer. But be gentle, because if it's not quite ready, it can all slide to one side and then it might just even stay there on you, making your layers uneven. So give it just enough of a tilt so you can see what the texture is like and see if it's ready. The next color is the 24 karat gold mica. Now this is repeated in just the same as the last 3 layers, and you'll see me holding a little red spray bottle. And one of the possible dilemmas with layered soap is that sometimes the layers might not adhere completely. They can sort of set up independently, and then when you go to cut it, they fall apart in sheets. And one way to aid the adhesion of your layers is to spritz each surface in rubbing alcohol. Now, I'll tell you that this is most effective for keeping melt and pour together, and if you're doing pencil lines, you can do this effectively. But with this recipe, the way I'm pouring 3 minutes apart, it's not going to fall apart even if we don't use the rubbing alcohol. But you'll see me doing this between each layer, and that's just to demonstrate that this can help the overall project. Now, melt and pour itself is actually partly made with alcohol, so there is a different chemical adhesion happening that's more effective. Not really so much with the cold process, but that said, if I were going to walk away from this for more than 20 minutes between layers, I would still give it a spritz anyway. So you'll see that happening as we move forward in pouring all these layers.
Choking your chest, I can see it in your eyes that you're shaking, 'cause you're holding it back.
The fifth layer is neon green. It's a mica called radioactive. Now the neon micas are super vibrant, they're strong, and so to get the bright lime color that I want, I'm going to reduce this and only put in 1/4 of a teaspoon in this layer. Now, as I complete this, you'll see me both tip the edge of the mold to check it to see as it's setting up, and also spritz the surface in alcohol. And I'm going to continue doing this with all the remaining layers until we're completely done.
Let it all out of me. You won't get closer to me. If you want, open your door. If that's what you want, then baby, try to believe me when I say that you can tell me anything.
The next mica colorant we'll use is Soapberry Green, and I'm starting to pull away from that bright flashing color and moving more toward the natural tones from now on, just to match that deeper fragrance that we're creating for this design.
I'm here by your side. So let it all out of me. Let it all out of me. Oh, I will hold you in the dark, make you forget about what's wrong. Let it all out of me. I can see it in your eyes that you're shaking, 'cause you're holding it back. Maybe you'll make up your mind now. I'm here by your side. I'm here. Let it all out of me. Let it
The seventh layer is brown matte pigment. Now, unlike the micas, the pigments may need to be dissolved before you add it into your soap batter directly. You'll see me just pop this right in here as if it were a mica, and that's because I've had this colorant for a while. I use it regularly, and I already know how it's going to behave. But typically, if you're using a pigment and you're not used to it or you haven't used it before, dissolve it down first, because you'll end up getting little granules. They're a little harder to dissolve down, and I'm actually putting a little extra action in the hand mixer with this just to make sure we get it all blended. But this will give you a nice creamy milk chocolate color. It's actually quite beautiful, and also the pigments are a little bit stronger than the micas, so you only need 1/4 of a teaspoon of this, not too much. You can go overboard with the pigments as well. So the neons and the pigments, we're adding a little bit less than the 1/2 teaspoon in each color with the micas.
Maybe you'll make up your mind now. I'm here by your side. So let it all out of me. Let it all out of me. Oh, I will hold you in the dark. Make you
Now, this is our 8th layer. This is the final colorant that we're going to be adding, and this is the exact center of our bar. Now, once we start adding the colors again, we're going to go in reverse. So our 8th and our 9th layer are actually going to be the same color. Now, this is a combination of a little bit of cocoa and chocolate Swiss colorant, because I really want the brown color to be a deeper, darker, richer color than what we've got going on with the brown matte pigment. So we're going to add in this combination of two, and this is going to give us a nice deep brown. And again, you can separate this out in individual layers, it won't matter, or you can put 2 parts together and you can pour this in one layer. Remember, this is both the 8th and the 9th layer, because now we're going to go in reverse of all of our colors. So this can be either 8.2 ounces of oil that you add in, or it can be 16.5 ounces of oil, and then of course double the lye solution. So that's up to you. Now at this point we've completed half the design and it's time to pour the layers again, this time reversing the order of the colors. Each layer still takes 3 minutes and each layer is poured exactly as the same as the last, so I'll take you through this quickly right up to the end.
To your heartache, if you want to open your door. I'm feeling kinda lost when your mind is.
Now after 24 to 30 hours, I'm going to slice this into 3 loaves and then into our bars, and you can clearly see how beautiful our thin, flat striations have come out for our woodland pine design. Now this, remember, is a combination, it's a men's fragrance, combination of balsam fir and coconut, and it's absolutely beautiful. Now we do have a little bit of ashing on top, which I'll take care of later when we go to plane these. And also you can see that the mold that I've used is not a traditional soap mold. It was actually in fact a restaurant container, and that's perfectly fine. It does give us a little bit of a flared out edge, so that'll have to be planed later on. So you'll see that they're almost perfectly square. These are perfectly square loaf bars. That's how they turn out after you pour them into the plastic containers, and they will have a little bit of planing left to do in the final project. So we'll let these sit and cure for 4 to 6 weeks, and you will find that the fragrance is exceptionally strong with these particular essential oils, but the essential oils won't stay as strong after the curing time. It'll actually be a really beautiful balance. So this is our woodland pine. It's one of a few different techniques in the layer pour design. And again, if you're interested in other tips and tricks for layered pours or some different types of ways to do layered pours, check out lesson 6.7 for the layered pour designs. There's a pretty good chance you have these 11 simple ingredients in your kitchen. And if you do, we're going to make this gorgeous spa bar. In this video, we're making avocado, wheatgerm, and clay. First, I'm going to get the lye solution out of the way so I can set it in the fridge to cool. As you can see, I'm wearing gloves for safety, but you can't see that I'm also wearing a mask and safety glasses, since this water is reaching boiling temperatures during the chemical reaction. This recipe calls for 1/2 of an avocado. Today I don't feel like washing the blender, and I need this to be pureed down to a paste, which the blender doesn't do well anyway. So I'm going to process the soft meat through a small grate, and I'll end up with about 1.5 ounces of avocado paste when I'm done. Now, I call this bar one of my anti-aging bars for a reason. You probably already know that avocado is packed full of fats, and that makes it a great beauty moisturizer. It's also packed full of the A and E and the B vitamins, including niacin. Niacin is used in commercial products as a sun repair ingredient, and it also contains sterolin, which can help diminish age spots. So that goes for the fruit here and also the avocado oil that we will be putting in the soap in a few minutes. And here I'll combine my 5-oil blend. It looks similar to other soap recipes with adjustments made to control for the color, the trace, and the amount of moisture that we want in this bar. We'll be pouring this into a 5-pound slab mold, and this soap is going to be made in 2 parts. So the oils I'm combining now are 1/2 the amount of the full recipe. Now I'll gently add the lye water solution. Now this has been chilling in the freezer for the past 25 minutes and both containers of liquid are within 15 degrees from each other. And this is important because it helps the molecules recombine without shocking each other. So I'm going to blend this in until I reach a light trace. As it turns out, neither avocado nor Wheatgerm have a terrific smell. So we are going to go with aloe vera and cucumber because it has a nice, fresh, kind of fruity vegetable spring kind of smell that you would easily recognize to go along with these other food additives. Now, we're not adding any colorant into this soap because the clay would end up muting out the color anyway. But you can quickly see that as we're dissolving our avocado puree into the soap batter, that it's starting to turn a lovely green. And in fact, the clay is going to add to this quality of the soap as we go along. And also notice that we're going to blend this down until there's absolutely no food product visible in the soap batter. We want that completely dissolved and broken down into the batter. And we'll add our final additive, which is the powdered clay, and we'll mix this in until it's completely incorporated into the soap. Now I'll take my time and blend this down well, and we can even let the trace thicken up quite a bit because we're not doing any fancy designs. This is going to be the bottom layer of our entire slab mold, so we can just take our time and make sure that this is mixed very well. I like using this slab mold for my video demonstrations because, as you can see, it's not an expensive custom wooden mold. In fact, this is just a 15 by 12 inch cardboard box that's been covered in a crafter's duct tape. And I've been using this mold for over a year, and because I line it in wax paper before pouring the soap, the mold stays just like new. If I do have one that starts to fatigue, then I'll just cover it in another layer of pretty tape and then it's as good as new. So I keep these in several sizes, but this 12 by 15 makes a 5-pound batch of soap with 16 bars at about 5.5 ounces a piece perfectly. Now that we've poured the first 2.5 pound layer, we're going to set this aside to harden up while we work on the second part of the soap. So now that this is done, we'll just even it out a little bit, and then we'll set it over on the countertop and we'll get ready for the next half of the project. Now the second half of this recipe is exactly the same as the first. Here we have 2.5 pounds of oil. We'll gently add in our lye water and mix that until it comes to a light trace. We'll be adding the exact same amount of cucumber and aloe vera fragrance oil. Now Wheatgerm is the other half of my anti-aging bar because it's packed full of vitamin E. In fact, it's one of those superfoods that contains a larger amount of antioxidants than any of the other healthier foods. But of course, those don't penetrate through the skin barrier, so your body isn't exactly absorbing vitamins from this soap. But with all that vitamin E, it contributes to the healthy soothing and the moisturizing topically, making your skin look younger. And the Wheatgerm fiber itself is very soft, so although this appears to look like an exfoliant in the finished product, the speckled organic look is just more for decoration. Now I'll gently pour this on the top without trying to interrupt the layer below. And it's only been about 15 or 20 minutes since we poured that clay layer, so the bottom is not completely firmed up enough to take the weight of the next layer being poured on top. So we'll break up the weight by pouring it onto my spatula and letting it run down the side of the box so that we can allow for this to just slide over the top. Now we're just about finished, and we'll give this 24 hours, set it aside, and allow for it to firm up so we can come back and cut it into soap bars. After a full day of setting up, the pieces are now ready to be cut and separated. Now removing this slab from the mold was super easy. Since everything's lined in wax paper, all I did was unfasten the taped edges and pulled the entire piece out of the box and reset the mold back on the shelf. So we're just working on the actual bare slab itself. Now I've already measured this out, so we're going to cut this into 4 long slices and then cut again. But as we separate this piece, you'll get to see how beautiful the inside of this bar looks. And there you have it, half clay and avocado and half Wheatgerm. And it's a beautiful spa bar ready to sit aside and cure. Now we'll set our finished soap aside on the curing racks from anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks until it's completely ready to be used or sold. And here is our beautiful moisturizing spa bar. In this tutorial, we're making banana gel lip gloss. This is a kid-friendly lip product with simple petroleum-based ingredients. The flavors can be interchanged along with the colors to create a wide variety of kid products. The finished product is similar in texture to Vaseline and is lip safe and non-toxic. Today we're using 15 milliliter tubes, and recipe found in the link next to this video is written to produce 4 tubes of lip gloss, so make sure to adjust the recipe for the desired number of tubes that you want to make. The two main ingredients are polybutene and hydrogenated polyisobutene at a 1:1 part ratio. To produce 4 tubes of gel, add 2 tablespoons of polybutene and 2 tablespoons of the hydrogenated polyisobutene. Mix this until you have an even consistency. Next, add the flavor oil and a dash of color. In this recipe, I'm adding Go Bananas Sweetened Flavor Oil number 884 from Crafter's Choice. And then I'm adding 1/4 teaspoon of purple highlight glitter and 1/4 teaspoon of golden pineapple mica, both also from Crafter's Choice. This will produce the result that you see here in the demonstration. However, you can add any sweetened flavor oil and matching colorant to produce a wide variety of lip-safe glosses with this recipe. Blend this down evenly and transfer into your packaging. Today we're making a cold process soap that looks just like a black raspberry and vanilla cream dessert. The members edit of this video includes the full recipe, and if you'd like to print the recipe and step-by-step instructions, just follow the link posted below this video. First we'll make the lye water solution and set it aside to cool as soon as all the crystals dissolve. This recipe will be made in 2 parts with 3 colors. I'm combining the oils for the main part of the project, and this is going to be the whole cake. The cake's going to be a light yellow color with 2 colors of berries piled on top. The fragrance for this soap is black raspberry vanilla, which smells like a creamy dessert. Since we're working with vanilla in the fragrance, I'm going to avoid going for that bright white frosted look. We're still going to use a vanilla stabilizer in the soap to keep the vanilla in the fragrance from turning brown as it cures, but sometimes those bright white soaps, they still tinge even when you do use a vanilla stabilizer. So we're going to have better luck if we design the project around the fragrance oil. So in this case, my oils will give us more of a yellow base. Before we make the soap batter, I'm going to get the color ready for preparation. I'm using Soapberry Purple, Shimmer Raspberry Pop, and Titanium Dioxide. All 3 of these different colorants do different things in the cold process soap. For example, Soapberry Purple is a morphing mica, and as we're making this, it's going to turn into a kind of almost a dirty navy green, and then within about a day or 2 it'll come back to the purple color. The Shimmer Raspberry Pop will also change color once it's gone through the cold process soap, but this is not a morphing mica. This is in fact just not stable in cold process. Those are 2 entirely different things, whether one morphs or whether one's not stable. And that means that this bright pink color will stay bright pink in lip balms or sugar scrubs, but it's not really meant for the cold process. I have used this in the past, however, and it does turn kind of a nice berry peachy color, so it'll be fine for this project. Now, you can still use unstable colorants in cold process soap, but you will be experimenting to see what the end result will be. If you're one of those people that doesn't like to experiment and you have a project that you're planning out, then make sure you read the packages so that you know if your mica is going to be the exact same, if it's morphing, or if it's just unstable in cold process. When you purchase it online, then that description should be available for you. Now that both the lye solution water and my oils are right about the same temperature, we're going to combine them together very gently, and we're going to blend this down with the stick blender until we get both of them fully incorporated, but it comes to a nice light trace. Now's the perfect time to add in our fragrance oil, and we will be adding equal parts of vanilla stabilizer to the black raspberry vanilla fragrance oil. Now for me, every batch of soap that I've made using this fragrance oil has behaved very nicely, and I've had no issues with it. If we go over to the manufacturer's description, then the description states as follows: smells similar to Bath & Body Works Black Raspberry Vanilla, perfect pour, no ricing, no acceleration, no discoloration, and the scent is good, with a 3.5% vanilla content. So as soon as we get this divided out, we can mix it up, and then we'll be ready to pour our cake. The mold we're using is just a plain silicone cake mold, and we'll pour the yellow batter out first, and then we'll use the two accent colors and just give them a drop swirl and create any sort of design that you like. Now we're starting the recipe all over with just a reduced increment so that we can just get enough soap so that we can create the berries to pipe on the top of our cake. Now we've done this in two parts so that now that we've completed the first part, it can set aside and it has time to firm up so that when we pipe everything on top, it's nice and stiff and our berries will sit on the top and they won't drop right straight through the batter. So we'll take the time to combine our oils again and do the exact same process that we did before. Now we're going to separate our colors out a little bit differently this time. We're going to make 3 colors. They're exactly the same as before, and this time we're going to put in 2 parts of the yellow batter and 1 part purple and 1 part raspberry. We're going to first start with piping out the yellow white colored batter first, that frosting, because that's going to give us something to build our berries on top of. You might find that you want to use a raspberry silicone mold and create an embed the day before, so that once you're at this stage you can actually place a real raspberry on top of your cake. But I've noticed that if you use star tips of different sizes, then you will get what at the end project looks like a pile of berries, and this also works just as well. Piping bags get really messy for me. It's not really easy to be too tactile with thick rubber gloves on, so I like to use a Ziploc bag, and this way I can close the top and concentrate on what's happening on one end. Now my batter's not at piping consistency right now, but that's okay. It's just as easy as putting it in the bag, making sure that it's all tilted to one side so it stays nice and safe, and then set it aside until it starts to thicken up and become piping consistency. Because we're using these Ziploc bags, you'll notice that I tend to hold onto the side with one hand and grasp one end of the top while I'm pouring into the opposite side of the bag. Once the yellow soap batter has reached frosting consistency, then you're going to just start to build a perimeter around your cake. This will eventually be all covered up, but this is the foundation of your frosted edge. I'm using a star tip, but you don't need to. You could use a large oval tip or a large circular tip for this project. Most of this will be covered up anyway. Now my berry star tips are 2 different sizes. The blackberries are the larger one because the fragrance itself is a blackberry fragrance. So we want this to dominate in our blackberries. So this is the larger star tip, and it starts off looking like a pattern, but it turns out that I have enough soap to where we're just going to start piling it on. So we're just going to enjoy piping out these berries, and then when we move over to the peachy pink, those berries are actually smaller. And of course we can't top off our project without a dusting of glitter. And also a sugar glaze would look nice. So we'll take some mica, dissolve it in oil, and we'll just leave streaks and drizzle it across the top of our berries. Now the oil will eventually dry up and it will leave this shimmering mica behind. Now this looks like a fresh baked raspberry cake. Now you can see how the morphing is happening right now. Our raspberry pink is a little tinged to the orange side, and our purples definitely have a tone of kind of a khaki or a green to them. And this is in the process of changing right now. So we'll see the contrast in the next few photos, but first we're going to cut the pieces apart so you can see what it looks like inside. And here are our raspberry cake slices the day after they've been cut. When you pick up a bag of carrots from the grocery store, you're probably thinking, oh, I can make soap. And that's what we're going to do in this video. In today's recipe, we're going to make a carrot, goat's milk, ginger, and turmeric hot processed soap. As always, this video is edited for our members, so you will get the full recipe inside this video. And also there's a link down below the video where you can print out the instructions and recipe to keep a copy on hand. Now we're dissolving our lye crystals in half as much water as we normally would, because we're going to be adding carrot juice to our water concentration. The first thing we'll do is split the carrot juice in half. We're going to put about 3 ounces in a separate container because we'll need to turn our goat's milk into a nice creamy texture so that we can add it in later on. We'll put 3 large scoops of goat's milk. Don't worry about the proportions that you see on the directions on the can of goat's milk powder, because all we need to do is we need to get this into a creamy texture so we can transfer it over into our recipe. We're not actually trying to make something that you would want to drink, so we don't need to worry about the directions on the back of the box of the goat's milk. We'll blend this up till it's nice and smooth, and then we'll set both of these aside. Now's a good time to add the powdered ginger to the mixture. We'll blend this in smoothly, and you could also add the turmeric in right now if you wanted to. I'm going to hold the turmeric off to the very end. It's known for being a very bright colorant, and I can actually use that for color control toward the end of my recipe depending on what kind of a result that I want to get in the color of my finished product. Now we'll add the oil combination into the crock pot. The bonus here is we don't have to fuss with pre-melting our hard oils because they're going to be cooked up anyway. You can just add it all in together. Next, we'll get 2 large, brightly colored fresh carrots, chop them up, peel them, and throw them in the blender. Now we're going to put this on high until they are pulverized into the smallest pieces you can get. You could, if you want to, exchange 2 fresh carrots for baby puree carrot baby food, and in that case you'll get sort of a sloppy puree with your carrots. And in our case here, as you can see, we're going to be getting a nice dry chop. Now we're going to be putting these into the crock pot to cook them, so they'll end up dissolving and softening up through the cooking process. I wouldn't maybe necessarily use this for a cold process method. I probably would use the orange puree baby food version. But right now you can see that we've got quite amount of carrot. We won't be needing to use all of this in our recipe. These bright chopped carrots right here is what's going to really make the color pop in our bar of soap. While the oils are still melting, we're going to add the carrot juice that we separated earlier into our oil mixture. Now this is not the half that has the goat's milk in it. We're saving that till the end, but this is just the plain carrot juice. We want to make sure our oils fully melt, and we can mix the carrot juice in as we go along. Vitamin A is one of those vitamins that are fat soluble, so your juice is actually dissolving into your oils as the heating process is moving along before we've added the lye. Once you're satisfied that everything's completely mixed together, then gently add your lye into your soap batter. Make sure that the lye has settled so that the oils and the lye are within 20 degrees of temperature from each other. Now let's put the cover on this and give it about 30 minutes to cook through the first stage of hot process soap. Now we've come back at about the second stage of hot process soap, and we're going to give it a good mix. This is what lots of people call the applesauce stage, and we got to make sure that anything that's on the edges are folded in and not too dry, and you'll hear a crackling sound as you're mixing out all the air. During this second stage, we're going to add the carrot, about a half a cup should do. And we're going to allow this to cook down into the third stage of our soap making. Remember, we really want this to break down, and you'll notice that our lightly colored orange batter is now going to start to change a little bit darker. We're going to bring that color out with that carrot additive that we've just put in. Let's come back to our goat's milk and ginger mixture now. Since we're adding this at the end, we can add all of our additives together in this one mixture. I'm using fresh linen fragrance oil, and we'll be putting that directly into this mixture along with about a teaspoon of turmeric. We really did get a nice popping bright color with the carrots in this particular recipe, so we don't need to go overboard with the turmeric. Also, turmeric has a tendency to stain your skin, so typically in your bath recipes, although turmeric is a terrific nutrient and people love to put it in for holistic and Ayurvedic medicine, you really do want to be careful that you're not going to put so much in that you're going to have yellow stains on your body. So half a teaspoon to a teaspoon is perfectly fine for this recipe. Now we've come back to our soap batter, and you can see here that we've reached the third stage of hot process soap making. The texture is kind of glassy, a little translucent, and looks very much like Vaseline. We'll mix this in. Now I've already removed the heat from this mixture. It's probably been off the heat now for about 25 minutes, and the temperature has dropped below 160 degrees. The reason why we've done this is because we're going to be adding our goat's milk and carrot juice mixture in at the very end, and we're going to take a long time to incorporate this and mix this very well. We don't want the temperature to be too hot while we're adding in our goat's milk or our fragrance oil. If the fragrance oil is added over 200 degrees, it tends to evaporate and burn off, and then you won't be left with any fragrance in your end product. And if your temperature is too hot for the goat's milk, that also can burn. And although it may not look burned, you can smell a sort of a dairy scorched smell that will be added into the end product, which we also don't want. So here we make sure that we have a nice low 160, 150 degrees, and then we spend a good solid few minutes really blending all the last of our ingredients into the end product. And here we're almost done. We'll now take a few minutes to transfer the last of the soap batter into our mold. This is a 3-pound mold, and we can expect that we're going to divide this up into 11 bars when we're finished. So each bar will be about 5.5 to 6 ounces apiece. It's pretty large for a bar soap. Once this has been set aside for 24 hours, it should be hard enough and ready to cut. As you can see here, we still have our nice bright orange popping color, and this soap, since it's been cooked down, is all ready to use as soon as you feel like it's dry enough. So unlike cold process soap, when we cook our soap in the crock pot, we don't have to wait 4 to 6 weeks for it to cure. As soon as you want to, you can wrap this soap and bring it off to the market. Hope you guys enjoyed the final product. Here is our carrot and goat's milk soap. Let's quickly wash and spritz our containers down in rubbing alcohol. In this video, we're making our Creamy Sea Breeze Coconut, a lightweight summer lotion. This is a light day wear lotion that absorbs quickly onto the skin. It's very rich and heavy in shea moisturizer. This recipe is good for light summer wear, and it's also for just after the shower. It does give a heavy lather for just a few seconds before it soaks in. Its primary constitution is rich coconut milk and shea butter. It's scented heavily with a beach coconut smell, and this is perfect for summertime. Let's gather the following ingredients. We'll need 20 ounces of coconut milk, 6 ounces of shea butter, 3 ounces of avocado oil, 1/2 an ounce of emulsifying wax, 1 ounce of stearic acid, 1/2 ounce of cool coconut fragrance oil, 1/2 an ounce of vanilla stabilizer for lotions and body wash, and 1/4 an ounce of Optifin or preservative water-soluble PF. First, I'm going to move my coconut milk over to the stove top to get it simmering on low. I'm only going to let this simmer down for about 3 minutes. The moment it starts to get warm, I'm going to remove the heat. Next, I'm going to combine all of the oils and waxes in a bowl, and I'll melt these down in the microwave. We don't need too much heat, just enough to get everything melted so we can blend our ingredients in well. You might notice that I'm using a yellow shea butter in this recipe that I'm making in front of you. Typically, if I'm packaging this for sale, it will be the refined white shea butter. The yellow shea butter has a deep, dark, nutty fragrance to it that will mix with my fragrance oil, and I prefer this. I'm making this just for friends and family, and this is the way I like the fragrance to turn out. However, typically for public sale and for a nice, lighter, more summertime breeze fragrance, I would use the unrefined, the white bleached shea butter. With my waxes and butters melted down and my coconut milk fresh from the stovetop, I'm going to combine both parts and mix this with a stick blender. Now this might not look like it's doing too much as it's being mixed in, but I'm going to give it a solid 3 to 5 minutes of blend time while I'm working this together. The emulsifying wax really needs to be incorporated into all of the lotion so that the water part of it in the coconut milk and the oils and waxes have plenty of time to bond together so that they don't separate later on after you've already filled it into your packaging. As this is cooling down, I'm watching that it's starting to thicken up. I want to make sure that I have plenty of time to get my preservative and my fragrance oil in, and time to get it smoothly poured into the bottles before it becomes too thick. So I'll just continue to blend for another minute, but I'm keeping my eye on the texture the entire time. Finally, I'll add 1/2 ounce of cool coconut. Now this does have a 2.5% vanillin content in it, which means if you don't want this to tint brown over some time, maybe the next 24 to 48 hours, then you will have to put a vanilla stabilizer in it. Now I'm using the yellow colored shea butter, so I don't mind if this particular batch is going to tint, so I'll omit the stabilizer in it. But if you want yours to be white, you do need to add your stabilizer at this point. This is also the time where we add our preservative. I'm going to give this another solid 1 to 2 minutes to mix in quite well, and then we'll transfer it over into our packaging. Now, one thing you'll quickly start to learn when you're filling your lotion bottles is that typically an 8-ounce bottle is not necessarily going to fill 8 ounces of lotion. It would fill 8 ounces of a more condensed liquid, but because we've been fluffing that shea butter, you're going to fit 6 ounces of your lotion into an 8-ounce bottle. At least that's the way it'll settle most easily for you. And so this is actually starting to thicken up to a very nice consistency now, so it's pouring quite slowly, but we'll finish packaging this up and then I'll transfer it over into a container that you can see the texture more easily. And here I'll pour this lotion into a 4-ounce wide mouth lid, and this has been setting out now for about 10 minutes. It's still cooling down, and in just one moment you'll be able to see what the finished texture looks like. In this video, we're making a creamy chamomile lightweight skin lotion. And the feature of this product is going to be a chamomile tea that we've created by steeping these dried leaves in an aloe vera juice. So stay tuned and we'll get this recipe underway. We'll start off by gathering the following ingredients. We'll need 1 to 2 cups of dried chamomile flowers, 19 ounces of aloe juice, 3 ounces of avocado oil, 2.5 ounces of cocoa butter, a 1/2 ounce of emulsifying wax, 1 full ounce of stearic acid, 1/4 ounce of your preservative of choice. Here we're using Optifin, And optionally, you could use a quarter of a teaspoon of yellow chiffon mica, and that will just dust in to give us a nice light yellow chamomile color. First, I want to take my aloe juice and turn it into a chamomile tea. So I'm going to take this cheesecloth and I'm going to line the inside of this heat-safe clear glass pot. We can put this right on the stove, and typically when you have a heat-safe glass pot, it'll have a lid with a little hole in the top so that the steam can escape from it. So here I'm going to add in 1 to 2 cups of dried chamomile flowers. Now the aloe juice already has skin soothing properties to it, and adding in the chamomile will just enhance this. The benefits of chamomile added into any lotion or skin product is that it has soothing properties, it helps with irritation and redness. Again, it's not a medicine, so this isn't for rashes or anything that might need any kind of medical assistance, but overall when you add chamomile into any of your skin products, it's going to give a calming, soothing effect, and that will be magnified with the aloe juice. Now when I pour this in, I'm pouring the aloe juice into the cheesecloth. I want this to steep all the way through. I'm not just pouring it over the top. I want to make sure that all the aloe juice has the chamomile run through it. Now we'll end up simmering this, and so it will be completely saturated, but just for that very first start, all of the aloe juice goes directly into that bag and it steeps straight through into the pot. Also, this is going to simmer for quite some time, and depending on how much heat that you apply to your tea, you might lose some of this as the water in the aloe juice is simmering off. So although the recipe itself calls for 19 ounces, make sure that you pour in 25, 30 ounces because you're going to lose some of that moisture content. It won't happen as fast as if you were just simmering water. That aloe juice seems to have, it's just slightly more dense and it seems to hold together very well, but you definitely want to make sure that you over pour. This small 2 liter, 1.5 liter glass pot will hold about 40 ounces very easily. So just make sure that you get plenty of aloe juice in there so that you end up with a finished product of 19 ounces so that we can incorporate that into the lotion. Once this is completely poured, go ahead and close your cheesecloth and then allow for those flowers to completely submerge and saturate into the aloe juice. You might want to wring it out once or twice just to give it a head start on the tea that you're about to brew, but once that's done, put the cover on top, set it aside, and we're about to put this over our heat source so that we can get this simmered. My hot plate that you see here has a setting from 1 to 6, and I've set this to 3. The temperature gives me something about a medium to a low medium heat, and so we're going to set the glass pot on simmer, and then I'm also going to put out a saucepan and create a warm water bath for the rest of our ingredients. And here I'm going to add in the stearic acid, the emulsifying wax, the avocado oil, and the mango butter. Now we're going to melt these all down until they're all about equal temperature. The stearic acid has the higher melting point compared to the butter, oil, and other wax that you see here. In order to get these completely incorporated, we need for all of these items to be similar in temperature so that they bond together without that stearic acid trying to solidify once everything's combined. So that's why, even though the avocado oil is already in a liquid form, and it would combine quite fine, we want to make sure that everything is a similar temperature so that everything stays together after we've combined it. I'm going to let this remain on a low setting for about 10 to 15 minutes and allow for these butters and oils to melt down, and we're going to allow for that tea to steep. Now I'll keep coming back and checking on it every now and again, and I'm going to agitate that tea bag that we've made to make sure that everything's moving around nicely and we get the best result out of those chamomile flowers, getting it steeped into the aloe juice. Now the butters, oils, and waxes may only need about 15 minutes to fully melt down, but I've left this in the simmering bath for about 45 minutes so that everything stays nice and hot, and frankly it should be very similar to the temperature of the tea in the pot on the side of our oils. So we want everything to be combined right about the same temperature, and at this point I'm going to take all the oils and waxes and our mango butter and blend it all down into one bowl. This is going to give the oils time to combine, and that's going to make that stearic acid just a little bit more stable so that it's blended in with the other oils, so that when we add it over into our boiling tea, then there won't be any change in oil temperature that might potentially make any of the waxes solidify. So once we remove the heat, the oil temperatures will start to cool down, our aloe juice will start to cool down, and just to make sure that if there's any variation in temperature, that everything will blend nicely when we have our oils and our waxes already pre-mixed. And just note here that the preservative is nowhere to be seen. We did not heat the preservative, we did not set the preservative in any warm bath, and we did not mix any preservative into anything at this time. The preservative has been set aside and it's cool and it's been untouched. Now, as you might be able to see on the right hand side, we have actually a pretty strong simmer going on in our glass pot. Now I'm going to remove the heat at this point. I want these to cool down, and I am going to need this to be dropped to a temperature where I can actually work with that tea bag and get it out of there, and also steep the very rest of that aloe juice that's in the flower chamomile into the tea bag. So we're just going to let this cool down for about 5 minutes and allow for this to settle. Now this is still pretty hot, but I can handle the cheesecloth at this point. So I'm just going to wring this out, and I'm going to try to get all of the extra moisture out of the chamomile flowers and into the aloe. And this is going to give me that last burst of extra chamomile extract into our pot. As you can notice, the aloe juice has turned a very dark brown color, and that's beautiful. The smell and the aroma is extremely strong. Strong in that we got a great result from our chamomile extract, but it's still that nice light floral soothing chamomile fragrance. Remember, we only need 19 ounces of this chamomile tea, and we over poured in preparation for losing some of the liquid while it's being simmered. So I'm just going to weigh this out, and it turns out that we've simmered this down from about 30 ounces to 20 ounces during that hour that it was boiling. So we end up with a result of 20.5 ounces, and frankly that's perfectly fine. This is not soap, so you don't really have to have that chemical balance between the oils and the lye water solution. If we have just an ounce over in our aloe juice, that's perfectly fine. That will work fine in this lotion. And again, to get different textures and thicknesses and weights in your lotion, you can tweak these. They're not set. They're not, the amounts are set so that you get a great quality lotion, but it's not that same kind of chemical blend that is necessary when you're making soap. So if you go a little over in one butter or one oil because you like that texture, you're still going to get a fabulous result in your recipe. Now at this point, we need to combine our aloe juice with our chamomile extract, and we need to add the oils and blend this down. At this point, this is still very, very hot, almost close to boiling. I could touch the aloe juice, but just barely. And we're going to combine this in while the oils are also very similar temperature. Here, we're going to blend this down with a stick blender. Now, it's important that you give your stick blender plenty of time. The aspect that keeps your lotion from separating, from the water and the oil from separating, is the emulsifying wax. And the thing that makes the emulsifying wax work is temperature and time. You want to give the emulsifying wax plenty of time to do its job. So you need to agitate and you need to mix this for a good solid 5 minutes. Now this will start to thicken up as it cools. It's not necessarily going to thicken up in the bowl as you're mixing it. It may stay a nice thin loose lotion for a very long time. Could be even for several hours possibly. So you want to keep this moving and mixing, and even though it looks like nothing is happening, I promise you, the emulsifying wax is doing its job. And remember, the two qualities that you need to prevent your lotion from separating is temperature and time. When you mix them hot, you're going to get a better bond with the emulsifying wax, and when you give it plenty of time, you're going to get a better bond with the emulsifying wax. Now the stearic acid is the ingredient that allows for the thickness of your lotion to become very pudding spoon thick, or a nice loose product that you can squeeze easily out of a bottle. The more stearic acid, the thicker your lotion will be. In this recipe, we've used a full ounce of stearic acid. Now, typically, your body butters will become very, very thick with a full ounce of stearic acid. But for me, for this particular recipe, I find that to keep this lotion together nice, and it's lightweight, it's very loose, but it still will hold together. It has some integrity in your hand when you squeeze it into your hand. In order to get that nice, light, loose texture, then I need a full ounce of the stearic acid. You can go higher, you can go less, that's entirely up to you. The amount of stearic acid that you put in will affect the finished product after it's cooled and after it's been given time to set up. That's, again, another subjective quality, but with this particular recipe, I find that 1 full ounce is most ideal. Now, as this is beginning to cool down, it will become thicker. So you may want to package it while it's nice and loose if you're going to put it into those squeeze bottles that you tip over and squeeze out of the top, because you want to be able to get it poured very easily. On the other hand, you may also put it into an open wide-mouthed jar, in which case it really doesn't matter if you allow for it to set up in the bowl that you see here. Now, typically you might want to use a smaller container where your stick blender goes deeper, because you'll get less froth at the top that you can easily see here. And I'm using this wide bowl to give you a better visual example. But if you want to reduce those bubbles, you want to get that stick blender in a little bit lower while you're blending it down, and you'll have more control over that surface area. So those are just a few extra tips in order to control the quality of your product. This will take some time to thicken up. It takes about a full 24 hours before you finally see that final texture result. But as this cools, it's going to become thicker and thicker. Now, personally, I like to put these into wide mouth jars, and you can kind of just scoop them out with your fingers. That's how I like to package my lotion products. I just find it easier that way. It's easier to use for me. But again, this is subjective, and you just work with it as easy as it is. Now, keep in mind, you can't quite pour it yet. We still have to add our preservative. It's totally suitable to add in a preservative that's different from the one that I suggest in this recipe, as long as your preservative is specifically a cosmetic grade preservative. And also keep in mind, it should be both water and oil soluble, which you can find these hybrid preservatives just as easily as you can find the liquid Germall Plus. Just remember that if you do change any of your ingredients for your own preference, that you read the back of the bottle for the preservative, and you make sure you add that at a temperature that's below that flash point for that preservative, so that it maintains its integrity while it's working in your product. If you change your ingredients, there could be variations in the instructions. So make sure you take a peek at that, and make sure that you add that preservative when the product is cooled down. You don't want to cook it off to make it ineffective. In this particular recipe, once you've been mixing this for a full 5 minutes and you can feel that it's just warm to the touch, you're totally free to put your preservative in. Just make sure that you continue to mix and you get that incorporated in very well. If you just drop the preservative in and give it a little bit of a mix, it might not completely get through the entire product, and you want to make sure to protect your entire product. Now, I haven't packaged this so you could get a great look at the texture after this has been set out to cool for a few hours. You can see we have this nice thick sour cream texture, and this is going to blend into my skin very easily. It doesn't leave any grease behind. There's no residual leftover tacky sticky feeling on your skin. It just soaks right in, and I can smell that beautiful floral chamomile fragrance. Now, additionally, if you want to add a fragrance, you can, but just keep in mind that you may want it to blend nicely with the smell of the chamomile, because that's not going away if you want to use this chamomile tea recipe. You'll always have that sort of heavy residual fragrance in this lotion. Now also, what you see here is a terrific texture, but this is going to thicken up even more over the next 24 hours. In this episode, we'll be making Citrus and Hops, a beer soap for men. Now, this is, of course, the members version of this video, so when you're ready to make this at home, you can get the printable instructions and recipe at the link right below this video. Now, this is a very basic cold process soap recipe, and here what we're going to be featuring is how to incorporate beer into your recipe, and also it matches pretty well with colloidal oatmeal, so that'll be one of the features of this recipe, along with adding in a men's fragrance for it. So stay tuned and we'll put together everything that you need. For the lye water solution in this recipe, we're going to need 18.24 ounces of frozen beer. And then we'll be mixing that in with 6.88 ounces of lye, and in this case, sodium hydroxide. The oils for this recipe are 16.8 ounces of olive oil, 12 ounces of lard, 14.4 ounces of coconut oil, 2.4 ounces of avocado oil, 2.4 ounces of castor oil, and additionally, we'll be adding an ounce of colloidal oatmeal, an ounce, give or take, of whole oats, 1 full teaspoon of cocoa powder, 1/4 ounce of cedarwood essential oil, and 1/2 ounce of pink grapefruit essential oil. Now in this cold process recipe, we need to prepare the beer first. Now the day before we get ready to make this soap, I'm going to crack open this New England Pale Ale that's been left behind, and I'm going to pour this into a glass so that it'll become flat. Now I'm going to leave this for the day, and when I come back, I'm just going to place this into a pan and then simmer the beer just to make sure that the rest of it is completely flat. And you can just leave this on warm if you want to. You actually don't have to cook it. And we can remove the heat at any time you want, but typically you can clearly see when there's no carbonation in it. So again, we're not trying to cook this product. We just want to make sure that there's really no carbonation left in it. Frankly, adding carbonation to lye could potentially be very, very dangerous. It's not so much the alcohol, which some people believe that they want to burn off the alcohol before you put it into your soap. That's something we'll discuss later on in this video, just as an additional tip at the end. But it's not so much that we need to get rid of the alcohol, we do need to get rid of the carbonation. Now once my beer is completely flat, I'm going to pour it into these molds, and then I'm going to place this in the freezer overnight so that I have ice cubes out of my beer. When I come back the next morning, I'm ready to make my lye water solution. Now I'm going to need 18 ounces of iced beer, and I'll sprinkle the lye crystals over the top slowly until this is completely melted down. There's absolutely no rush, and the slower you can move this, the more you can control that temperature and keep it from burning. If this melts out of control and it starts moving too fast for you, it's going to burn, and then it's going to turn a quick dark brown, and it's going to smell horrible. You can absolutely identify what scorched beer smells like, so if you're a little bit confused about it, then you haven't burnt the beer at all. You're perfectly fine. You'll definitely know if this scorches. So you want this to stay a nice light amber, or relatively the color of the beer that you started with, and so just give this all the time that it needs to melt and be patient. Once your lye water solution has been prepared, then carefully pour it into your oils and then blend this down with your stick blender until it's completely emulsified. Now, making a beer soap may look a bit unusual, but this is actually a terrific ingredient for its phenols and its esters, and beer soaps are perceived to make your skin much softer. And if you combine this with ingredients that are known for soothing, like this colloidal oatmeal, then you'll end up with a really nice finished product that, in fact, people have been using this for hundreds of years. So this is not a new concept. It's a pretty well-known recipe, but it's something that may seem like novelty because it's not one of your more common things that you see on the store shelves. Now this formula is specifically going to be a men's recipe, so to get the combination that I want, we're going to add 1/4 ounce of cedarwood essential oil and 1/2 ounce of grapefruit essential oil. Now you can add a little bit more if you feel like you want to increase your essential oil. We're actually not using top usage here, but make sure that if you do decide to put more fragrance into your soap batter, that you do the proper research on making sure what those top usages of essential oils will be. For me, this is perfectly fine. As you're mixing up and emulsifying this batter, it actually may not be evident to you that that's enough essential oil in your soap because you actually might be smelling the beer. The fragrance of that beer smell is not going to transfer after the cure. You're only going to smell your essential oils. So if it's not something that you really like right at this moment, don't worry. Wait until the next steps and then you'll get the true result of it. Now, as we're crafting this design, you'll probably have guessed that this is just going to look like a pale ale, but with a bit of froth on the top. Now I'm going to split the batter into 3 parts, with 1 part being the greatest amount. And then I'm just going to add a bit of whole oats to this so it looks like the hops and grains are still floating in the brew. And I'm going to give this part a little bit of a caramel color by adding in a teaspoon of cocoa powder. Now we'll blend this down well, and then pour it right into the mold once we're ready. Now for the second part of the batter, and right here, this is going to be the froth that mixes in with the rest of the color. This is probably only about 6 ounces of soap that I have in here. I just want this to be swirled just a little bit into the darker part. So I'm going to color this just a bit less than half a teaspoon with the cocoa powder and blend this down. Now as I'm dropping it in, this is a very slow trace recipe. I'm going to give this a very light drop swirl, and I'm holding it just an inch or so above the mold. Not too high because I don't want that drop swirl to go too deep. So once this is poured, I'm going to add in a little bit of a twist swirl. You can use your spoon or whatever you're working with, and we're going to end up making this look like a swirling frost that's mixed in with the drink. Now for the last and final part of the soap, this also will have a 1/4 teaspoon of cocoa powder. We want it to be just about the same color, and I'll blend this down until it's a little bit thicker, and then just pour this along the top. This is our full froth. This won't be mixed with anything. So now all I have to do is, when this is thickened up enough, to sculpt the top and then to sprinkle a few oats along the top. And now all we have to do is wait 24 hours for this to set up. And after 24 hours, we can come back and ready to cut. And you can see how this looks like on the inside. So this is the final result of our Hops and Citrus Beer Soap for Men. And previously I had mentioned that you don't necessarily need to burn out all of the alcohol. And you'll find in some soap recipes I see on the internet that many people want to burn that alcohol down. They're trying to remove the alcohol from the beer as they're putting into their soap. And there's a practical reason for that, but it's not alcohol itself that is actually a problem in your soap. And also, you're not really removing alcohol when you boil it down as much as you might think. The FDA actually has a chart that will tell you how much alcohol is being removed, and even if you really work hard to boil that down, you're probably only getting it reduced to about 50% of the alcohol. So it's not the alcohol itself that you need to worry about, but what happens in soap making is that the alcohol is in fact a sugar, and sugars tend to heat up and get really hot when they're going through the gel phase, and especially in your cold process soap, and it can either really morph the design, or you can end up with that unexpected exploded volcano after you've have everything perfect and you set it aside for 24 hours. So what you want to do is just be aware that there is additional sugar content in this recipe, and you want to set it either in a cold environment, or you could even pop it in your fridge if you want to, but you just want to discourage this from gelling so that it doesn't overheat. That's not to say you can't gel it. If you have a little more experience, you can work with gelling it, but you just want to make sure that you stay close and keep an eye on it so that it doesn't explode on you. So if you feel confident in gelling this particular recipe, go ahead and try it. It could damage it, but if you stay close to it and you know what you're doing, you might be able to successfully gel it. But the whole reason that many soapers want to remove the alcohol, for some reason it's been translated that you're trying to actually get the alcohol itself out of the recipe, and that's not necessary. What we're doing is we're controlling the sugar so that you don't have those unexpected chemical reactions that happen while the soap is setting up. So that's the reason behind that. And just remember, if you have any questions or comments about this recipe, follow the link below the link to the printable instructions, and you can join us over in the forum, and the link on this page will take you directly to the thread regarding this recipe, so you can post over there if you want to add any additional comments, or if you need some troubleshooting working through the project that you're working on. In this video, we'll be making our coconut milk and hemp seed oil liquid soap crafted to be a fine, natural shampoo. We'll be using the following 12 ingredients for this recipe, with an emphasis on hemp oil as the cardinal ingredient for the liquid soap, and we'll be adding a little bit of a luxury of coconut milk. Now you'll need the following ingredients: hemp seed oil, castor oil, lanolin wax, olive oil, coconut oil, distilled water, coconut milk, lye, and in this case we're using potassium hydroxide, glycerin, your fragrance, and in our recipe today we're using cool coconut fragrance oil, stearic acid, and the preservative we'll use will be Optifin. We'll get this project started by adding 3.2 ounces of potassium hydroxide flakes into 5.6 ounces of cold distilled water. Now make sure this is completely dissolved, and then we'll set this aside until we're ready to use it. Now this is a fairly simple liquid soap base. Here we're going to melt down all the oils and waxes into the crock pot. The following, we have 6.2 ounces of hemp seed oil, 6 ounces of olive oil, 1.6 ounces of castor oil, 0.4 ounces of lanolin wax, and then 1.6 ounces of coconut oil. And we'll get these hard and soft oils all blended down together and ready for the next step. Once everything's melted, I'm going to add in the lye water solution that we made a little while ago. Now you don't need to wait for the lye water to cool to room temperature because the oils are much warmer than that. But you do want to try to make sure that the lye water and the oils are just about within 20 degrees of each other, and this will keep the recipe nice and calm. So blend this down until it's completely emulsified. And we're going to let this cook through all the hot process stages until it's completely gelled and it turns into a nice glassy paste. So take all the time you need mixing this together. There's no rush at this point. Something you'll notice in our liquid shampoo base here is that this is much less soap batter than if we were making a regular 3-pound recipe of hot process soap. So this is going to cook down into a thick, heavy paste that will need to be diluted. So there's going to be plenty more water added later on in the process. So we don't want to put in too much soap into the crock pot because then we'll end up not being able to dilute it down. So we'll just let this sit and we'll come back to it in about 30 minutes. Since we don't have as much soap in this crock pot, keep in mind it may cook faster for you, so you'll want to check it more frequently, and you also may notice that it moves into a gel phase quicker. Here, after 30 minutes, we're already well into the second stage where the soap is full of fluffy air pockets and it'll need to be stirred back together. So once we're finished with that, we'll cook this for another hour. After about an hour, you can see that the gel phase has set in. This looks about 90% of the way there, and this is starting to turn into a nice tough paste. It almost has a rubber cement texture when the paste is fully cooked. And just like with any of your liquid soap recipes, to get an idea if it's finished cooking, you can give it a clarity test. So let's just give this a few more minutes and we'll come back for that in a bit. And while we wait, we'll prepare the solution that will dilute the soap into a liquid shampoo. Here I'm adding 3 ounces of glycerin and 2 ounces of coconut milk into 12 ounces of distilled water. Now this coconut milk was thick with guar, and I don't usually worry about which brand or how thick the milk is. When you open the can, just mix it well together and measure out 2 ounces. It may be thin milk, it may be heavy. Today mine was a heavy cream texture, but this will all thin out as the shampoo cooks. Now let's pop back over and try the clarity test now. I have a few ounces of distilled water here, and I'm going to just take a bit of soap paste on the end of my spoon and dissolve this down into the water. If the water turns milky white, then our soap has not finished cooking yet. But if it stays clear, then we know we're ready to move on to the next step. Now this doesn't look too bad, but it turns out to be a little bit cloudy, so I'm just going to let this soap cook for another 15 minutes. Then we'll try this test again. On the second test, we're almost there. I've dissolved even more soap into the water, and you can see through the bottom. It's a little better, but here there's still no rush, so we can take our time moving through the next steps. Once I'm satisfied that this paste has fully gelled, it's time to turn the crock pot onto warm. Not just low, but warm. We don't want to cook this anymore. And then we'll add the glycerin and milk solution and start to break this paste down. Now, right here, this isn't enough water to get the soap into a stable liquid, but right now we're just going to gently break this down using a spoon and the warm water to loosen the paste. Now you can take all the time that you need doing this. You can just break it up and come back to it later, or you can work it down in one session. It's entirely up to you. What I like to do is break it down slowly because then I can keep everything under control in a gentle fashion. Now, if you do choose to let this sit, one tip is to cover the top with saran wrap before placing the lid over the top. This will prevent the water from evaporating while the crock pot sits on warm over the next few hours. I'm going to let the paste dilute and then come back to see where the texture is. After a few hours, it doesn't seem that much has happened. The water that's in the crock pot is only going to dilute so much of the paste. So as the soap settles, the paste won't continue to break down if there isn't enough water to do the job. So to get this ratio just perfect, we're going to add water 12 ounces at a time and then dilute that as far as it will go, and then repeat this if needed, and then we'll continue to do this until we have a perfectly smooth golden liquid. Once I've spent some time gently breaking this up, I'm going to put the cover back on the top and then let the warm water do the rest of the work. Now when I come back, you can see how this transformation is moving along. After another hour, our liquid soap is almost dissolved, but you can see a thick, rubbery skin floating on the surface. Now this is all perfectly gelled soap paste, and this is the last of what needs to be diluted. So I'm going to break this up a little bit, but the only thing that'll get this into a liquid is to continue to add another 12 ounces of water and then let it dilute some more. Now you can see when I return a little while later, the liquid is a clean golden soap. No more skin and no more soap paste floating on the top. This is completely diluted, and overall we ended up using 42 ounces of water in the total recipe. Now we can add our final ingredients, and here I'll add in the preservative. In this case we're using a ½ ounce of Optifin, and then we'll add the fragrance. And then once we've got this in, we'll blend this down with the stick blender to make sure that it's completely incorporated. Remember, here our soap is not too hot. We've just got it set on warm, but to protect your preservative and your fragrance, we're adding it into the very final stage of the soap process. Now, if you were to walk away from this right now and leave it on warm, the water in here will begin to evaporate a little bit and you'll start to see that skin gel over again. Now, if this happens to you, what you'll do is you'll need to add a little bit more water and then just let it continue to dilute again. The exact amount of water will end up varying a little bit, and in some batches you can get a little bit extra while others will always be exact. If you want this to turn out exact every time, then I recommend moving along with the recipe as it's diluting, and don't leave it sitting in the crock pot for long hours or even overnight. Now, if you're making this for personal use, it's not going to affect the quality of your soap if that's the way you want to make it. If you just want to take your time and let it gently just dilute away on its own. This is just a little extra tip if you just want to make sure that the measurements come out the same every time. You can control that measurement by gently controlling the rate of evaporation and making sure that you keep your evaporation to a minimum. And the very final ingredient that we're adding is a tablespoon of melted stearic acid. Once this soap cools and it's in the bottle, it certainly is a liquid. The stearic acid will thicken it just a little and give you that shampoo texture so that it won't pour out of the bottle too quickly when you tip it over. Now all we have left to do is pour and label our shampoo. Now this recipe that we've made today will give you 4 bottles that weigh 14 ounces apiece. The bottles I'm using here are called Boston bottles, and they usually are sold as 12-ounce bottles, but my shampoo measures out at 14 ounces when I fill the bottle. You can fill your product to the size or weight of your liking, but make sure your bottles are sanitized. You can do this by soaking them in warm soapy water along with the caps, and then just make sure that they're completely dry before you go and package your product. Or you can also spritz them down in rubbing alcohol. Make sure you get the lips and the insides of the caps as well. Now, if you want a label for your bottle, you can use the 3 by 5 inch labels. These fit nicely, and I do recommend using a waterproof label because these bottles will go in the shower, and if you don't use the waterproof labels, they'll only last a few seconds before the ink washes away. So even if you have your labels professionally printed, you still will want to have these on waterproof paper. And so this concludes the hemp seed oil and coconut milk shampoo from the Thermal Mermaid tutorial. And don't forget to check out the matching conditioner for this product, which you can find at the link just below the video. In this video, we're using the fragrance oil Coconut Woods to make a men's bar. Now this isn't just a standard traditional cold process bar, but we're going to be using activated charcoal, so it'll be more of a spa bar. To start off, we'll gently add our lye crystals into the cold distilled water and create our lye solution. Once we finish dissolving the crystals, we're going to set this aside to cool at room temperature. It's important that when we blend our oils and our lye crystals together, that they're close in temperature. For this recipe, we're using a 5 oil combination. We'll use rice bran, coconut oil, canola, shea butter, and castor oil. The design for this bar will be half white and half black marble swirl. So in order to keep the white white, we're using all very light colored oils for this project. You'll notice that everything has a very, very clear texture and color to it except for the rice bran. Rice bran is only a little bit yellowish, and even so, it works well when you're trying to get your nice bright whites with the titanium dioxide. Now the recipe that we're making today is 3 pounds of oils in order to make our loaf. The 5-oil blend is combined in order to account for conditioning and cleansing and moisturizing qualities. So the oils aren't just randomly poured together until we equal 3 oils. In fact, we go over to our soaper's calculator and then we adjust these oils to make sure that we get the proper amounts so that the qualities blend together to make a nice bar of soap. Now we'll set this aside next to our lye water solution and we'll pre-prepare our additional ingredients so that they're ready to be added into the blend after we've created our soap batter. Here, we're going to measure out our activated charcoal, and then in the red cup, we're going to measure out our titanium dioxide. Now you'll notice that we're blending our titanium dioxide with distilled cold water, and we'll blend this into a nice smooth paste before we add it into our soap batter. That way we've broken up all the little granules and made it as fine and smooth as we possibly can, so that you don't have little white specks that would mess up the marbled effect of the white and black contrast. Now we can make our soap batter by gently pouring the lye solution into the combination of oils once they've both reached room temperature. Notice that when I softened the shea butter, I didn't melt it completely. That's because as this is mixing and emulsifying, the shea butter will be the last oil that blends in to saponify with the lye, and that means that the shea butter will end up being our super fat, so some of that will end up floating in the bar and will create a moisturizing effect in the bar. You'll have to blend this well with a stick blender in order to get it to emulsify and completely bond. This particular recipe doesn't trace very quickly, so you're going to blend this for just a few full solid minutes before you start to see it thicken up. You want to make sure that we get the shea butter completely blended and broken up into the batter. Now we'll add our titanium dioxide and we'll color this a nice lighter shade of white. Now it's time to add our fragrance oil. And so we've chosen Coconut Woods from Crafter's Choice, which is an excellent, dark, clean men's scent. This has 2.6% vanilla in it, and so you'll immediately see that it colors a little bit yellow tinge to the soap batter, and we've also added an equal amount of vanilla stabilizer. Now that will prevent the soap from turning brown or tinging while it's going through the curing process, but it doesn't stop the batter from turning yellow from the actual fragrance oil color itself. So you'll see that we're now getting kind of a vanilla tint that's happened in our soap batter. Now I'm fine with this. This is going to still look very nice in contrast to the black, but if you really needed a popping white color, then you want to steer away from fragrance oils that have vanilla in them so that your titanium dioxide will work best. Now if I really wanted this to get a little bit whiter, I could add more titanium dioxide, but once you start adding too much titanium dioxide, you'll risk your soap cracking, or you'll have some other effects that might be undesirable in your soap. So we do want to keep our measurements moderate while we're trying to work with our proportions. After splitting the batter into 2 equal parts, we're going to add the activated charcoal in its powdered form directly into 1/2 of the batter. You'll see here that the dust is light and fluffy, and like many of the other products that we pulverize into dust, you don't necessarily want to breathe this in, and charcoal in fact is not something you want to breathe into your lungs. Just take a look at how it fluffs into the air on contact with my stick blender. Now this is activated charcoal, and it's specifically made for cosmetic use. These are not your grilling charcoals that you would get for the 4th of July and then pulverize them down to add to your soap. The charcoal we're using here has been processed at a very high temperature, and it comes from the ashes of coconut shells. Charcoal is great in a spa bar because it's known for drawing out toxins and impurities, and in the past has actually been used as a medicinal component where you could consume the pieces of charcoal or put it into a medicine, and it was known to withdraw toxins from a person's body. Of course, we're not going to eat this. And unless any of your products specifically state food grade, I wouldn't recommend you try that with any of your cosmetic additives. Now with this bar, we want a marbled effect with an in the pot swirl method. So we'll bring in a third bowl, and as you can see, I'll pour a little bit of the white batter at the bottom of the bowl. Very gently, I'll slowly alternate pouring down the side of the bowl and allow for this to layer on top of each other so that I can create a marbled texture look. Now, I'm doing this pretty carefully, but I am also allowing for it to spill over and kind of get into the batter. I don't want perfect zebra stripes or anything that's going to be too patterned. I want it to take on a little bit of a life of its own. If you pour very slowly, you will get a more controlled look. And if you pour quickly, you'll get more of a marbled look, and you will end up with a little bit more of the gray that'll mix in with the black and white contrast. So however you want this to turn out, it's really up to you. But we'll keep alternating these layers until we're completely finished pouring our batter. Now that we've finished layering the batter, we're going to pour it into our mold. Oh, this is where our camera stops, but that's okay. You've already seen the best part. Just pour this directly into the mold and let it set up for 24 hours. After 24 hours, you'll get your hard loaf and it will be ready to cut. The final result is this beautiful marbled pattern. Now you can set these aside to cure, and they'll be ready to use in 4 to 6 weeks. In this video, we're going to make a base cold process cream soap recipe with glycerin. Now this is the members version of this video, so when you're ready to make this, you can print the recipe and the directions right at the link below the video. You can also compare this recipe to a similar one that you can find in the directory that does not use glycerin so that you can see the changes in properties with or without glycerin added into the cream soap. The recipe, as it's written here, is made to fit into a standard size KitchenAid mixer, so this will make just under about 5 pounds of soap before the cure. But the number of units that you can get will depend on the volume that you create when you whip the soap, so for you that could vary based on how your creation goes. A cream soap is a dual lye soap, And in this combination, we're using 75% potassium hydroxide and 25% sodium hydroxide. Now here, I'm going to carefully add in 153.55 grams of potassium hydroxide and 34.45 grams of sodium hydroxide. And we're going to carefully combine that into 360 grams of cold distilled water. Now you may find it helpful to use this recipe in grams because we're using smaller amounts of the hydroxides, but this will both be written out in ounces or grams depending on your preference. Now go ahead and mix this down until the hydroxides are completely dissolved and set this aside. The oils in this recipe are primarily hard oils, and that's going to help keep the texture stable. Many cream soap recipes will have as much as 50% stearic acid in the entire weight of the oils, but this recipe has much less overall because the oils shown here are already high in stearic acid. The oil combination is as follows: 360 grams or 11.52 ounces of stearic acid, 264 grams or 8.44 ounces of palm shortening, 240 grams or 7.68 ounces of olive oil, 216 grams or 6.92 ounces of coconut oil, and 120 grams or 3.84 ounces of mango butter. The stearic acid has a much higher melting point than the other oils, so the easiest way to get the butters and oils melted and blended together is to do this all at once over a double boiler. Now, you can microwave this in short bursts, but that will take away some of your control over the heat being added, and we'll talk more about that in a minute. But to get the smoothest oil blend, just cut up these hard oils into small chunks, and then give everything a good mix and set this into a lightly simmering bath where you can keep an eye on it as it's melting down. Now, I prefer to melt this recipe as slowly as possible over low heat. And I'll get these comments all the time asking if you can microwave at this point. And the answer is yes, you can melt this all together in the microwave if you want to. And when I say that, there are always a few people who immediately grab their chest and they fall over, and they'll give me a billion different reasons as to why you can absolutely not do that. And those reasons will range from bad spiritual energy to your microwave turning everything into a carcinogen. And it seems a bit extreme. I have no idea if that's the true answer, but generally speaking, it is better to melt everything over low heat. So let me tell you why. Overall, you're going to get a better quality product if you melt slowly over heat than if you were to use the microwave. And to the best of my experience, the quality comes in the heat control as you're standing over it. Typically, when you're melting hard butters, you want to do this as slowly as possible, because when they start to recool, there's going to be some reorganizing in the crystals when things turn from liquid to a solid. And if these changes happen too fast, the crystals, they can get big and clump together, and sometimes you'll notice this granule texture in your butters. This is a common question that a lot of people ask specifically with shea butter, but it can happen in all these hard oils, and a lot of times what you'll feel is like a sugar texture in the butters as you're rubbing it on your skin, whether or not it's in your soaps or your lotions. It can happen in both of these. And the way you keep that from happening is by keeping the temperature change as slow as possible. Now, once the oil is melted, I'll remove it and prepare the super cream, which will be added into the recipe later. This is 1 ounce of stearic acid and 2 ounces of glycerin, and I'm just going to melt this down, and then we'll blend this while it's at the same temperature and set this aside, and you'll see me add it into the recipe in a little while after we've gotten everything mixed. So now it's time to add the lye water solution into the oils, and what you're about to see will look something like a curdling effect that you don't see exactly happen in the same way in your normal cold process soap. Now this is just the stearic acid that's trying to re-solidify as you're pouring in the lye water solution. Now typically these are not going to be exactly at the same temperature, so you'll see a bit of a reaction here, but we've already melted those oils down together, and that is really going to help keep that stearic acid stable at a liquid temperature. So again, what you're seeing here in this curdling effect is a physical reaction to temperature change. That's not the chemical reaction that's happening during the saponification. A nice working temperature for this recipe is about 200 degrees. And don't worry about that being too hot for a cold process recipe. The soap here is not going to seize up because it's not going to harden like a bar of soap would, because of the potassium hydroxide. Now at this point, the goal is to blend this down to keep it from separating. You can expect to blend anywhere from 6 to 10 minutes until this curdled look turns into something that looks more like a smooth pudding and everything's completely blended down. Now once you start to see this taking form, we're going to add 12 ounces of glycerin that you see up there at the top right hand side of the screen directly into the recipe. Now you don't have to add it all at once. You can pour it in parts and keep blending as you're going along, but we want to introduce the glycerin into the recipe at this point. And so at this point, if you want to add your fragrance, you can add that in here. Now keep in mind, if you're adding in if you're making a master batch, or if you want to break this up into different products, you might want to add in your fragrance later on if you want to spread this out, because you can color and fragrance these differently all from one batch of soap. And also at this point, you want to add in your preservative. Now for cream soaps, I prefer liquid Germol Plus. And you want the preservative to be no more than 0.5% of the entire weight of the recipe. So that's 1/2 of 1% of the entire weight of the recipe. So for this recipe as it's written, we want no more than 0.35 ounces of preservative. That's not a lot. That's going to turn out to be about 10 or 11 grams of preservative. So we'll add that in at this point, and it is necessary for this particular recipe because remember, some of the water is going to stay in its liquid form, just like your lotions, your liquid soaps, and your cream soaps. If you want this to stay and have a shelf life for over a year, then you do need to add a preservative to it. Now before we step away, we're going to add in the super cream stage. In cream soaps, we add in a combination of stearic acid and glycerin after everything's all been combined for something that's called a super cream. And this is just going to add to the enriched texture of the cream soap when we go to whip it. Now previously you saw me melt down 2 ounces of glycerin and 1 ounce of stearic acid over that low heat in the simmering water, and I had that set aside and mixed, ready to be added for the super cream stage. Now from start to finish, we've been mixing now for about 10 minutes. And so right here, I'm just going to stop and give you an up-close look of the texture of exactly what you should expect once everything is blended down together. You can see there's no separation at this point, and the glycerin has given us a nice thick pudding texture. Now, from here on out, I'm just going to cover this and let this settle. We are going to whip this in just a few moments, but I want this to just be able to settle for a moment, and that way I can watch to make sure there's not going to be any separation happening before I put it into my kitchen stand. So here I just put a cover on top of it, and we're going to walk away for about an hour and come back in just a little bit. An hour later, the soap is still soft and fluffy, and we're going to whip it here for more volume. Here you can get an up-close look at what it looks like before it's transferred into the mixer to be whipped. Now it's best to start off with about half the batch to make sure that it won't whip up to be too much for the stand mixer, but pretty much this entire recipe is going to fit into the mixer. Just start off a little bit slow. Now you might notice that I'm going to change this back and forth between high and low speeds, and notice here that I'm using that large bread beater. I find that one easier to work with compared to the whisk where I have to keep scraping the soap out from between the sides. The whole goal here is just to keep folding air into the soap to get it nice and fluffy. We're not mixing any longer. This is not going to separate on us. So we're just incorporating the air to create fluff in the volume of the product. So at this point you kind of have to use your own judgment on which speed to use and how that works best for the product that you put into the mixer at the stage that you put it in there. Now after about 5 minutes you can start to see the texture change that's happened in this whipped soap. And I'm only removing part of this because I'm going to give it a dual color. We're going to color 1/2 of it pink, and then the other half will stay the same color that you see, so we can create a parfait look when I put it into the packaging. Now remember, this is a base recipe, so other things that you can start to incorporate into this recipe as you're making it your own would include things like lather boosters, like sugars or sodium lactate. You can add these things in, maybe a little bit of salt, something that would make it more of a unique product as you go along. By adding in the glycerin, We've created this product to sort of bring down those bubbles. This is going to be a nice, slick, creamy type of a soap. If you were going in the direction of, say, a shaving cream, or you're starting to make shaving creams, you could use this as a nice base recipe to start. If you wanted to omit the glycerin and use the other recipe, you'll get more light fluffy bubbles and you'll get more of a foaming soap out of it without using so much glycerin in it. So at this point, as you're working with this recipe, you can start to tweak it a little bit to get a different texture change as you go along. But really, this nice bright white whipped soap that you very often see in more of the detergent typed whipped soaps, the way we got that really was that palm shortening. It's high in stearic acid. It's going to give you that whipped quality that you want. It's going to give you a nice light white base, and it's going to be stable. So once this whips up and you've packaged it for a little while, then it's not going to deflate like some of the other recipes might. So that's another reason why this base recipe is really good. Now I'm going to package these in jars that I've already prepared so you can see what the finished product looks like. This soap still does need 4 to 6 weeks to cure like all the other cold process recipes, so this is not ready to use. But if you want to, you can go ahead and let it cure in its packaging. Now the only reason that you wouldn't would be if you think that your end product might separate over the next few weeks and you want to protect it and you want to mix it up again before you go ahead and put it into the packaging. But I can already tell you right now that with what I'm looking at, this is not going to separate. Now this is going to look exactly the same way I put it into the jar, except it'll be a bit more glassy when you open it up and when you go to scoop it out. Now typically when I'm making these without filming a video, I will put them in these containers and tightly seal them with a lid and set them aside in a nice cool, preferably a dark area. I actually tend to use my refrigerator a lot for storing and curing soap because it's out of the way, it doesn't have dust settle on it, it's nice and secure, no bacterial growth, all that. Obviously your refrigerator might not be ideal, but it's just another place that this will last very well. But most importantly, you want to keep it out of extreme temperatures. You don't want this to be in anything that's too hot of an environment, because that's the one thing that might affect the volume of your product. Aside from that, this is what it's going to look like in 6 weeks, and you will have a beautiful cream soap. Now again, compare this one with the exact same recipe that does not have the glycerin added, and you'll get a slightly different texture and a slightly different product. Welcome to the members version of the Cucumber, Aloe, and Clay Mud Mask. This is a specialty mask that we'll be making in this tutorial, and then just remember that when you're ready to try this at home or keep it in your records, scroll down below this video and you can click the link that will allow for you to print out the recipe and the step-by-step instructions. Melasma is a relatively harmless skin condition that is due to the effect of hyperpigmentation. This can happen naturally through an autoimmune, or it can happen from sun damage or age or any number of reactions. Remember, this is not medicine or any kind of medicinal advice, so if you do have a skin condition, then you do need to make sure you consult with a doctor. This is a beauty product, and so we're just working with the herbs that are known to alleviate and reduce the effects of melasma naturally. Getting right into this recipe, you'll need 23.5 ounces of aloe juice, anywhere from 8 to 16 ounces of white kaolin clay, an ounce of aloe vera powder, an ounce of licorice root powder, half an ounce of water-soluble PF, otherwise known as liquid germol if you're buying it from other sources, 2 tablespoons of honey, 1 tablespoon of turmeric, and 1 tablespoon of cucumber powder. The texture that you see here uses the full amount of clay. So in this recipe, I've used the 16-ounce proportion for the recipe. And if you use less clay, you'll get more of a liquid slurry. And then you might like that texture, but consider this when you're making your packaging. You want to make sure everything will stay inside the packaging if it's more of a liquid constitution. Now, one note with this recipe is you might expect a solid product to become hard the day after it's made, or if you put it into your refrigerator, or if it's been set for a while. Sometimes you'll notice that the sugar scrubs will solidify and then you have to dig them out of the jars. Your mask will take on the texture that you see here as soon as it's made, and then it will remain in this texture for as long as it's being used. So this is not something that hardens up over time. It stays just like you see in the demonstration right here. Make sure everything is sanitized just like you would with a lotion product, and warm the aloe juice in a double boiler or a glass bowl, and then add in the powdered herbs. Now you can use liquid extracts if you want to for any of these powders, and those are sometimes more expensive, so you may not want to go that route, but if you do, I would do that with the aloe at room temperature. I wouldn't want the heat to break down any of the liquid qualities, but for the powdered herbs, I want these to be as dissolved as much as possible. And also with lotions, you may often steep the organic particles out, but here, all of the organic pieces stay in the mask, so withholding a preservative is not an option. Now, once these powders are melted and blended, we'll turn down the heat so that this can begin to cool. So as this is cooling, let's talk about what we're putting in here. First, one of our cardinal ingredients is the aloe juice and of course the aloe powder. Aloe is known as the world's most common medicine, and you may already know it for its usage for small burns and soothing properties. Well, this is perfect if you've spent the day outside and you need to soothe the sting of the redness from the sun. Now, most of you already know what aloe does, so we'll move on to the other herbs. Turmeric is in the ginger family, and this is a well-known anti-inflammatory, so it will soothe the surface of your skin and calm it from redness. And you do want to be careful not to add too much into your topical skin products because it also stains, and you'll turn your face yellow if you were just going to make a paste out of this alone, although some people do, and then wash it off over time. Now this also has antibacterial properties. So turmeric can soothe acne spots by killing off any irritating germs on the surface of your skin that are bothering any of the breaks in the skin. Now, turmeric is known to reduce discoloration, and this has been well studied, and you'll find it in Neutrogena serums like their product called Bright Boost. This is not only for sun damage, but also patchy dark spots due to cellular melasma. So let's next talk about the cucumber powder. Studies have shown in the African Journal of Biotechnology that cucumber powder can reverse suntans and rejuvenate your skin to its natural tone by inhibiting tyrosinase, which is an enzyme responsible for the production of melanin. So this extract will help in evening out any patches that are overproducing melanin from your natural skin tone. Cucumber extract is full of antioxidants, and that is also nourishing, and it'll help protect your skin at the same time. Next, we have licorice root extract. Now, licorice root extract contains glabridin, which is also a tyrosinase inhibitor, like turmeric, and licorice root extract also contains lycochalcone. Now that regulates the production of oil in your skin, and this makes the licorice root extract a safe choice for those of you who might be acne prone or have those types of skin types. Now, you will find licorice root extract as the active ingredient in all sorts of over-the-counter products and even in prescription products that advertise skin lightening and sun damage reversal. So this is no secret that it really does work. There are plenty of studies. By the way, some of the studies that I've mentioned, I will add into the links below if you'd like to go research those for yourselves. But licorice root extract, and when you put these concoctions together, don't expect this to be a one-time application kind of a thing. This is something that gradually happens over time as you're lightening and controlling the cellular production. Here, I'm adding 1% of the total weight of the product into the liquid after it's cooled. Don't put it in while it's hot so that you don't compromise the strength of the preservative, and make sure to add the preservative before you add the clay. If you put the preservative in at the end, the clay will end up just soaking it up, and it will leave all of these ingredients unprotected. Now here I'm using a water-soluble preservative. Your most common choices from the soap suppliers are a handful of preservatives that are either water-soluble or oil/emulsification soluble for lotions and creams. There's no oil in this product, so you want to choose a water-soluble preservative. Now, clay mud masks are probably the toughest to keep sanitary. I mean, if you really look at it, this is just dirt and roots that have all been ground up. So basically, you've just included an entire garden into a beauty product, and things want to grow naturally in a garden. So make sure that you test your preservatives, and at the end of this video I will give you a few more tips in making sure your product stays sanitary. Let's add the honey. If you want a rich, moist mask, add more honey. If you want this mask to dry before you wash it off, add less honey. Now this is a moisturizer and it's a humectant, so it holds water, and this is going to control what I think of as the moist fluffiness of the mask. Now finally, I'm going to fold the clay into this recipe gently just to keep from making a mess, and mix this down until I have a soft mud. Then I'm going to fill this mud mask into these 8-ounce jars, which have already been sterilized with warm soap and water and then rubbing alcohol. And I'll just mention they've been left to dry, and that will prevent further moisture from contaminating potentially. So you see here that I'm using these 8-ounce jars. And frankly, I might not go through an entire 8-ounce jar of product within a 3-month period. So another little tip about making your product safe for your consumer might be to only package the amount of product that a person would reasonably use in about a 3-month period. Now there are other preservatives on the market that are stronger that you can use. There is sort of this consumer effect of staying away from parabens, but frankly, parabens have been proven safe and they're used ubiquitously in all of your over-the-counter commercial products. One of the things that you'll notice in a lot of my facial creams and facial applications is I actually have a stronger aversion to fragrances than I do to any of the preservatives, because fragrances are known for creating a sensitivity over time that people can have an actual skin reaction to. So if something has lavender fragrance in it, if something has, even the essential oils are not necessarily more holistic than some of your fragrance oils. Now mostly people enjoy their fragrances in their facial products and their creams, especially light fragrances like rose. It really will take down that earthy organic smell of this face mask, because this face mask does smell like licorice root and cucumber powder and aloe and turmeric. It smells like all of those things. It's a very, very pleasant organic smell. But adding in additional ingredients that could cause sensitivities that are known might not be something that you want to do in a product that you put on your face. That having been said, Germall Plus, Phenonip, and all of the common preservatives that you see when you're coming across the names in your soap supply companies, they're not the strongest ones out there. And this is something that may need a stronger preservative. So you can do, with a little bit of research, you can find stronger preservatives if you want this product to last the full 12 to 18 months. Or, as you see here, I am loading this up into a smaller container. Now, another way that you can actually add to the shelf life of your product is to not add the liquid product to it and keep this in a powdered form. Now, you'll have to add instructions along with your product to let people know that they need to dissolve it, 2 parts liquid to 1 part powder, and they can create their mask from there. And that way you can put this on the shelf and it will last the full 18 months as long as it's not exposed to moisture. And this is just another alternative way to package your product. Now, I prefer the mud way because you know that we've already simmered this down and we've dissolved those particles. So you really get this very, very well blended formula in the mud mask. But the powdered version is perfectly fine. And also, you do see this packaged on the store shelves when you go to the cosmetic store, when you go to the pharmacy. There are powdered forms of face masks, and those are all fine too. So these are some other alternative solutions where you can either experiment with your preservatives, or you can omit the preservatives entirely if you really want to in your product. Just make sure that whatever you do to tweak your product and make this your own, that you do test your product, because of everything that we make out there in the world of DIY, this is the one that will be a little bit tricky for you. In this video, we're making the hot process Emerald and Aloe, and this is one of our jeweled soaps. Now let's first melt down our oil base. The base of this bar is going to be white, so the combination of the oils are as followed: 14.4 ounces of palm shortening or palm oil, these are both interchangeable, 14.4 ounces of lard, 12 ounces of coconut oil, 4.8 ounces of shea butter, and 2.4 ounces of castor oil. Now everything is going to be melted down except 1 to 2 ounces of the shea butter, which we're going to leave off to the side, and we'll add that in just a bit later. So we'll get everything in the pot and have this crock pot set on low, just enough heat to get these oils melted together. Now, as the oils are melting, I've gone and made the Lye Water Solution, and this is 18.24 ounces of cold distilled water and 6.92 ounces of sodium hydroxide lye crystals. Now, I've carefully dissolved the crystals into the cold water, and when the Lye Water Solution is in within 20 degrees of the melted oils, it's time to combine these two parts. Now I've carefully poured the lye solution into the melted oils, and now we'll blend this down for several minutes until the oils and the water become completely emulsified and begin to look like a thick, rich pudding. Once we're done with this, we'll set the crock pot on high and then allow this to slow cook for 20 to 30 minutes. When I come back, I'm going to give this a mix and make sure that it's nice and loose. If your soap batter has become thick and stiff and it looks like a block of cheese, then you don't have a high enough heat in your crock pot, and it should look like this as you see here. Now once this is mixed in, you've seen that I've just added in the leftover piece of shea butter. Now this is part of the whole recipe, but I've calculated for there to be 5% extra oil, or a 5% super fat in this bar, and this will ensure that the oils left floating in my bar are the more expensive luxury oils. At this point, there isn't much to do but let the soap cook until it's completely gelled. Now this can vary depending on how hot your crock pot gets, so no two batches are ever exactly the same. The important part is to keep checking on it to make sure the soap doesn't expand out of the pot. If it looks like it's getting close to the top, just stir it down until it settles, and then turn the heat on to a lower setting if you have to. You want to make sure that you periodically check on it to make sure that it's not cooking unevenly, drying out at the top, or separating. In any of these cases, you just mix it thoroughly and leave it to cook until it gets a nice glossy sheen across the top. Here, I'm in the middle phase of the cook process, and this soap is still nice and loose, which is what I want. Now I've been cooking for just over an hour, and we're going to start getting the additives prepared to be worked into the recipe, so let's take a look at what we need. In this bowl, I have 1 ounce of French green clay with a 1/4 teaspoon of sea green mica, along with 1 teaspoon of dried aloe powder. The French green clay already has a green tint to it, but it's earthy and neutral, so the sea green mica is going to give it just a bit of color. This is going to be mixed into just 1 pound of soap, so a 1/4 teaspoon will be enough just to brighten up the clay. Here is our dried aloe powder. Now the green one is the one that I made last summer, which I prefer because I think it's prettier. The brown aloe is professionally processed. Now remember, aloe is a thick gel material, so you don't need too much in your recipe. That dry dust is really going to expand when it's rehydrated, and you can use either one of those. Next, we have some white kaolin clay, and then we have a series of colors for our pencil lines. Activated charcoal, then we have 24 karat gold mica, and then I have Nutone sea green powder, which is a green chromium. Now this is really going to give me that emerald color that I want to go nicely against that French green clay. And then finally, I'm just going to take a 1/4 teaspoon of the Nutone sea green powder and dust it into 1 ounce of sea salt. Then we're going to use this to decorate the top of the bar to make them look crusted. After about 40 minutes, we've returned and we've just hit that 3rd stage of cooked process. Up close, you can see that we've got that glassy Vaseline texture. Now I'm going to turn the heat off here because the trickiest part of hot process is incorporating your ingredients before you lose too much water so that you can't get everything mixed in before it becomes too dry to design. And nothing will thicken your hot process like an ounce of clay. So here's when I want to start cooling it all down. So in the next few minutes, I'm going to separate this out into 3 parts and color each part as follows. One part gets 3/4 of an ounce of white clay. The second part gets that bowl of French green clay that had been colored with the light sea green mica and the aloe powder. And the third part gets a full teaspoon of the Nutone sea green mica. Now these all need to be mixed well, and during this process, you need to be aware of how fast this is beginning to dry. It takes just a minute to get that clay completely incorporated in there, so you need to be paying attention to just how thick your soap is becoming. The texture should look right about what you see here because you want to keep working with it while you're laying your design into the mold. Now once these are mixed well, I'm going to pour a 1/2 ounce of my fragrance oil into each part. Now it's fine if you added this before you separated the soap batter, but I just did it this way to just give it more time and more heat disbursement as I was mixing so the temperature could come down so that fragrance will stick better. Now, to lay this design in the mold, I want the final cut to look like a piece of raw emerald. The colors are set, and now I want to get them arranged. So first I'm going to spoon a row of white soap into the bottom of the mold, and after that I'll carefully dust a pencil line of activated charcoal over the top of the first row. Now the 3 colors that I'm working with are black activated charcoal, gold, white, and green. The pencil lines are going to be made to look like veins stretching out of the jeweled part of the soap, so you want to dust a contrasting color against the soap that you just put into the mold. The green and black looks nice over the white soap, while the gold or white looks nice between the green shades. Now once you get the hang of this, just continue to spoon the soap in alternating shades, and be sure to stack it in an uneven way so that it doesn't end up just looking like you put layers down. And also, be careful not to disrupt the pencil lines and refrain from trying to swirl the colors together. This will end up giving you that cracked effect. And you just keep doing this until all the soap is transferred into the mold. Now all we have left to do is dust the top with our crusted emerald salt. Now typically by this time the soap's beginning to dry, so dusting it won't do too much. You can sprinkle the salt, or you can spritz the top with a little bit of rubbing alcohol, and that'll help it stick better. But either way, I always find that I need to press the salt down on the top of the loaf, and overall expect about half of it to fall off, so you can totally overdo it if you want to. Now once you're finished with this, you just need to leave it to set up for 12 to 24 hours, and then we'll come back and cut open our soap. Now, once we have it placed on the cutter, you can see what a neat design we have on the inside. Now, these just need to be put aside to cure for about 4 weeks, and then they'll be ready to sell or use. Lesson 2, Part 4, Working with Clay in Cold Process Soap. In this episode of Thermal Mermaid, we're making Sands of Morocco. This is Part 4 of Lesson 2 in the Thermal Mermaid Soap Makers course. Today in this video, I'm going to show you an easy-to-make clay bar using bentonite clay, and we're also going to tackle a very common problem that some people sometimes have in their fragrance oil called ricing. So stay tuned to this video and we'll tackle both of those topics today. Bentonite is the least expensive of all the clay choices out there, and it has a robust list of qualities in beauty products. You probably most commonly think of mud masks when you think of clay. When I worked for many years as a field archaeologist, I would find pieces of pipes made from kaolin clay, and these were common in the 17th and 18th centuries. They had long stems and a small tiny bowl at the end that you'd pack with tobacco and light up. And they'd be sold for just a few pennies at any market or grocer, and they were usually disposable, so you find them in broken pieces in the ground all over the place where men would be working. So clay, of course, is used for just about anything you can imagine. In soap and other beauty products, it has beneficial properties. Specifically, it's good for oily or acne-prone skin. The minerals that make up its consistency are absorbent, and they soak up oils, dirt, moisture, and impurities. This is sort of like the same reason you sprinkle baking soda on an undesirable spill on the carpet. Clay does the same thing on your skin. So as I mentioned, in this recipe we're using bentonite clay, which is actually a volcano ash typically found in Montana. It's a fine gray powder, and in America it's less expensive than the other clays, and this is probably because it's a domestic product. Different clays in beauty care tend to come from very specific parts of the world, and much of that cost is shipping and imports. So more or less expensive clays may vary depending on where you live in the world, so the price that you're paying has more to do with transportation and not as much to do with whether rose clay works better than bentonite clay. So when you're buying these ingredients, keep in mind that a higher price does not necessarily mean a better quality. The clay that you prefer is more about your experience and your preference in that product. The recipe I'm using today is a thick and hearty oil recipe. Clays will naturally thicken up any recipe, and this makes the bar heavier, so the designs I use with clay are usually an easy spoon swirl or a layered effect. Because the recipe is so simple, I'm using a fragrance oil that smells exotic and incredible, but it's known for heavy ricing. So far, we've used fragrance oils that have been well behaved, but there is a time and place for fragrances that don't behave. And we'll see if we can get this one to rice so I can show you what that looks like and how we can still make those work beautifully. In this recipe, I'm making a 3-pound loaf that can be cut into 11 bars when finished. The fragrance oil is Sands of Morocco from Crafter's Choice number 174, which smells like sandalwood and musk. and we'll be using a Moroccan desert color like orange and yellow. First, we'll start by combining the lye crystals with cold distilled water. We're using 18.24 ounces of water and 6.77 ounces of lye. Because we have a finicky fragrance oil, I definitely don't want to start taking shortcuts, so I need to make sure that this cools to room temperature before we move forward. Next, we'll make the oil combination. This recipe will use a combination that should give us a hard bar with a creamy conditioning lather. In this combination with the clay, it will make for a nice silky facial bar that won't bubble too much, which I think is how clay is best used. So we'll use 14.4 ounces of sunflower oil, 14.4 ounces of lard, 9.6 ounces of palm oil, and 9.6 ounces of coconut oil. Once these have cooled to a temperature within 15 degrees of each other, we'll blend with a stick blender until they're emulsified. I'm going to separate this into 4 parts, with one part being just a bit larger than the rest. Take a look at the surface of the soap in the cups. You'll see that there's still a slick, oily sheen floating to the surface, and this means that the oil isn't completely mixed with the lye water. We still have plenty more mixing to do, and I'm anticipating the soap to become thick, so I'm trying to control it from the start. In the largest part, I'm adding 1 ounce of bentonite clay. Now it might be tempting to pack this part with a lot of clay, but 1 ounce is a lot, and if you use too much, then the texture will get clumpy and flaky, just like when you see clay on a riverbank and it starts to break apart. So if you want these to cut and cure nicely, then definitely don't put too much in. In one part, I'm going to leave it just the natural color, and in one part I have Yellow Lake No. 5, and in the final part we have Soapberry Orange. Now I'm going to get these colored before adding the fragrance, which will change the texture and the color. Now once everything's prepared, I'm going to add the fragrance oil. Now you can do this in any combination of ways, but I'm going to add the fragrance to the clay and the natural soap only. Sands of Morocco has 5% vanilla in the formula, and this is going to turn the soap brown over time unless I put a vanilla stabilizer in the recipe. In this case, I'm not going to add a vanilla stabilizer. I'm just going to let the vanilla content do its job, and it's going to turn 2 parts of the soap brown. And this will help me get the shades of deep natural brown colors to accent the yellow and the orange and make this look like a Moroccan desert. Once we get the fragrance into these 2 parts, we should be able to start seeing a change happening, and I'm expecting the ricing to begin now. But again, this is a natural, earthy, organic textured look, so hopefully it will blend nicely. Now as I'm mixing this, I can see a different texture change in the 2 cups with the fragrance oil to my eye that seems just too subtle to pick up on the camera. So I can tell that the ricing is happening slightly, and I'll be able to show you more clearly what this looks like in the finished product. Many times when soapers learn about ricing, it happens when a soap is seizing up, and the idea of ricing is something to avoid because it's often what happens when the batch goes south. So let's talk about what's happening. The fragrance oils want to bind more quickly to the hard oils, and it's starting to grab the hard oils first, creating these little clumps. That'll eventually look like little grains of rice in the soap batter after it's cured. Now, if this happens too aggressively, this will throw the whole recipe out of sync, and the batch can seize and become hard faster than you can get it into the mold. Now in this recipe, I have 1/2 hard oils and 1/2 soft oils, so I'm adding this fragrance expecting it to rice. And in today's batch, it actually is happening much slower than I expected. So how would you normally work with this if you know that it might ruin your batch? Well, my best advice is to plan your recipe around the feature of the ricing if the fragrance oil is problematic. Here, you can see that I'm limiting the fragrance oils to only 1/2 of the recipe, and we're creating a design with a spoon swirl, which is the easiest of all the ways to mix the patterns of colors in cold processed soap. So even though this is very simple, you can see that it's also very intentional. And these are some of the reasons why you would choose a simple spoon swirl into your recipe. Once the soap is ready, I'm going to layer each color into the mold, and I want to give it a toss with a spoon in a big movement. This is to mix the color without trying to blend them. We aren't going to get swirls with this recipe, and I want to get a pattern without blending and mixing the colors together. Now once we get a good toss in there, This is finished, and we'll leave this alone to set for 24 hours, and we'll come back and see what it looks like on the inside. Now that the soap is hardened, it's time to see our design. And this is what you can expect to see after 24 hours. But over time, the clay and the natural soap colors are going to darken. If you would like to see the progression, I'll post the images in the Facebook group so you can see what it looks like when you come over to download the recipe. Now there's just one last detail to pay attention to in this finished product. If you look very closely, remember that we put our fragrance oil into the clay and into the natural soap. So it's the gray and the most light color that I want to draw your attention to. And if you see these close-ups, you will see a little speckled look, especially in the clay. And that really is the result of the finished product of the ricing. It has kind of a marbled, mottled look to it. And this is more prominent after the soap has cured for 4 to 6 weeks. And in the case when you're making a design that's like a natural layered earth look, I think that the feature actually accentuates the design and it looks quite beautiful. But that is the end result of ricing. It will have sort of an uneven colored finished product. And again, you can see it in a few of these pieces. And as the time cures from 4 to 6 weeks, those particular colors will darken and it will be a little bit more pronounced. But again, we have our finished product and you can see that this has turned out absolutely beautiful. Stay tuned to the next video when we come with soap tutorial number 5 in lesson 2. We're going to be working with a salt recipe. So check back and make sure you subscribe so that you catch every video in this tutorial. This video features a solid lotion bar with CBD isolate powder infused, the essential oils of ginger and geranium, and the formula is a vegan plant-based recipe. This is simple to make. Each bar contains 50 milligrams of CBD powder in a 1.5 ounce bar, and the recipe here will make 8 bars. You can adjust the amount of CBD to your preference, and the average amount of CBD powder per ounce of oil is usually between 30 to 60 milligrams per ounce. This is for your commercial and beauty spa CBD lotions. This video is the members version. The full recipe is posted below, and the link to print the PDF instruction and recipe is just below this video. In this lotion bar, we're not going to pour them into the mold, but directly into these 2-inch tins that you can buy online or at your local craft supply store. Usually you'll find these in the wedding section. They're a 2-piece tin and they'll work perfectly to hold our lotion, but also they'll keep them from melting. Since a lotion bar typically melts on contact with the skin, the tins are much better than just throwing these into a box or any other sort of packaging, because it'll help preserve them for longer for your customer to use. Now, since we're also using these as the molds, it's essential to line the bottom of the tin with either wax paper or a sheet of plastic, maybe saran wrap, as we show you here. And then this will allow us to pull the bar out of the tin once the bar has firmed up. Otherwise, they'll just be stuck. Now, to do this, what you'll do is you'll just cut a square and then slice it so that you can maneuver this and fit it evenly inside the tin. It's actually easier to remove the bar if you're using the saran wrap, because once you pour these, when they pour in a liquid form into the wax paper, they can get stuck in between the pieces of paper. So it looks prettier. The wax paper works very well. You can do this either way, but the saran wrap version will come out more easily, and then you can always peel that off at the end and then go back and wrap it in wax paper so that it looks pretty. This recipe includes 4 ounces of cocoa butter, 4 ounces of candelilla wax, 4 ounces of avocado oil, 1/4 ounce of argan oil, 2 milliliters of ginger essential oil, and 0.8 milliliters of geranium essential oil. Then we'll add 400 milligrams of CBD isolate powder, a dash of pink and orange mica, and then additionally we'll end up with another 1/4 ounce of cocoa butter. First, we're going to warm the avocado oil in a double boiler with simmering water. Here I just have a very thick glass sitting in a pot of simmering water. Then dissolve the CBD powder into the avocado oil until it disappears. Now you can do this in the microwave, but when you keep this on a low simmer, you can melt this more slowly and you won't end up overheating the oils, and it tends to blend much more smoothly. Now once this is completely dissolved and mixed in, you can go ahead and add the cocoa butter and the candelilla and the argan, and then just let this melt all together. And again, the slower you let this melt, the better. It comes out more even, and you don't risk burning or scorching any of the oils. Now when the lotion is fully melted, you'll end up with this beautiful golden color. This took about 10 minutes for it to completely melt. I wasn't over aggressive with forcing it to melt. I just let it melt all on its own. The water was never really at a full boil. It was always at a very, very light simmer. But right now I want this to cool down before we add in the essential oil, and you'll see me just transfer this over into another container, and that's just because the other container pours more easily. That's not necessary. Now the fragrance for this bar is ginger and geranium essential oils. The base, the heavier fragrance, is the ginger. It's more pleasant than the geranium. And once the oils start to cool, I'm going to add 2 milliliters of ginger, which is about 1 pipette if you're using these plastic pipettes to transfer your essential oils, and then just under 1 milliliter of geranium essential oil, and mix this in well. I'm shooting for 2 parts ginger to 1 part geranium, and you can even do a little bit less geranium. You can actually double the amount of the ginger and the geranium essential oil for top usage. It's not going to harm your skin contact. We can go more with the essential oils in this particular recipe. However, it's a real powerful and overwhelming smell, and I find that once you get the combination with your ginger and geranium the way you like it, the way it's pleasant to you, then just adding that very, very subtle fragrance is it makes for a much more pleasant usage. And while the liquid is still clear, pour this evenly into 8 tins. Now you can pour these up to 2 ounces to the top if you want to, but if you measure them out to 1.5 ounces, then you'll end up being able to pull these out over the lip of the tin more easily. If you pour the full 2 ounces, then you might have to end up slicing them out, which is fine, but it's not super convenient, and it might be counterintuitive for your customer to get them out of the tin. So pouring them at 1.5 ounces is perfect to get these for easy removal. Now, while these are beginning to set, for a little bit of decoration, we can put a marbled flower look texture over the top of these. So melt just a little bit of extra cocoa butter. We should have about 1/4 ounce set aside. Melt this into 2 parts and color each one with a dash of mica. Now here I'm using Soapberry orange, and then this beautiful smooth voodoo red. And then take your pipette and then just drop the colors together and then allow this to set up. Now you're going to leave these overnight before placing the covers on top, and when you come back, they're ready to label and place your logo and ingredients on the package. The following heavy lotion features hemp oil infused with CBD isolate powder. It also includes colloidal oatmeal and honey, which makes it a rich humectant, and this is perfect for a cold weather product or after the shower when you want to trap moisture into your skin. This lotion is our hemp oil and oatmeal winter lotion. Now, we need the following ingredients in order to create this product, but the CBD isolate powder is entirely optional. By adding this into the lotion, you may get the perceived benefits that are believed to come along with CBD powder, but it also features the hemp oil itself, which is a rich oleic acid very comparable to avocado or olive oil. To make this, we'll need the following ingredients: 18 ounces of aloe vera juice, 2 ounces of shea butter, an ounce of hemp seed oil, 1 ounce of e-wax, 1 ounce of stearic acid, a quarter of an ounce of Optifin or Germol Plus, which is your preservative, and a quarter of an ounce of oatmeal, milk, and honey fragrance oil. We also will be using 1 ounce of colloidal oatmeal and a tablespoon of honey. And also, we'll need to add 400 milligrams or 0.4 grams of CBD isolate powder. Colloidal oatmeal is oatmeal that's been dusted down so fine it dissolves very easily in any liquid or oil product. Now you can get this at your soap supply store very easily, or you can make your own. The way we'll do this is by adding about a half a cup of already ground oats from the grocery store into a coffee grinder. And you can dust this down as fine as you possibly can in the coffee grinder. You could actually run it through once or twice and then sift it so that you can get the finest powder out of your oatmeal. This is super easy. You can do it in about 25 seconds, and as soon as you're done, set it aside and you can use this as your colloidal oatmeal. Just be aware that the particles might be a little bit larger. They might not be easy to dissolve into your liquid, into your oils and your aloe juice. So when you buy this from the soap supplier, it dissolves in for cosmetic products much more easily. But if you want the larger particles in anything, it will create a rustic organic look. So that's entirely up to you, but adding your oatmeal in as you're seeing it demonstrated here is perfectly acceptable. We're going to set the aloe juice on a low simmer, and we're also going to put our oils, our butters, our emulsifying wax, and our stearic acid into a warm bath to allow for everything to melt down. Now, you might wonder why we're taking our soft oils and our aloe juice and heating that up. We don't need to melt those things, but what we are doing is we're keeping everything at a comparable temperature. Once we start blending these things, everything bonds much more easily if all of the oils and the liquids match temperature. So everything that you see in front of you will be warmed up in a very even, slow, and controlled manner. That way, as we raise the temperatures and the stearic acid and the e-wax are melting down, everything will bind consistently. Now, the stearic acid in this particular recipe has the highest melting point out of all of these ingredients. And if the stearic acid is added into any of these things at a lower melting point, it tends to solidify before it's able to get blended in and combined and incorporated into your lotion. The result of that is that your stearic acid could turn into these little waxy granules that you can feel when you rub onto your skin. And we want to prevent that by making sure everything is at a nice warm temperature and the stearic acid is able to dissolve and incorporate fully into your butters and your oils that you see in front of you. On my hot plate here, I have the temperature set to a 3 out of my range of 1 to 6, and that's going to give me a very slow simmer. It's not super hot. On your stovetop, it would be set to low. We're going to do this because the shea butter needs to be warmed up very slowly. We are going to get this at a very hot temperature to get the stearic acid completely melted down, but we're going to do that slowly because when the shea butter is warmed up too fast, some shea butters and some brands will take a physical change and they start to crystallize as they're cooling back down. And again, you can get this granule texture feeling in some of your lotion products. And if it's not the stearic acid that's turned into wax as it's being reintroduced to a different temperature, it could be the shea butter, which has crystallized as it was cooling down. Not all shea butters will do this, but if you are having this effect and you come across this in your lotions where you're using shea butter and you're making a change in temperatures, then the solution to that would be to just gradually change that temperature as slowly as you can and keep that under control. Here is my CBD isolate powder. It comes in, I believe this package is 1.5 grams, and I've pre-measured out 0.4 grams that's going to go into this entire product. Now I'm going to do something here just to give you a visual. CBD isolate powder is actually a crystallized powdered form of an oil extract, and it's been processed for purity, specifically to extract the CBD from the hemp seed. Now, while I'm putting it in here, this is actually an oil that's been turned into a powder. So as this is dissolving down in my warm aloe juice, the aloe is water-based. These things are going to separate, and in a moment I'm going to show you the oil floating on the top. Now this is just for demonstration purposes, so you can see that this is completely dissolved in this product. It doesn't matter if you put it into any of those oils that you see on the right, or if you put it into your aloe juice. As a matter of fact, if you place this into your oils, it's going to dissolve and disperse much more evenly, but right here you can start to see that oil floating. And I'm just showing you that so that you can see that that CBD powder must be dissolved completely in a very warm liquid in order for it to work as you expect it to in your lotion. If you were to put the CBD isolate powder in without being in a warm liquid, if you didn't dissolve it down first, then those little powder granules are just going to remain floating in the lotion, and you'll never really get it absorbed into your skin, and you won't get that perceived benefit. So anytime that you're infusing CBD isolate powder, you can't just throw the powder into the lotion and then just mix it in and it disappears randomly into your product. It has to be melted and dissolved properly so that it can be completely incorporated into the entire body of the lotion. Now on the right, I've combined all of our oils, butters, and waxes while everything is still sitting in the hot bath, and this will ensure that that stearic acid stays nice and hot while I'm incorporating it. Before I remove it from the heat, I'm going to give it a good mix, and we're going to make sure that everything is blended very well. That stearic acid is far less likely to solidify, and the waxes are far less likely to become hard if they've been blended into those soft oils very well. So even once I remove it from the heat, and it may start to cool just over the course of a few minutes, that's going to be arbitrary based on the temperature of the environment that you're in, based on how hot your water bath is. So as you remove it, of course it'll start to cool. You'll have less likely of any of those products, of the oils and the waxes that are already combined, separating while you have already combined them while everything's nice and hot. This recipe also calls for a tablespoon of honey. Now honey is a beautiful humectant. It goes great in lotions. Here I'm using a powdered form of Manuka honey. Now here I'm going to drop this right into my aloe juice, and I'm going to just allow for this to dissolve while everything is still hot. This powdered form will reconstitute as it's being dropped in. So it's actually turning back into honey as it's being dropped into the aloe juice, and I'll give that a nice mix until it's completely dissolved. Now you can add about a tablespoon for the entire recipe. If you're using the powdered form, a teaspoon will do, because as that reconstitutes, it's going to double in size. So you can kind of eyeball it, just don't go over a tablespoon if you're using the powdered as well. You want that honey to trap moisture so that the skin feels supple and plump, but you don't want the final lotion product to feel sticky, so we have to keep that measurement down. In our aloe juice, you can still see the CBD oil has melted and it's floating at the top of the water. And right now I'm going to add in a few teaspoons of my powdered colloidal oatmeal. Now I'm just going to dust this in. Of course, again, you don't want too much because you don't want to be able to feel the oatmeal in your lotion. You don't want to feel the granules, but this will be a dusted powdered form, and we'll blend this down really well and just put enough in. A few tablespoons are fine. I have an ounce written into the recipe. That's about the max usage that you could use, but you could use a little bit less. But here, as you're seeing, I'm going to dust this in until I'm satisfied with how well it's dissolving down into the aloe juice, and I'll eyeball that. Don't worry if it doesn't completely dissolve, because we're going to mix this up with the stick blender in just a few minutes. So just get it, that first initial powder dusted in, and when you see those clumps forming on the top, just know that that's about the limit that you want for this particular product. But don't worry about it if you see that. That's all going to break up very, very shortly. Once I'm satisfied with how everything is blended, we are going to combine our water base, which is the aloe, and the ingredients that we've put into the aloe juice, along with our oil base. And then we're going to hand blend this down with a stick blender. Now, it's very important. This looks like it's blended almost instantly, but right now is the time when the e-wax is meant to do its job. The emulsifying wax is the ingredient in your lotion product that's going to bind the water and the oils together to keep them from separating later on. If you don't do this well enough, the lotion might look perfectly fine once you've done mixing it, but after it's been set in its bottles or in its packaging for 24 hours, you can start to see a separation. So you want to give this plenty of time with a stick blender. My general rule is that I will not mix this for any less than 5 minutes. Just stand there and watch it go. You won't see too much change in texture, nothing will seem like it's happening, but you're giving that e-wax plenty of time to do its job. If you're having problems with separation in your lotion, then it also could be that you have not combined these at a hot temperature, and you might want to warm everything up again if that is something that you need to troubleshoot, and recombine for a little longer. Sometimes if you let these two parts sit for too long, they become too cool, then the oil and the water don't want to stick. So make sure that you combine them as soon as you're done taking them off the heat, and you give that e-wax, that hand mixer, plenty of time for the agitation to happen so everything will stay together. Now, as this is cooling down, it's going to start to become much thicker. And as it thickens up, you're going to notice a sour cream-like texture to it. Over the course of the next 24 hours, it's going to even become more and more thick. Now, before you're ready to package this, as it's cooling, you're going to want to add in your preservative. That's a must. You cannot package this and gift it or sell it without adding a preservative in this product. And if you have a fragrance oil, this would be the time to put that in there. Now, in this particular product, the scent is not super strong without the fragrance oil, but hemp oil does have a very strong earthy fragrance to it. It's not patchouli, it's not a hempy kind of pleasant smell at all. It's a very earth organic smell. The hemp oil comes from the grocery store. It sits next to the olive oil, and frankly, there's a reason why people choose olive oil when they cook over hemp oil. It's not the most pleasant, and it's not really the aroma that comes to mind when people think they're using hemp. So you may want to add a fragrance into this. It would benefit. You could do even kind of a hemp themed fragrance oil to sort of make that aroma more pleasing, or you can do something entirely different. In my case, I use oatmeal milk and honey fragrance oil. It matches the theme of the other ingredients, and it is one of my very best selling fragrances, and it really blends in well with this particular product. It smells absolutely delightful, and you don't mind wearing it as you're walking around. So that's what you've seen me add in here. Once I've finished mixing, I've let this sit out for about 30 minutes so you can see how the texture begins to thicken up. Now, the thickness of this lotion will have much to do with how much stearic acid that you put in. If you see this texture here and you want this to be more thin, then you would reduce the amount of stearic acid. If you want this to be much thicker, then you would add just a hair more stearic acid. But just be aware, as you see this final texture, this is about an hour, 30 minutes to an hour after the product is made. Within the next 24 hours, this is going to set up and become even more thick. Now, for this particular recipe, thickness is a benefit because we've already added the honey. We have that beautiful oatmeal in there. So this is a recipe that you would, it's deep and heavy in its moisturizing properties. It would be something that you would put on at night, wintertime for dry, chapped skin, and also after the shower to trap that moisture into your skin. Now, because I create this as a thick product, I like to use those big, open, wide mouth jars that you see there on the right-hand side. But you can very easily put these into bottles and squeeze them out. The texture is absolutely beautiful for it. So I hope you'd enjoyed this edition of the Hemp Oil and Oatmeal Lotion. And click back and you can browse the rest of the recipes in the hemp oil section. In this video, we're making hibiscus-infused cold process soap. This project features a hibiscus tea infused oil and a piped flower decor. This video is an advanced project made exclusively for members, and when you're ready to try this at home, scroll below the video and click the link that'll provide you the printable directions and recipe. This project is done in two parts, the bar of soap on day 1 and then the decor on day 2. Now before we begin, we're going to make an infused oil with the hibiscus tea and the olive oil. Now you may have learned that infused oils can take several days to weeks to make, and that you need to prepare them well in advance for your project. Now, if we were using fresh or dried hibiscus flower petals, we would follow this procedure that you saw in lesson 5.5, which you can do if you want to replace the tea version with fresh flower petals. But what we're doing here is a little bit different. This is a tea that's going to steep almost instantly, so we're going to make this infusion just 1 to 2 days ahead of time. Now here you see that I've taken my olive oil and I've added 1 cup of dried hibiscus tea. And I'm going to place this in a double boiler on a low simmer for about 2 hours. The hibiscus in this project is not meant to be used as a colorant. One of the first things that you may notice is what a beautiful royal magenta the flowers may have in your tea, and that if you ground it down, you could get a nice color from this. Well, you can buy a raspberry magenta hibiscus powder as a colorant from your soap supply stores, and that can be used in hot process and melt and pour, but not in cold process soap. The hibiscus is very high in acid, and if you try to use it as a colorant, you'll end up getting a variety of dramatic colors that will go through transmogrification when it reacts with the lye, including green and burnt browns. So this is exactly why we're not grinding the tea down. I want its properties to steep into the oil, but not the color. Hibiscus is packed with alpha hydroxy acids, which are one of the coveted miracle ingredients in skincare, so it's also something that you can find in goat's milk. So the infused oil here is being used for its perceived properties, not for decoration. Once we're done simmering, I'm just going to cover it and let it sit for a day to cool and continue steeping. And when I return, I'm going to carefully strain all of the organic pieces out of the oil and get started with the first part of our project. Over to the side, we're going to put our oil combination together. Here, we're going to add 19.2 ounces of olive oil, 14.4 ounces of lard, 12 ounces of coconut oil, and I also have 2.4 ounces of shea butter. Now we're going to leave the shea butter out, and this will end up being our super fat. So we'll put the shea butter in after we begin the emulsification to make sure that that oil, our most rich and our most expensive oil, is going to remain floating in the bar. I'm going to add 1.5 ounces of fragrance oil. Now the hibiscus tea is a beautiful, rich, deep floral fragrance, but that isn't going to translate through the saponification. A similar fragrance is Crafter's Choice Love Spell, which you may recognize as a dupe to a popular Victoria's Secret product. I've pre-made 15.84 ounces of cold distilled water to 6.78 ounces of lye crystals to make the Lye Water Solution, and I've already set this aside to cool to room temperature. It's important to add these together when both the oils and the lye water have settled to within 15 degrees from each other. This will help control the trace as well as make the emulsification blend more easily. Now I'm going to mix this for just a few minutes and let the batter combine. And then when I'm satisfied, I'm going to add the shea butter and finish emulsifying. Again, most of the shea in this recipe is the superfat. So the feeling of this bar is going to be rich and smooth because most of the shea butter here is not going to be turned into soap. It's just going to stay shea and float in the bar. The base of this bar is going to have a nice light floral swirl to it. I'm going to separate it out into 3 parts. The largest part will be colored white, 1 part pink with Cosmic Caroline, and 1 part green with Soapberry Green. Now I'm going to blend these colors right back down, and then you're going to see me transfer everything back together into one bowl again, and then from there I'm going to transfer it over into the mold. Now the soap is going to set up fairly quickly as I'm working, and I want to get this mixed together in a nice light wispy swirl. These bars, they're going to end up being the canvas for the real decor, which we're going to add afterward. So you can end up blending these colors back together with whichever technique you want. Most of the design will be covered up, and the colors that we're using here right now are nice light floral colors, but these are just background colors. Now that this is completely poured into the mold, we'll set this aside for 24 hours and let it set up. Now once it's become solid, it goes onto the cutter and we slice it into 11 pieces, and you can now see how pretty this wispy design has become. And now we have the canvas that's going to hold the second part of the project, the hibiscus flower. Before we get started, we're going to get some things prepared. First, there are 4 colors to pipe here, so we need 4 piping tips. 2 are small circles and 2 are leaf tips. In front of me I've got the Wilton's number 1 and 3 for the circles, and these are for the pistils and the stamen of the flower, and the Wilton 104 for a leaf, and the Wilton 127. Now this is a large leaf tip, and this will be used for the big fat flower petals. To make our flower frosting, we only need a pound of soap. So our lye water solution will be 6.08 ounces of cold distilled water mixed with 2.26 ounces of lye. The oils for this part of the recipe are slightly different. Here we have 6.4 ounces of olive oil, 4 ounces of coconut oil, 3.2 ounces of palm shortening, and 2.4 ounces of corn oil. Remember, you can pipe your flowers with the base recipe that we used before, but this is the recipe that gives me the piping texture for this project that I want. It sets up quickly, and then it will give me those ruffled flower petals. When both the oil and the lye water solution are within 15 degrees of each other, I'll pour the lye water into the oils, and I'm just going to lightly hand stir this so that it doesn't start to set up too quickly. This way I can get this separated out into 4 parts for my 4 colors, and we're not moving along with the trace too quickly before we get that color in there. Most of your soap batter for this icing project is going to be those big flower petal leaves. So you want about 12 ounces to stay in 1 cup, and we're going to color that red. The other 3 are going to be your accent colors, our flower pestle, our stamen, and our leaves. So we just want maybe 1 ounce in each of those cups. The color we'll be using for this particular hibiscus is going to be a raspberry red mica, and this is a really pretty sort of a tart raspberry color, and you can add anywhere from 1/4 to 1/2 teaspoon of raspberry. For remember, we're only working with about 12 ounces of soap batter here, so it's not too much. The flower, stamen, and pistil are going to be white and yellow, so we have a yellow vibrance mica here. We'll be using titanium dioxide for the white. It's water soluble, so you can just add it right in. And then green, of course, my beautiful favorite natural green will be Soapberry Green. And once we get these all blended down and emulsified, I'm going to get them to set up a nice thick texture, and then we're going to transfer these over into our piping bags. The 2 little circle, the Wilton's 1 and 3, are going to be the white and the yellow color. Our smaller leaf tip is going to be the green, and our large leaf tip is going to be the raspberry. Now these colors are going to be mixed just to a nice light medium trace. The batter here is still pourable and not at all piping texture. In fact, I want to let the soap set up in the bag. So we're going to get this transferred, and here you can see how I'm going to do this. I'm going to transfer the raspberry color first. When I grab the piping bag, I'm going to grab the tip and twist the bottom to close it up and fold it over the palm of my hand while I open up the bag. Hold it steady in your hand and then pour the soap right in. Then I'm going to carefully place it upright into a clean measuring cup or a container and just leave it to become firm over the next few minutes. Just make sure that the bottom is tightly secure, because if it isn't, the soap is still loose and it'll just pour right out the bottom. Now I'll take the smaller leaf tip and repeat this step, twist the bottom and fold it up into the palm of my hand, and with this one we're going to fill in our green colored soap. And we'll do this with the other 2 colors as well, but the last 3 are much easier because there's just an ounce or 2 of soap in order to pour in here. So you can just move along and get these filled, set them aside to set up, and we'll come back when they're ready to pipe. The hibiscus flower is going to embellish the surface of the bar, and these fresh cut bars are still soft. To get the flour to cure to the surface, I'm going to draw deep hatch marks into the face of the bars where the flour will be piped on, and then I'm going to spritz the surfaces down with rubbing alcohol. The hibiscus is a large tropical flower with 5 large flat petals, and these are sometimes rounded and they're sometimes ruffled. And this flower has a large single stamen that we often recognize with tropical flowers. And I'm going to pipe this a few times while you watch. The first thing I'll point out is that you'll see 2 different colors in 2 different batches of soap that I've made ready to pipe. One is a deep raspberry and one is a lighter pink. This is exactly the same color raspberry red mica made in 2 different batches. The darker one is 1 teaspoon of mica to a pound of soap, and the second one is 1/2 teaspoon to a pound of soap. So you can get a nice variety of pinks with this particular mica color. Now watch as I pipe the 5 flower petals. The small end of the piping tip is pointed to the outside of the petal, and the fat end is pointed to the inside of the petal. To create each petal, I'm going to start right where I imagine the inside of the flower will be and draw upward slowly and then back down in a U shape. And I'm going to just turn the bar just slightly to overlap each petal until there are 5 ruffled petals. And then I'll do this again so you can see it again. Again, the thin part of the tip is on the outside of the petal, and that fat round edge is on the inside. Now you'll notice here that the edges of my petals are coming out a little bit rugged and ruffled, and this is what happens when I pipe flowers using the recipe with the palm shortening, because those fat molecules are so big the texture ends up coming out a bit like Play-Doh. Now this will keep firming up, so with this recipe you do need to move along at this stage before it becomes too thick, but as you can see here we have plenty of time to get all these flowers piped on here. Now if you want to make a variation of this flower so that it has a smooth, crisp edge like the edge of a rose petal, then you can play with this recipe a little bit. I would reduce the palm oil and add a little bit more coconut. It'll make it a little bit more smooth. And then if you want to see the difference in this, you can go over to lesson 7.10 with the individual piped flowers over there. But for here, we have this big, beautiful, ruffled tropical flower. Next, we're going to take the smaller leaf tip and we're going to add in a little bit of accent foliage right around the edges of our flowers. The pistil of a hibiscus is really large and pronounced, so we're just going to draw a solid white line across your flower petals, sort of in a decorative way that looks like they fit into the flower. And we'll do this on each one of them, and then the stamen of the flower are just going to be small little orange dots that will decor around the pestle so that we can see what this flower looks like. And as we draw this on, you'll see that they slowly take shape. And once these have had a few days to set up, you can then get a glimpse of what the finished product looks like. Sugar scrubs are on today's menu, and the recipe here is a gourmet hybrid solid sugar scrub bar that will contain about 40% slow-cooked soap into the product. The recipe is for hot process sugar scrub bars. Since you're watching the members version of this video, here you'll get the full recipe, and as always, when you're ready to print this out and try it at home, scroll just below and click the link for the printable PDF for the recipe and the instructions. Start out melting the following oils into a slow cooker: 8.4 ounces of palm, 8.4 ounces of corn oil, 6 ounces of coconut oil, and 1.2 ounces of castor oil. Now this is only 1/2 of a batch for our 3-pound mold because our sugar scrub bars are primarily going to be sugar and oil. This recipe is going to contain about 40% soap for a foaming cleanse, and that's what we're making right here. Now, as I'm making my lye water solution, I only need to allow it to settle and cool to about 15 degrees from the oils before adding it into the slow cooker. The first part of this recipe is exactly the same as simple hot process soap making. You don't have to allow the lye water to cool to room temperature because the oils are already getting hotter. We're going to blend this down into the oils with a stick blender until it's completely emulsified and allow this to cook through all the stages needed for it to gel. The only difference here is that this is a smaller batch of soap than what we would normally make to fill a 3-pound loaf. Once this is mixed well, put the cover on the top and allow it to cook for 20 to 30 minutes. Come back and check periodically. There's very little work to do, but as in all slow-cooked soap, you'll need to keep an eye on it to make sure that it doesn't expand out of the pot as air is being released. And you'll need to check in to mix it together if the water starts to separate a little, or make sure that it's cooking evenly all the way through. Now while that's cooking, we're going to step aside and make a sugar mixture. This is 48 ounces of white granulated sugar combined with 8 ounces of avocado oil, 4 ounces of hemp seed oil, and 4 ounces of coconut oil. I'm going to mix this all together and then set this aside until it's ready to be added into the recipe. The oils that you put into this bar are really going to control the look and feel of your bar. If you put all hard oils like shea and cocoa butter, you'll get a harder, stiffer bar that'll be more lotion bar and less bubbly. I've chosen lighter, softer oils that are also commonly used in lotion, but the texture of this bar is going to be slightly softer and even a little bit rubbery to the touch. Everything is going to remain intact the same way a solid bar of soap will, but the bar features the sugar exfoliant that will give off a foaming cleanse instead of that deep, rich, moisturizing lotion feel. Taking a look over here, it's been about 40 to 50 minutes and you can see the center becoming a deeper, more amber color. We're about halfway until this becomes gelled and finishes cooking, and it's not really too important to identify all the stages of hot process after you've done this a few times. The important part is to see that the change is taking place from that fresh, light outside color to the deep amber that you saw on the inside. And still, we'll mix this up to make sure that it gets even and let it cook some more. Okay, now we're an hour and 20 minutes into the cook, and it's just starting to enter the gel phase. The glassy texture is beginning to cover the surface, and as I mix it, you can see it isn't completely even all the way through. I'm going to turn off the heat now because even with the heat off, the gel phase is still going to move forward a bit. And I'm going to mix this for a minute and encourage it to start cooling. When the sugar is added, this is going to completely change the texture, and I want to keep the soap light and loose here by maintaining some of the water. I don't want the water to completely cook off because that makes the soap thicker. Now I'm just starting off by mixing a little bit of the sugar into the soap. I'm just watching to make sure that this doesn't burn and caramelize immediately. The soap isn't too hot, and things are looking just right, so I'm going to add the entire amount of sugar mixture into the soap. In today's recipe, I'm making this bar as a sage and citrus fragrance. This one comes from Nature's Garden. It's a nice, light, young fragrance, and also the Crafter's Choice version of this is exquisite. It's a little bit more earthy. Now you can use either one of these, and right now it's time to pour the fragrance oil into the recipe, and as you can see, things are starting to look very rubbery, and I have to move along because we're just reaching the stage where this is about to start setting up. Now this bar will look wonderful with one solid color, and this is where you'd add the colorant. Now in my case, I'm going to give it two colors, yellow and green, both for the sage and the citrus. So I'm going to separate this out into two parts and color each side. Here you may notice what looks like a lot of excess oil. Now this is normal for this recipe, and in fact the whole thing will be sweating oil until it cools. Right now everything's warm and hot, and as the recipe is being processed, just keep mixing everything together until it's ready to be left alone. The floating oils will firm up once everything is cool. Now it's time to layer the sugar scrub into the mold. The texture is like cookie dough, and you can just start filling it in and layer the colors on top of each other. If it's cool enough to touch with gloves on, you can just pick it up with your fingers and start sculpting it into the mold. You can start pushing it in to make sure that it fills in on the sides and the edges, and as you can see as I'm doing this, it's just getting easier and easier to work with as it's cooling. It's so flexible, it's almost crossed between a rubber and a sand, that you could easily push this into some kind of a shaped mold, but here I'm just going to be cutting this into bars. The sugar scrub is different from making a solid soap because we aren't going to wait 24 hours to cut this. In fact, I only want to wait until it's cooled down. The bars are ready to slice almost as soon as you get it shaped into the mold. Now in this case, we're unmolding after about 3 hours. Now you can wait 12 hours and let it completely cool, but I find it to be a little bit more smooth of a cut, and I get it where I want it when it's still just a bit warm, but it's mostly cooled down. And even as I unmold, you can see a bit of excess oil. This will take about a day before it dries up. Once we get this on the cutter, our solid sugar scrub bars slice beautifully, and we have this cool yellow and green animal stripe to go with the sage and citrus fragrance. The bars are still sweating a little bit, but I'll set these up to dry, and they'll be perfectly dry in about 24 hours. Now they still have a rubbery texture, but they hold up together in the shower in one piece. You can expect that this bar will last much longer than if you would have made a soft, loose sugar scrub that you packed into a jar, and it'll last about half as long as it would be for a solid bar of soap. The sugar scrub will exfoliate, and it'll also give a nice light lather as it's being used. And here you can take a peek and see what these look like after about 2 days after they've been set to dry. Today's video at Thermal Mermaid is all about getting those natural ingredients in our soap and bath products that we make. If you've ever wondered how to make your own aloe vera powder, then that's what we're about to do today. In this video, we're going to go through the whole process of making our own aloe vera powder. Now this will give you a good comparison on the effort and the cost of doing it yourself compared to buying an 8-ounce bag of commercially made aloe vera powder that you can easily get on Amazon or any of your soap supply companies. To begin with, you might ask, what's the deal about aloe vera powder? Isn't it the aloe gel that has the healing properties and nutrients. And yes, the gel has traditional healing properties. In fact, aloe vera is the most widely used herb in cosmetics across the whole world. Aloe vera contains vitamins, minerals, and fatty acids. These rich nutrients can soothe rashes, skin irritations. They're known for healing eczema or even open wounds. By dehydrating it and grinding it down into a powder, you're able to preserve the aloe along with the nutrients and keep it from rotting before you're ready to use it. Now, as you see here, I've already started to prepare my aloe pieces. I've acquired 4 big fat aloe leaves at the grocery store, and these leaves cost about $1.99 a piece, and I purchased 4 of them for a total of $8. Now, the first thing we do is we wash the leaves and we're going to cut them into thin slices. You start at the base of the leaf, and if your aloe seems to ooze a yellow gel, then just wash that part away or cut that part off at the base. If you buy your leaves at the grocery store, you may not see any of the yellow coloration in your leaves because they've already been cut. But what you do see is clear meat and gel on the inside, as you can see in the video. Finish cutting up all your pieces. Lay the pieces out on a dehydrator tray. Now, some tutorials will suggest that you can dry out your plant and herbs on the oven or set them in a dry area for a few days. And if you're using this for cosmetics, we recommend that you do use a dehydrator for this job, especially if you're making a face or a skin product to sell. There's a difference between placing your herbs and plants into a dehydrator versus drying them out in the oven or setting them out to dry. The dehydrator is best for preservation because it will remove all the moisture as opposed to most of the moisture. And this is critical in preservation for your aloe vera product. If there's any moisture whatsoever, your herb will start to rot or grow mold. And the plant material has to be 100% dehydrated for cosmetic use. Now, the time that it takes to dehydrate your aloe pieces will vary depending on where you live and the time of season it is and how humid your environment is. For us here in New England, I let these dry for a full 3 days before I touch them. It's extremely important to me that they are as absolutely dehydrated as they can possibly be. While we're at this stage, notice that the aloe meat has a consistency of soft, sludgy goop. It's oozing all over my fingers, and it has the same feeling of that sticky film a snail leaves behind when it crawls across your fingertips. It's important to consider safety precautions when transferring this when it becomes a powder out of the blender into a container where you'll keep it sealed. The dust is so fine that when you take the top off the blender, it'll look like smoke or like a puff of spores when you just kick a mushroom. It sits in the air and it sort of lingers. So you want to allow the dust to settle before you remove the top, but you will need to wear a mask. You're not going to be able to avoid breathing the dust when some of it lingers in the air and just sits there. And remember, this isn't regular dust. We're about to dehydrate it. If you breathe it, it'll make contact with the moisture in your lungs, and those tiny particles will expand and rehydrate inside your lungs. And so don't forget right now what kind of a sludgy, goopy gel you're looking at. This powder will want to turn back into this sludgy, goopy gel after it's been dehydrated, so do not let that happen inside your lungs. Now, I was really careful to avoid breathing the dust, but it wasn't enough. When I finished this project, it felt like I had a brick sitting on my chest for about 2 hours. It was uncomfortable, and it made me concerned that this might not be a project for someone with COPD or chronic asthma, or if you already have a compromised respiratory system. And I had a very difficult time avoiding breathing in the dust that was just sitting in the air no matter what I did. Once you've finished placing your aloe pieces on their trays, you're ready to stack them up and leave them alone to dry. As you can see here, 4 large aloe leaves gave me 5 full trays of plant material that needed to be set aside. And here's what our aloe pieces look like after being left to dehydrate for 3 days. You can see here there are only 3 trays, and that's because I've just condensed them as the pieces are becoming smaller, and I've removed trays as the days go on, but it's all the same amount of aloe. Once your pieces are finished, put everything together in a dish. And as you can see, this is all we have left of the original 4 large leaves. So we'll place these into a coffee grinder, or in my case, the Ninja blender. Coffee grinder seems to work better. You can really pulverize it down into a powder because that's exactly what a coffee grinder does. Whereas a blender, you have to work a little bit, you have to put a little effort into it, and the blender's not, its main job isn't turning things into a powder, so you may have to sift it a few times. Now, the Ninja blender is kind of like the blender on steroids, so it does a really terrific job, and I still had to sift this powder to get my end result. So you definitely can use this sparingly for your lotions and your face masks and your soaps. Now, after all this work, you might decide that you'd rather buy your aloe vera powder already made. So let's review something from the beginning. I bought 4 large leaves for $1.99, and I paid $8 for what turned out to be 3.5 ounces of powder. However, the average cost of buying aloe vera powder is about $10 for 8 ounces, not including the shipping fees. If you shop around and look for it, you can find this at a really reasonable price, although some places it's extremely exorbitant. The first couple of places that I found, I think I was at Whole Foods, and I was looking at the cost of the aloe vera powder. It was expensive enough for me to think, I'll just take this home and make this project myself. But it turns out that if you look around, and you can find some pretty reasonable 8-ounce packages over on Amazon. I've left the links in the article attached to this video, where you can get access to what I found to be the cheaper versions of the aloe vera powder that also still promises to be 100% natural. Now, as you can see, that first round of blending gave me a combination of powder and still those large crispy granules. And so we're giving it a second round, and we're going to sift this again until our powder is a fine dust. Now, sometimes in our handcrafted projects, we tend to go out and harvest our own ingredients for ourselves because, in fact, it's just faster to do it that way than to sit around waiting for things to arrive in the mail, which can take multiple days. In this case, it sort of equals out to be the same because you still need those solid 2 days, 3 days to get your project dehydrated. So this isn't something that you can wake up in the morning and say, oh, I'm out of aloe vera powder, I'll just go make it myself right now. That's not going to happen. It's about the same if you were to buy it from a reputable commercial source, that you're going to have to wait for it to dehydrate compared to waiting for it to come to you in the mail. And after all that work, here is our 100% natural aloe vera powder. Voila! So if you found this video helpful and you'd like to see more of our handmade soaping tutorials, then please subscribe and leave a thumbs up. And if you'd like the full recipes for any of our products that we make, you can download these over at our Thermal Mermaid Learning Library. It's free to register and join. And all you have to do is pop on over and give yourself a username, and you can get access instantly to dozens of our teaching tutorials and many of our handmade Thermal Mermaid recipes that are ready to be printed and downloaded so that you can try these at home. And if you explore a little bit more, you'll find some of our custom downloadable labels for the projects that you make, along with dozens and dozens of other projects. This video is an Irish sea moss body butter. Now in this video we're going to get right to the recipe, but if you want to learn more about the benefits of Irish sea moss and the properties that it can add to your products, then see the additional link below this video. We'll need to gather the following 6 ingredients to make the product that you'll see here today. We need 8 ounces of dried Irish sea moss, 40 ounces of distilled water, 2.4 ounces of avocado oil, 1.2 ounces of cocoa butter, a half an ounce of emulsifying wax, a quarter of an ounce of stearic acid, and in today's example we're going to be using a quarter of an ounce of Germol Plus for our preservative. Now just remember, your Irish sea moss will come to you packaged in a dried form, but not a dehydrated form. There's still moisture content in this product that you see in front of us. So we do need to treat it like a perishable, just like food. So when you get it, make sure that you keep it in the refrigerator until you're ready to prepare your product for the day so that we don't make it vulnerable to any kind of deterioration or bacteria or anything like that. Now when it comes to you, it may very well be covered in salt and some other residue that might be on the skin of it. So we do want to make sure that we wash it off very thoroughly before we use it and put it into our product. Now this particular sea moss, this is a golden one. It also comes in the form of a purple color. You can find this all over the Atlantic, anywhere from the UK all the way down to the Jamaican Islands, the Bahamian Islands. Sometimes when you're going online to find this, if you want to have it shipped to you, then you will end up finding a beautiful golden or a beautiful purple version that comes down from Jamaica. And pretty much anything you get that's shipped in from Jamaica is going to look like the example that you see in front of us, and it is absolutely beautiful, and this is packed full of minerals for us to start working with. So you'll see that I'll wash this off thoroughly in cold water. It's best that you're using cold water for this, because if you start to use hot water, the body of the sea moss will start to break up and release that gel. And we want the gel in our product, not being drained away. So just rinse it off in cold water and make sure you get all that salt off your sea moss. Now this recipe is packed full of rich minerals. The lotion itself has the texture of a silky, thick, rich butter, but it also absorbs quickly, and it does not leave a greasy layer at all. So this formula is ideal for a day wear or warm weather application because it's lightweight and it won't end up sticking to your skin. Now, if you're familiar with rendering down the sea moss, then you'll know that we need to simmer this down for a little while in hot water. And as I do this, you can extract the moss in 2 ways. One, from the body of the plant itself, which can be ground up in a blender, or from the actual water when the gelatin starts to steep into the water. Now in our body butter, to keep everything nice and smooth and absorbed into your skin nicely, we're actually going to utilize the water once it starts being saturated with that gelatin, and we're going to use the body of the moss itself for another project later, which we'll grind up and we'll put aside into the fridge so that we can make something else that matches the sea moss body butter. Now on this hot plate in front of you, I'm going to add 40 ounces of distilled water. I only need 20 ounces for my recipe. However, we're going to be adding 40 ounces because inevitably some of this water is going to be simmered off, and we want to make sure that we get our full 20 ounces. So we don't have to worry if it starts to boil or if it starts to get too hot that we're going to lose any of the content, because we've got plenty of water in here, and we're just going to allow for this to simmer on low for about an hour. Now we can get the water itself to come to a rumbling boil, and this is all going to depend on how thick you want that sea moss. But at this point, I've got my hot plate turned on to a level of about 3. It's low, between low and low medium, and I'm just going to leave it alone for about 45 minutes. In the meantime, I'm going to use this saucepan as a double boiler, and I'm going to melt down all of the remaining oils and waxes. I'm not adding the preservative. We do not want to heat the preservative. We only want to add in our oils and our waxes so that we can get everything melted down. Make sure that the saucepan is also set to a very low heat temperature. We don't want this water to boil. We just want it warm enough so that we can get those waxes and oils melted and come to about the same temperature. Now, after a little while, we're going to take a peek at our sea moss, and one of the things, even before it starts to boil, one of the things that you'll start to notice is that the body of that moss is going to puff out and expand as it's starting to refill. Remember, we received this as it was already dried out, but it's going to refill and start absorbing that water. As the water is getting hot, as it begins to simmer, the body of it is breaking apart and it's releasing this very thick, heavy gelatin, which is also a food product, into the water. And we want to allow for that to simmer for as long as it will reasonably continue to simmer and also maintain the water. We don't want to lose too much of the water, although you will. It's a little bit inevitable. So we want to, as long as your water level remains the same, you can even allow this to come to a light boil, even to a roaring boil. Just get that sea moss all broken down. Now you might be wondering, why in the world would we have to warm up or melt the avocado oil when it's already a soft oil to begin with? Well, it's a good idea to melt down all of your oils to try to keep them at an even temperature. The small bowl that you see in the back is stearic acid, and stearic acid has a higher melting point than all of the other oils and waxes that you see in this water bath. And that means that it really only wants to blend nicely when everything else is combined at the same temperature. If the other oils and waxes are at a lower temperature than the stearic acid's melting point, then that acid won't really combine well, and it'll end up solidifying when it hits the temperature of the other oil or wax, and it will ball up and it will turn back into a wax as it hits it, so that it will end up having this very granule-like texture as you're blending it into your lotion product. It's very common that if you feel any kind of a lotion, a DIY product that you've made, and it feels sandy, or it feels maybe even dirty or gritty as you're rubbing it into your skin, that it's just wax that kind of solidified before it was able to blend in with the other products. That would be the culprit of stearic acid that does this. So we want to make sure that everything is blended down to the same temperature, and that includes our soft oils. We're rising those to the same temperature as we're melting down the e-wax, the cocoa butter, and also the stearic acid. When all of these are relatively the same, it takes about 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes to get everything melted down. We're actually going to add everything that you see in this water bath into one bowl while it's still hot and while it's still sitting in the water bath. And that way we're going to give it time to mix and bond together those four ingredients before we remove it from the heat, to make sure that everything is mixed at an even temperature. I'm going to allow this combination of waxes and oils to stay in the water bath and keep this on very low while the sea moss is still simmering. And periodically, while the sea moss is simmering, I'm going to reach in with a spoon and I'm going to break it up and allow for more of that gel to be released. So this is at a very, very light simmer. I can see some of the bubbles that the camera's not quite catching. So this is very hot at the moment, and I'll go in here and I'll just break up that sea moss, move it around, and again, We just want the gel to saturate that water. Now this has been cooking for just about an hour, and you can see I've really turned the heat up and I'm letting it really break down here. But I'm ready to remove the heat, and we're going to move on with our project. At this point, I'm going to strain the water away from the sea moss, and I want to collect that water as it's all filled with the gel. So we're going to strain it in a bowl separate from the container that it's already in. And here's our removed water as it's piping hot and it's just been separated. Now this might look like a liquid, but it's starting to cool down and it's going to start thickening up to be like a thick pudding any minute. The longer we wait, the more thick this will become, and you'll see this as we measure it out in just a few moments. Now remember, we only want 20 ounces of this, not the full 40 that we started with. Turns out that I allowed this to boil down just enough to where this ends up being 20 ounces. So when you're starting off with this recipe, it really is helpful to make sure that you use the full 40 ounces of distilled water, because the amount that you allow for it to boil, the time that it takes for it to get to the consistency that you want, really is going to depend on the batch of sea moss that you got and how hot you're boiling, or how hot your hot plate is, or your stove, depending on what kind of a stove you're using. It's a little bit subjective and there'll be some variations. Not every single batch is going to be the same. So as it turns out, what I ended up here was exactly 20 ounces. And as you can see, it's already becoming very thick. Now this is great when we're making a lotion, because you want to make sure that you add your water and your oils in when the temperatures are very hot. That's going to allow for the water and the oil to bond, and the emulsifying wax is going to be able to do its job better. So you won't end up getting separation in your bottle 24 hours after you've poured them, and everything will stay together for a very long term, and you'll get a great quality lotion. So while this is still hot in this state as you see it, we're going to blend this all together and get everything combined. Now as these combine together, you'll immediately notice a beautiful white creamy texture, and this is absolutely gorgeous in your lotion product. Now you can color this if you want to, it's not necessary, and you can also add a fragrance oil in at any time as the temperature begins to cool. Now in this particular case, we have cocoa butter in the recipe, and the overwhelming smell of this particular lotion has that heavy, deep cocoa chocolate smell to it. So you do not smell seaweed, you don't smell any kind of residual sea, low tide kind of a fragrance that you might think of or associate with seaweed. What you're smelling is the cocoa butter, and it smells absolutely beautiful on your skin. You do not have to add a fragrance to this product if you don't want to, or you could add a fragrance, but just keep in mind that if you want to use the cocoa butter the way I've used it in the little pastels, that where you can smell that heavy chocolate, it should be something that complements the chocolate cocoa fragrance. However, if you don't want that deep heavy cocoa fragrance, then make sure that you use deodorized cocoa butter in your product. Blend this down for a good solid 5 minutes. At this point, you might be expecting it to emulsify and trace like you would if you were making soap. You might think that this looks like soap batter, but mostly nothing's going to happen. It's not the same product, and it's not going to give you the same texture. While you're watching this blend, nothing happens. It looks just like this white liquid milk for a very long time, but you still need to keep blending it and mixing it. Now after just a few moments, as this is beginning to cool, you'll notice that it's thickening a little bit. It's safe to add in your preservative, and we need to make sure that that gets mixed in before everything becomes too thick, because we want it to be incorporated very well. So we'll go ahead and add in our germol and then continue to mix this in with the stick blender. Now this is completely optional, but I'm going to dust in a little bit of 24 karat gold mica into my lotion. Now this will give it just a little bit of a tint. You never want to use too much color in any of your lotions because that mica, remember, it is essentially eyeshadow, so it will transfer, the color will transfer onto the skin. So you want to just add a little touch so that you can tint the color of your lotion. Now when you do choose a color, if you want to tint your lotion, then I always go with gold because sometimes you will get a little bit of an effect of a gold shimmer, which I like. But I did put a little bit of gold mica in here because our Irish sea moss is a golden sea moss and it sort of matches the color a little bit. So we'll blend this down well and you'll see that this will tint ever so slightly, just a little bit of a honey color. Now, two reasons that your lotions may separate after you've made the product. We already discussed the temperature. This needs to be hot while you're mixing it. But another reason would be time. That e-wax needs plenty of time to do its job. The emulsifying wax in your product is what's bonding the water with the oil, which naturally does not want to stick together. They want to separate. So that e-wax is a very important part of your lotion ingredient, and typically you won't be able to make lotion without it. So as we're blending this in, you need to make sure that you give this stick blender plenty of time so that the e-wax can do its job. And I always have a rule that I don't blend for any less than 5 minutes. Now if your product is starting to set up and become thick for you, then you might want to move along a little bit faster, but you want to make sure that you don't skimp out on the time that it takes to blend. Even if it looks like nothing is happening, you still need to keep allowing for that to blend. Once you're satisfied with how much you've blended this lotion product together, it's time to package it. Now you can do one of two things. With this particular recipe, I like to put it into a wide mouth jar and scoop it after it's already had time to thicken up. Now you can see too, a lot of times people will be very concerned about how the bubbles that they're creating when they're blending and they're mixing. I'm not super concerned with this recipe because I can always screen this right off the top just before I go to scoop it into my packaging. So it's not something that I'm really worried about. However, the other option is while your product is still thin, you want to be able to pour it into squeeze bottles if you're using those small cap lotion bottles. So after about 25 minutes, 30 minutes, you can see that I have this very lightweight pudding texture. This actually would pour into your lotion bottles quite well. You could wait until it's right about this texture. It's still warm to the touch as I'm holding the bottom of this bowl. It's still fairly hot, not too hot to where you couldn't put your fragrance in now if you wanted to, but it's still warm so that it's nice and fluid and thin, and you can get this poured if you want to. However, this gelatin is going to firm up a little bit more. It's going to be a nice thick butter, not so much like you've seen in some of the previous body butters where it's all thick whipped oil. We're not whipping this one and it won't get hard on you. It's going to be nice and creamy to the touch, just like a spoonful of sour cream when we're done with the final product. Now you can see after about an hour, I've allowed for this to sit out and cool down. And this is what we have so far. Again, it's not going to be fully firm. The final product, you'll see the result after about 24 hours after it's been left to set up. Now, if you have a finished product and you want it to be thinner, then you would reduce the amount of stearic acid. If you have a finished product and you want it to be thicker, for the next recipe, you would increase the amount of stearic acid. So here you can see how easy this rubs into my skin, and it's very lightweight. It rubs in almost on contact and it doesn't leave a greasy layer behind. This is an absolutely beautiful body butter, and the Irish sea moss provides tons of minerals, and it also creates a great stability so that your body butter stays nice, thick, and fluffy in the packaging. This recipe is a heavy, moisturizing, thick, volumizing hair mask. And if you're in need of a deep oil treatment, if you have dry, limp hair, or if you need moisturizing treatments or you regularly oil your scalp, then you will be in love with this formula. So here I'm making an Irish sea moss hair mask. And this conditioning treatment features a sea algae that you can buy or you can wildcraft anywhere in the Atlantic Ocean from the north all the way down to the Caribbean. And in fact, most of the packaged Irish sea moss that you find ends up coming from Jamaica. And you can find it in a variety of purples and golds. And in this recipe, I'm going to use 8 ounces of golden sea moss. And before we start this recipe, I'm going to show you how to render this sea moss down into a thick, heavy gel. And once we've made that gel, then you can use the blended moss or even just the boiled water as a base to any of your lotions or soaps. The first thing that I'm going to do is wash this. This moss is somewhat dried out. It's just enough to hold its integrity, but this is not dehydrated, and as you can see that it's still very firm and flexible. Now, it is covered in sand, so I do need to float this for just a bit and wash away all the particles. So I'm going to soak this in some clean distilled water. Now, this is going to be processed into a gelatin-like substance that is especially rich in minerals. It, in fact, has 92 minerals in it, and those include things like magnesium, potassium, iodine, all the normal things that you recognize and that you know that you need in your basic nutrition and part of your daily life. So this is a well-known food product. If you do need minerals on your skin or in your hair, you are getting it in this ingredient right here. Now, Irish sea moss is also claimed to be antimicrobial. However, like any recipe that includes water or any kind of organic material, we will be adding a preservative for complete protection. Now, as I wash this, you can see how cloudy that water becomes, and there's a layer of sand down there as well. And I'll end up washing this off twice, but you can quickly see how this wants to absorb the water and become very soft very quickly. Now, after about 10 minutes of a float rinse, take a look at the difference in texture between these two parts already, between the part that's been floating and the stuff that's still sitting there that's fresh out of the package. The next thing I'm going to do is take 8 ounces, or the part that I've already washed, and I'm going to simmer this down on low heat for 15 to 30 minutes. Now, the algae here will not end up falling apart completely, but it will continue to get softer, and it's going to start to release this gel into the water. So we can end up utilizing both the moss and the water in any of our projects. And in most cases, you can use the water to help control how thick you want that gel to be once you blend down the moss. Once about 15 minutes has passed, you may end up getting something that looks like this. And if this is the case, then just stir down the broth, lower the temperature just a little bit, and let this render down for about another 15 minutes. You want to put enough water in here just to cover the surface, and it may end up being somewhere between 6 to 8 cups of water, and by the time you're done simmering this down, you could end up with something anywhere between 3 to 4 cups of water. There should be a substantial amount of water because this is going to thicken up. Once this cools, this is going to be very jelly-like with the finished product. Now, once this has been cooking down to where you can visually see that that gel is starting to coagulate into the water, then you can see that it's sort of steeping its way into the water. Even if you turn the heat off at this point, it's still going to just release that gel, and we can start to let it cool from here on out. So right now, it's fine to turn the heat off and just walk away and let it sit for just a moment. Now, the heat alone is not going to dissolve the plant material. So we're going to have to separate the sea moss from the water, put the water aside, and then the leftover material is going to end up going into the blender, and we're going to break this down until everything is a nice, smooth gelatin concoction. Now, turning this into a puree is fairly simple, and the only notes to take here are that as this is cooling, it's going to start to become more thick, and that goes for the water that we've separated as well as this moss here itself. Now, as this is being blended, this is going to gum up in the bottom of the blender, and the way to get this to thin out is to add the water back into the blended moss to keep loosening it up as you go along. So you want to do this while everything is still hot. If you let the water cool, it's going to turn into a jelly, and we're really going to get the best final texture if you process this down while everything is still warm. Now, I'll stop every few moments to just turn this up a little bit to make sure I'm pulling the puree from the bottom up to the top. And even though you don't see me doing it here, every time I stop, I'm adding about 2 ounces of that liquid off to the side, and then I'm re-pureeing everything up together until everything becomes a nice smooth pudding and there are no little loose particles that you can visually see left over. Once we're done, it's time to stop, take everything out, give it a good check, and then we're going to get this transferred into a container before this starts to become even more thick. As you can see this right now, we're working with kind of a pudding texture, but even as this is cooling down, this is going to solidify and this is going to turn into something that looks very much like Jell-O. This is a very hard gelatin texture, and then once we even refrigerate this afterward, this is almost going to go back into a complete solid. So this texture here is very stable, and when you add this into your body butters or when you add this to any of your creams, this is something that is actually going to keep your product very stable. It'll keep it from deflating if you want to whip anything up later on. Now you can see the final Irish Sea Moss Gel product. Now we can change the texture of this by re-adding more water in, and we can reconstitute this to any texture we want depending on what kind of a product we make. For this particular purpose, we're going to be working with a solid because this is going to be breaking down our shea butter. But you can see that that's our gel, and then over here we still have our liquid form. Now once this goes into the refrigerator, this will become solid as well, but this is just the water that was extracted as the gel was being released. Now we're ready to begin our hair mask formula. For this recipe, we're going to use 3 ounces of the Irish Sea Moss Gel, 6 ounces of shea butter, 1 ounce of BTMS, a half an ounce of castor oil, 1.5 ounces of avocado oil, a half an ounce of coconut fragrance oil, and 0.15 ounces or 6 grams of Optifin as our preservative. Now, the shea butter is going to stay solid at room temperature in this recipe. We're not going to melt this down, but instead we're going to cut it down into small 1/2 inch chunks. And then I'm going to let the soft oils and the gel break this down just enough to get it incorporated all together, all at room temperature, and then from there we'll whip it into a nice butter. Next, let's transfer the shea into a stand mixer, and we're going to end up setting this on low and just let it slowly blend down. Now at this point, I'm going to end up adding all the other ingredients, and the only modification that I'm going to make to any of these ingredients is that I've melted down the BTMS. Now otherwise, if you don't melt this down, it ends up staying in the form of a little waxy bead and it won't incorporate very well, so this does need to be put into a liquid form. Now the BTMS is a conditioning emulsifier, and this is a derivative from a natural oil. This is found in many store brand conditioners, and what this does is this helps wash away all the extra oils from your body when you rinse it all off when you're done using it. If you end up making this product and it feels a little too heavy or too oily for your liking, then you can reduce the shea or any of the other oils that you are working with in this product, and then raise the amount of BTMS, and you'll end up with a little bit of a lighter feel. So that's one of the ingredients that you can tweak to make this your own based on the preference of your liking. So we're going to continue to add in all the rest of the oils until everything is completely incorporated, and I'm really not worried about the shea butter all being blocked up at the bottom of that dish, as you can see, because I'm going to stop this and I'm going to just loosen it all back up, and I'm just going to keep allowing for this to mix in even if it looks like this, we're going to let this go for about 10 minutes, and we're just going to let it do what it does. And those oils that you see sitting at the bottom, they're going to end up really working their way into that shea butter, breaking it down, and then we're just going to let this go until it becomes a nice, loose, whipped texture. Now, as these oils are breaking down, I've chopped up 3 ounces of the sea moss gel. Now, it's been a few minutes since we set this gel aside, and as you can see, this is turned from that pudding texture into a jello, and now I can cut it into squares. Now I'm going to add these pieces into the mixture, and I'm just going to continue to allow this to break the shea butter down until everything becomes a nice smooth butter. Now, I mentioned in the description that this is also a very heavy volumizing hair mask, and the reason for that is because we've added a little tiny bit of castor oil. Now, castor oil is really known for coating the shaft of the hair, and a lot of times in recipes when you hear about a hair thickening product, it will have castor oil in it. That's not to be confused with something that actually allows your hair to grow thicker. This is not some sort of a medicinal thing. This just simply coats the hair. Some people like it, some people don't like it so much, but it will definitely make your hair feel very thick and heavy. Now, this is meant to be used occasionally. This is not an everyday product because of the castor oil in it. If you really want to lighten this up to be something that you would use every day, then you may want to consider omitting the castor oil entirely. But again, this is a heavy moisturizing, heavy, thick oil. This is meant for an occasional use, and it's really going to do the job with making your hair feel big. From here on out, I'm just going to let this go for about 10 more minutes, and I may not have mentioned, but I have this on the very first setting of the mixer. We're just going to let this whip slowly. It's not necessary to set this up too high, and if we start to add too much air into it too quickly, then it does kind of feel a little bit different. So I'm just going to allow for this to continue and whip it, and you'll see what this looks like in 10 minutes. And when this product is done, it should look something like this. This nice, thick, heavy, almost like a wedding cheesecake cream cheese icing when we're finished. It smells absolutely delicious, and we can now spoon this out, transfer it over into our packaging, and it's ready to go. So I'm just going to give you a quick visual here as to what this looks like when it's applied to the back of your skin, so you can kind of see that oily texture to it. And as a recap, the gel moss is going to offer a ton of minerals and nutrients into your hair. It also has a thick gelatin texture to it, and it's absolutely loved and coveted ingredient in lots of hair quality products. The castor oil is going to make your hair feel thicker. The shea butter, of course, is for moisturizing and enriching. Avocado oil is high in oleic acid. That's very much like olive oil in that texture, and you know, there are many well-loved olive oil hair products, all deeply moisturizing. The BTMS is for heavy conditioning. It's also an emulsifying agent, so that's going to help wash that oil away from you when you're ready to rinse it off. And then we have a beautiful fragrance, in this case coconut, which just makes you feel like you're at the beach. And we finish off with our final package of Irish Sea Moss Hair Mask, our volumizing mineral hair moisturizer. It is 100 degrees here in Connecticut today, and on a day like this you might be thinking, God, are we gonna make soap today? And yeah, we're gonna do that later, but right now we're gonna make some bubble bars. In this video, we're gonna make a hybrid bubble fizz bar, and we're gonna color it red, white, and blue for the 4th of July. Now, 4th of July is coming up very shortly, and fortunately, these are done setting up in about a day or so, so you don't need too much planning to get this project underway and have it ready for. So let's get our dry ingredients mixed into a bowl. We're gonna start with baking soda, cream of tartar, citric acid, and lathanol, or LAL powder. This is also known as SLSA, and that's sodium lauryl sulfoacetate. You can find it easily enough online, and it'll come under SLSA or LAL powder. And that just helps with the fuzz and the lather in your bath products. And it's a pretty simple product to find. It looks just like the baking soda and the citric acid, and it will get all of those ingredients mixed in well together. Now we'll add our liquid ingredients, and here we've melted down 4 ounces of shea butter and 4 ounces of cocoa butter, and we're going to add that in along with 2 ounces of liquid glycerin. We're going to go ahead and let that mix in real well. And in some of these recipes that you come across, these hybrid fizz bubble bars, they tend to be more dry than wet. And I like to work with this recipe when it's a little bit on the wet side. So we're going to go ahead and add in a full ounce of our fragrance oil. In this case, I'm using Tahitian vanilla. And I love this one because it has a nice bath body fragrance that is not too candy, but it still has a little bit of a sugary sweet smell to it. So that's going to be perfect for our bubble bars in that nice bright festive color. I've separated the dough out into 3 equal parts, and now we'll color each part red, white, and blue. Now we're going to start working with our first color. The first thing we'll do is cover the tabletop with wax paper. Drop the dough right in the center of the table, and from here on out you're going to start working with it and spreading it as flat as you can across the top of the table. Now this texture is really great to work with because it's not too sticky and it's really soft and workable. It's almost like cookie dough at this stage. Next we'll take the blue and we'll do the exact same thing that we did with the red. Now we'll flatten this out, and don't worry if you can't get them to be the same size or the same shape exactly. Don't worry if there are any colors mixed in or if you have any breaks or smudges. All of this will all look beautiful once the end product is finished, and this is all going to be rolled up together anyway. So don't worry about the shape being perfect. Just do your best to get it nice and flat, and we'll move on to the white. And we're going to do the same thing with our last pile of Bubble Fizz dough. And you can see that I've been working with this now for about 10 minutes, and it's still a very nice texture and easy to work with. Now, I think that that's because I added a little bit of extra glycerin into the recipe, and it's still a nice, soft, and wet to the touch, kind of a sandy texture. So we're going to finish up with the white, and we're going to flatten it out until it looks just like the other two pieces. Now we'll bring our first color back. The bottom layer you'll want to be whichever color happened to be the one that you got to be largest, because that's going to be the outside of your roll. So in my case it'll be the red layer. We'll bring that one back, and that will be our bottom. We'll carefully uncover that top layer of parchment and then lay the blue layer on top. And of course, we'll do the same with the white. Now with the top layer of parchment removed, you'll very carefully want to start rolling the bar up using the paper mostly as weight support for the entire piece to keep it from falling apart. It should hold together pretty well, but don't be concerned if you have some cracks or if some pieces kind of fray at the edge, because still it's a very soft dough consistency and you can kind of just mold it back together. But still, carefully roll your dough up as you go along and peel back that bottom layer of parchment so that you can get it all in one solid piece. And now that we have our log molded into the size and shape that we want, we'll cut off the end pieces. You can clearly see what it's going to look like on the inside. And now we'll slice the first real piece. And there we have it, our 4th of July red, white, and blue bubble fizz bar. We'll set this down to dry. It'll take about an hour, and by morning, these will all be ready. Each piece is cut to about 2 or 3 ounces a piece, and I'll get 12 slices out of this log. They're just large enough to where you would want to break them in half, and you can probably get about 2 baths out of each one of these. Don't forget to like and subscribe so we know you're out there. And if you want to see the next project we have coming up, hit the notification bell so that you can see what we're making next. As always, you can print out any of our instructions and recipes over at our website at thermalmermaid.com. Here we go at part 9 of the cold process soap tutorial for beginners. It's time to get another beginner design in the books. In this episode of Thermal Mermaid, we're making a green and yellow peacock swirl. By now, we've completed a lot of cold process recipes, and we're going to push on with a new combination of oils that'll give us a nice thin soap that should give us plenty of time to work a pretty design into it. Now we still have a few more tips and tricks for beginners to go over to go along with the recipe that I wish I knew up front when I was learning how to make cold process. So I'm going to include those in this tutorial, so stay tuned for that. Before we start this recipe, I want to show you something that you probably already know, but it helps sometimes just to see what other people are doing. I've mentioned that I have a set of these cardboard boxes wrapped in crafters duct tape that I use as molds. Well, I do use them in real life, but also I use them exclusively in the beginning portion of this tutorial so you can see that they hold up time after time. This red checkered one is the one that I use most frequently. I've had it for years. It works just as well now as it did when I first poured the very first slab. Here I have another homemade tool that we're going to be using in this design. It's a 12-inch piece of corrugated cardboard with barbecue skewers pushed into the cardboard at every 3rd hole to make a comb. I can pull these out and adjust them to whatever space I want, and I can throw this away when I'm done if I don't want it kicking around, or I can put it away and it will last pretty much forever. When you're first starting out, it's fun to run out and buy all the soap making tools so that you have the bells and whistles for your projects. And if that's what you want to do, that's great. All those tools do work. However, if we were to make a list of every soap maker knickknack from part 1 to part 10 in this tutorial, you might be up past $500 before you even start buying ingredients. Now, if that's not what you had in mind when you thought about picking up a hobby or even penny pinching for a business startup, these tools are nearly free to make, and they aren't just disposable pretend tools. They do exactly what you need them to do. Moving right along, our Lye Water Solution for this recipe is 18.24 ounces of water and 6.59 ounces of lye crystals. We'll carefully make the Lye Water Solution and set this aside to cool to room temperature before we mix it in with our oil combination. The oils for this recipe are 21.6 ounces of olive oil, 7.2 ounces of avocado oil, 14.4 ounces of lard, and 4.8 ounces of coconut oil. The fragrance we're using here is 1.5 ounces of crystal blue water. Now we've been using a few of the same fragrances in this tutorial so you can get the most out of 1 or 2 types in this 10-part series. The most important feature of this is that it's a light oil with no color and it doesn't affect the recipe in any way. It's important not to choose a fragrance that will even slightly accelerate this recipe. Now this is a very similar recipe to the recipe in part 8, but we've made some adjustments and we've removed the sweet almond oil for avocado oil, which is also an unsaturated fat, and it'll give us a nice thin slow trace soap batter. Now I want to separate this project out into 4 parts. The main part is going to have 1.5 pounds of oils, while the other 3 will each have about 8 ounces. I'm going to color the main part a little lighter with a teaspoon of titanium dioxide dissolved in water, and then I'll go ahead and blend this right down. The surface colors on this design are going to be a very pretty yellow, green, and blue. So I'll go ahead and we'll get these colors blended in well as well. The three main colors in this project are fine powdered micas. These are not oxides or pigments. With these micas, I can put 1/2 teaspoon directly into the soap batter and it'll disperse almost immediately with little effort. If you choose greens or blues that say oxide or pigment on the package, make sure you smooth out those little grains in a bit of oil before adding it into the soap so you don't get those little balls of paint in your cured bars. The lightest batter is the base of the slab mold, and I'm going to pour this first and then leave it alone while I prepare the other colors to be applied. Once these colors have been mixed, I want to apply them to the surface in thin lines. So I'm going to carefully transfer them into ketchup dispenser bottles so I can use the applicator to squeeze the soap onto the surface. This is the second time we've transferred the soap into another container, and with all this movement, it's sure to start thickening. So not only do I want to get these filled and used, I'm going to have to refill the colors with what's left over. So it's important that we just keep the flow moving and we keep this project going along. Now once I'm ready, I'm going to immediately start to draw a serpentine pattern over the surface of the slab with each color. It's not important that this has to be a serpentine shape, it just really needs to be horizontal stripes, but this keeps the motion in flow. Now I'll be sure to alternate the colors and just keep piling them on top of one another until all the bottles are empty. Now after working on this for a few minutes, the soap has behaved just as it should. Unfortunately, I am taking too long. And you can start to see here that the trace is becoming thick, and it's just going to happen if you have too many interruptions in your work. From the time I've mixed the batter to this point in real life, it's been about 15 minutes, although in the video here you've seen me cut it down into maybe 2 minutes. So in all this time I've been fiddling with the camera, I've had to sign for a package at the door, and what you're seeing here is just what it's going to look like if you start pushing the limits. Now right here I've thought about just clipping in the footage with a second batch so you can see exactly what it looks like when it's liquid thin. But actually it might be more helpful in this case to get an idea on what your time limits are with this recipe and what it looks like around the 15-minute mark. Typically what I'm doing here should take you about 5 minutes, but if you do leave it to sit, you can expect that it's going to start to set up, and like I said before, at 15 minutes is right where I'm starting to push it, and you can see that right here. Now from the very moment I finish applying the soap, I'm going to make one big gesture with the comb at the top of the mold and drag the teeth down to the bottom. Now before we finish this, I'm going to draw the peacock feathers in with a skewer. The pattern for this is specific but very simple. Start just a few inches from the left at the top of the mold. Draw a straight serpentine S down to the bottom, just a few inches wide. When you get to the bottom, lift the skewer and bring it back to the very first point that you started. Next, draw another serpentine S down to the bottom in the reverse image from the first one. When you get to the bottom, lift the skewer and bring it to the top of the mold. Move your hand several inches to the right to a fresh spot and repeat the first pattern. Continue to reverse and repeat until you get to the end of the mold. By the way, if you've seen my dragon glitter bars, this is how I make that design. I'll use purples and pinks and then draw the comb through just at that minute when the soap is starting to become thick enough to see a little bit of texture and still thin so that the soap moves with the skewer so you can get those bubble-shaped feathers in there. Now if you wait too long, you won't get those arches. Instead, you'll just get a line carved into the surface and the soap won't even budge. It'll look similar to that difference in that failed hanger swirl that you saw in the example in part 5. Now if you want to get a good glimpse of this with my hand out of the way, this is what the pattern should look like. Now we're ready to let this set up for 24 hours, and before we leave, spritz the top with rubbing alcohol, or you could put a cardboard cover over the top to prevent the unlikeliness of soda ash. And after 24 hours, we'll come back and cut these up into 12 bars, and as you can see, we have a brand new design to add to our beginner's collection. Now these will take 4 to 6 weeks to cure, and then they'll be ready for the market. Now if you enjoyed this video, stay tuned for the last part of this tutorial where I'll give you a few final tips on controlling your soap batter, and even one secret that I didn't know for several years, and it should be included in every beginner tutorial. Next up, part 10 will be our lava lamp bubbles. Lesson 3.1, Hot Process Soap Making. Hot process is considered by some to be a step more advanced than cold process. But if you're new to soap making, don't let that intimidate you. Once you break it down, it's not that difficult at all. In part 1 of this lesson, I'm going to make a very basic hot process with just a few ingredients. We're going to focus on the 3 stages of gelling that your soap is going to go through, and I'll describe what that looks like as the soap is being cooked. I'll do this in all of the lesson 3 parts because the camera sometimes picks up the surface of the soap just a little bit differently. So by the time you see me describe this and watch a few batches, you'll have a good understanding of what these phases look like. So let's begin. I'll start by making the lye water solution. I'm going to gently pour 6.83 ounces of lye crystals into 18.24 ounces of distilled water and stir this until it's completely dissolved. In this recipe, I'm making a basic Bastille soap infused with chamomile flowers. By definition, a Bastille soap is at least 70% olive oil and 30% of some other oil. In our case, we'll use coconut oil. Now I'll set this aside and put 14.4 ounces of coconut oil into a crock pot that's set on high. No need to pre-melt the hard oils like I do with cold process. The crock pot is going to do all the work for us. Next, I'm adding 33.6 ounces of olive oil to the pot. I'll let these oils melt together. It only takes a minute or two, and during this time, I'm going to keep an eye on the temperature of both the lye water and the oil. The lye water was just made. In cold process soap, I'll typically walk away for about an hour or set the lye water in the refrigerator to cool to room temperature, but not this time. The oils are heating up rapidly, so there's no reason to let the lye cool while the oils are already hot. What we do need to do is combine the lye water while it and the oils are within 15 degrees of each other. Because we're going to cook this, it doesn't matter if the temperature is hot. What does matter is that we don't shock the molecules by adding them at different temperatures. So you'll see me keep checking this temperature, and I'm waiting until they both fall into the same 15-degree window. As soon as the temperatures are correct, I'll carefully pour the lye water into the oils and blend this well with the stick blender. I want to go right past emulsification into a light trace, so blending it for a few minutes works just fine. In this recipe, we have no colorants or fragrances, so that you can see how the soap behaves naturally with nothing in the way to influence it. However, we are going to put in one additive. Here, I'm cooking 1 cup of dried chamomile flowers into the entire pot. These are one of the few flowers that I'll actually cook into a recipe, because heavily colored flower petals will turn brown and burn in the recipe. Chamomile, however, will just tint the soap a golden color, and you'll see pieces of the herb in the bar. It will also give us a light, sweet scent of tea, and this will also be a sufficient fragrance. So before we start cooking, I'll mix this in well. Place the cover over the soap and let this cook on high for about 30 minutes. When I return, we'll have moved into the first phase of hot process gel. Oftentimes you'll see a dramatic change around the edges, and some of the recipe will begin to separate at the edges. Now this is okay, but you'll want to mix it all right back together again. At this stage, your soap will look like pudding with bubbles right around the edge. But if the soap is too thick, just fold the outer edges into the center with a spoon, bring the soap from the bottom up to the top, and make sure to break up the center and move it around. Place the cover on the top and allow this to cook for another 20 to 30 minutes. The second time you check on it, it may be reaching the second phase of hot process gel. Some soapers call this the applesauce stage because that's what the soap looks like. The soap should be much more loose and easier to stir. You may hear crackling and air being released. Make sure to mix this in well again and give everything a good stir to move the soap around evenly. If the waters have separated, be sure to mix them all back together again. Place the cover on the top and give this another 20 to 30 minutes to cook. When you come back again, you may be in the third stage of the hot process gel phase. Often referred to as having a Vaseline texture, this will have a glassy shine across the top, and the entire color may have darkened a little bit. When your soap looks more translucent than it did 30 minutes ago, it's time to remove the heat. Not every cooked batch of soap goes through the gel process in the same way. In some cases, your recipe may produce very defined stages, and in other cases it could skip a stage and become gelled more quickly. This really depends on the recipe that you use and the intensity of the heat source that's being used. Each of these 3 stages also have a between stage, so when you come back and check on the progress, you may not see a defined stage, but something that's just moving in between stages. Also, the cooking time can vary as well. Some hot process recipes can take up to 45 minutes to cook, while others can take as long as 2 hours. This is just something that you have to let the recipe decide. You can't force any of this to happen. You may want to stir this down for a minute or 2 until it feels like a comfortable texture to transfer into your soap loaf mold. Once you begin the transfer, do it as quickly as possible. The surface of hot process soap begins to set up quickly, and to keep the bar looking uniform in its color, it's helpful to transfer in one motion if possible. Once the transfer is complete, you can decorate the top with dried chamomile buds for decor, and this soap is ready to be left to be set up for 24 hours. After 24 hours, we can cut the bars and we'll have a nice solid piece of chamomile bastille soap. Now, unlike cold process soap, these can be used immediately because the lye has been cooked down until it's dead, so they're safe to use. But that doesn't mean that the bar has cured. Curing means that the water has evaporated, and this still needs a few weeks to be complete. So when you hear people say that hot process soap is ready to be used within 24 hours, it doesn't mean that it's ready to be packaged and sold that soon. Now, cooking the soap does release much of the water, so you may not need a full 6 weeks to cure, but you do need to set this aside for a few weeks for it to cure. It's time to step up our hot process recipes and add some additives to the next project. Now these can get complicated, so just remember, this lesson is still a beginner's level in 3.2 Madagascar Spice. Let's start by carefully pouring our lye crystals into distilled water. We're using 6.6 ounces of sodium hydroxide crystals and 18.24 ounces of distilled water. In this lesson, we're going to make Madagascar Spice, an orange clove fragrance oil from Nature's Garden. This is an exotic but familiar orange and clove fragrance. It really sticks in this recipe, and if you like the deeper musk fragrances, then this one's very pleasant. Of course, you can substitute 1.5 ounces of any fragrance of your choice, but this one is going to complement our color scheme very well. With the crock pot on high, we'll add our oils at first. The recipe calls for 9.6 ounces of coconut oil, 7.2 ounces of olive oil, 14.4 ounces of rice bran oil, 2.4 ounces of cocoa butter, and 14.4 ounces of lard. If you don't have rice bran oil readily available due to it being seasonal in some locations, then you can substitute those measurements with the olive oil, but you will need to run the numbers through the soap calculator because the sap value between olive oil and rice bran are a little bit different. Now I'm going to let all these oils melt down, and just like in part 1, I'm going to keep an eye on the temperature. The oils are heating and the lye water is next to the pot settling. Soon those temperatures are going to meet, and I want to add the lye water solution when both temperatures are within 15 degrees of each other. Now before we leave this to begin cooking, I want to make sure it's completely emulsified, and I'll bring it to a light trace before I put the lid on top. As it cooks, it will naturally want to separate back into oils and water, and we're going to fight this for the next hour. Once I'm satisfied with the blending, I'm going to put the lid on the soap and let this cook for 20 to 30 minutes. The time that you allow your soap to cook is going to depend on the heating element in your crock pot. This pot is pretty intense, so I know it'll only take about 20 minutes, but your time will be something that you have to keep an eye on and learn after a few batches. When we come back to check on the soap, we can really see a great example of what phase 1 of the gel process looks like. You can clearly see the ring around the edge, the center is still hard and firm, and the waters are starting to separate. Now we need to break this up and mix it all back together, recombine anything that's separated, and give it a good mix to let the heat work evenly through the soap. We're going to place the lid on the pot again and leave this alone for another 20 to 30 minutes. The second phase in the gel process looks and feels much looser. It may be trying to separate again, and we're going to do the same thing we did before. This time you may see air being released from the saponification process being forced. This is normal, but this can lead to the soap expanding and rising, so even though we don't have too much work to do other than checking on it, it's important not to leave it unsupervised so that it doesn't rise out of the pot. Giving it a good mix will bring it all right back down. At this point, our soap is about halfway cooked, and we need to cover it and leave it to continue cooking for another 20 to 30 minutes. When I come back in 30 minutes, well, we still haven't reached phase 3. We're only in a halfway place, and this light foamy soap needs to be mixed again. It's separated a considerable amount. So I'm going to stop what I'm doing, and I'm going to replace the stick blender back into the recipe, and we're going to make sure that we continue to keep putting the oils and the waters back together as we're cooking through this. Now this may not happen at all during the cooking and gel phase process, or it may happen a few times. The important part is just to keep an eye on it and keep managing it as we're cooking through the process. Once I'm satisfied, we'll put the lid on it and let it keep cooking. This bar will have a powdered goat's milk for a creamy texture. We're not adding it yet, but I'll just get it ready. So I'm going to take 3 scoops and blend it down with a couple ounces of water. You don't need a lot of water, just enough to turn the powder into cream. There are many ways you can work with goat's milk in your recipe, and this is considered a bit intermediate, but we'll set a specific tutorial aside in lesson 6 just to discuss the different ways that you can add goat's milk to your bars. To color our soap, I'm going to use an ounce of powdered paprika. This will give me a healthy orange to go along with the spice theme of the Madagascar spice. Natural dried powdered herbs can be a bit granular, so I'll blend this down by adding it to the goat's milk, and we'll let it soak for a few minutes. Now that I've spent a few minutes with prep work, I'm going to come back and check on our gel phase. It looks to me like we've passed into the 3rd stage during the last few minutes. This soap is rising, and when I begin to mix, I can see that it has a glassy Vaseline texture through and through. Now I'm going to remove the heat because this will continue to cook as the temperature is cooling. The quickest way to get this to cool is to remove it from the glass cookware and separate it out into 2 parts. At this stage, it's important to pay close attention. 1/2 of the soap is going to get an ounce of bentonite clay to color the soap gray. Now this is not temperature sensitive, so we can add this at any time. However, the fragrance and the colored goat's milk must be added once the temperature has fallen below about 140 degrees. This will prevent the milk from burning and smelling scorched, and it'll prevent the fragrance from flashing out of the oil and leaving the soap before it's able to cure. During all this, I have to watch to make sure the soap is not getting hard and setting up before I can mold it, so this is a fine balance. Typically, in most of your hot process recipes, you'll find that your additives go in at the end, and this is just to prevent damaging any of those additives by cooking them. Mixing in the clay will thicken the soap and turn the batter into an earthy gray clay color. Now it's important to work quickly because I want to transfer this before it becomes firm. I'll do the same thing with the goat's milk and paprika. Each half of the soap will get 3/4 of an ounce of fragrance oil. This is the final additive, and I'm adding this just before the transfer to give it the max amount of time to cool down. Finally, we'll leave this for 24 hours to firm up and come back and cut our beautiful pieces of Madagascar spice. Now we've completed our second tutorial on hot process soap. And as you can see, as long as you're paying attention to what's going on in the crock pot, this is not much more advanced than what you've already done in lesson 2. Now we do have a few more tips in the beginner level, so if you're ready to move on, let's move on to part 3 of the beginner level in hot process soap making. Welcome to lesson 3.3 in the hot process chapter of this tutorial, where we'll make a Victorian rose goat's milk soap. Part 3 is going to discuss a few more techniques on how to cook through the hot process recipe. This is all still what I consider to be beginner material. We'll jump right in by carefully making the lye water solution for this 3-pound recipe with 6.5 ounces of sodium hydroxide lye crystals and 18.24 ounces of distilled water. Dissolve the crystals completely and set this aside. We're going to build on what you've already learned in the first 2 parts, and again point out qualities of the 3 gel phases. And in this last beginner's tutorial, I'll be giving you my favorite base hot process recipe that I use at my market tables. You can use this recipe and change it in a dozen different ways with fragrances and colors, and this bar will come out beautifully. Bring together 4 oils and 2 butters and set the crock pot on high. You will need 24 ounces of palm oil, 12 ounces of rice bran oil, 5.75 ounces of coconut oil, 4.8 ounces of olive oil, 0.96 ounces of shea butter, and 0.48 ounces of cocoa butter. Place the 4 oils in the crock pot to melt down, but do not add the shea butter or the cocoa butter yet. Once the oils have melted, we're going to add the lye water solution. Remember, we want to do this when the lye water and the oils are within 15 degrees from each other. We don't want to shock the lye into reacting violently, so watch the 2 parts and make sure the temperatures are similar before you combine them. Now I'm going to mix this in well and allow it to emulsify. There's a 5% superfat written into this recipe, and the shea butter and the cocoa butter on the table next to the crock pot make up 7.2% of the recipe. That means right now there's just a little more lye than there is oil for it to bond with in the crock pot. What I'm doing is I'm allowing the molecules to find a partner so that when I do add the butters, there will only be a little bit of lye that needs to bond, and this will guarantee that our more luxurious ingredients will become the moisturizing superfats that float in the bar. Now we'll let the soap cook down for about 30 minutes. After this time has passed, you can clearly see that we're moving into the first gel phase. The edges are bubbling, the sides of the pot and the bottom of the soap are cooking, and I'll need to break up the center to get the heat moving evenly. I'll mix in the little separation back together, and when the texture feels uniform, I'll put the cover on this and let it cook down for another 30 minutes. Now an hour has passed, and we're just starting to get into the second phase. The soap is soft and just beginning to move into that applesauce phase. I'm going to mix this again to make sure the heat is moving evenly, and once this feels uniform, I'm going to add the remaining butters. Now right now, I'm halfway through the cooking process. In some tutorials, you'll learn that the superfat goes in at the end of the cook. And I'm pointing out here that that's not what I'm doing. I'm adding it halfway through. Now we still have some time to cook, and there are some technical reasons why I'm doing this, and that's a little bit more advanced, and I don't want to confuse anyone at a beginner stage. But not all of the oil that I left out is actually a superfat. 2% of it is part of the recipe. So I'm going to let this melt into the pot, mix it well, and come back in about 30 minutes. While the soap cooks, I'm going to prepare the final additives. This recipe will have 2 colors. For the white, I'm going to use 1 teaspoon of titanium dioxide that I'll dissolve into 1 to 2 tablespoons of oil, and 1 teaspoon of Red Lake 40 that I'll dissolve into 1 to 2 tablespoons of oil. Both of these colorants are top and granular, so it helps the design to smooth them out into an oil before coloring the soap. I'm going to blend down 2 scoops of goat's milk into 4 ounces of water. This is more concentrated than the directions on the can call for, but we're not using this for food. I just want enough water to dissolve and smooth the powder. Checking on it again, I can see that we're just pushing into the third stage, because the surface of the soap is slick like glass, but as I mix it, it just isn't uniform all the way through. I want this to look slick and glassy all the way through even after I've mixed it. So I'll put the top on this and give it another 20 minutes. On the final check, we've achieved the third stage. The soap is glassy all the way through. I'll remove the heat and let this start to cool. From here on out, I'll monitor the temperature so we can include the final additives. This is where we keep a close eye on the soap. I want to disperse the heat and get it to cool before it starts to become firm. First, I want to add the goat's milk. Milk will burn at 180 degrees, so to prevent it from scorching and affecting the fragrance of the bar, we have to add the goat's milk below 180 degrees. 170 is fine. I'll spend a few minutes mixing this in well, and when the temperature has dropped to below 140, I can add the Victorian Rose fragrance oil. Once this is completely incorporated, the only thing left to do is to separate the soap into 2 parts and color each half. Now we'll transfer this into the mold, alternating the colors. As you can see, this soap is pretty agreeable for a hot process batter. But with the methods I've demonstrated in this beginner lesson, this is about as thin as it gets, so you'll only get these layered types of designs. We can get some swirl techniques with other hot cross recipes, but those will be in more advanced sections of this course. I like to top this recipe off with a decor of dried rosebuds. This is optional, of course, but it's worth mentioning that if you want to incorporate dried roses into anything rose themed, they look prettier on top of the design. If we tried to cook these, like we did with the chamomile flowers in lesson 3.1, the entire pot of soap would have turned into mud brown and it would have ruined the design. So we keep our roses on top of the soap. After 24 hours, we're ready to unmold and cut open our bars, and voila, we have our beautiful Victorian rose goat's milk soap. Now remember, just like I mentioned in lesson 3.2, the cooking process has made the lye inert, and so of course a hot process soap is safe to use after 24 hours, but that does not mean that the bar has cured. For the bar to be cured, the remaining water has to evaporate, and we still need to give the bar time for the water to evaporate. It won't need as much time as a cold process soap because much of the water has been released during the cooking process, but we will still have to set these bars aside for 2 to 4 weeks for them to harden up so that they can become sellable. You wouldn't want to sell these bars at the market the day after you make them, despite the fact that they are perfectly safe to use. This is lesson 6.2 in the Thermal Mermaid Soap Makers course. In this lesson, we'll cover our recipe on soap dough or soap clay, and I'll explain what you should expect in the recipe, how it's different from other popular recipes from other soap makers that have formulated theirs, and why I've done it this way. In a 1 pound recipe, you will use 5.6 ounces of lard, 4 ounces of coconut oil, 3.2 ounces of palm shortening, 1.6 ounces of shea butter, and 1.6 ounces of canola. This recipe is 90% hard oils with a focus on hard oils that are pliable, heavy fats. We'll start off by melting the hard oils down and then combining them into a smooth, creamy mixture. We'll then set this aside to cool, and we're ready to make our lye water solution. The measurements for the lye water solution are 6.08 ounces of distilled water and 2.27 ounces of lye crystals. Gently pour the lye crystals into the water until they're completely dissolved, and once they've cooled, add that solution into your oil mixture. We'll then begin to emulsify until it's completely blended together. Now in this case, this particular batter is going to come to a very thick trace very quickly. We're turning this into dough anyway, and you really don't have to worry or panic because we're not going to go much further than getting it colored and then encouraging it to start setting up. So it starts getting thick immediately, and just keep continuing until it's completely emulsified. Now if you've searched online for the most popular soap dough recipe, the common theme that they all have in common is babassu oil. Now in this recipe, I'm not using any babassu oil, and although it does make an excellent ingredient in the quality of molding clay for smoothness and longevity, it's a really expensive oil. And if you're making a product with a price point in mind, Or if you aren't the most experienced artist and you need to have plenty of material to practice with, this can get really pricey. So in this soap dough, we're using much less expensive oils, and you'll find that the palm shortening can be obtained for about 4 cents an ounce, where the babassu costs somewhere around 80 cents an ounce. This leaves us free to make a lot more soap dough, and it's especially useful if you're trying to get a specific technique or some skills under your belt and you need some practice material. Now, as soon as your batter has emulsified, simply split it up into the number of colors that you'd like to create for your dough. In this case, I have a specific project in mind, so I have some specific colors that I need to work with, and we're going to split that up, mix up your colors, and then we move on to the next step. Once the soap is in a paste form and it's ready and prepared, we're going to give this a nice safe place for it to set up. I like to get a disposable dish and then coat the bottom in a plastic saran wrap. We're then going to place the soap on top and then cover the soap so that it gets nice air to breathe, and it'll continue to set up, but it's not moving as fast as it would as if we were setting it up to actually harden the soap. It's worth mentioning that nearly all cold processed recipes make soap dough. So that might leave you wondering, why on earth do people go to more effort to find a great soap dough recipe? Well, once you've formulated a base recipe that's easy to work with, you don't want to throw away your dough when your project is finished. In fact, you may want to store it, and you might want to have a handful of colors readily available for future projects. Since it takes about 2 days to firm up to a modeling clay texture, you'll save a lot of effort by getting what you need prepared in one project, instead of stopping and making it every time you have a new idea. You might even want to make your soap clay a month in advance, and that's where a good recipe comes in. When working with a soap dough recipe, you'll want to be able to store it, and if you store it properly, you should be able to pull it out and it will behave just like modeling clay. It'll be hard at first, but when you cut a piece and work with it between your fingers, it'll start to soften up and turn into the exact same texture it was when you put it away. A bad recipe will crumble and cake up. It'll dry out and it'll look like bread dough that you left on the counter overnight. So this is the main reason a good recipe is more desirable. If you want to make a doughy type soap in under 6 hours and work with one project, you can usually just use the base recipe of the soap project that you're already using. But if you want to make a clay type soap that you can multi-purpose and keep its integrity while it's being stored, then you'll want to make it this way. While I'm wrapping these, I still want a little bit of air to get through because I do want these to firm up and I want them to be a tougher consistency. So just before I set these aside to put them away, I'm going to put the lids on top very loosely, not completely covering it, and then I'm just going to stack them up and set them over to the corner. Now I'm going to leave these by themselves for 1 to 2 days before I pull the wrapping off to see if it's become just the right texture. Now let me show you an example of what soap dough looks like after it's been stored for 6 weeks. I keep my soap dough pieces wrapped in saran wrap and then tightly packed in a disposable plastic container with a sealable lid, and I always close and seal the lid when I'm putting it away. Now the whole purpose of this is we want to prevent the soap from curing altogether. It's just become firm, but we don't want to dry it out and we don't want the water to completely evaporate because that's what gives us that pliable texture. Now you can see here I've got one piece of red clay, and as I work with it between my fingers, which does take about a minute to start softening up and for the piece to become warm, it becomes malleable, and then I'm able to shape it into the pieces that I'm going to make right now. So here's an example of me making 2 small apples, and you can see how easy it is to work with just after a few minutes. And remember, this soap has been stored now for 6 weeks. Now, if for any reason your soap dough has been exposed to moisture and it feels tacky and is sticking to your skin or the surface of the workspace, just dust your fingertips with a thin layer of cornstarch and you'll be right back to normal. Don't use too much because you don't want to incorporate it into the recipe, but just enough to absorb the moisture on the surface and you're right back in business. Now, once the soap clay has been stored for several days, the lye in the raw soap has weakened so much that you no longer need to wear gloves to handle it. It won't burn you at this point. And if the color that you're using is a pigment or an oxide, then you still may want to use gloves to prevent the color transfer on your hands, which is heavier with oxides than with the lighter micas, as you can see I'm doing here with the red color in the example. Welcome to Lesson 7.4, where we will tackle liquid soap making and a variety of the basic additives that go into liquid soaps to get different textures and qualities. Now, this topic could take up an entire module in this course, but for now, I'm keeping it entirely contained in Lesson 7.4, and we'll break it down into the 6 recipes that are posted below. The recipes you see here are all variations of liquid soaps that require different additives to achieve different final products. When you think of a liquid soap, you probably think of your standard kitchen hand soap, but mastering this technique can expand your product line by dozens of different products or even your household DIY items. Liquid soaps include everything from liquid laundry soap to body wash to shampoos to regular standard household cleaning soaps. Now, you can make it a strong stripping cleanser, or you can make it a soft and moisturizing product for your hair. It's entirely up to you what you want to create with this technique. The first recipe below this video is labeled a basic golden liquid soap. This is a base soap without any additional additives. It's just the bare bones of creating a base liquid soap. This recipe is a thick, rich olive oil base, and it turns into a soft hand washing or body soap once it's finished. Once we cover the basics, I'm going to explain additional types of additives that are common in liquid soaps and what kind of result you can expect to achieve when you add these changes. To apply any of these differences in action, scroll below and select one of the other 5 recipes that are targeted to create a different product. These are all generally basic recipes. You can find more liquid recipes in addition to these 6 listed in the recipe directory once you get the basics of learning how to make your skincare products with this technique. So let's get started with our basic golden liquid soap. In today's recipe, I'm making just about 1 gallon of liquid soap, and I'll be using this for hands, face, dishwashing, possibly even body wash. The texture and color of this recipe will be like a warm honey, and in order to create this, we need to cook it for several hours in the crock pot in the same way that we make our hot process soap. First, I'm going to make my lye water solution by adding 12.61 ounces of distilled water and 6.91 ounces of lye, KOH. Unlike in solid soap, where you may be used to using NaOH or sodium hydroxide, we're using KOH, which is potassium hydroxide. These are large flakes that react a bit stronger than the sodium hydroxide that you may be used to, so make sure you take the same safety precautions that you normally would and protect your eyes, face, and hands when you make this. The potassium hydroxide creates a much softer soap that dissolves in water more evenly and remains consistent. So anytime you want a liquid-based product, you have to use potassium hydroxide. Next, we need to measure out and combine the oils. Here I'm using 12.8 ounces of rice bran oil, 12.8 ounces of olive oil, 3.2 ounces of castor oil, and 3.2 ounces of coconut oil. I'll melt these together in the crock pot on a low setting. Once these are combined, we can pour in the lye solution. This is sometimes referred to as the alkali base, into the oils. Now you might be used to waiting for your lye to cool before you continue, but for liquid soap, we're going to work around 160 degrees. The goal here is to get this to emulsify together and get it to trace as soon as we can so that we can get this thoroughly combined and cooked down. We aren't in any need to control a slow trace because we don't need to do anything to this soap except keep it together and get it into the gel phase. Now it takes a bit more work to combine and trace soap made with potassium hydroxide, and if you're using a high oleic acid recipe, like the one here with a heavy amount of olive oil, you can expect to blend for a few minutes. This recipe took about 10 full minutes before it looked like it would keep from separating and it started to become thick. Even so, it still may want to keep separating as it's cooking, and you just need to check on it and keep mixing it back together. Once you're satisfied with the consistency, put the lid on the crock pot and let it cook for about 30 minutes. Return and mix it again. Between now and the next hour or even two, it'll move anywhere from that first pudding stage through all the cooked stages and eventually reach a full gel stage. How it goes through these stages will vary, and it isn't important to recognize all of them in the same way that you did when you were learning the hot process method in lesson 3. What is important is to keep checking on it and make sure that the water and the oils aren't separating, and recognize when it's reached a full gel phase. Once you believe the soap has reached a full gel phase, we're going to test the soap for clarity to see if it's finished cooking. Fill a clear glass with hot distilled water, about 4 ounces should do. Take just a small amount of the gelled soap out of the slow cooker and dissolve it into the water. Now this may take a few minutes. If there's a difference in temperature, the soap may not want to dissolve, but it may actually just harden up. Just keep working with it until it dissolves. If the water is cloudy or milky white, the soap is not done cooking. If the water is mostly clear, you're done and you can move on to the next steps. Take a look here at these two examples. In the cloudy cup, I dissolved the soap before it had fully gelled to show you what this looks like, and in the clear cup, you can see the difference of what it looks like when it's finished cooking. Now you can remove the heat from the soap. What we have here is referred to as soap paste. And what we're going to do is dilute this with water in a 1-to-1 ratio to dissolve the paste into a liquid, and then it'll remain that way. Now let's warm 70 ounces of distilled water either in the microwave or on the stovetop until it comes to a light simmer. Add 10 ounces of glycerin into the distilled water and mix this in well. Pour this solution over the soap paste and work it around with a spoon to encourage dilution. At this stage, you can continue to work the soap until it becomes broken up and dissolved, or you can place the cover on it and set the slow cooker to warm and walk away for a few hours and let it dissolve on its own. If after 24 hours it hasn't completely dissolved, or if it has a thin skin on the surface of the soap, then you can add more water to allow this to finish dissolving. The exact amount of water needed may vary because there will be variations in how much water is lost during the cook time depending on the temperature of the crock pot and the time that you took to get it into the full gel phase. Once you've dissolved this, you can transfer it into the storage containers or your pump bottles and use it for its intended purpose. Okay, so let's touch a little on what's going on in this recipe and how to use additives to make variations. First, in liquid soaps, we don't typically use a superfat. In some cases, a superfat can be set to 1 to 3% depending on the product that you want to make and the purity of your potassium hydroxide. In this recipe, we're not using any superfat. This will saponify all of the oils, and it will prevent any leftover oil that would be left behind floating in the soap from separating and settling to the bottom over time. Some oils also contain non-saponifiables, such as your shea butters, cocoa butters, a little bit in the palms, and a little bit in the lards. Recipes with those will result in a little bit of sediment or a cloudy whitish liquid soap. Now this is okay if you want this texture in your product, but if you want your soap to be clear and without oil floating in the recipe, then you will need a zero superfat. Soaps like household cleaners and laundry soaps, you want a zero superfat because you don't want oils left on your clean surface or in your fabric. Soaps like body washes and shampoos could easily incorporate a little extra oil and enrich your product. Liquid soaps made with potassium hydroxide tend to be higher in alkaline, and you may want to pH test your soap when it's finished. If you do want to do this, then you'll want your pH strips to be anywhere under the number 10. Now, I typically don't do this because it is an extra step that I can solve just by tasting a little bit of the soap. If you're really concerned about the pH, just put a little bit of it on your tongue, and if it feels like a AA battery, then it's too alkaline. But if it just tastes like nasty soap, you're perfectly fine. So if you do get a soap that has a pH that's too high, this may be a little irritating on your skin. So what would you do to fix this after your soap has already been made? Well, one very common solution is to add borax to the soap. Adding a little bit of borax will neutralize the pH, and then you can go ahead and retest this again with your pH strips once the borax has been completely dissolved into the liquid soap. Some people like to also try this with citric acid and find success as well. Now, there are other reasons why you might want to add borax. This is a very common additive in liquid soap. It also works as an emulsifier, so if you notice that your waters and your oils are starting to separate even after you've gone through all the work of putting the liquid soap together, add a little bit of a borax, blend it up again, and this might hold everything together. This will also thicken your soap, so if you have a very watery, thin soap or you've just added a little bit too much water, the borax will bring it back into that viscous honey texture. You can add borax for any of those reasons. If the texture needs to be adjusted to your liking, then you can experiment and add the amount that you like. Now, this is primarily a salt, and so I only add this with washing soaps. I especially add it to my laundry soap, but I don't go for the borax when I want to make a moisturizing or a conditioning soap like a shampoo. Colorants and fragrances can be added to any base recipe to customize it to your liking. If you want to color your liquid soap, it's best to use a liquid soap colorant. If you choose a powdered mica, it'll look fine at first, but the particles could settle over time. A liquid cosmetic colorant will disperse more evenly and it will hold in the suspension. Let's talk about preservatives. If you're making enough soap to last a few weeks, or if you're gifting or selling your liquid soap, you do need to add a preservative because this is not pure soap. It's a major part of it is water, and this will eventually grow mold after a while. Now, you may already be used to purchasing the skin-safe preservatives from the other products that you've already made, and you also may have preferences in which preservatives you like, but there are a couple of things that you need to know when adding a preservative to liquid soap. Not every preservative is soluble in water. Some are made for primarily oil-based products. For example, Optifin is widely recommended as a broad-spectrum preservative because it's paraben and formaldehyde-free, but it isn't soluble in water, so you'll need to look for Optifin Plus, which is. Also, there's some discussion between a broad spectrum and a full spectrum. Phenonip is a full-spectrum antimicrobial preservative, but it does contain parabens at a tested skin-safe level. Now, I'm using both of these as an example because they both have the highest in heat tolerance, with Optifin Plus being at 176 degrees and Phenonip being at 200 degrees. This is also important to consider, because if your preservative reaches temperatures higher than that, either in transit or in storage, it will become inert and then it'll be useless in your product. And these are the two preservatives with the highest tolerance to heat. If you're formulating a recipe on your own and you want to add a preservative, keep it at 1% of the total weight of the recipe. So you might be wondering, how do I thicken or emulsify a liquid soap without using borax if I want it to be a rich moisturizing soap like a conditioning shampoo? Well, if you want to avoid adding additional salt in your soap because it might be too abrasive, then you can add glycerin to thicken the formula. Or additionally, you can add BTMS 50, and this will provide a conditioning agent, and it also is an emulsifier. So if you want a conditioning shampoo, then we would lean more toward these emulsifying waxes that are thick and heavy and rich, specifically for making shampoos and conditioners. If you just want to add a little bit of a light emulsifier, you can even add 1% of polysorbate 20. Now, if you're interested in trying any of those additional variations in your recipes that I've just described, then you can scroll down below and try your hand at the additional 5 recipes on these pages. These are customized specifically for different purposes. They're all base recipes, and then you can build on them from there. In lesson 7.5, we're going to discuss how to make shave soaps for men and how to calculate your own formula for a dual lye soap. In this video, we'll cover a bit of explanation and the details of how to formulate a recipe, and then in the video posted below this one, we'll demonstrate separately a full recipe called Christian's Dual Lye Shave Soap. Commercial shave products come in a variety of forms. They're creams, soaps, foams, and gels, or any hybrid combination of these. Now, we can make any of these, but if you're just beginning to craft shave products, you may want to stay close to a true soap recipe. And so in this explanation, we're going to discuss a plain dual lye shave soap. According to men interviewed, there tend to be 2 different preferences when it comes to the type of shave soap that they like. Some want more of a full, dense lather, while others want more of a slick glide. Different ingredients can contribute to either of these 2 qualities, and you can get both of these types of soap with a hybrid dual lye soap. Now, a dual lye shave soap can be either made as a cold process method or with a hot process technique. Shave soap is essentially a cream soap, which you'll learn more about in the next lesson. But the recipes in this lesson are formulated to give us a firm product that will be soft enough to produce a fast, creamy lather. When dry, this is much more like a hard bar of soap, but it can be dissolved very easily. Now, this is due to a high content of stearic acid found in shave soaps, which is one of the key ingredients that make a shave soap stand apart from a normal bar of soap. The stearic acid helps keep that lather small and dense, and it gives us a quality that's more like a foam. My preferred recipes for shave soaps are with a slow-cooked hot process method. Stearic acid has a much higher melting point than any of the hard butters and oils than you're normally used to using when you're working with a traditional soap. In the crock pot, it's easier to get these ingredients to an equal temperature, melted and then incorporated together. Now, you can combine these ingredients with a cold process method, but the stearic acid is more likely to solidify when it comes in contact with anything at a lower temperature, and it can quickly turn into tiny little wax beads and sometimes never really incorporate very well. Now, it is possible to blend a shave soap with a cold process technique, but that takes a little bit of practice to get it done just right. When we combine our 2 lyes, one that would normally make either a solid soap and one that would normally make a liquid soap, the result is neither a solid nor a liquid soap, but a hybrid of the 2. Now, the combination in this demonstration is 65% potassium hydroxide and 35% sodium hydroxide for a result that will give us a soft, malleable, solid piece of soap. And once you have become familiar with the technique, then you can experiment with the percentages and play with those numbers to achieve a texture that you like the best. Now, I think that this recipe is optimal, but this is by no means the only way to make a dual lye shave soap. Remember, you can play with the percentages of the potassium hydroxide to sodium hydroxide to get the texture that you want, but the lye to oil ratio must still be calculated and correct. So let's take a look at how we achieve our calculations in making this dual lye soap. The first thing that we do is go over to our lye calculator and get ready to pop the recipe into the calculator. But most calculators do not provide a result for a dual lye combination, so typically you'll calculate both types of lye separately and then ratio them out to match your desired percent. So first, we're going to run the entire recipe through the lye calculator using sodium hydroxide. Add the oils and the units of measurement, add your water percent and your superfat as you desire, save the result of the recipe, and then we're going to go back and run the exact same recipe, only the second time we calculate the lye set to potassium hydroxide. You will get an identical result, but with a measurement for the potassium hydroxide. Now let's take the numbers that we got out of the calculator for both the sodium hydroxide and the potassium hydroxide. These numbers represent 100% of the lye needed for both types if we were making 1 pound of soap. Now we certainly can't just add these together because that would give us 200% of the amount of lye needed, and that's way too much. Instead, we need to calculate our ratio, and we need to still make sure that we have a result that is 100% of the lye for this recipe. Now in this recipe, I want 65% of the potassium hydroxide. So I'm going to multiply the total amount of potassium hydroxide, which is 2.74 ounces, by 65%, or 0.65, for a result of 1.78 ounces. Now I want my lye solution to be made with 35% from the sodium hydroxide. So to get this, I will calculate the total amount of sodium hydroxide by 35%, or 0.35, for a result of 0.68 ounces. 1.78 ounces of potassium hydroxide represents 65% of the lye that I need to make this recipe, and 0.68 ounces of sodium hydroxide represents 35% of the lye that I need to make this recipe. When I add these together, I'll get 100% of the amount of lye needed to saponify the oils in this recipe with a lye combination that will give me a texture perfect for this shave soap. Now keep in mind, we don't actually add these two numbers together. You need to measure the potassium hydroxide and the sodium hydroxide out separately because these are two separate compounds coming from two separate containers. So when I say add them together, this is simply to understand that these two parts equal 100% of the amount of lye needed. Now you know how to ratio the percentages of two types of lye to create any type of cream soap that you like. You can make any combination of lye percentages depending on how hard or soft you want in the final result of your soap. In lesson 2.5, we're going to introduce adding clay to your soap bars. And in this recipe, we'll make a 3 simple layered design with aloe and clay. The first thing we'll do is make our lye water solution, which needs 6.52 ounces of lye crystals and 18.24 ounces of water. Now typically, I like to speed up the video when I mix the lye because if you like to watch soap making videos, this step is the same over and over again. But here, the camera really captures the fumes for a few seconds and you can clearly see how strong the chemical reaction is. So you can see how important it is to wear a mask and gloves. Now I can feel the heat through my glove from the boiling water, and if I wasn't wearing a mask, the fumes would be choking me. And this happens so fast, and it lasts just a handful of seconds until the lye crystals are completely dissolved. Now, since we've only made a few recipes so far in lesson 2, I'm going to show you some very common ingredients that are used in cold process soap making and talk about the properties that would have been helpful to me if I discovered before I made a few batches through trial and error. So in this recipe, we're going to talk about adding clay, some properties about and working with titanium dioxide, how adding ingredients and additives can alter your colors, and a warning about working with finely ground dried aloe powder. Now this is a simple recipe. It yields a 3-pound loaf, and the 3-pound loaf is about the size of a bread mold, so you'll get about 11 bars at 4.5 ounces apiece. Now, if you don't want to make that much soap, you can cut the recipe in half and get 5 or 6 bars out of this recipe. Here, the oil and the lye water have been set aside to cool. Both are about room temperature and within 20 degrees of each other. I'm going to blend this down to a light trace just long enough until it looks completely emulsified. And that means that a slick, shiny, oily sheen right on the surface should disappear in front of your eyes as you're mixing. The additives that we'll put in are going to thicken the batter, so we don't want to go overboard with mixing it and getting it too thick before we start working with our soap. Here I've just added green clover and aloe fragrance from Nature's Garden. Now this is a light and pleasant fragrance, and it has little impact on the recipe. It does not accelerate or rice the soap. It has no vanilla, so it won't affect the color while the soap is curing. And at the time that I've made this video, these bars have already cured for 2 months, and the fragrance is still just as strong as the day I cut the loaf. So I do recommend this fragrance because it holds very well in the finished product. Now, after separating the batter into 3 equal parts, we'll start off by adding in the bentonite clay. Now the clay is only 1 tablespoon in this recipe, and when you're making a luxury spa bar, it's very tempting to add in an extra spoonful or maybe even 2, and there is such thing as putting too much clay into your recipe. 1 tablespoon is sufficient, and if you start to experiment with clay, you'll realize this during the curing process because the final product will be sticky, and if you put in too much, you won't get that real beautiful finished product. The colorant is 1/2 teaspoon of Soapberry Green Mica, and that's already been mixed in with a tablespoon of olive oil. So as we're adding it into the batter, it's already in a liquid form to keep everything nice and smooth. Now we're putting this in with the bentonite clay, which is already kind of a greenish tint, and so the final result in this colorant is going to be a very natural, earthy tone green. In the second part of the batter, dust 1 tablespoon of dried aloe powder. Now if you haven't seen my video when I hand made this additive, stay tuned for just a minute for an important safety warning about this aloe dust, which wasn't evident to me at the very first time that I was using it. Now I'm adding the exact same amount of colorant, 1 teaspoon of Soapberry Green dissolved in 1 tablespoon of olive oil, and now as I'm mixing it you can see that the result is a much brighter green. And that's because the clay actually changed the color of the first batter, and the aloe is a much lighter color, and so we're going to get 2 contrasting greens but using the exact same colorant in this recipe. Now in the third part of the batter, I've started off by mixing 1 teaspoon of titanium dioxide into a tablespoon of corn oil and then mixing that into the soap. And you always want to dissolve your white titanium dioxide thoroughly before adding it to the soap. It lightens the soap batter to an off-white, but this will cure a lighter color after some time. This is plenty of titanium dioxide in the recipe for a nice white layer. But since this is one of the first recipes in lesson 2, you may not have worked with titanium dioxide yet, and you might be tempted to keep adding it until your batter gets to a nice bright white shade. So I'm going to show you what it looks like and what happens to your bar if you add too much and just throw the powder in. Now if you want a bright white bar of soap, there are other ways to do that, which we'll talk about in other recipes, but adding more titanium dioxide is not always the answer. Now you won't ruin the soap itself, but you will get a distinct distorted look. So as you just saw, I threw in another 1.5 teaspoons as a demonstration. And this is double the amount that I ever put into any of my recipes, so I should really get a strong crackling effect at the end of the video, which we'll show you when we cut open the bars. The first layer to pour into the mold is the soap with the aloe. Now I'm saving the clay layer for the center because it tends to harden slower and it can be sticky, so it's easier to unmold the entire loaf after 24 hours with this part at the bottom. Now aloe in its original hydrated state is a thick slimy substance. It's known for having exceptional skin soothing properties, and in fact it's considered to be the world's most widely used medicinal plant. Now, what you saw me put in earlier was a completely dehydrated dust that I made by slicing up the pieces and putting it into my dehydrator. The powder is ultra light, and if you aren't careful and it gets jostled around, it can just sit in the air and just linger there. If you breathe the dust, it'll start to rehydrate when it hits the moisture in your lungs. This is not a pleasant feeling. It feels heavy like a wet blanket or a cake of cement in your lungs. So it's important to wear a mask when you're working with the dust, and I would be especially careful around children. Now the center layer of our bar is the batter that has the clay in it. Now this is thick and heavy. It has the same consistency as mud, and it's much heavier than the aloe layer that we've put at the bottom. So I do have to spoon it in very gently to keep it from sinking through the very bottom layer. Now I want this in the center because that has the least amount of contact with the sides of the mold. And since the rest of the soap will harden at a better consistency after 24 hours, if we put it in the center, we can unmold the entire loaf more easily. Now it's time for the third and final layer of our bar. And if you remember, this was our white titanium dioxide layer, where we put in twice as much as we normally would for this recipe. Now, one of the characteristics of putting in a lot of titanium dioxide is that your batter will accelerate and it'll become very thick. Now in this case, the batter is thickening up because it's been sitting for the longest and it's already starting to become very thick. So it's not doing anything unusual or extraordinary, and the consistency and look of it, aside from being really bright white for batter, is pretty normal. Everything looks really good so far. So stick around for just a moment after we top this off and get it set aside for 24 hours, and we'll get this cut open so you can see what it looks like when we have just too much titanium dioxide put into a section of our bar. Now after 24 hours, we're ready to unmold and cut the bars into individual pieces. And one of the first characteristics you'll notice in this top white layer is that the edge is a little bit brittle and crumbles along the side. Now this can happen in a normal loaf of soap, but this is also one of the characteristics when you use too much titanium dioxide. Now cutting the first piece looks okay, but when we look up close at the white layer of soap, you can see that the top has a crackled texture with lots of striations and glycerin rivers. Now this is exactly what happens when you use too much titanium dioxide. You get a dry, crackling look. Now, because I just put the powder directly into the batter, I was expecting to see little clumps of white dots to show you how it doesn't blend as well as the micas do, and those little dots can create little drag streaks that are hard to wash away, but in this case it does look like it blended well enough this time. Now, if you really have your heart set on getting that nice, bright, popping white bar of soap, I have some way better secrets and surprisingly easier than just throwing in more titanium dioxide. Because if you use too much, you'll almost always get that off-white colored crackle effect every time, and it won't come out the way you want it to. Now, if you do want this look, that's great, and your soap is perfectly fine. But if you want some better secrets, stay tuned to some later recipes, and we'll show you how to get the effect that you want if you want that bright colored white soap. In this video, we're making a cream-based chocolate lava cake lip gloss. The final product is flavored with chocolate lava cake flavor oil, and it'll leave a soft, conditioning, shiny slip across the lips. This is a thin lip gloss with a high gloss sheen that lasts for quite some time. This recipe has 5 ingredients and 3 base ingredients. The total recipe, comes out to 60 milliliters and it will fill 7 8 milliliter lip gloss tubes. So you'll need to adjust your recipe depending on how many tubes that you want to make. Here we're working with 2 tablespoons or 30 milliliters of coconut oil, 1 tablespoon or 15 milliliters of castor oil, 2 teaspoons or 10 milliliters of BTMS 50, which is a soft emulsifying wax, 1 teaspoon of flavor oil, which is also 5 milliliters, and then for coloring we'll be adding 1/4 of a teaspoon of honey blush mica. The easiest and most delicate way to blend these ingredients is to place them in a warm bath and allow the coconut oil and the BTMS 50 to melt into a liquid. The castor oil is placed in as well to keep the oils at a similar temperature so that blending will be even. The BTMS 50 will take the longest to melt, and you may be familiar with this ingredient in hair conditioner. The BTMS 50 is a plant-based emulsifying wax that is naturally derived. This is safe for lips, and sometimes it can even be found in some commercial lip products. This will make the texture of your gloss silky and a bit fluffy. This is also the ingredient that makes the product a cream gloss. Now remember, this is not a gel, it is also not a clear product. So if you don't add the colorant, the gloss will end up being an opaque white. Now once this has been melted down, it needs to all be blended together. And I will remove it from the heat so that it can cool to best preserve the flavor oil when we add that in. As you gently mix, add the colorant and the flavor oil and continue to mix until it's completely incorporated. Now it's time to transfer this into tubes and label it accordingly. The 8 milliliter tubes, the one with a doe's foot, might just be the hardest one to fill. And when you're making these by hand, your DIY supply store will sell you syringes that are in increments of 30 to 60 milliliters each. This one here that you see in the example is a 60 milliliter syringe. And these are not so easy to handle when you're trying to inject these into the lip gloss tubes. Because of the size of the mouth on the tube matching the mouth on the syringe, this tends to be a little bit tricky. So one alternative that I use, and this is ubiquitous through all sorts of soaping products, is to use this normal sized squeeze bottle with a small straw taped to the mouth, and this will allow you to fill the tubes from the bottom up. This will prevent any splattering, and it makes the overall project much more clean than having to deal with the suction of the tube on the syringes. But you can use both of these methods. Whatever you find easiest is up to you. Now once these are filled, we're going to place a little stopper on the inside of the mouth of the tube. These come with this particular type of style of tube when you purchase these 8 milliliter doe foot tubes. it is important to leave just a little bit of an empty space at the top so that you can fit that stopper inside the tube without it overflowing and making a mess around the lip. And then finally, place your label on the tube and you have a luxury chocolate lava cake lip gloss. In this video, we are making my favorite lip gloss recipe. The flavor today that we're using is strawberry cheesecake. Now the recipe as it's written is for 85 milliliters of product, which will fill about 10 8-milliliter tubes. So when you're making this, you'll adjust the recipe for the amount of tubes that you want to fill. Now in the demonstration that you're about to see here today, I'm going to be making just a bit less, so you will see me make fewer tubes than what the actual recipe will produce as it's written. This recipe includes 2 of my personal favorite ingredients in lip gloss and skincare in general, and I'll warn you now that my favorite things are not everyone's favorites, especially if you're a purist or maybe a vegan. So if mineral oil and lanolin are not on your list, then just be aware that I do have many other lip glosses that are formulated toward those sensitivities. So just browse through the recipe collection and you'll find specifically what you might be looking for. Because as much as I love lanolin, and I probably mention it every time I use it in a recipe, I know that you may not. So with that being said, let's get on to this recipe. Here I have 2 tablespoons or 30 milliliters of lanolin, 2 tablespoons or 30 milliliters of mineral oil, 1 tablespoon or 15 milliliters of silky emulsifying wax, 2 teaspoons of strawberry cheesecake fragrance oil, and you can use anywhere from a half to a teaspoon of Cosmic Caroline Mica. And then we'll be adding in a few drops of vitamin E. All we need to do with these ingredients is to slowly melt them over a warm bath and blend them together. Now, you may notice that the mineral oil does not need to be melted down, but it's a good idea to blend everything together at a similar warm temperature. This will get the wax completely blended without it trying to solidify separately from the rest of the formula. And when we're warming this up, this just really includes the base oils. I'm not warming up the flavor oil, and we're also not warming up the vitamin E, and the colorant, of course, doesn't need to be warmed. So we have those separated, and we'll actually add those in after we have removed the heat. So once our 3 base oils have been nice and warmed up and we're able to incorporate them together, we're going to slowly blend this together into a silky blend, and then we'll bring in our vitamin E, our colorant, and our flavor oil and mix this all together. Now once everything's ready and while it's still warm, we're going to make the transfer into our 8 milliliter tubes. Now in this video, I'm going to specifically be using the 30 milliliter syringe. Now I'm just pointing out here, this is not the method that I use when I'm filling these. I'm just showing you what this looks like when you're handling the 30 versus the 60 milliliter syringe. These are commonly marketed when you are buying your DIY lip gloss making materials at your cosmetic supply store, so you will come across these when you're shopping for your supplies. And I'll point out that the 30 milliliter syringe is much easier to handle with one hand, and it's actually pretty flawless when it comes to drawing up that gloss. It's very easy. Until you have a system, it's a really messy process. In fact, the thing that I want to show you actually had happened to me just off camera, and I ended up making a mess, losing probably 1 full tube of gloss. The trouble I have with the syringes is that there's too much of a suction that happens in the process of trying to inject it into the tube. Now this difficulty is just for these tubes that I'm showing you here. They have a very tiny small mouth. When you're filling one of the tubes that has a much larger opening than the tip of the syringe, then the process is fine. Now I wanted to point out these particular syringes in the demonstration just as a little side note. If I were filling this myself without creating a demonstration, I would actually just be using a normal sized squeeze bottle with a straw taped to the nose of it so that I could fill that tube from the bottom up. It's much easier, and you've seen me do that in some of the other lip gloss videos, so I won't do it here. Once these are filled, then we'll put all the pieces in place and wrap the labels. So to describe this lip gloss, this is a cream-based gloss. It is not a gel. It will wear for several hours. This will stay on your lips. You don't have to reapply it, although you can every few hours. It has a nice shine. The color is a light tint. If you're using 1/2 teaspoon of mica, of course, if you want to really put that color onto your gloss, you're going to use more mica. And when it comes to the flavor of the oil in your recipe, I like to add just enough of the flavor oil to hide the other mix of the natural oils. Each one of those, when you start blending more oils, sometimes they have a very specific taste, especially castor oil has a almost sweet and spicy taste to it at the same time. Mineral oil may also have a little bit of a plastic taste to it. And lanolin, of course, has its own sort of distinct flavor. And so these flavor oils are beautiful if you're just trying to put in something a little bit fun and cover up that blend and mix of something that might not seem recognizable. So for me, the flavor oiling is very subtle. Now I know for some, part of the fun is the flavor itself. So this is also something that you can adjust to your liking, and if you really want for the flavor to be the feature of your product, you can certainly add much more to your taste.
In this video, we'll be making our little gingerbread houses with a mixture of techniques, primarily focusing on a cold process painting technique. This video has been edited for our full members tutorial and includes the full recipe along with additional advanced soap making tips and tricks. We'll start off this recipe by making the base gingerbread soap batter. This is 24 ounces of oils, 1.5 pounds, and it will make 6 individual gingerbread houses at 4 ounces apiece. The additives for this batter are 3/4 of an ounce of pumpkin spice fragrance oil, 3/4 of an ounce of peppermint fragrance oil, and here we have a brown pigment oxide, which will be used to very slowly turn our yellow soap batter a gingerbread color. The primary base oil that I like to use for pouring molds and also for piped frosting is palm shortening. Now, palm shortening is palm oil, and check out lesson 6.1 where I go into detail about the properties of palm shortening, palm oil, and any consumer concerns that there might be in regard to the sustainability and kind of getting down to some of the details that people have in concerns with using palm. Palm shortening has a light, fluffy, rich, smooth texture that allows for these soaps to be unmolded almost perfectly every single time. So after 16 hours, these will almost effortlessly slide out of the mold. The first step in decorating our gingerbread houses is to paint the tops of the roofs. Here I have a yellow lake pigment, and I've dissolved this down into about 2 tablespoons of corn oil. Corn oil I've selected because it's nice and light and it shows the pigment very well. Grapeseed oil is also another oil that works very well with dissolving your micas if you're just using it for the purpose of painting. Now we're not really creating a paint out of this per se, but what we're doing is we're just dissolving that mica down so that it can slide across the surface of the soap and be adhesed very evenly. The oil itself should evaporate away after some time, and then you'll just be left with that mica residue. Once we have these tops covered, what you want to do is dust the top with a pink sparkle glitter, and then that will give it a frosted look. Once the roofs are painted, the oil is slick and it's easy to start getting fingerprints on all the sides of the gingerbread houses. So you may want to set these aside for a little while to dry before moving on to the next step. Now once these have dried, it's time to move on to the next step. We'll pull out our soap dough or soap clay, and we'll start creating a little frosting effect around the edges of the gingerbread houses and along the sides and the seams of the walls. Now it's best to make this soap dough at the exact same time that you originally poured the soap molds and you made the first set of batter. That'll give this dough about 18 hours to set up, and it should be right about the right texture to start puttying in the frosting and create the edges and the next contour of the house. One thing to note is that you do have to keep your gloves on at this stage because the soap dough is only about 18 hours old, so the lye is still active, so it will burn you if you start using it with your fingertips. It's not the same as making soap dough and letting it sit for 3 days and pulling it out later. I would recommend that you wear your gloves because after a few minutes you will start to feel this if you don't properly protect yourself. The other thing is that if you see that you're making any mistakes or it seems like it's more difficult to wear your gloves while you're working with soap dough, especially intricate little designs. So if it feels like the design isn't quite coming out right, just do your best at the time because you can go back later on once the dough starts to adhese and once it becomes stiffer, and you can cut out the right shapes with your X-Acto knife, and you can actually make any corrections far more easily after the soap has dried than you can if you keep touching it and playing with it. Now while making the soap dough or soap clay recipe, there is 1 teaspoon of titanium dioxide to turn it a nice bright white, and additionally there's no fragrance in this dough. This pumpkin spice turns the batter orange, so in order to maintain the integrity of the nice bright white, which is easy to get when we're using palm shortening, then you want to just refrain from putting any fragrances in there to keep that color nice and strong. If you find that the dough itself hasn't matured enough to reach quite the right texture and it's very, very close and you want to get on with your project, then try sprinkling just a little bit of cornstarch on your gloves. Not too much because you don't want to incorporate it completely into the recipe, but if you just need a little extra help to keep it from sticking too much to your gloves, then sprinkle a little bit of cornstarch or dust the ground with a little bit of cornstarch and press it in there, and then that way you'll get a more of a dough texture that you can work with. Once these are finished, we're ready to get to step 3, which is soap painting. Again, in this recipe, we're going to use the exact same recipe, only this time we're going to make 6 ounces of soap. Now this has to be made fresh at the time that you're ready to start painting. And once you've made 6 ounces of fresh batter, separate the soap batter out into 7 to 9 small 1-ounce containers that have lids that go along with them. In each soap container, you're going to put in various colors. Now just remember, when you add whatever color it is that you choose, whether it's a Christmas color or a candy color or maybe a light garden pastel, you don't want to add any more than 1/4 of an ounce of your pigment or mica. We're not coloring an entire batch of soap. It's just simply even less than an ounce. So even 1/4 in some cases is going to give you a very bright color. Now you won't be able to start painting immediately because you have to wait for the soap to set up for it to reach just the right texture. And again, we're just using the paintbrush to apply the soap in the places that you want. It's not exactly as refined and articulate as it would be if you were using paint on a paintbrush. You're actually just sort of putting a layer over the contours of the gingerbread house. So you do have to work with the soap at the right texture in order for it to stick onto the gingerbread house. And that's just something that you have to kind of work with, but it's really pretty thick. Now we'll keep the covers on most of the colors while we're not working with them, and that will kind of maintain and preserve the texture when it reaches exactly where you want it to be. Overall, with this project, in front of me I had 7 colors, and if I were working with 6 pieces of soap, then that would have been perfectly fine, but because I have so many in front of me, I actually had to make a secondary batch. But with the paint and the soap that I have right in front of me, this lasted 45 minutes to about an hour and a half. I was able to work with it in a paintable texture before it started to thicken up and become too hard. In which case, then you just make 6 more ounces, separate it out, and then start over fresh and new with a new fresh batch. It might be worth mentioning that the painting doesn't all have to be done at the exact same time. You could actually just do parts and pieces of each of the features of the gingerbread house and then allow that to dry, and then come back later with a fresh batch of color and then start over again and add in the colors that you want to. And that might keep them from mixing or bleeding, or it might keep you from having to over handle the piece and then getting glitter or fingerprints on different sides. In many cases, I just did 2 sides of the gingerbread house, set it down, and then came back so that I could actually hold on to the other sides while the paint was already dry. So it doesn't have to be all done in a rushed job. You can take your time and let the pieces dry as you go along, and then come back to them and keep adding and layering the colors on. Now, if you're looking for gingerbread house molds like this one, this particular mold I found several years ago at Walmart, and I have recently seen it listed on Amazon. You'd have to do a search for gingerbread house silicone baking mold, and just be careful when you're browsing for that particular mold that you're not looking at something that's a miniature gingerbread house, because there's a version of this particular gingerbread house that is literally listed in centimeters and not inches. So these particular soaps are about 4 ounces in weight, and they're about 3 by 3 inches by 4 inches tall. So those are the diameters, or those are the measurements that you want to look for if you're trying to find this particular mold online. And it's listed over somewhere on Amazon. I also have seen it listed on eBay. And once we have a few finishing touches, we set these aside to dry for 24 hours, and we finally have the end result of our little gingerbread houses. Hope you enjoyed this recipe of the little gingerbread houses, and feel free to pop us over any questions in the Facebook group if you're trying to work on this and you need any help. The fragrance is exotic and peppers are cooked right into the bar. Today's video is Madagascar goat's milk and clay. If you're ready to switch your soap making up from the sweet aromas to the spicy, sultry fragrances, then I'm going to let you in on one of my little market secrets. I have a few versions of these Near Eastern desert fragrance oils, and the NG Madagascar spice type always sells out at the market. Now this is definitely a men's scent that seems exotic at first, but its dominating notes are clove and orange, which really is pretty Western and familiar. And I think that might be why people react so positively to the fragrance. It catches your attention definitely, and as soon as your customer's brain sorts out what it really is, then they kind of come back into their familiar comfort zone. As you can clearly see here, we don't need to take any time prepping our hard oils because everything goes into the crock pot. So the crock pot is turned on, we're going to let these oils melt, and the lye water solution is sitting in the refrigerator even though it is going into the crock pot, because we're going to be adding these when the temperatures are close together. The oils will heat up faster than the lye water cools down, so we'll be combining them at higher than room temperature, but they still need to be close together so that they can emulsify properly. You'll need to have your thermometer handy throughout this project because we'll be measuring temperature all the way up until the end so that all of our ingredients incorporate properly. Many of the ingredients that we're adding in are temperature dependent in order for them to maintain their properties as they're incorporated into the bar. Now in this recipe, I'm using 3 pounds of oils in a 6-quart crock pot. And when you look at it, you might be thinking, oh, you have twice the amount of space in there. I could definitely turn that into a 5-pound batch of soap. And you could, just until it starts to cook and expand and overflow the top of your crock pot. Now we don't have any fancy designs or swirls, so as you add the lye water solution, give yourself plenty of time with the stick blender to blend this all in together and allow for it to emulsify and even come to a light trace. Once you've gotten it to where you want it, we'll put the lid on this and we'll let this cook for 30 minutes and come back and see what we've got. And you can clearly see after 30 minutes, we're heavily into the first stage of hot process soap cooking. The texture is very much like a custard, and you might see some of the oils and liquids begin to separate from each other. So we're gonna mix this all back in together and we're gonna give it plenty of time to cook some more. Now all we need to do is leave this alone and let it cook for another 30 minutes. And when we come back, you can see that we're clearly into the second stage of hot cooked soap. The texture has changed, the soap has become more loose, it's expanded, and it's filled up with pockets of air. And the only thing we need to worry about is mixing anything that's separated back in again, just like we did the first time. So we'll give this just a moment, and any waters and oils that are starting to sort of fall apart, we want to bring that back together and then let it cook some more. Now it's been about an hour and a half since we started cooking this, and we're just starting to get into that third stage of hot process soap. You can see here it's separated again. Now it's separated significantly enough this time to where I'm just going to pull out the stick blender and blend that all in together. Now in this stage, sometimes your soap starts getting super thick and hard to work with, so it's not possible to get the stick blender in there. But in this recipe, we've added a little bit more water than we normally do, and we're not going to fully go into the third stage of soap making because we're going to let this cool down so we can get our other ingredients incorporated in, and we want to give this time to work with it as it's cooling. The longer we allow this to cook, the more water we lose in the recipe. And the more water we lose, the tougher and thicker it will become, and we'll have less time to work with it in that loose form. So we do have that light Vaseline stage look, but we're going to take it off the heat right now, and we're going to let this set aside to cool while we work on preparing our other additives. We'll start with the goat's milk and blend 3 full scoops down into 3 ounces of water. No need to pay attention to the directions on the back because we're not making this for a food product. We just need enough liquid in there to get the goat's milk into a cream form. And I need a bigger bowl. And we're going to color the goat's milk a nice bright orange by using paprika. Now we're going for a nice glowing orange in this recipe. And with paprika, you can get quite a variation of colors. You can get a nice light golden, you can get bright orange, and if you use too much, your soap will start going brown. And we're going to use just enough powder to turn the milk into a light tomato color. Now, unlike synthetic micas and pigments, herbs and natural ingredients very often have holistic properties that you can tell your customers. And in the case of paprika, it's packed full of vitamin C, and it also is known for being an antibacterial, which is exactly what you want in a soap. Now we need to go back over to the soap and keep a continuous eye on it from this point forward. We have taken it off the heat, but it's still piping hot, and with the cover on it, it has been cooking while we've been preparing our additives on the side. So we're going to start to help this cool down by standing over it and mixing it consistently. We are at a whopping 200 degrees, and right here is where our soap needs the most attention. We can't finish this recipe until we get down to 130 degrees. The Madagascar spice fragrance oil has a flash point of 130 degrees, which means if we don't add it in below that temperature, the fragrance oil will burn off and we'll lose our fragrance. And our paprika colorant is mixed with goat's milk. So if we add in at 200 degrees, we'll scorch the goat's milk, it'll turn yellow and brown, and it'll smell terrible. So we're working on cooling this down and watching the texture at the same time to make sure our soap isn't thickening up on us. And one way to help it cool down is to get the batter out of the crock pot and separate it out into 2 bowls. Now the clay part of our soap is not temperature dependent, so we can go ahead and add that into 1 bowl right now and mix that in well. This will stiffen the batter a little bit, but we'll work with it and keep watching it to make sure it's not getting too hard too quickly. Now you'll see that this also will serve as a colorant. Our batter will now turn a nice light gray-green, and this works beautifully when you're matching it with a dark musk fragrance or an East Asian fragrance. Anything that looks deserty goes well with these earthy tones. Now after about 15 minutes, we've reached our temperature requirement and the batter is right around the 125 degree mark. So I'm going to go ahead and pour in our goat's milk and paprika mixture. And you can immediately see what a beautiful golden color that this soap will turn into. Now it's safe for sure to add the fragrance. And we've got our NG Madagascar spice type. I'm going to put 3/4 of an ounce into the clay side, and I'm going to put a full ounce into my goat's milk side. And we'll go ahead and mix that up well. Now once we finish this is our last ingredient, and we're ready to transfer this into the mold and let it set up. That paprika colorant turned out to be a beautiful orange earth tone. And one thing to take note of when you're using paprika, this is a fine ground powder that you get at the grocery store that's usually made out of a tomato pepper. And the tomato pepper is in the hot pepper family, but the tomato pepper itself is not too hot. So paprika, although it's a tasty spice, it's usually not too hot if you buy a standard generic paprika. But you should test this because not all paprikas are made from tomato peppers. Some of them have a little blend of a jalapeno or a Caspian kind of a pepper put in there. And the last thing you want is to put an herb into your Bath and Body product that's going to burn someone's face, mouth, or eyes. So pay attention to what kind of paprika you're buying. If it's a generic standard, those 99-cent bright red powders, you should almost always be fine. But if you like to shop gourmet or you're buying something from a specialty store, just take a quick look at the ingredients to make sure you're not putting something too spicy into your product. Right about here, my soap batter started to thicken up in that way that I've been warning you throughout the video. So you can start to see that it's starting to get a little bit more difficult to work with, and I've been spooning it in layered chunks as we're putting it into the mold. And that's beautiful because with these clay bars and these earth tone soaps, they look beautiful when they're sort of layered into an eroded earth formation. So this bar will look beautiful, but if you can note the texture that we're looking at, this is what we wanted to hold off for as long as possible. And we were able to get that extra time in there at the end by adding a little bit more water to the concentration and also to stop the cooking process right when we hit that third stage. And here we are after 24 hours. Our bars have hardened up and they're ready to cut. Now, being that this is a hot process soap, the bars are also ready to use within 24 hours. And as you can see, we got this nice bright golden color mixed with the beautiful gray clay. And the smell is an incredible orange, clove, and spice. Now, if you'd like to try to make this at home, you can find the full recipe and step-by-step instructions ready to be printed out over at our website at thermalmermaid.com. This video is filmed for the members directory in the Thermal Mermaid Learning Library, and in this episode we're making our sea berries cupcakes. Now, if you want to make the frosting and you want to learn more about how to make the perfect frosting for your cupcakes, then I'd recommend you go up to lesson 6.1, where you can get more information on creating that perfect frosting and why we're using a lot of palm shortening in the recipe. But in this recipe here, we're just going to focus on making these cupcakes. So if you need to know more, then refer to lesson 6.1. The recipe that you see in front of you is measured out in 1 pound of oils. And I recommend that we're going to do this 2 times. So we're going to make 2 separate batches, pour the bases first, and then do the frosting in the second round. Now, 1 pound of oils is going to make 5 cupcakes. The bases are 3 ounces a piece, and then you'll have an extra ounce left over just in case you want to top them off or if your cupcake holders are a little larger. But we're going to do this so that we can allow for those bases to settle. And this recipe calls for 6.4 ounces of palm shortening, 4 ounces of coconut oil, 3.2 ounces of corn oil, and then finally we're going to use 2.4 ounces of olive oil. The Lye Water Solution calls for 6.08 ounces of distilled cold water, 2.28 ounces of lye, and of course, pour the lye crystals into the cold water, dissolve them thoroughly, and set this aside to cool until room temperature. The trace is a medium trace when you start mixing this right off the bat. So you do want to make sure that this recipe cools to room temperature before you add it. And just remember, we're only making 5 cupcakes. So this is a really good way to start this recipe if it's the first time that you've done it. And then after you kind of get an idea of how this texture works once you do the frosting, then you can kind of get a handle on how many cupcakes, if you want to double the recipe, that you want to make in one session. Then we'll add our colorant for the bases, and as you can see, I kind of get a little creative with the pastels. In this case, they're a little bit green and they're a little bit pink, but the traditional Sea Berries cupcake uses blue Lagoon Mica for the bases of their cupcakes, and they come out looking beautiful. Now this recipe does set up pretty fast, so we're going to step aside, make an additional 1 pound of soap batter with the exact same recipe while we allow for the 5 cupcake bases to set up. And then by the time we're ready to put our frosting on top, they'll be nice and stiff and we'll be ready to work. Once you get that 1 pound of frosting batter emulsified, it's time to add your colorant and your fragrance oil. Now for the frosting, we'll add in 1 teaspoon of titanium dioxide. And remember, the titanium dioxide must be dissolved first. It's not like the mica or the oxides, and you can't just throw it into your batter without having a little bit of interruption in the colorant. So you need to dissolve that titanium dioxide first. Make sure you check your bag to see if it's dissolvable in water or oil. It will make a difference. And then once that's a nice liquid, add that into your batter. Now while you're looking at your batter, don't expect for it to be pure stark white. It takes time to brighten up, and it will lighten as the cure time progresses. And you might be looking at an off-white, and that's perfectly fine to start piping your frosted treats with. And don't forget to add your fragrance oil. Now, if you want to experiment with fragrance oils and you want to add your own, that's fine, but just remember that it may discolor a bright white colored soap. So only add in your own color if you have a little bit of experience with it, so you don't ruin the batch and get orange or blue or pink or something like that. In our case, we're using 3/4 of an ounce of crystal blue waters, which for me behaves perfectly and doesn't have any discoloration issues. So we repeat the recipe again, and this time we're going to transfer the batter after it's emulsified into a piping bag with an M1 tip that's been twisted at the bottom of the piping bag so that we can transfer our batter and fill the piping bag. It only takes about 1 minute to 2 minutes for this to set up, and the moment that you can pull it out of the bag, untwist the tip, and the frosting itself is not coming out the bottom, it doesn't flow from the bottom, that's the moment that you're ready to get those nice, fluffy, piped toppings. Pipe these in exactly the same way you would if you were making a cupcake, and don't worry if you have to do it once or twice to get the hang of it, I promise you. It's much easier to get these perfect if you're not worrying about what kind of a camera angle you have or keeping your elbows out of the way from knocking your camera over. Once you get the hang of it, they will come out beautiful. One little additional tip is that if you're holding the bag with 2 hands, push with the bottom hand that's closest to the nozzle as you're trying to expel the soap out of the tip, and that'll give you more control over what it is that you're working with. And now it's time to add our decorations. And of course, you pre-read the recipe, so you know that the decorations are made the night before. And you can make these out of traditional soap dough that you have laying around, and you can create them right there in the moment. Or you can pre-prepare 2 ounces of this exact same recipe 24 hours in advance, just enough so that the soap will stiffen up, and you can roll little 1/2 centimeter balls and then dust them in glitter. And traditional soap berries have purple, green, and pink for their colorations, but of course you can use any pastel colors. And these are just adorable little berries that I put on top of these little bush tops. And to me, we named them sea berries originally because of the beautiful fragrance oil, but also they had kind of a 1980s colorish cartoon of something that it had reminded me of years ago. So that's why we named them this way. But you can use any colors you want, and these are very easy to decorate, and probably 5 cupcakes will take about 100 of these little balls, so you do need to spend just a few minutes off to the side rolling these little balls and then dusting them in any glitter of your choice. Once you're ready to finish up with your piping, you just sprinkle these on or place them on as you see fit, and then set them aside to dry. Now this soap frosting does stiffen up quite quickly, so you do want to transfer your little balls and get them stuck on there as quickly as you can. And it's not too difficult, but the nice attribute to the fact that this soap dough sets into the frosting very, very quickly is that they're really in there nice and solid once you put them in there. Kind of wedge them in there, don't just set them on top. And they will stay that way for you, and they won't fall off while you're transferring or trying to sell them. So this combination works out very well, and you have to be a little persistent, and don't be surprised if you need a little bit of a practice, because this is an intermediate recipe, and after you get it under your belt the first time, it's just like riding a bike. You'll know how to do it forever. So here are our sea berries completed. And of course it is a cold process soap recipe, so they do take 4 to 6 weeks to cure. And set these aside And when they've cured, you have a perfect frosted cupcake.
Here we're making the mango and hemp oil body butter. This video is exclusively for the members edition, so follow along with the recipe you see here, and the printable recipe and instructions can be found in the link below. You'll need the following ingredients: 9.6 ounces of aloe juice, 0.48 ounces of glycerin, 1.92 ounces of hemp oil, 2.4 ounces of mango butter, 0.48 ounces of stearic acid, 1.12 ounces of emulsifying wax, a teaspoon of goji berry powder, 0.2 ounces of water-soluble PF, and a half ounce of fragrance oil. Hemp oil may feel similar to olive oil, but it's actually high in linoleic acid, unlike olive oil's oleic acid. This leaves a more moisturizing profile in lotions when used topically compared to the oleic acid that can leave a more dry effect. Stearic acid is used as a thickener. Now you only need a small amount to turn a lightweight lotion into a thick pudding texture. And after you get used to using this in your recipe, you can adjust this amount to create the lotion to your liking. Glycerin is a humectant. This helps lock the moisture into your skin, and it draws moisture toward the surface of your skin from the air. Use glycerin as a humectant to make especially moisturizing butters and creams. Up next we have goji powder, and this will give us a little orange hue to our mango colored body butter, but this also has skin loving properties. It's packed full of antioxidants, including absorbic acid and carotenoids, and according to the NIH, when used topically, they can provide anti-aging functions. Find more about the science behind goji berries at the links at the bottom of this page. Next, we have these flakes of emulsifying wax. Now you cannot leave this out of the recipe. The e-wax incorporates itself into the body butter and binds the oils with the aloe juice and keeps it from separating. This also provides a soft, silky feel to the butter, but its main function is to bind the ingredients. It wouldn't be mango body butter without the mango butter, and much like cocoa butter, this will provide a creamy, moisturizing texture, and it also is full of antioxidants as well. You can add in a half ounce fragrance oil of any choice that you might like. For this lotion, I'm using Ferocious Beast. Now this one is a men's fragrance that does not stick well in cold process, so it's best used trapped in my body butters. Finally, I'm using just under 10 ounces of aloe juice for my butter base. I love the rich, soothing quality that aloe juice provides, but you can still substitute this for distilled water if you want to. Once our ingredients are measured out, place a pan with 1 inch of water over low heat until it begins to lightly simmer. In the warm bath, place the aloe juice and the hard waxes, the stearic acid and the e-wax. And while these are melting, take the mango butter and chop it into small pieces. Now this will help it melt in the hot oils without the need to melt the mango butter into a complete liquid. When the hot bath is ready and your waxes are melted down, add the orange goji berry powder and dissolve this down into the aloe juice. The goji berry will give the butter a nice light golden tint, and this, of course, contributes to the additional antioxidants in the formula. Now at this point, everything goes into the stand mixer. Pour the aloe juice right in, add the melted waxes, and also blend in the small pieces of mango butter that you just cut up. We're going to turn the mixer on low and allow the mango butter to blend into those waxes. Of course, as soon as everything's melted down, we're going to add the hemp oil and the glycerin and allow this to just keep blending. Now you can turn the mixer up a few levels and you can just let this mix much more aggressively. You need plenty of time for the e-wax to do its job and bind the aloe juice in with the oils so that nothing will separate after we're done. So this process that you're about to see is going to take anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes, and you can set it on anywhere from levels 1 to 3 for it to do a perfectly fine job of mixing, but you're just going to leave it alone and just let those oils bind together. Now, while this is all blending down, let's take a quick look at our packaging. Right here, what we have are jars that are soaking in a warm bath of water with bleach, and then I'll dry these and set them aside. Now, I just want to point out that these are 8-ounce jars. Those are the size of the jars, and with this particular recipe, they'll hold 5 ounces of product because the oils have been fluffed into a pudding texture. So in order to package 5 ounces of this body butter, you need to put them in 8-ounce size jars, and keep that in mind when you're purchasing them from your soap supply company. Now, as this is all blending together, it's also cooling down significantly, so it's time to add in our preservative and also our fragrance. So what we're going to do is we're going to put in 1% of liquid Germol Plus in this particular formula. This is also known as water soluble PF. And then we'll add that in and we'll continue to let this blend for another 5 to 7 minutes. We want to make sure everything is completely incorporated, and we'll do this also with the fragrance oil. Wait till your oils have cooled down until you see this more opaque butter texture, and then that way it will prevent your fragrance from being decomposed or starting to break apart because of the heat of the oils, and it will also protect your preservative so you can allow your preservative to do its job without being compromised in the heat. Now all we have left to do at this point is just to allow the mixer to continue whipping this up. Now this will become fluffy, but remember, this is a completely different formula. It's a butter, a heavy pudding butter texture. And so you're not going to get that light whipped fluffy airiness as if we're using a different recipe that would be 80% hard oils and 20% liquid oils. This one here is going to whip, but you're not going to get all that air into it. So just keep that in mind. Now, this will also become more firm and thicker as the product sets up. You'll see that after about 24 hours. It's already a nice thick texture here in this image, but if you want to adjust the texture of the final butter that you get, what you do is you add or subtract the amount of stearic acid by about 1/4 ounce in either direction, not too much, because you'll never really see exactly how thick it will be for several hours later. So if it seems too thin for you at this point, or if you've been mixing for about 10 minutes and it's just a very light, thin liquid, you really do need to give that stearic acid time to allow for your body butter to set up so you can see really what you're going to be getting out of it. And then after you make your recipe, if you decide you want to alter that or change that and sort of make it your own, then you can control that through the amount of stearic acid. A little bit goes a long way, so if you add any more than 1/4 ounce, you're really going to get a thick, heavy, it'll be something that you'll have to pack into a jar. You won't be able to squeeze it out of a bottle. And then if you want something thinner than your final product that you see here in just a few moments that you can easily squeeze out of a jar, then you can go take down that stearic acid by about 1/4 ounce. Now here you can see what this looks like as it's being transferred, and it's fairly cool. It's still a little bit warm to the touch at this point. And compare this to what you're going to see in just a few moments after it's been set for about 24 hours so that you can see the difference in texture. Now, if you do want the CBD version of this body butter, you can find that listed over in the CBD category of the recipe directory. There is a way to incorporate your CBD isolate powder back when you're putting the aloe into the warm sitz bath so that you can have that dissolved down before the goji berry powder goes in. And so if that is something that you want to incorporate, I have all those instructions relayed out for you, and you can get the printable material over in that category. The members version of the video is slightly different to incorporate the CBD powder in there. But if you don't want the CBD powder, that's perfectly fine. This is still a beautiful hemp oil luxury body butter, and the hemp oil does make a big difference when you switch it out for other things like avocado and olive oil in your lotions. If you make this exact same recipe with olive oil, you will see a difference in the feel on your skin. This one is far more moisturizing. It's great for night wear, and it's great for really people who have problem dry skin. Again, not a medicine, not psoriasis. You can't make any claims about eczema or any such things like that, but this is really terrific for people that are just sort of dealing with that winter dry air or that redness. And enjoy. Good luck to what you're working on, guys. This is the members video for the Matcha Tea and Aloe cold process soap. This one is a very easy recipe, and it's meant to match the face mask and lotion that's found in the recipe directory with the same name so that you can create a package item. The links to those recipes will be found at the bottom of this page. As always, the printable instructions and recipe to this soap can be found at the link just below this video. The recipe for this soap is for 2 pounds. That's 6 bars at about 5 ounces per bar. So when you go to make this, make sure you adjust your measurements according to your batch size. Now what you'll need. For your lye water solution, you'll need 12.16 ounces of cold distilled water and 4.45 ounces of lye sodium hydroxide. Your oils will be 11.2 ounces of lard. If you don't want to use an animal product, you can substitute palm for the same texture and feel of the actual bar itself. You'll have to run your recipe through a soap calculator, which you can find at thermalmermaid.com if you want to substitute the palm. You'll also need 11.2 ounces of olive oil, 6.4 ounces of coconut oil, 3.4 ounces of castor oil, 3 teaspoons of powdered matcha tea, 1 teaspoon of powdered aloe, a teaspoon of titanium dioxide, and 1 ounce of cucumber and aloe fragrance oil. Combine the lye water solution and oils when they've both settled to room temperature. Emulsify this well, and then go ahead and add the fragrance oil. Now I'll alternate between cucumber and aloe, and then also the green clover and aloe, which you just saw me put in. Both of those are from Nature's Garden. The green clover and aloe seems to last a little bit better for me in my cold process soap, and it has a more of a bright, fresh outdoor smell, while the cucumber and aloe is just a little more subtle, and it's a little bit sweeter. Either one of these fragrances match the theme of this bar very nicely. Now go ahead and add a teaspoon of titanium dioxide into the entire batter. This is 1 teaspoon here. It's dispersed in hot water, and I usually use about a 1/4 cup of hot water. This recipe calls for a teaspoon. I don't typically get through the whole teaspoon. I use about half of this, and even though the batter here on camera looks yellow now, this part is actually going to cure white if you give it some time. So when you're in the process of making your cold process soap and you want the product to look white or a nice light off-white color, it will end up lightening up as the cure goes on. Now here I'm going to separate the soap batter into 3 even parts. 1 part will remain white,
And the other 2 cups are both going to be colored with the green matcha tea. The 3rd cup will have a little bit of an aloe powder added into it finally at the end. Now, by separating out into 3 even parts, I'm going to end up with a bar that has hopefully a beautiful marbled look to it. But if you actually want a drop swirl, and this recipe will give you a very nice drop swirl, then you'll use much less soap batter on the parts that you'll color green, and primarily most of your soap batter will be the white. But in this demonstration, we're going for a marbled look, so it's not as much of a drop swirl, but it's going to be primarily a green bar of soap. Now, as I'm separating this out, I have pre-prepared my natural colorant. Now, to learn more about how to prepare your natural colorants, go check out lesson it's 4.5 on the natural colorants, and you'll be able to see a demonstration on that. But essentially what we have here are 2 separate cups of hot simmering water. In the center cup, I've got 1 teaspoon of the green matcha powder that's been dissolved, and in the 3rd cup, I've got a 1/4 cup of water with 2 teaspoons of the matcha tea powder that's been dissolved, and that's just going to give us a little contrast in the color. Now we're going to blend this down really well until it's completely emulsified, and then finally in that 3rd cup, on the final side, we are going to add a little bit of hand ground aloe powder, and that's going to give us a pretty little organic speckled look. Now keep in mind, there are 2 things happening that we want to point out in this video. One is the transmogrification of the natural powder that's happening here. You see a series of colors with the reaction of the lye. Remember, we're working at a very high pH. This is not the same that you would experience in a hot process or a melt and pour soap. You're going to see a morphing in this particular plant product, and that's that sort of, you see a tan happening there, and then in the center it's a sort of a different shade green. We are trying to go for a different contrast in colors here, but there's also a lot of morphing happening in this very first few minutes. So what you see in front of you is not necessarily going to be your final result. The final result of matcha green tea is usually it's a dark olive. It's somewhere in like a medium brown olive to a dark green olive, depending on how much you use. It'll be a very organic, natural, very aloe looking color. Now the other thing that I want to point out is that there are perceived medicinal beliefs, benefits to using both aloe and matcha tea. There is scientific evidence behind these 2 plant contents in your skincare and using them topically. Some things are sort of just novelty when you put them on your skin, and some things there is plenty of evidence behind. With the matcha tea specifically, it has antimicrobial properties. It is known for fighting acne. Aloe is known for having anti-inflammatory properties. It is known for being a medicinal type of plant that people use. This is not anecdotal. This is scientific. The links to, or there is a specific link in the Journal of Investigative Dermatology, which you can find down below in regard specifically to matcha tea and how you use it on your skin. However, this is soap. Soap is primarily used for cleaning, and it goes on your skin, it goes off very quickly. You're not really going to get those perceived medicinal benefits in a soap. We're using this in this particular recipe for colorant. It's really meant to match the other products where you will get that sort of I don't want to say medical, because remember, we're making cosmetics. This is not medicine, but this is meant to match the face mask and the lotion with the similar names found in the recipe directory. That's where you're going to get the benefits of putting these products into your cosmetic line. The soap is more about the colorant. It's more about staying with the theme of the other product line that you're creating. So here you can see that I'm ready to pour. This is a very small mold. My goal here, again, 2 pounds of soap. I'm trying to make about 6 bars, and this is a very small mold. It's about 7.5 by, I believe, 11 inches, and this is going to give us, in my case, I'm making these log bars just for novelty again, and that's going to give us a bar that's 6 inches by 2 inches by 2.5 inches. And here, if you see this absolutely very, very dark brown color, it's still morphing. This color is still morphing. That's not the color that we're going to end up with when we're ready to cut those bars and cure everything up. So you can see that there's a lot going on right here. I might mention we did add in some aloe powder, and that's going to give us a little bit of a fleck in the design in some places. So when we cut it open, you're going to see parts. That's not the matcha tea, that's the aloe powder. Aloe powder, when you purchase it from the manufacturer, is often brown. The one that I put in here, I hand dried and then I ground down in a coffee grinder, so I have some bigger parts. You can do that if you want, you don't have to, but when you see those parts, that comes from the aloe powder. Now, additionally, on this particular bar, I'm going to sprinkle aloe over the top just for a little bit of a design, just a little bit of a organic look to it, and then we're ready to just let this sit. Again, this is meant to match the other themed products. It's the features of this particular bar, you know, it's meant to look very organic, it's meant to look very earthy, but the features of this bar are for its acne fighting and cleansing purposes to match the other products over in the recipe directory. This is ready to go. We're going to let this have 24 hours set up. We're going to come back and cut this. And even after just 20 hours, you can clearly see that this is turned from that very dark brown to this olive green tone, which is absolutely beautiful. It matches the matcha tea and the aloe theme absolutely perfectly. And as this cures over the next 6 weeks, then it'll actually become more of an olive green tone to it. Now, this is 35% olive oil, so this does need its full cure time, and here is our finished product. Your friends are going to love these layered mermaid seascapes. Today we're making mermaid kisses. This video has been edited for our members. It includes the full recipe, and also, if you're ready to print this recipe and step-by-step instructions, you can follow the link below and it's ready to be printed for you. This 5.5 pound recipe will make 16 bars of soap, and we'll be pouring this into our slab mold today. Now, I'll be making my soap in 5 separate steps, mixing my oils for each layer as I pour. This allows me to work slower and keep my space clean as I go along, but you don't have to do it this way. You can make this recipe all in one shot if you want to complete it faster. Now, our first and bottom layer is a nice bright white. I'm only going to make 1 pound of soap and color it a nice bright color with titanium dioxide. Our fragrance oil for this soap is going to be Mermaid Kisses, and this fragrance, it has a water smell, but to me it doesn't smell like an outside sea spray kind of scent. It smells more like a fresh shower fragrance. Now this layer will be thinner than the other layers because we're going to remove about 5 ounces of soap, separate it out, and recolor those so that we can create our embeds as soon as we pour the first layer. Because I'm making each layer individually, I can take my time and give the embeds a few hours to firm up before I pop them out and use them at the end. As many soapers who use these little mermaid bottoms already know, you usually need to let them harden so the tails won't break off, but because we're laying these on the face of the soap, that's not much of an issue. So for this project, as soon as I'm done making the top layer, these will be ready. Now that all my colors are prepared, I'm going to pour the bottom layer into the slab mold while our soap is nice and thin. I just want to coat that bottom layer, and then we'll set this aside while I pour the embeds to give it time to firm up, and it'll be ready to take the next layer. With the embeds, I want a nice dark red goldfish color. So we're just going to pour this in the pot, and we're going to blend all these colors together before we free pour them into the molds. Of course, they wouldn't be mermaids without a dash of glitter on the front of them. So to turn them from fish to mermaids, we'll cover our molds in a sprinkling of pink glitter. These embeds are pretty shallow, so it's easy to overpour. And if you do, you just take a knife and scrape the top off easily. Before you go to unmold them while they're still in a doughy consistency, it's good to take a knife and scrape the top off at that time too, so that they can unmold in one piece evenly. Now we'll set those aside and make the next layer. This time we're making 1 pound of oils exactly as we did before, but we're adding Blue Lagoon Mica, which is a gorgeous shade of blue, and it looks perfect for a nice light seascape. Now for every 1 pound of oil I make, I'm adding 1/2 ounce of fragrance oil as we go along, so the fragrance is being added into the entire soap in every layer. About 20 minutes has passed since I poured the first layer. I'm going to spritz the top with rubbing alcohol and pour the second layer directly on top of the white layer. You can see that it's firm enough to hold up pretty solid while I pour the second layer on top, but it's still a little shiny, so it's sticky, and the 2 layers will adhere very well. And now we repeat step 3, exactly the same as we did the first and second time. And this time we'll add another white layer. Step 4, repeat same as 1 through 3. Now we've reached step 5, which is our final and top layer. And this time we're going to make 1.5 pounds of oil. 1 pound will be the top layer, and we'll separate 1/2 pound so that we can create our little ocean waves that will be piped on top. Now that this entire slab is poured, we need to work with this blue icing to get it into piping consistency. We're going to be using a really large 2.5-inch piping tip for this that has a rigid tooth line to it. And this way, we're going to get a full ocean seascape that looks like waves along the bottom of each of our soaps. Now I'm going to draw 2 stripes right down the center of the slab. I have these measured out in about 3.5 inches apart from each other. And we're going to be cutting the slab into 4x4s for 16 bars. And so these will be sliced in half, and each of these little seascape lines will be the bottom of the bar. Now I've done this recipe over the course of about 4 hours throughout the day. So these little fish molds are still soft, but you can pull them out of the mold, and the tails may break off. Some of them came out in one piece, but we're going to very, very carefully, strategically place 4 little fish tails across the top, and now you can start to see how we'll be cutting up this slab. Now it's time to dust the top with glitter, and I've made these little balls of sunshine that we're going to drop in the background as an accent with our little playful mermaids. And it isn't too difficult to add these. When you're ready to unmold your little fish tails, scrape the tops of anything you've over poured, and then you can take what's left over and roll them into 16 little balls, and then roll those around in gold mica. And instantly, you have little background balls of sunshine. And now we have one last touch. Unfortunately, this is right where our camera has died. At this point, I've taken some salt, I've added some yellow and some blue mica, and we've sprinkled it all across the top. But no worries, you can see exactly what it looks like 24 hours later after the soap has firmed up and we're ready to cut. Now these pieces are measured out at 3 inches by 3.5 inches, and some of them will look larger because I still need to trim the edges and the sides. But as we're finishing our project, you can see how terrific it came out. And here's our first piece of Pretty Little Mermaid Kisses. Now we'll set these aside for 6 weeks before they're able to be used or before we'll sell them at the market. But I'll come back in 3 days and I'll take some photographs so you can see what these soaps look like after they've had a few days to settle.
In this video, we're making mint chocolate flavored lip scrub. Now this will both exfoliate the lips and moisturize beautifully. This recipe can be used daily during your morning face routine or occasionally as you desire. Now it'll remove dry skin away from the lips, and it'll also leave your lips feeling like soft velvet. So it's a moisturizer on top of an exfoliator. So this is perfect to use before your morning makeup. Now this is the members version of this video, so if you want to print the recipe and instructions, just scroll below the video and click the link for the instant download. This recipe includes 8 ingredients, 9 if you include the preservative at the end, which can be optional depending on how you want to use it. The written recipe here is for 42 jars at 1 ounce of product. Now this varies depending on the size jars that you like to use. Now I've cut this in half in the demonstration, so just be aware that the written recipe makes a lot of product, and it's a really good volume if you're making an upsell product for your store shelves. But you need to adjust this recipe as needed depending on how much you want to make. Okay, so we're going to gather the following: 22 ounces of white granulated sugar, 5 ounces of beeswax, 7 ounces of avocado oil, 5 ounces of grapeseed oil, 1.5 ounces of clear jojoba oil, 2 ounces of shea butter, 2 ounces of mint chocolate flavor oil, a half teaspoon of cocoa powder, and again, if you're going to use a preservative, the one we've chosen here is a half ounce of Phenanip preservative, which we'll discuss more about that at the end. Now, if you're looking to save time in this video, you just need to know to mix this all together until it's blended well and then start packaging. But let's cover a few tips so that we can make this easier. First, I'm going to combine the beeswax with the avocado oil and then melt these together. You can melt the beeswax on its own, but what happens is it wants to cool and solidify as it cools. So if you can get this blended with a soft oil quickly, then you have more time to work. You can use the grapeseed or with the beeswax, that's perfectly fine. And once you get this mostly mixed, what you're going to do is you're going to go ahead and put in your next hard oil. So you'll add the shea butter into this beeswax and avocado while it's still warm. Now I'm not adding any more heat at this time. I'm just letting the already warm liquid beeswax melt the shea butter just as much as it will. And I'll just keep breaking this up. Now eventually it's going to stop melting and it's going to start to cool. And then this combination is going to want to go in the other direction and start to harden a little bit. So I'll just give this a little bit of heat. You can use a double boiler if you want to. You can just let the water simmer and just let it remelt back down, or you can give it a short burst in the microwave. I know some of you guys are almost religious about not using the microwave, so melt this how you prefer. Just be careful to let it move slowly. You don't want to give it too much heat too fast. One of the things that gives it this nice quality texture and makes it as beautiful as it is for a DIY or a homemade recipe is the fact that we are not destroying all these ingredients through the processing. So when you heat very slowly and you just let it melt, you end up with a richer quality product. Now, once the hard oils are carefully blended, you're going to add the rest of the ingredients. Don't put in the flavored oil yet, and we're going to hold off on the sugar, hold off on your preservative to the end, but everything else you're just going to put right in there. And you're going to make sure these are completely mixed and warm enough to stay a soft liquid. Keep melting it if you need to. You can melt and it can harden, you can remelt and harden. You don't have to move quickly. You can take your time doing this, but you just want to make sure that when you're adding things and combining them, that they're in a very soft liquid form. So once everything's blended together, you want it to start cooling down. And your oils, they should be warm, never hot. Again, I can't stress that more. You don't want to destroy the entire product by getting everything too hot. So now I'm just going to transfer this into a larger bowl to give myself some more room. And I'm going to carefully fold the sugar into the oils. My oils are cooling quickly right now, and this is not hot enough to melt the sugar. So you want your sugar to stay in a hard granule form because that's part of the exfoliating quality. So if your oils are too hot and you see that that sugar is turning into sludge, you want to stop and just give it a minute and then fold that sugar in when you know that it's going to stay in its solid crystal form. So just keep mixing this until it's fully incorporated, and then go ahead and add the flavor oil and keep mixing it in. And again, we make sure that we're adding the flavor oil in when the oils are not super hot, so that way this isn't going to degrade that flavor, and it's going to be that nice, crisp, full product that you want when your customers are using it. Now, here it is your choice if you want to add a preservative. So, there's no water in this formula, so technically you do not have to add a preservative. And this is also a product that you put on your lips. So if this is a gift or for personal use, that might even be an additional reason why you don't want to put a preservative, because you're using it so close to your mouth. I, however, will be using a preservative, and the reason is this is something that you are going to be continuously putting your fingers in as the months go on, or for as long as you have this product. And I want to make sure my lip scrub is protected. Now, the preservative that I choose for this recipe is the Fina Nip. The reasons are it's oil soluble, so it's good for emulsified products, body butters, shampoos, and lip balms. Now, this does contain paraben, so in my opinion, this is the best choice for this product of all those soap supply easy access preservatives that you have out there. There are about 5 or 6 of them. This is the one you want for a lip balm type product. Now, in my opinion, it's the best choice. You may know, if you've seen plenty of my other videos, I have no qualms about using paraben as a preservative. These are safe. I believe most of the concern, it really has to do with the cosmeceutical industry constantly being in the need to reinvent itself to keep new products moving along. So parabens are ubiquitous in all your pharmacy products. They've been around for decades. Most often you've never noticed that you've been using them, and the thing about this family of preservatives is that they are reliable, and that's why everyone uses them. Now, once this is all completely blended in, all you have to do is package. And just a note about the packaging that you see here, I've got these little pot jars that are sold if you go online as 1/3 ounce pot jars. Right here they actually hold a 1/2 ounce product, and this recipe is pretty consistent. It's heavier than the jars that you fill. So if you fill a 1 ounce jar, you can expect your product to weigh about 1.5 ounces, and of course you'll label according to the actual weight, not the size of the jar. So be sure to sterilize your jars just as you would with your lotion bottles. You can soak them in warm soapy water or a bit of hot bleach water. Make sure they're completely dry before you package, then label accordingly. This chocolate brownie looks good enough to eat. But, to my surprise, it wasn't the coffee mocha latte that brought a visitor out to nibble on the soap scraps behind my sink. Of all the delicious smells and flavors, he keeps running to only one piece of soap. And if you stick around to the end, I'll tell you which fragrance attracted him and what I did about it. This video is edited for our members. It includes the full recipe, and if you'd like a copy for yourself, then follow the link below and you can print this recipe along with the step-by-step instructions. In this recipe, we're going to look at a fragrance oil that has a reputation for dramatically accelerating your soap batter, and what to expect and what our choices are if we want to work with it. If a fragrance oil accelerates your recipe, that means that as soon as the fragrance is added to the soap begins to move through the stages of trace and begins to gel faster than it normally would if you hadn't added the fragrance. Sometimes this happens so fast that we call it seizing, and the soap has to be transferred to a mold as soon as possible before it hardens up. Usually a fragrance isn't this aggressive, but there are plenty out there that will accelerate your cold process recipe, so it's best to plan your design ahead of time so you know what you can expect. So with this simple method, we're just going to design our bar knowing that we're going to be handling thick layers of accelerated batter, in which case we can build a chocolate cake with layers of rich, thick, multicolored chocolates. In just a moment, things are about to start moving much faster. Here, I'm adding coffee mocha from Crafter's Choice. Now this does contain vanilla and it will darken the soap, and we do have a nice light cream, and I'd like to maintain the integrity of that cream color, so we do have to add an equal part of vanilla stabilizer to this recipe. And most of our brownie is going to look chocolate or be a version of a layered chocolate, but we do want to keep that nice light creamy look. So we still have to add just the same amount of vanilla stabilizer as we would if this were a nice light bar of soap. Now we're going to separate 1 pound of soap, and I'm going to add Deep Russet from TBK. This is a beautiful smooth mica that blends very well, and I want a rich deep chocolate look to make it look like a thickened edge of chocolate at the very first bottom layer of our brownie. Now I'm mixing this up, but really my eyes are over on the larger bowl. Take a look at that ring that's forming on the outside of the bowl. My soap is seizing up as we speak at the moment. Now I'm going to be able to work with this, and I kind of have an idea of what to expect, but it doesn't always work out exactly the same way. So despite the fact that I'm working in the smaller bowl, we've got to start moving fast because that bigger bowl needs some action.
We can sit together. It's so beautiful, you and me.
This has turned into a nice creamy pudding, and it feels just like brownie mix. It also smells like brownie mix too. It would be identical. No one would know any different if they walked into my kitchen. I just want to coat this on the very bottom of my mold, and then we need to get over and start working with our other colors. Now I want a rich, multi-chocolate look to this project. You might have noticed previously that I pre-mixed the titanium dioxide. As you can see by the soap in the bowls, only a minute has passed, and the texture is firming up just as you're watching it before your eyes. So we had the titanium dioxide ready to go so that we could get our cream color look already made. Our next chocolate, we're going to be using cocoa powder. And this will give you a variation of colors, and it's a natural colorant. And you can get anywhere from a nice light caramel to a deep, rich, dark chocolate. And I want to use different colors of brown in this brownie because I want to give us a nice textured, rich chocolate fudge look. So hopefully when we're done with this, we'll get a nice light latte caramel type look. And our third colorant is Swiss Chocolate Mica from TBK, and this will give us a nice variation of chocolates as well, but I'm using a full teaspoon and I want a deep, rich baker's chocolate look. So you can see here as we work with it, I am loosening up the soap a little bit. It's not as thick as it was just a moment ago, and I'm going to keep working with it to make it nice and loose because at this point I want to try to get some sort of brownie and fudge texture in here. Now we'll start off with our chocolate, and as you can see the cocoa powder looks much different from the deep russet that we just used to pour our first layer.
And I'm just gonna put this on top in globs. There's no way I would have been able to get a swirl out of this. It's just too thick, but we can still work with it. It's still nice and soft, and we're going to try to pour a fudge layer. Now it's time for the cream filling, and it looks sort of like cream cheese, which worked out great. And I'm just filling in the gaps. I want to fill in any holes, anything that's left over, and we only have one more layer to put on top, so I do want this to start looking a little bit more even. So we're just gonna fill in the empty spaces and try to make sure that we have cream everywhere all over the entire top. Now I won't be using all of this because I still need some of the cream top to make my decorations.
In the great outdoors, forever free.
And our final layer on top is the Swiss mocha, and we're going to just put it on and spread it around as if it were frosting on a cake. Now I chose the darker layer to put on top because this is going to be sort of our canvas for the decorations that we'll add. And so this nice dark layer will contrast against the cream and the latte look that I'm going to put in a minute.
Take a step back.
Now if you come across a fragrance oil that you really enjoy and you start to have an experience with it seizing or freezing up on you, then just remember to keep the design simple. And if you really want to expand, then try to match it with sugar scrubs or lotions. You don't have to make a complicated soap every time for it to be gorgeous. Now this is a 5-pound mold that's meant to make 16 bars at about 3.5 inches by 3 inches a piece. So I do have the little squares marked, which you can't see in the video. And the top design is I'm going to try to replicate the top of a latte coffee. And because we don't have a nice fluid liquid soap that we're working with, I kind of have to work with this a little bit to see if I'm able to achieve this. In an ideal situation, I could just kind of give it a little funnel dance swirl and then put my design in there, but we're working with the end of our recipe, and right now it's at its firmest that it's been. And the entire time, it's only been about 5 minutes that has passed, so this is accelerated very quickly, and I did very minimal mixing with this recipe. So I'll mark off all 16 pieces with a dollop of cream, and then I'll spread this out to take up some space. Then I'll start layering the caramel color and the cream on top and alternate these so I can try to get that look of a latte being poured with that frothy cream on top. Now you might wonder, if I want to buy a new fragrance oil online, or if I come across something that's interested me that I've never tried before, how do I know if it's going to behave well in my project or if it's going to turn into a seizing disaster? And oftentimes you won't know. You have to experiment and try it. But many of these fragrance oils have been around for several years. The first time I tried this one, Coffee Mocha, was probably about 4 years ago, and it did the exact same thing it did then that it does now. The only difference is now when I went to go buy it, I happened to notice on the product information page with Crafter's Choice that there were plenty of customer comments stating the exact same thing. So lots of people have this experience with this fragrance oil. And so that's something that you could do too while you're shopping for new fragrance oils, is just make sure you scroll down and you can take the time to read some comments if they're put there, and then notice if those comments are placed in 2014, 2012, 2009, and see if there's some consistency to the experience that people are having. And then that way you'll kind of get an idea of what you can expect. And just as we finish up, even as I try to pull through the design to bring it down, I'm just cutting through the soap and not really pulling through the design as I was hoping for. But that's okay. The project is complete, and it's time to give this 24 hours to firm up so that we can cut it and see what it looks like on the inside.
Meant to be in the great outdoors.
And after a full day, here we have our tray of mocha coffee brownies. And each piece looks like it belongs in a case at the Cheesecake Factory. All those chocolate colorants came out so rich and beautiful, but the one that looks the best is the cocoa powder. Now, as you get a few of these types of fragrance oils under your belt, you'll start to notice that you don't have to add the fragrance oil all together in the very beginning of the recipe in the way that I did. You could separate your fragrance oil out and add it to each color while you're working with it as you go along, and this could give you more time to work with your colors so you could get a more complicated design if it's an oil that you really want to have in your recipe.
from up here.
And also keep in mind, when you're working at cooler temperatures, then your trace tends to be slower than when you're working at oils in warm temperatures when the trace speeds up. So you want to naturally keep your trace down as much as you possibly can before you add that fragrance oil in, and that should help with the process.
We meant to be in the great outdoors.
Have you thought twice about that little mouse I caught nibbling on the soaps in the back of my windowsill? Well, no worries for him. A few nights ago, I caught him in a live trap and I set him free out in the woods behind my house. So hopefully he'll stay out there with his little mice families and he'll live the rest of his days leaving my soap alone. But it was interesting that he only chose one soap to nibble on, and that was coconut. He didn't like any of the other fragrances, and there wasn't any particular reason that he was eating soap except that he mistook it for food. There's no nutritional value in that piece of cured soap, and there would be no reason that he would be wanting to eat that when he's in the kitchen and he's actually looking for food. None of the little mice have seemed to have gotten into my curing room, so they're not looking for soap. They're looking for cracker crumbs, but he found some coconut. And that's what happened.
In this video, we're going to make an oil and clay-based sugar scrub that features vitamin C and zeolite volcanic clay. And we're going to focus this recipe on the perceived benefits of zeolite clay as an additive. Now, although the ingredient with the greatest skin benefit may appear to be the vitamin C in this recipe, zeolite is featured and it has some unique benefits, and we're going to dive into that in this tutorial. For this recipe, we'll need 5 ounces of coconut oil, 4 ounces of sweet almond oil, 2.5 ounces of cocoa butter, 2 ounces of mango butter, 3 ounces of silky e-wax, 0.5 ounces of jojoba oil, 6 grams of optifin, 2 ounces of white granulated sugar, 3 ounces of white kaolin clay, 3 ounces of zeolite powder, 3 tablespoons of vegetable glycerin, 1 full tablespoon of vitamin C powder, and 0.15 ounces of grapefruit essential oil, or a half an ounce of grapefruit fragrance oil if you don't want to use the essential oil. Now, the first thing that we're going to do in this recipe is heat the hard oils and waxes until they're completely melted down. Now, you can do this over low heat over the stove or in short bursts in the microwave, and as soon as they're melted, immediately add in the absorbic acid or our vitamin C powder. Now, you'll want to make sure that this will completely dissolve and take all the time that you need to get this blended down. It's really only going to dissolve when the oils are really hot. If it doesn't dissolve, then it'll really never make its way into the skin. It'll just stay floating and suspended in those oils. So blend this in first so that you can completely see this powder break down in the hot oil. Now, if you've done this in the microwave, then you'll want to make sure that you add the absorbic acid in very quickly. And if you're doing this over the stove, you actually have some time to really take your time and just allow for that powder to dissolve. Next, we're going to add in the sweet almond oil and also the glycerin, and just keep mixing this and blend it in until everything looks nice and smooth. And then once this is all completely incorporated, we're going to start to fold in the white kaolin clay. Now, you can do this in sort of steps. It doesn't have to all go in at the same time. The oil is going to start to immediately absorb that clay up, and the texture is going to start to become thicker. So this will start to bring it all together. The white clay should go in first because it's a nice light dusted powder, and it's going to turn into, at first, this runny mud texture. It's not going to become super thick. Everything should still be very warm at this point, and it's all very loose. And so you're going to blend this until the clay becomes completely smooth. Next, we're going to add in the zeolite ash. Now, you may recognize this ingredient as described as the active ingredient in self-warming face masks. Now, this is an all-natural volcanic ash, and when we add this to the oils, it's going to do just what the kaolin clay did, only it isn't so firm. These granules have a variety of sizes, from super fine dust to tiny little pieces, and this tends to fall in as a sediment. So what you'll want to do is blend this down with a stick blender to get it completely incorporated. Now, as this is cooling, these hard butters are becoming a little bit more thick, and this will end up holding that zeolite well, and it'll keep all those heavier particles from falling into the sediment as those particles are becoming more soft and sort of dissolving into the whole mud and becoming smooth altogether. Your finished product should not have any rough, bumpy feel to it. It doesn't feel like a granule dirt. We're actually going to add the sugar in later to get that feeling, but you want to blend this all down, and as it's in the process of absorbing all of those oils, it's going to be very smooth, thick. It's going to feel like a very luxury spa face mask. Now just keep blending this in, and after a little time, everything will become perfectly smooth and there won't be any sediment that falls to the bottom. Now, zeolite will give off a thermogenic reaction when it comes in contact with water. Now, this will give a light, warm sensation on the skin when it's used, but only when it's washed off with water. So, if you use this as a body scrub in the shower, the product will feel warm as you're putting it on your skin, but if you end up using this as a face scrub, then you'll feel the warming sensation only when you're rinsing it off. You put it on and it'll feel perfectly normal like any other mask that you put on, and then it'll start to feel warmer as you apply the water and start to rinse the mask off. Now, the next two ingredients that go into this product are our preservative, which was 6 grams of optofin in this particular recipe, and then we're also going to put in 2 full ounces of granulated sugar. Now, this is one of the ingredients that you can put in more or less depending on how you want the texture to feel. Now, I've listed this as a body polish, so I only put 2 ounces into the entire recipe, and this is going to give us that very nice, light, exfoliating consistency, but it's not a real hard abrasive scrub. Now, it's important to make sure that when the preservative goes in and the sugar, that the temperatures are well below the warm temperatures they were when we were adding the absorbic acid. We don't want this stuff to burn off, and then we'll follow this up very soon after that with our fragrance oil. Now, you can use 0.15 ounces of essential oil. In this particular example, I've put in key lime, and also in the recipe I write in a grapefruit fragrance oil. Now, adding fragrance oil to anything that's meant to be put on your face can be a little bit tricky, and some people are persnickety about their preferences, specifically the citrus essential oils. So be sure to read my notes and the warnings that I add in the printed material down at the bottom of this page below the video, specifically regarding citrus essential oils and the types of fragrances that you can use with this product. I specifically chose the citruses because it's very nice and complementary to the fragrance that the earthy mud mask already has. This is not something you're going to be able to cover with the fragrance. This already has a very distinct smell to it, and so you have to really be tolerant of that. It's very natural. It's a very earthy, deep earth smell, and those citruses kind of just pretty it up a little bit, but we're not trying to mask the smell with roses or something floral, because that's not going to work with this. So if you're very sensitive to smells, then this would be a great body scrub, maybe not so much on your face. And that's something that you have to work out and understand yourself. But there are warnings that go along with citruses, essential oils, and when we place that on our face and what products we put in that. Some of it is my preference, and some of it are just generalized warnings, so be sure that you grab those notes below this video. Now, the example I'm showing you here is meant to show you what this product looks like when it goes on your skin, but also on the left we have a nice loose runny version of this. That bowl was just made just a few moments ago, and the one on the right is a nice thick version of this, and that is the exact same recipe that was made about 2 hours before, and you can definitely see the difference in texture. So as you're working through this product, if you want a finished product that's going to be thicker than what you're seeing as the results are being made in front of you, just give it some time before you go into changing or altering the recipe. And here you can see a version of what the finished product may look like. Now keep in mind, you can alter the texture of this product by changing the amount of clay and by changing the amount of sugar. So you can tweak this to your preferences. If you want it to be a more loose, runny product that's a nice facial scrub, then you might want to bring down the clay amounts, and you can even bring up the sugar a little bit. If you make this nice and runny, you'd want to package it in a squeeze bottle, maybe a tip over bottle so that you can pour it into your hand. Because the zeolite has a thermogenic reaction when it comes in contact with water, you might want to preserve that reaction when it's being used by not putting it into a jar where your fingers will scrape across it or where water will be exposed. You can actually see this reaction in these largemouth jars when my fingers go into it when it's in use in the shower. And that could possibly be confused by the user as some kind of mold growth or bacterial growth, when in fact it's a little bit of a thermogenic reaction. Let me show you what that looks like right here. Again, this is just the harmless effect of the zeolite having contact with water. But if you end up using a high percentage of clays, or you tweak your recipe to have a higher percentage of sugar, then you will get a thicker, heavier product that'll need to be scooped out with your fingers. It won't be able to be squeezed out. So you can decide how you want to present your product based on the texture and the luxury that you want to create.
What to do deep in the heart of winter waiting for spring to come? We can make soap for Valentine's Day. These mosaic heart faces will be the centerpiece of our Valentine's Sweetheart soap, and we'll need to make them well in advance of the entire project, so let's get a head start and pull out the soap dough. It's best if your soap dough is at least 3 days old to get it nice and pliable, so if you don't have any already made, prepare this project well in advance. Here's a 1 pound of the soap dough recipe for easy access, but if you need full instructions on how to make soap dough that works great and stores nicely and is not too expensive, then click on lesson 6.2 in the Soap Makers course for the full tutorial on this topic. For this project, we need to work backwards and do the decorative part first. Here, I've made a pound of soap dough, and I've colored half red and the other half white. And I've broken them down and mixed a few versions of the red and the white together for lighter shades of red. Now I can mix the two halves all I want and they won't ever turn pink because I'm using Red Lake 40. And mixing the Red Lake 40 with white takes you from deep ruby red to fire truck red to light apple red. You'll never get pink. And I'll show you how to get the pink later on in this video. Now once I've gotten them all into little pieces, I'll dust them with colored mica. And you can choose any contrasting color, but for this project, the white soap I'll coat in Cosmic Caroline, the darker reds will get Gold Shimmer, and the lightest red will get Raspberry Shimmer Pop. Now this mica, which is about to be dusted into the pieces in the bottom left-hand dish, is listed as not stable in cold process. And so if I were adding it into the fresh soap batter, it would turn from that beautiful raspberry color to a dirty burnt orange. But since I'm just coating it with the dough in the color, it's never going to work its way into the actual soap, so it will leave this accent shimmer in the same shade that we applied it. Now I want to turn all these little pieces into my heart embed. So I'm going to sprinkle random colors into the molds and make sure every mold gets random sizes and colors until the entire bottom is completely filled. Now once I have enough, I'll press everything together. And don't worry about making a mess or trying to control what it looks like. It'll all come together when we're ready to pop them out. Now I'm going to make about 20 of these. And I don't need to make them the full 1-inch deep hearts. In fact, if we make them that big, they'll be too big and they won't fit into that top layer of the bar. I just want to make these the heart faces. So I'll push these down just to make sure the entire bottom of the mold is covered. Now since everything is coated in mica, they won't readily adhere, so I really have to push them around and make sure that the individual pieces are sticking together, not just pushed on top of each other. And when I'm done forming these into the mold, each heart should look like one solid piece. And of course, just like any other freshly poured soap, we do have to set these aside to cure and become hard. So we'll leave them alone for 24 hours and come back to polish our mosaic hearts when they're ready. And after 24 hours, these are still soft but firm enough to remove them from the mold and wash them up. Having everything covered in mica reduces the contact with the air just a little bit, and when I make embeds this way, sometimes it's helpful to leave them for a little bit longer. But right now, they look like they're in the perfect state to pull out of the molds, and we can start working from here. And the last thing I want to do to prep our little hearts is to wash their faces. I want all the mica cleaned away, and washing them in a bowl of water will help blend everything together just one last time before they cure for good. Now I'll have an embed that looks like one piece, and it'll have just a hint of contrasting mica in the cracks between the colors, just like a newly polished piece of jewelry. Now we finally get to make the bars for this soap project. And this time, I'm going to do this a little bit differently. Now for this project, I want 4 flat layers like a strawberry cream layered cake. So I'm going to prepare the lye water and the oils for 3 pounds of soap, just like you've seen me do it 100 times in the past. Now what I have in this bowl are a combination of hard oils and soft oils. So I need to melt everything down and combine it together. Now this oil combination is going to trace at a medium speed, not too fast and definitely not slow. And since I'm pouring this into a flat slab mold, I want these layers to firm up before I add each layer on top. And so what I'm going to do is divide out 1/4 of the lye water and the oil combinations, and I'm going to emulsify 1 part at a time. Now I'm also separating out the fragrance and adding it to each part as well. This bar is getting a blend that I created with Love Spell and Harvest Moon. Love Spell is just a little too fruity for my liking, but it's still a popular romantic fragrance. But I've brought it down with just a little base of spruce and cedar, and it smells like a delicious feminine outdoor aroma. Remember I told you earlier how we can use reds to blend down into pinks? Well, you can't do that with the lake colorants, but you can do that with some of the micas. And Soapberry Red works very well if you want to bring it down into a pink or a pinky melon kind of color. And that's exactly what I'm doing right here. With just 1/4 teaspoon of Soapberry Red mixed in, we're ready to pour the very bottom layer of the mold. Now I'm just going to mention in this video that I've now had this mold that's made out of a cardboard box and crafter's tape for 5 years, despite the fact that I have a shelf of custom molds. Here I am, using one of my favorite contraptions. Now it's time to emulsify the second part of the soap, which is perfectly equal to the first. And this time, I'll add the fragrance and a dose of titanium dioxide to lighten the color. Now I've spaced out mixing each part of the soap batter by about 10 minutes, and this gives just enough time for the previous layer to become firm so I can add the next layer. In this case, 10 minutes was just enough time. If I mix all the soap at the same time, I run the risk of the layers being too thin to pour flat on top of each other quickly. And if I wait 10 full minutes, then the soap in the cup would become too thick to pour evenly. So this way we get everything to come together nicely. The third layer was made just like the first and the second. This time I have to be just a little bit more careful because that cream colored layer hasn't quite firmed up. So I'm just going to drop the soap right along the spatula and let it very, very slowly pour across the top and hope we don't mess anything up. Turns out it's a little bit uneven, but we'll make do with what we have.
In this video, we're going to use crystal clear melt and pour to make these planet Earth and moon images suspended in a starry cosmic cloud. The final result will be a bar with a speckled starry sky and space dust and a very recognizable Earth floating in the center. The 8 ingredients you'll need for this project are 3 pounds of Crafter's Choice Clear Melt and Pour Soap, crystal blue water fragrance oil from Nature's Garden. Additionally, we'll need 6 of our select mica colors. Now you can use either of these two, La Bamba Blue mica powder or the True Blue mica from TKB. I'll be using True Blue in this project today. We'll also be using Nutone Sea Green mica powder. Also, we need Ocean Blue and Viro glitter. And for our starry space, we'll be using Highlight White mica powder. Now additionally, we'll need titanium dioxide and also just a dash of lemon chiffon mica. We're going to separate the melt and pour out into 3 parts. 1 part for the planets, 1 part for the moons, and 1 part for the space and sky. Now you can make adjustments if you want more or fewer planets or moons in your project. I'm starting first with the planets. From the 1 pound of soap that we've just cut up, we need to separate this out into 3 parts again, and this will be for the 3 colors of the planet. So about 5, 5, and 6 ounces will do. The first color we'll be using is the Sea Green Nutone mica powder. Now about 1/4 of a teaspoon, as the recipe is written, is perfect to get that nice popping green color. If you see me add more in the demonstration, which I just put a 1/2 teaspoon in, that's because I'm making a double batch, and so what you're seeing me do might not be the the same measurements consistent with the recipe as it's written. If you're going by the recipe as it's written, make sure you just stay consistent with that recipe, because these colors are very bright, and when we're working with melt and pour, if you're used to cold process soap or if you're used to hot process soap, your micas and your colorants might act a little bit differently. So again, if you're staying consistent with the recipe, 1/4 teaspoon of this Nutone Sea Green is all you need to get this bright, beautiful popping green color. Now I'm essentially just making jagged little embeds with the green soap. So I'm going to make this little dish with wax paper, and we'll pour the soap and let it fall as naturally as possible. I'll end up letting this dry in stages and then continue to pour until the entire amount is in the wax paper. As this begins to set up, I'm just going to come back in and I'm going to continue to disturb it. I just want to have chunky, uneven pieces of dried green soap. And eventually, as this has become dry, I'm just going to start pulling it apart, and then eventually I'm just going to chop it up into tiny small pieces. But as you can see here, it's kind of in a consistency where it's almost fully dry and it's still a little bit rubbery. So that gives us a good opportunity to get these just natural, tenuous, stringy pieces that we can pull apart. Now we'll repeat this step again. This time we're going to be making the white layer of our planet Earth. And in order to get our melt and pour soap white, we'll be using titanium dioxide. Now the titanium dioxide in my demonstration is about 1/2 teaspoon that's already been melted down or diluted down in cold distilled water. Now remember, when we're working with melt and pour soaps, most of the ingredients that you'll see here are these nice glittery micas, which can just be added directly into the soap itself, and it dissolves down nice and smooth. But if you're using a pigment or a titanium dioxide, that sometimes is a little bit more difficult to break down and you want to dissolve it down first. Make sure that you're using something that's either water soluble, or you can use rubbing alcohol to dissolve that down, but you cannot dissolve your colors, your micas, and your dioxides down in oil, because the soap itself is already made. It will not take that oil in and adhere it and sort of incorporate it into the soap. It'll just end up sweating out, it'll turn into mush. It just doesn't work very well. So when you're diluting any kind of a colorant that is not a simple mica, you want to make sure that you always do that in distilled water or in rubbing alcohol. Each 1 pound part of the melt and pour is going to get 1/2 ounce of fragrance oil. Now in this case, I'm putting it into the white part and blending it down. Now we're going to do the same thing with the white soap that we did with the green, only this time I want to coat the green pieces into the white layers. Now they're not going to coat evenly, and that's good. So as this is drying, I'm going to turn it up, I'm going to disturb it, and I'm going to make sure that it looks rough and uneven before we chop these pieces of white and green soap down into little tiny parts. Now the mold that we're going to be using here is one of these chocolatier bonbon molds, and this one has a shape that's about a 1-inch diameter, and this is what we're going to be using for the planet Earths. Now what you'll see me do here is take the green and white pieces, and we're just going to fill every single cavity until they're completely filled. We want, generally speaking, 2/3 of this circular spherical space to be filled in, and then we'll cover these over with the remaining soap, and then we will have our planets ready to be set up. Now I'm going to make the soap that fills in the rest of the cavity with true blue mica. Now this Lambamba blue that I've just showed you is also a bright blue that works well, and the reason that I've given you a backup alternative to the true blue that you see here is that this one, the True Blue from TKB, is a mica that's not stable for cold process. This is great for melt and pour, it's great for eyeshadow, but if you're more commonly a cold process soap maker, then you might be more likely to have the Lambamba blue on hand. So I'm just letting you know that that one is comparable to this mica that we're using here. But to me, in my opinion, this True Blue is just a little brighter. It gives a little bit more of a jeweled tone, and so that's why I'm going to use this one in this project. Now to finish up these earth planets, I'm going to cover each cavity with this soap, and once all the embeds are completely covered, we'll set this aside for about an hour to become firm. Now, while this is turning into these little planets, I'm going to go over and step aside and make the moons. Now here I've melted down another pound of soap and already added 1/2 ounce of fragrance oil. Now for the moons, we're just going to add a little bit of a dash of this lemon chiffon mica powder into this part of the soap. And remember, it's just a dash. We want these moons to be just etheric and translucent, so we don't want to color this. We want to be able to see through the moons a little bit. And added to this, we're going to be adding the Highlight White Purple Mica Powder. Now just make a double dash of this. We want twice as much of this sparkly glitter as we have the lemon chiffon. Blend this down, and then as soon as we're done incorporating this all together, we're ready to pour these into our molds. Now this sheet of spherical molds are 1/2 inch diameter, so these are 1/2 the size of the molds that we used to create the planets. Now these are also candy molds themselves, but they're just much smaller, and you can get these in various shapes and sizes just when you go to order or when you're looking for these spherical molds. You want to make sure that they aren't the ones that are just half circles, because then your spheres won't come out. They're those full little chocolate bonbon candy molds. Now after about 1/2 hour of allowing those little moons to become solid, we've popped them out, and now you can see how we reveal our little planets, and we have these beautiful little marbled blue balls. Now not all of them will be perfect, so just trim any rough edges and get them as close to spherical as possible. Now it's time to cut up the final pound of soap and melt this down. We'll add 1/2 ounce of our fragrance oil, and then we're going to end up giving this just a dusting of color. This part of the soap is going to be the space that suspends the planets and the moon, so we want to keep it lightly colored and as translucent as possible. Getting this all put together requires good timing and a little bit of patience. Now I'll pour the first layer and gently add a few of the planets staggered through the mold. Now, as I'm placing the planets into the mold, I want this to start to firm up a bit so that the next layer of celestial bodies won't just sink straight to the bottom. Now, if you did make enough planets, then you could just fill the mold and then pour the tinted blue soap over it to fill in all the space all in one step, and then you could be done with it. But what I want to do is I want just 2 or 3 of these planets and moons per bar, and this is going to require a little bit more time and allow each layer to set up as I go along. Now, as each layer is becoming a little bit more gel-like, I'm going to keep adding in the blue and staggering some of the other little balls on top. And as we go along, this is going to start to rise, and these balls will be a little bit more suspended in the gel-like soap as it's becoming more thick. Now, between this, I'm going to add a few layers of white titanium dioxide melted into this blue soap. So I'll just pour out a little bit, maybe an ounce or 2, into a separate little dish, add a little bit of white titanium dioxide, blend it down, and we'll just splash this in along the middle. And that's going to give us an effect of this nice, beautiful sort of cosmic cloud look that'll be incorporated in through between the planets. Now, a lot of times in your melt and pour projects, one of the goals is to keep everything as crystal clear as possible so you can see those embeds or you can see the design behind the crystal clear soap. This isn't really necessary in this project. You really don't have to worry about the soap having fissures or cracks in it. You don't have to worry about having it be perfectly crystal clear because we want this kind of cloudy stardust look. This means that you don't have to worry about the layers being seen as separate fissures in the process as one layer is becoming more firm and we're pouring a hot layer on top. What we do want to be careful of is that we don't allow this to firm up too much so that the layers might actually not adhere together. We want to make sure that we're pouring these layers on top of each other while the soap is still very jelly. We don't want them to have that thin skin that's completely dried at the top before we pour the next layer, because we want the soap to be one piece and not fall apart when we put it on the chopping block. Now, it's also worth noting that you don't have to use the Crafter's Choice Crystal Clear Melt and Pour soap. If you do want to use any of the recipes that you find over in the Melt and Pour section of the directory, that's the Melt and Pour soap made from scratch, so that you want to make this project from start to finish 100% on your own. You can do that with those translucent recipes because it's not really necessary in order to get a beautiful effect for this bar to be crystal clear. Now, I do think that you get more of a watery tone and you get these bright popping colors when you use that crystal clear soap, but if you really do want that space dust look and you want it to look cosmic, you can totally get away with this design by using any of the other from scratch recipes that are listed in the directory. You don't have to buy the commercial brand. Now, this entire project it's really about 1 hour worth of your actual work time, but when you're taking into consideration all the time that you need to let them firm up, let the pieces firm up in stages, it probably takes about 4 hours from start to finish. So once we finished filling in what you just saw, that liquid blue soap, it took about 4 hours before we actually bring it over here onto the chopping block. Now, I'm going to put this right onto my soap cutter, and we're going to cut it all in one piece. And just a little forewarning, this is not the easiest way to cut it. I'm doing this because I have my son standing right behind me, and as we're working on this, I have 2 extra big strong arms that are pushing down on this, and this soap cutter is pretty durable and reliable, so it's not going to break on me. This was very difficult. I would not have had the strength to cut this all on my own. I had to have my son help me push this down. So most likely you do want to use just a knife and cut these individually, or use an individual soap cutter. Far easier to do it that way. This is not the easiest way to do it. It just was the easiest for me to capture it on camera in the moment, so that's why I'm showing it to you this way. But if you want to get this cut more reliably, then I would recommend using a knife. And now that we're finished, we can slice these open, and you can see how the design of each individual planet Earth has come through, suspended in our space. And the fun thing about this is that no 2 pieces will be alike, but each one is absolutely recognizable as a little miniature planet Earth. And of course, the moons will sit in the bar, and
They're in various positions, so you can kind of see them in the background or they stand up forward. And this is just really a very pretty project to make. Super easy. You can do this with the kids. It doesn't require making any cold process recipes where the kids are hands off. And there we are with our Planet Earth melt and pour design.
The reason that I want to harvest these is because I feel that this plant here is dying back, even though it's an old dinosaur in of itself.
All right, so we just cut the root at the paddle. Is that what you do?
Yep. A little bit.
Now, these look like aloe on the inside. I'm going to touch the inside of that. Oh. And that feels just like an aloe, but it's got more of a fibrous texture on the inside of it.
You'd want to really avoid getting these into your clothing.
Now, I don't see from the photos that I saw on Wikipedia, they have a long spine, not little no-see-ums.
Right here.
Oh, what are we looking at? Oh, yeah, those long, big long spines. So this is not a season for spines either. The spines fall off. Yeah? Do you find these growing wild anywhere else on the side of the street, or is this just kind of a fluke?
You'll see them here and there. Most people don't want them in their yard because the spines get in your clothing and they hurt you. They're painful, actually.
And do the spines have an acid, or is it just the barb?
Just the barb.
And then I suppose what we'll do with these is you'll get yours that you want to repot. We'll take a few paddles and slice them like aloe, and then dehydrate them.
No. Why would I do that?
I'm gonna make soap out of these.
Oh.
All right, so do you have what you want in that bucket right there?
I think so. And there's a paddle there for you as well.
And then we can see that it's not really bleeding too much where you've chopped it. Is that gonna shoot off another paddle, or is that gonna just heal over, do you know?
Like,
Oh, we're just gonna do that right there. So have you already cut these out here?
somebody else came and harvested them.
Oh, okay. Alright, so here's our prickly pear cactus, and we're going to dehydrate this down and make a medicinal soap out of this.
So let's get started. Now before we can get into the cold process projects that will make this soap, we have a little preparation to do. I'm going to process this cactus down into a fine powder and blend it into a clay bar, but first we need a few days to get this dehydrated. The prickly pear is also known as a nopalus cactus, and they flourish in the deserts of the Southwest. Now, I don't ever see these things outdoors where I live, so I was surprised to learn that they produce a purple fruit that people harvest and eat. In fact, this green paddle here is also considered a superfood. I was expecting this to be something like processing an aloe plant, and in fact it's not at all like that. It's more like cutting into a green pepper. It smells more like a green pepper, and people even slice it like a pepper and put it in their omelets in some places. The inside is very fibrous, and it's a lot more dry than I expected. There's none of that soft mucus juice like you would find in an aloe plant. After dehydrating this down for 2 days, I'm going to take the dried pieces and run them through a coffee grinder. Now, if you thought you had to be careful during soap making, this part of the project was the biggest annoyance. As you saw in the beginning of the episode, there were no spines on this cactus, and the ones that are there seasonally are large white barbs the size of a sewing needle. Well, Despite that, once the material was dehydrated, tiny little hair-sized shards appeared, and they were impossible to see, and they stuck all across my hands and fingers when I was washing the dehydrator and the coffee grinder, and this stung for days before it wore away. Another thing to mention while I was making the powder is that it's very light and easy to disrupt, but it didn't hang in the air the same way that the aloe powder does, so it wasn't much of a hazard to breathe. The powder stayed around my hands and it didn't drift up to my face, but even so, I'll remind you that this is dehydrated, and if you breathe the powder, your lungs have moisture, and you don't want dehydrated herbs to be rehydrating in your lungs, so you have to wear a mask when you're working with this. Now, if this is all starting to sound like a bit of a nuisance to do so far, I'll just point out that you don't have to make cactus powder. You can buy it online under the name Nopales Cactus Powder. Those 2 paddles gave me about an ounce of powder, so you can imagine if you buy a pound of this online for $4 or $5, that's a huge amount of cactus. So it's probably much easier to do it that way. All right, it's time to close up my recipe notes and make some room to get started. The first thing we'll do is make the lye water solution. In this case, I'll be substituting 100% of the water for aloe juice. I'll dissolve my lye and set this aside to cool until it reaches room temperature. If you buy this aloe juice already packaged as a food product in the pharmacy section of your grocery store, then you don't have to worry about pre-preparing it, boiling it down or anything. It's just ready to pour and mix. I'm going to work with these oils for just a few minutes and get them all blended in together before we add the lye solution. When we're ready to pour, I want to make sure that the lye solution and the oils are within 15 degrees of each other. So the lye's already been cooling down for about an hour, and both of these are sitting at just about room temperature. You'll see that there's a little bit of a solid oil floating in the bar as I'm emulsifying it, and that is the coconut oil. As we're working this through, it's the coconut oil that will be the last to mix in, and so that will end up being our 5% superfat. Now's the best time to add our fragrance oil. We'll be adding green clover and aloe, and that comes from Nature's Garden, and it's a very beautiful light scented fragrance, but it also sticks in the soap very well. So if you're looking for something that's not going to waft away but it still isn't too strong, this is a terrific choice. I've got bars that I've made of this particular fragrance from 6 months ago that still smell the same as when they were about 2 or 3 days old after they'd been cut. Now I'll separate this out into 3 parts. We're going to be using 3 colors. This is a heavy layered bar. Again, it's a cactus theme, so I kind of wanted to go with an earth tone. And we're going to be using the cactus colors. So we're going to use Hollywood Pink, which will give us that prickly pear purple color. And then we're going to be using a medium color of just titanium dioxide to lighten it up a little bit. And we will be using our cactus powder as a nice light green. The titanium dioxide here is dissolved in water, and it does look like a lot, but there's only just a teaspoon in there. If you go overboard with the titanium dioxide, you can get glycerin rivers, you can get all sorts of unpleasant effects, so it's important to just sort of keep that in moderation. Remember, that's only 1 pound of soap in that cup. I'm going to start off by just adding half the cactus powder. I have a different intention for the rest of that, so we'll see what color this gives us and see if we need to make some adjustments from there. This purple pear color will go into the bottom of the mold first, and I made this part a little larger than the other 2 parts because we're actually going to put a little bit of this into a piping bag for the top of our embellishment. So I'll save some of this, and this will give me plenty of time to set this aside and let it firm up. I'm going to dust in a pencil line here, and that can be a little bit tricky because if you add too much, your layers of soap might not adhere, and if you don't put enough, you can't see the pencil line. So one of the advantages about doing this with a little bit of a dehydrated herb is that as it touches the moisture, it'll start to rehydrate. That makes this a little bit easier to adhere the next level of soap when you're doing herbs instead of the mica powders, which won't really re-moisturize or rehydrate because they're just sort of a mineral anyway. So that's one thing to keep in mind when you're working with pencil lines. These dried herbs work a lot better in keeping your pieces of soap together. Next is our white layer. Pretty simple. I'm just going to spoon this on top, and the texture is really thickening up. So the bottom is firm enough to hold the middle layer, and the middle layer is thick enough to just set it in nicely. I'm going to dust my second line in here, and this time you can even see this one better. And watch as this turns from a light green to a darker, kind of a matcha tea, dark colored green. And that is the powder instantly rehydrating, and that's good because since it's moist, the next layer will go on top and it'll stick much better. With a couple of tablespoons of powder left over, I'm gonna dump that right into our third layer of soap and start mixing this in well. Now once we get this mixed in well, I'm going to add 1 ounce of gray bentonite clay. You can add white kaolin and any other version of clay that you might like, maybe a French green clay, but I tend to grab the bentonite clay for things that are tinted green already. I think that's a nice complementary clay to go in with our cactus powder. After a few minutes of mixing, there are a few large pieces of clumps in here and some herbal specks. I want to blend that down even a little bit more fine, so we're just going to give it a round with a stick blender just to get that smoothed out. Now it's time to add the final layer of soap, and as you can see, this is a beautiful silky smooth texture. It smells very pleasant, and I can smell the cactus powder mingling with the fragrance, and they're very complementary. It's really a nice experience. Now before we started this project, I did go ahead and pre-make some embeds that we're about to put onto the top. If you'd like to replicate these embeds, the easiest way is to use a melt and pour. You can make them in about 10 minutes before you start the project, or you can do them the cold process way and make them a day ahead of time. But if you'd like to find this particular cactus mold, right now it's over on the shelves at Walmart. You can find it over in their bakery aisle, and if you happen to be watching this video when those molds are no longer available, then you could also very easily make something very similar out of a soap dough recipe. So that would be another alternative if you want to put a cactus embed in there. To line the center of the loaf, I'm going to stick little white cactus spines right along the center. And as you can see, this is very easy to make. You just pour yourself a flat layer of white melt and pour and then slice them up into these little spines and stick them anywhere you like. And you can expect some of them will break, most of them will not break. It's perfectly fine. You can do this with cold press or you can do it with a melt and pour, but either way, this takes about all of 5 minutes to make. So these are perfect just to fill up that center area. Now you might remember about 10 minutes ago, we set aside some of that pink soap to firm up so that we could pipe it on top. And to top off the embellishments, we're going to add our own purple pear fruits right across the top as the final pass. Now on a real cactus, once you see these as those bulbous fruits that are plucked and people make jelly and other types of food out of, well, if they're left alone, they turn into a beautiful flower. Many of them are purple, some are yellow, some are white. They're absolutely gorgeous. So here we'll have these bulbous flower shapes that'll be the final accent on this design. And once we're finished with this, there's nothing left to do but give it 24 hours to firm up so that we can cut it open and see what the design looks like on the inside. I did give these just a little bit more than 24 hours just to make sure I could get it out of the mold without messing up and fussing with the top of the design. And so very carefully, I'm going to line these up and slice right through. And here you can see, as we reveal the very first piece, this absolutely adorable bentonite clay, aloe, and cactus powder soap bar, complete in full bloom cactus colors.
We're making pumpkin spice puree with goat's milk and clay. This is the members version of this video, and it includes the full hot process tutorial for making this recipe. Remember, if you scroll just below the video, you can print the recipe and instructions. Now, if you've come here from the tutorial in lesson 6.5, soaping with goat's milk, then this recipe is example number 1. So let's get started. We'll start off by making our lye water solution. I've just added 3 teaspoons of sugar to 15.24 ounces of cold distilled water. This goes in before the lye, and I stirred this until completely dissolved. Next, I'm carefully adding 6.82 ounces of lye crystals and dissolve this completely. Now, we added the sugar to get a boost in lather in the finished product of this bar, and I'll show you why I wanted to do that in just one moment. But before this, I want to get my oils melted down. So the crock pot is turned up on high, and I'm going to add 3 of my 4 oils in this recipe. We're putting in the palm shortening, which will be 19.2 ounces, the coconut oil, which will be 12 ounces, and the olive oil, which will be 14.4 ounces. I want to give this just a few minutes to melt down, and when I come back, we'll be ready to get the soap batter mixed together. As soon as the oils are melted, we're ready to add the lye solution. The only coordination happening here is that I want to add these when they're within 15 degrees from each other. I don't want to shock the molecules with different temperatures. This happens really fast. The lye water is already hot, and the oils are only getting hotter, so this will cross temperatures within just a minute. I'm going to blend this all in with my stick blender. You can even blend this for just a few minutes. We're going to go right past emulsification and even bring it to a light trace. Nothing happens here until we start cooking, so you can just really take your time with this and make sure that your lye water solution and your oils are incorporated really well. Okay, let's look at the oils we're using in this recipe. This combination of palm, olive, and coconut are going to result in a creamy low lather bar. We're going to include rich moisturizing shea butter, solid white clay, and milk. This will all contribute to the conditioning qualities, but it still scores pretty low on the bubbles. Adding the sugar into the lye water at the very beginning is going to give us some bigger bubbles, and the bar will end up nice and sudsy for us in the finished product. Now, I've let this cook down for about 20 minutes, and I returned just in time. The soap has reached the top of the crock pot. This is almost entirely air being released, and I can just stir this back down. Today, we've gone past the first phase of hot process, and we're already going into the second phase on the very first check, so this batch is going to move quickly. This looks really well, but I just want to make sure that the soap is cooking evenly through the entire pot. So once I'm satisfied with what I'm looking at, we're going to put the cover back on this, and then we'll come back in another 20 minutes and check on it again. When I come back in about a half an hour, we're already moving nicely through the end of the second phase. This is the applesauce phase, and you can see here in the center that it's gelling nicely. Now, this isn't even through the pot, so I'll mix it up again. Remember, we still have 2.4 ounces of shea butter to add to this recipe. I've built in a 5% super fat into the recipe, and as everything is being saponified, we can add the shea butter in after the other oils have been eaten by the lye. This will ensure that our most expensive moisturizing oil will remain as the super fat. So we'll mix the shea butter during the second phase, and it'll melt right in on contact. Once we're done with this, I'll mix it in quite well, and then we'll put the lid on top and come back in a little bit and look for the final stage. It only took another 30 minutes to get a full gel with this soap, so our total cook time was only an hour and a half. Take a look at how glassy this looks all the way through. This is what the Vaseline stage looks like, and I'm going to remove the heat from this soap right now. If I keep cooking it, I'm going to lose too much water and it'll start to dry out. Now that the cooking is done, the soap is going to have my undivided attention. For the next few minutes, I'm going to be working a balancing act. In hot process soap, most of the ingredients go in at the end as the soap is cooling down. As it cools, it's going to become more firm and it may start to dry out at the edges. Now this becomes more difficult to work with as the minutes pass, so I need to watch it carefully and keep moving it to help disperse the heat. Now this looks like I'm splitting it completely in half, but it's a little closer to a 2-to-1 ratio. I'm just eyeballing it at this point, so it's a bit of a guesstimate. In the smaller bowl, I'm going to add 1 ounce of white kaolin clay. This isn't heat sensitive, so we can go ahead and get some of our additives in while we're waiting for the temperature to drop in this soap. Now, as I'm mixing this in and incorporating the clay into the bowl, I'm actually watching the temperature drop in the other bowl. Right now, we're right around 140 degrees. This is still too hot. If we were to put the goat's milk in right now, it wouldn't burn, but I really want to work at a lower temperature. We're going to shoot for around 100 degrees. We're going to add 2 ounces of pumpkin puree. Now this is going to give us a nice golden color. It's the only colorant that we're using in this particular recipe. And 2 ounces, there's about 2 pounds of soap right in that bowl. We're going to stick to about a 1 ounce of puree to 1 pound of soap. And that's basically a typical ratio when you're using foods in any of your recipes. It's really important to get any puree mixed in completely. You can even bring your stick blender back in at this point. It all needs to be processed into soap, and if you leave chunks of puree in the bar, it'll end up bringing on the DOS, the dreaded orange spots, after just a few weeks. Remember, adding food products into your soap can shorten the shelf life of the product, so to get the best quality of soap, don't cut corners blending in the puree. Next, we're adding 2 teaspoons of pumpkin pie spice. This will give your soap that pumpkin pie look, and it adds to the fragrance in an amazing way. Now, once I get this all mixed in together, I need to get another temperature reading on the soap to see where we're at. And right now at this point, I'm just really mixing to try to disperse the heat. That's really the goal at this point. The soap is starting to dry up, and again, like I said from the very beginning, we're in a really tight balancing act. It's getting thicker, it's drying up, I need to get it transferred soon, but we can't add in our goat's milk and our fragrance oil for that matter until we're below the acceptable flash point. So for the next few moments, I'm just going to keep dispersing the heat, and I'm going to go back and forth measuring the temperature as we go along. At this point, I'm right around the 120 mark, and I'm still going to shoot for 100 degrees. Now, anywhere now, I'm pretty much safe to start adding in my milk, but I really want to try to shoot for 100 degrees, and what I'm doing is I'm just watching the consistency as I'm trying to drop the temperature. If the soap starts to get too thick, I'm going to move along a little bit quicker, but I'm satisfied with the texture, and we're just going to keep letting it go so that we can get right where we want to be. Now with this method, you really could add any form of goat's milk. I've reduced the water content by 3 ounces at the very beginning of the recipe, and I'm going to add 3 ounces of condensed liquid milk. Now you could add powdered milk with even less water content if you wanted to, Or you can even get away with adding a full 6 ounces of fresh milk right now. You could put 3 ounces in each bowl and it wouldn't be too much water. Now remember, most of the water has cooked off, and any water that you add now will have to evaporate in the cure. And you can't go overboard, so I wouldn't put any more than 6 ounces if you want fresh milk. But I've only added 3 ounces of condensed milk, 1.5 on each side, and the recipe for me will stay more balanced, so I prefer to do it this way. I'm going to blend this in, and finally we'll add in the fragrance oil, which is our very final additive, and once we have this completely incorporated, we'll be ready to transfer it into our mold. Now right now this is already smelling like a very heavy, delicious pumpkin pie, and the pumpkin pie spice fragrance oil will match this perfectly. It's worth mentioning this has 2.5% vanilla, so I'm actually only putting the fragrance oil into the pumpkin side, and I'm expecting it to darken a little bit. But the reason for that is because I want my white kaolin clay side, which, remember by the way, was not completely 1/2 of the recipe. It was much less than that. It was closer to 1/3 of the recipe. I want that to stay nice and white, and I don't want it to be affected by the vanillin content. So we're going to go ahead and put the fragrance oil in just the pumpkin side, and the aroma is absolutely incredible right now. Now finally, I'm going to layer this in an alternating color pattern, and you can see that I'm doing this very carefully. The soap is becoming thick right now, and I don't want any dry gaps on the sides of the bar, so I'm just going to arrange the layers so that they're completely filled in. Now once this is finished, there's nothing left to do but let this set aside to firm up for 24 hours before we cut it open. Now just as a note, most of the chemical heat reaction is finished. The soap is thoroughly gelled during the cook process, so there won't be any additional heat being generated from the inside of the mold as it's setting up. But even so, we'll still set this in a cool place and make sure it can breathe, and then we'll come back tomorrow. And after 24 hours, we can cut the bars open and you can see what the pattern looks like on the inside. And of course, with a lot of my hot process soaps, I like to layer them in a really organic, earthy look. So these sort of look the same for me, but you can be more creative with your patterns if you want to. And we have this absolutely beautiful texture. The aroma is so strong. This is one of the stronger soaps that I've made in a really long time, and it's just so pleasant. It does smell like food, so if you do like the pumpkin spice for the holidays, this one, it will be very popular. Now if you're ready to try this one on your own, don't forget, right below this video, you can print out the recipe and instructions, and we're ready to go. In this video, I'll be making River Pebble. Now the fragrance in this one is a nice, strong, clean men's fragrance. Now although plenty of women do like this, it's really popular at my market tables among the women. For me, it's the aloe that makes it one of my personal preferences. Now this is a hot process recipe that requires 16.8 ounces of palm. I'm using 100% palm shortening here, but you can use palm oil without having to recalculate if you want to. 16.8 ounces of corn oil, 12 ounces of coconut, and 2.4 ounces of castor oil. Melt this all down into your slow cooker on high for just a couple of minutes, and then we'll cover it and go over and prepare our lye water solution. Now since you're watching this video from the members section of Thermal Mermaid, remember, if you scroll down just below this, you can print out the PDF of this recipe and instructions when you're ready to make this at home. Also, if you want to ask any questions or you want to make comments about this recipe, feel free to check out our members forum, and you can do that right over there. Now it's time to add in the lye water solution, which I've already made. Now unlike in cold process soap, where we need to wait for the lye water to cool to room temperature, we don't need to wait as long with cooked soap. As the lye water is already cooling, the oils are heating up.
So here I only have to wait long enough for the temperature of the oils and the lye water to be within about 15 to 20 degrees from each other, and then I'll slowly add the lye water solution. Blend this very well until it's completely emulsified with the stick blender, of course, and then place the cover on top and let it cook. In this recipe we'll need 6.83 ounces of lye crystals and 18.24 ounces of water. After letting this cook for about 20 minutes on high, I'm going to return and discover something very common with hot processed soap. The water and oils are cooking nicely, but we see some separation along the edges. We're just going to mix this back together until it's recombined. The soap won't necessarily cook even all the way through instantly, so what we'll need to do is fold in the soap from the sides into the center, and then pull the soap up from the bottom to the top. In the center, it may well be a block. Make sure to break this up if the soap has become solid. This should be loose, not a brick. Next, the colorant that I'm going to use is safflower powder. Now, I don't have any on hand, but I do have some dried safflower petals, so I'm going to grind this down into my coffee grinder. For this recipe, I want 3 teaspoons of powder, and so as you can see here, that's going to take about 1/4 to 1/2, maybe 1/3 of a cup of actual dried petals. The bright red safflower powder is going to give me a shade that's anywhere from a rustic yellow to a medium orange to a beautiful burnt orange, and we're going to see both sides of those colors in this bar for ourselves. So let's get a good look at what these petals will turn into. I like my hot process bars to look more natural and sort of piecey, so I'm not concerned with getting this into a fine powder. I want a bit of the speckle look because we're just going to be adding more speckles later on and then give us our pebbled theme. It's time to come back and check on the soap. Here, we've been cooking for about an hour, and the top of the soap is moving into the gel phase. So the top is beginning its final stages. The bottom, however, can do with some more cook time. As I start to mix this up a little bit more, you can see the difference in texture as I'm pulling the soap from the bottom up to the top. So we'll give it a good mix, and then let this cook for another 20 minutes. Meanwhile, I've set a little bit of water to simmer in my teapot over on the stove, and I've just poured 4 ounces of this hot water into a clean bowl. Now, I'll add about 1 teaspoon of our fresh safflower powder and allow this to dissolve. Now, this will carry the natural powder into the soap and color it smoothly all the way through. Remember, there are some little flecks that are bigger because in my fresh ground powder, you'll see some of these little pieces. But if you buy this already as a powdered form, it'll be fine enough to completely dissolve. Finally, after about an hour and a half, we've reached the gel phase all the way through. The soap is slightly translucent and glassy. Now, I could keep cooking this, but as the soap cooks, it's losing more water and it'll start to become more firm. And I want this to stay soft so that I can get a few more ingredients in here. So this pot has just basically reached the gel phase just recently, and I'm going to turn the heat off and we're going to start the cooling process. I want to separate this into 2 parts and get it out of the hot ceramic to promote cooling. So it's time to transfer this into 2 bowls. Now first, I want to color 1/2 of the soap, so I've added my safflower water into one side and we'll begin mixing it. You don't have to worry about any additional water being added. This will also evaporate out during the cure time, leaving the color behind. Now you can see how deep orange this appears now, but I want to mix it down until it becomes a light orange.
because here I'm going to add in my aloe powder, which I've hand dried and ground, so the skin pieces are in this powder. And if I keep the orange to a light color, you'll be able to see these green speckles in the aloe plant in the soap. And this will give me a little bit of my river pebble look. On this half, I'll add 1 tablespoon of white kaolin clay and get it mixed in well. And this will, of course, dry the soap out as it's cooling, so it's time to pick up your step and move along and get this finished. Now by this time, about 5 or 6 minutes has passed and I'm still trying to get this to cool and maintain the texture from becoming stiff at the same time. By mixing, I'm dispersing the heat, and right now I'm running around 140 degrees. It's time to hurry up and get this transferred, but I'm going to push this out to about 125 degrees before I add my fragrance oil so that we bring the temperature down low enough to where there's no risk of the fragrance flashing off and we can maintain our scent in our bar. This fresh masculine scent in this bar is a 1-to-1 part combination of lemongrass fragrance oil and harvest moon fragrance oil. This is a strong morning fresh grass mixed with a deep juniper, spruce, and a hint of fruit and berry. The combination smells to me like you're on the edge of the reeds of a stream outdoors early in the morning. It's masculine and it's fresh at the same time. Now that it's time to get this transferred into the mold, I'll lay the safflower half in first. And once we have this smoothed and even, I'm going to take the rest of my safflower powder and create a pencil line that will give me a nice, dark, natural line, like a fissure in a stone. Now typically, I'll dust this with a coffee filter to get an even layer, but my filter in this case is just still a bit wet, so I'll sprinkle it over the top and we'll just make it do. Now it's time to place the clay layer on top. Now my pencil lines are not so thick that this will prevent the two halves from joining, but this can be an issue with hot process pencil lines because the clay layer isn't as soft as it was even 5 minutes ago. Now if you get to this stage and you're beginning to get worried that the powder is too dry and then the second layer is starting to become stiff, just spritz the powder down with some rubbing alcohol, and this will help the two parts stick as it's setting up. But in this case, this is going to work out just fine. If I were to wait maybe even another 2 minutes, then I would have just given myself a little bit of extra reassurance by spritzing down the layer with a little extra rubbing alcohol. Right down to the final minutes, I'm going to sculpt the edges in place with my fingers until I like how the soap is set. And then it's time to give this 24 hours to finish becoming firm before we cut the bars. Once we cut these open, you can see how earthy they look inside. But not only do they look like something natural, the smell, spruce and lemongrass, and even that aloe comes through in the aroma. So this bar and this recipe ends up by far being one of the most satisfying fragrances that I've made in a very long time. This is actually one that I keep in my personal shower.
In this video, we're going to create this slow-cooked soap that looked like a fractured marble with gold fissures in it. The colors will be white with shades of rose, and the bar features goat's milk with a rich superfat of shea butter. Let's start by measuring out our base oils. The oils for this recipe are the following: 14.4 ounces of palm oil. Now here I'm using palm shortening. These are interchangeable and the sap value is the same, so no need to recalculate the lye value if you want to change this. 14.4 ounces of lard, 12 ounces of coconut oil, 4.8 ounces of shea butter, and 2.4 ounces of castor oil. We'll add all of this together over low heat in the crock pot. Now you can do this in a double boiler if that's how you like to cook your recipe. But here I'm going to melt these all together except for 1 to 2 ounces of the shea butter, which I'll leave off to the side for just a few more minutes. Now once all of this oil is added in the crock pot, we'll place the cover over the top and just let it melt. Now remember, when you're ready to try this recipe at home, you can find the recipe and the instructions in the downloadable PDF file that's just below this video, ready to print. In about 20 minutes, I'll return to add the lye water solution, which I've previously made and set aside to cool. The lye water solution is 18.24 ounces of distilled water and 6.84 ounces of lye sodium hydroxide crystals. I'll carefully add this into the melted oils. Now before I do this, I want to test the temperature of both the oils and the lye water and blend them together only when they're in a window of 20 degrees from each other. This will keep any unwanted chemical reaction to a minimum, which most commonly happens when the lye or the oils have too much of a temperature difference. Both of these right now are at about 150 degrees. So I'll continue to blend this down with the stick blender until it is completely emulsified. You can find that you have complete emulsification when you no longer see an oily slick sheen across the top. That should be more of a matte color, and you'll see this as you blend down for 1 to 2 minutes. Once the soap batter begins to thicken up and reach a light trace, I'll put the cover on the top and let this cook for 20 to 30 minutes. Now, it's important that you don't go too far. This can still expand and bubble over the top at any stage of the cook process, but if it does, it's most common in the first hour of cooking. If it gets too close to the top, just release the air that's expanded the soap and stir it back down, but make sure to keep an eye on it as it cooks. Now after the soap has begun to start cooking, I give it a mix, and you just saw me add in the remaining shea butter. Now by now the oils have had time to bind to the lye, so whatever oil is left over is going to end up floating in the bar, and we want that to be the richest luxury oil that we have in the recipe. And in this case it's the shea butter. So this will give the bar a higher quality feel when it's being used. For the next 2 hours, there isn't much to do but keep an eye on the soap and occasionally come back and continue to mix it. Now, if it looks like it's starting to separate at the top, just mix it back together and let it continue to cook. Now, you learned in lesson 3 that you're looking for the 3 phases of the gel process as your slow-cooked soap is moving along. Now, this doesn't always happen in a predictable way. Sometimes it skips a stage, sometimes it cooks quickly, other times it really takes a long time. There are so many variables that can affect the recipe that sometimes you can use the exact same recipe and still get different cook times. Just keep checking and don't be too concerned with which stage it's at. Just mix until you reach the final stage. Now here I've been cooking for just under 2 hours, and at the top the soap has begun to gel. You can see that this has a more plasticky, glassy look to it. And when I stir the soap in from the bottom, that part is still fluffy and soft. Now some of the soap has reached gel, and I'll show you what that looks like up close. And at this point, I'm just going to turn the heat off because as the soap is cooling, it's still hot enough to keep moving into that gel phase, and that will complete the process. I want to help cool this by mixing and dispersing the heat. And so at this point, this is where we need to start paying closer attention to this project because we want to get the rest of the recipe incorporated and molded before the soap cools to the point of setting up. So with the remaining additives, I want to start blending at a temperature at or below 170 degrees. Here, we've just finished turning off the heat. The soap is very hot. We're working at a temperature between 180 and 200 degrees. So I want to start getting this cooled so we can start getting our additives in. I've dissolved 1 teaspoon of titanium dioxide into 2 ounces of water, and I'm going to add this and mix it in. Now the base of these bars are going to be white, and in this recipe, it isn't the titanium dioxide that makes the bars white. It's the combination of oils. But the colorant here is just going to make the bars pop. They'll be a brighter white for more of a contrast against the rose. If you don't add the titanium dioxide in this recipe, you'll still get a cream colored to white base bar. Adding a little bit of extra water at this stage is going to help loosen the soap while it's cooling. Right now, the temperature is at about 170 degrees, and I want to keep it cooling before we add in the goat's milk and the fragrance. Now down to 160 degrees, I'm adding 2 tablespoons of powdered goat's milk. This has been dissolved into 2 ounces of water. Now that's equivalent to 4 ounces of fresh goat's milk. So with the powdered, I can get it more condensed. You can also add 2 ounces of condensed liquid goat's milk, and that's also equal to 4 ounces of fresh goat's milk. Now the milk will burn at 180 degrees, so I want to add this at the end when there's little risk of that. Getting below 160, it'll still warm the milk, but you should be okay. Now if you add this while the soap is still too hot, it can turn orange, it can go brown, and this will affect the color of your bars. In the worst case scenario, you'll scorch the milk and then the smell will affect the soap. So remember, you need to add this at or below 160 degrees. Now at this point, you're safe to add 1.5 ounces of fragrance oil of your choice. Now here I'm using Crisp Clean Air. When I'm making these marbled theme type designs, I think that they match well with fragrances that are breezy, air, wind, so any selections like that will seem fitting for your project. When you're selecting a fragrance oil, remember we've chosen to make this soap a nice light white base, so don't pick anything that has an already orange color tint to it because this also can affect what you've already done with adding the titanium dioxide to make that bright white pop. So you want to find a fragrance oil that's clear to add into your project. Next, I want to separate out 2 parts. Now this is a 4-part color scheme. 1 part will stay white, and then we'll have 2 contrasting shades of rose with the gold mica line in between. So I'm going to put out about 1 pound of soap in each cup, and it doesn't have to be accurate. You can use more or less. Now I want 2 very different shades of rose clay, which will be used as the colorant for the project. So in 1 cup, I'm only going to put in 1/2 teaspoon, and in the other cup, I'm going to put in anywhere from 2 to 3 teaspoons of clay. We'll mix this in well, and that should give us just enough of a contrast that we want so that we can layer in our colors. Now, in alternating colors, we're going to spoon the soap into the mold, and once the layer is placed in at the bottom, generously cover it with a layer of the 24 karat gold mica. Then add another layer, and continue to add the layers and cover with mica in an uneven, random way. One of the keys to getting this look like fractured stone is to try to keep the colors as separate as possible. There are places where you can do a marbled effect and give it a little bit of a spoon swirl, but if you do that, try not to add too much of the mica line. You want to keep the complete different parts separated when you have the mica line. Also, the gold is a terrific contrast color between the red and the white,
but you could also add a little bit of black activated charcoal in there and give it an additional contrast color. You could try some of the pink micas for your fissure line, and that might look a little bit natural, but in my experience with the several batches I've made with this, when you start adding in pink to the rose, there's no guarantee that the rose clay will match with a bright synthetic pink mica, and it might end up starting to look a little bit different than something that's more of a natural marble texture. It also doesn't contrast as well. So anything bright gold and even black would work really beautiful in this project. Now, once this is done, we'll give it 12 to 24 hours to set up, and then they're ready to cut open. And here you can see a fairly beautiful design of rose clay and gold mica fissured marble soap. Now, these still need to cure, so we'll set these fresh bars aside for about 4 weeks, and then they'll be ready to use. This video is the rose gold and coral goat's milk hot process soap. This video features a slow cooked soap with a rich superfat of mango butter and the luxury feel of goat's milk infused. The design is made to look like gold crested marbled pink sea coral. So let's take a look at the oils that we'll be using in this recipe. Here we have 14.4 ounces of palm shortening. Now you can use palm oil if you want. These are interchangeable and the sap value is the same, so there's no need to recalculate the recipe if you want to use one for the other. We'll need 14.4 ounces of coconut oil, 9.6 ounces of corn oil. The base color of this bar is going to be a neutral cream, and the corn oil helps with this base color. 7.2 ounces of mango seed butter. This has a texture that's crossed between cocoa butter and shea, and its properties are perfect as a rich moisturizer. Now this one is especially good if you're trying to avoid the shea butters for reasons of nut allergies or any other reason you might have. And then we'll need 2.4 ounces of castor oil. Everything goes in together into the crock pot on low heat, and we'll give this just enough time to get it melted down. Now I've kept out 1 to 2 ounces of the mango butter, and I've left that off to the side, so we'll add that in a little bit later. But now, while this is melting, we'll go and make the lye water solution. The lye water solution is 18.24 ounces of cold distilled water and 6.92 ounces of lye crystals. Carefully pour the lye crystals into the water and make sure this is completely dissolved. Once the oils are melted, I'm going to keep an eye on the temperatures of both the lye water and the oils. It's fine to turn the low heat to high now, and as the oil temps are rising, the lye is settling to room temperature. I want to carefully add these two parts together when both of them are within 20 degrees from one another.
Now you can work at hotter temperatures than you would if you weren't cooking it, but the key is to get them combined at similar temperatures so there isn't too much of a shock to the molecules when they start to bond. This can be anywhere in a window of 150 degrees, even up into 180 degrees, but typically you'll start to combine these somewhere around the 150-160 area. But if it's hotter, as long as they're similar in temperatures, you're okay to combine. I'm going to keep blending this down until it's completely emulsified. Now in this shot, you can see the surface of the soap looks a little bit choppy and unsettled. This is in the process of bonding right now. So when that slick oil sheen that you see right along the surface disappears on the top of the soap and it starts to look more like a thick pudding, then we're ready to put the cover on the top of this and let it cook for 20 to 30 minutes. Now just before I walk away, I'm going to add in the last piece of mango butter that I set aside earlier. Now I'm just going to let this melt right on the surface. I'm not going to mix it, I'm just going to let the soap cook, and the oil from the mango butter should pool along the top of the soap as it melts. And we'll come back and check this in 20 to 30 minutes. When we come back in about 30 minutes, this recipe has quickly moved into the second stage of the gel phase, and I need to mix this together and any remaining oil that hasn't absorbed into the batter. Once I give this a mix, I'm going to add a dose of titanium dioxide colorant. Now here, I have a teaspoon of titanium dioxide that's been blended down into about 2 ounces of cold water. Now this is going to brighten the base color of the soap. This is not going to turn the recipe white. The oils in this recipe are going to make a cream to yellow based soap. So if you just keep adding more titanium dioxide, you're going to start to get a mottled, crackled look that will always end up being cream to yellow. You're not going to keep getting a whiter soap by adding more titanium dioxide. If you want a white soap, you have to use other oils for your base recipe. But this is going to brighten the base color, and the way I'm doing it here, I'm mixing it, but I'm really letting it cook, and I'm not really going to over mix this in. Now the attempt here is to get just a slight mottled appearance that looks like a morphing marble. Now you have to be a little bit careful with this, but when we're working with these sort of stone textures, if you do end up with a little bit of crackle, it still looks pretty organic and pretty. But I just want to go for that effect without going overboard. Now for the next stage, we want to just leave this alone and let it cook until it's reached full gel. Now this will take another hour or so, so just make sure to keep an eye on it and come back and stir occasionally if you need to. An hour later, we're ready to remove the heat, so it's time to turn off the crock pot, and you'll need to measure the temperature of your soap. The next step is to incorporate the rich luxury goat's milk. Now milk scorches at 180 degrees, and it even starts to get this unhappy orange color anywhere between 165 to 180, so we cannot add this into the soap until it cools to around 160 or below. So the soap right now at this stage is probably going to be somewhere between 180 and 200 degrees for you. Right here, as you can see, with the thermometer that I have in the pot, it's measuring right around the 180 mark, so we do need to get this to start cooling down before we can add in the milk. Now here I'm making a powdered goat's milk with 2 tablespoons of powder. That's also equal to 1 of the scoop measures that come in the can. And I'll be adding 2 ounces of cold water to that. Now if you're using condensed liquid goat's milk, you use 2 ounces. And if you're using fresh goat's milk, you're going to go ahead and use a full 4 ounces. The extra water being added at the end is not going to hurt this recipe. It's also going to loosen it up and give it more time to work with your colors when you get them into the mold. So if you've cooked this a little bit longer, you've reduced the water and your soap might be a little bit thicker. At the end of this recipe, as we're putting in the goat's milk, that's gonna loosen everything up and it's gonna make it easier to work with. Once my thermometer has dropped just below the 170 mark, I'm going to go ahead and add the goat's milk and mix it in. And then I'm going to add 1.5 ounces of fragrance oil. Now in this demonstration, I'm using Crisp Clean Air. Next, I'm going to separate this out into 3 parts. Each part is about a pound of soap and 1 part is going to be left alone, while the other 2 are going to be colored a nice coral pink. Now both bowls are going to get Cosmic Caroline Mica, which is my favorite coral pink color, and these 2 pinks are going to be 2 different shades of the same color. So one bowl will get only 1/4 of a teaspoon, while the other bowl will get 1 1/4 of a teaspoon. Now once these are mixed well, we're ready to get this transferred over into our mold. Start off with any color that you choose and spoon a row of the soap into the bottom of the mold. Now without mixing them together, spoon another color alongside the first color and then dust this generously with a layer of gold mica. Now this line is going to create the look of a crusted gold geological fissure. Try not to mix these together and keep the lines and the soap separate. Once you're done with that, gently spoon another color on the top of the line and make sure that the design is not too symmetrical so that it looks organic. After each color, add another generous mica gold line and continue to do this alternating colors until the soap has been completely transferred. Now colors that work well with the pencil lines are black activated charcoal, 24 karat gold mica, and you can even dust a line of the Cosmic Caroline between layers of that cream white and it'll start looking like stretching veins in the fissures. You can also use white kaolin clay, although if you do choose to use the white kaolin clay, it's a far more subtle striation and also it has a little bit more of a granule-y kind of a texture to it. So you can use any of the clay colors as extensions of your geological striations, but the micas tend to be more jeweled and iridescent looking, and that's really pretty when you're using these really soft, pretty colors. Now once you have all the soap transferred, you can dust the top in gold, or you can mix 1/4 of a teaspoon of the Cosmic Caroline with about a 1/2 ounce of sea salt and layer it on top for a crusted look. Then all you need to do is set this aside for 12 to 24 hours, and once it's set up, it's ready to cut. And once we're ready to unmold and slice these open, you can then see the jeweled tone of the contrasting pink coral and gold mica lines with this beautiful goat's milk and mango butter bar.
Today I'm making rose quartz soap. Now this is a hybrid cold process and melt and pour. This works perfectly well with commercial melt and pour, or you can use your own homemade melt and pour. So you've probably seen plenty of those geode soaps, and rose quartz isn't my idea. There are plenty of images out there on the internet. In this video, I'm going to give you plenty of ideas on how to create a stone look with a jeweled crusted top, along with some other ideas on how to get that stone fractured look on the inside of your bar. Now there are dozens of ways you can do this, and I'm going to show you a few of those in this project. And as always, this video contains the full recipe for members, and if you want the printable material, just click the link below this video for the recipe and the instructions. Before we get started, I'm going to make some stone effects with the melt and pour soap. There are going to be 3 variations of crystals in this project, and we'll be using 3 colors to get them. Here you can see I've melted down 2 small bowls of soap, each with about 2 ounces each, and I've added 1/8 of a teaspoon of amaranth pink, and I've added 1/8 of a teaspoon of raspberry red to the other one. You'll see me take the hot soap and pour it into the bottom of a plastic bag. Now I'm going to chop this up into small crumbled pieces so it doesn't matter where I set this to solidify, and in the bag it's set out of the way so I can keep working. Now it takes 5 to 10 minutes to cool and harden, and when it has, I'm just going to peel the bag from around it and chop it up into small, sharp, crumbled pieces. Now I'll do this with both the colors, and this is going to be the first rock texture that we'll use with the melt and pour. This will be a rose quartz crust on the top, and then also on the veins inside the bar. So right here there is a total of about 4 ounces of soap in this pile. I want to reserve about 1/3 of this pile of crumble to add to the second type of texture. Sometimes inside a geode you see these beautiful colors nested in a layer of white frosted crystal, so I want to make something that looks like that. I'm going to take another 2 ounces of melt and pour and add 1/8 of a teaspoon of titanium dioxide. This will give me the white base that I'm looking for, but you could also just use a white melt and pour soap if you wanted to. Now this time, I'm going to pour this flat on top of a piece of saran wrap. And I'm going to finagle this so that as it spreads out, it's sort of in a rectangle shape. We're just going to play with this and move it around a little bit. And then what I'm going to do is layer some of that pink crumbled pieces down the center, and then I'm going to work with it and fold the white over into a tube-like shape. I'm going to wrap the saran wrap around it and then give it a minute to firm up. And so once it's become solid, we'll come back and we'll unwrap it and slice it open. Once we've let this set up for about 5 minutes, I have this rubbery tube-like worm after I get it unwrapped. And what we're going to do is slice this into flat pieces, as you can see here, and we'll get this more complex geological look on the inside of it. So it's pretty much the same thing from our first texture, but this one is just a little bit more complex, and it gives us a little bit of dimension to what we're working with. Alright, if we put the melt and pour aside for just a second, we'll come over here and take a look at our oils. We'll be adding 12 ounces of sunflower oil, 12 ounces of palm oil, 14.4 ounces of rice bran oil, 7.2 ounces of coconut oil, And for our super fat, we're using 2.4 ounces of shea butter. We'll carefully pour our sodium hydroxide crystals into our cold distilled water. We're using 18.24 ounces of water along with 6.85 ounces of lye crystals. Of course, we'll let this dissolve in completely, and then we'll set this aside to cool. We still have another melt and pour project, so that'll give us time to let this cool and come back to it when it's at room temperature. Now I want a few small pieces of really recognizable gems on the surface of our project. So you probably know that a beautiful gem look isn't a solid color, but it's a wave of color through the natural stone. So I'm going to pour 2 ounces of clear melt and pour into a container, and then I'm going to pour 2 more ounces that have been colored with 1/8 of a teaspoon of amaranth pink unevenly into the center, and then we'll take that color and we'll pull it through a little bit. Once this has had time to set up, I'll cut it out of the container and slice it right down the center. Now I can cut it into 2-inch crystal shapes. Now this seems easy enough, but just remember that crystals have 5 or 6 geometric sides, so clean, angled, asymmetrical slices will get you exactly the look that you want. Now once the lye water solution has cooled to room temperature and is anywhere within 15 degrees of the oils, we'll combine these together until they're completely emulsified. The first thing I'm going to do is split these into 3 parts, with 1 part being larger than the rest. In this part, I'll add 1 tablespoon of titanium dioxide. Now 1 tablespoon is a lot of white colorant for about 1 pound of soap, so this might create glycerin rivers. But because I want to get this geological look, glycerin rivers would fit right into this design. Even so, it's not guaranteed that we'll get them, and it's fine if we do or if we don't in this case, but I typically don't add a full tablespoon of titanium dioxide to any recipe. This is a lot of white colorant. Now for the other 2 parts of soap, one will get 1/2 teaspoon of amaranth pink, and the final one will get 1/8 teaspoon of raspberry red. We'll get these blended in well, and then the only thing we have left to do is add in our fragrance oil. Now for our fragrance for this recipe, we're using 1 part Victorian Rose and 1 part Clean Type, which is a really pleasant, very clean, fresh, showery grapefruit kind of a smell. And the combination, the 1 to 1 part ratio of these 2 fragrances hits our rose quartz fragrance absolutely spot on perfectly. Now we need 1.5 ounces of total fragrance oil, which is 3/4 of an ounce of Victorian Rose, 3/4 of an ounce of the Clean Type, and we'll mix this in quite well. Now we're ready to start creating our project. Now for the very bottom of our soap design, we're going to take the white and the raspberry red and pour a little bit of this out, and we're going to pour a layer at the bottom with an in the pot swirl. And this is going to give us kind of this swirling striation. With this particular bar, you could actually do the entire soap like this, but I'm going to layer this and show you different designs and techniques that you can use. So here's design technique number 1 that you could use for your rose quartz recipe, and you can see that that's already mixed in beautifully. But another thing that we can do is we can add layers and fissures and fractures that look like stone and geological events happening inside of the design. So here you'll see that I'm layering a little bit of white along the side. And right where the white meets that in the pot swirl color, we have a fissure or a fracture, and we can make a stark contrast in color. So what I'm going to do is, after we layer that one little bit of white, I'm going to add that first melt and pour texture that we created, that crumbling look. I'm going to add a line all the way down, and this is going to create a very strong break in the look of the design, and so we'll start to get something that looks really geological. Lots of precious stones have these really thin veins of color that just sort of reach out. They're real tenuous streaks of color. And we can get this effect by adding a mica line. But instead of making it a flat, straight mica line, we want to give it some wavy texture. So once I put a little bit of a layer of mica, I'm actually just going to put this in. It's not so easy to pour right at the moment, so we're just going to layer a little bit of mica in. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a paintbrush and I'm going to push that mica all around, and I'm going to create a texture with the paintbrush, and that's going to give us kind of that spider web mica line look just at the tip, right where it meets that big, beautiful, bright cluster of color right there with our melt and pour crumble. And we'll cover this with a layer of white, and that will give us the stark contrast, making it look like a vein. Now, and when I start adding the soap, and I'm going to rotate the colors, this will be our amaranth pink color on top of the raspberry, and we'll make another line of this, and I'm just trying to keep them clean and separated out so that we can get stark contrasts in, and that will give us like these breaks and these striations throughout our design. So we'll do this again with the amaranth pink, and then we'll add a little bit of extra texture by adding in that second texture geode look, which will just give it just something else different, a different streak in the nature of our little stones. So here I'll add a row of our white crystal pieces, and I'm just going to put this right smack in the center where the two colors are divided, and that will be the break in our stone image. Now I'm going to dust one side with the dark raspberry red again. You could do this on either side. Frankly, I think it would look better if I had put it on the white side, but we're just giving a little bit of variety, and of course, nature doesn't do anything in symmetry, does it? So we're putting this on our pink side, and then I'm going to take that paintbrush and I'm going to even out the line which I didn't put on evenly, and also it's going to give us more texture, and it's going to give us that more tenuous spider veiny look instead of a straight or a wavy mica line. And from here on out, I'm just going to continue rotating the colors and layering them on top. And I just want to make sure that I get really good patches of isolated color along with some mixed blended color. And that just kind of gives it that swirl stone effect. Now once we're ready to do the top of the design, I'm going to dust that white side with some pink Himalayan sea salt, just to give it a little bit of a crusted look. And then we're going to start taking what we have of our embeds and start placing them all across the top. Now my eyes are a little preoccupied with worrying about the cutter being too close to the camera, so I wasn't paying attention when we got a few pieces crumbled on the side, and the soap's still soft, so I'm going to take just a moment and fix this right up, which is just a matter of putting it all back together. As you can see, here are our finished pieces of rose quartz soap. I was sort of anticipating that we might have some real nice striations in the white part of the soap with some glycerin rivers or some crackle, but we didn't get any of that. And now that I'm looking at it, I'm frankly quite happy that we didn't get any glycerin rivers. That was something I kind of just left up to the fate and I didn't spend too much time controlling. But we did get this absolutely incredibly beautiful effect when we swirled the raspberry with the amaranth pink. That came out absolutely beautiful. Now you can see in this demonstration when I made the base of the soap, we used lots of different techniques so you can see the difference in the design. Here in the very bottom layer you can see in the pot swirl very clearly, and then when you go up a little bit you can see our method that when we used that red raspberry pencil line, how it's not a perfect line but yet it has that sort of pockets of color burst like you might see in a real vein of stones. So you can use any combination of these methods and techniques. You could stick to one if you wanted yours to, not be so marbled look, or you could make it more actually patterned and geometric if you want, so that you could actually control the design. But here you see a variation of all those different designs piled on top of each other and how they're all different. This video contains the full recipe to our summertime soap, Rosewater Lemonade. As always, below this video you'll find a link with this recipe and instructions in printable form when you're ready to make this at home. This is a simple 4-oil combination that will blend together. Not too fancy. We do have lard and coconut oil in this recipe, so we'll make sure that we melt those first before we blend them into all the other oils. With a cold process bar that has nice bright whites and bright colors, I like to go with oils that are already very light and translucent. This will give us the most out of our color. We'll set the oils aside and pre-prepare our powdered micas. This will allow for them to be nice and smooth when we're ready to use them. Take about 3 tablespoons of your oil combination and place them in 3 separate cups. And on top of each one, you can pop about a teaspoon of each of your colors. Here, we're using Cosmic Caroline, that's the pink color, which will turn a little bit citrusy after it's cured. And then we've got a lake yellow and of course our white, which is titanium dioxide. We'll blend these down until they're perfectly smooth, and then we'll set them aside until we're ready to use. You'll see here that I'm dissolving the titanium dioxide, and sometimes you'll find that people will do this in either oil or water. Be sure to read the package because some titanium dioxide is made to dissolve in oil and other titanium dioxide will disperse well in water. So whether or not you choose water or oil for your recipe will depend on what the package says on your titanium dioxide bag. Now we'll gently add the lye water solution to our oil combination. This lye water had been made several hours ago and it had been set aside to cool, and both liquids are at room temperature. Now we'll take our time blending this with the stick blender. We want to make sure that both the oils and the lye water solution are mixed in so that they're emulsified very well, and the way you can tell is that while I'm mixing this, you'll see a shiny kind of a sheen right on the top of the surface. Well, that means that their oils are still separated from the water, and we need to keep mixing this until you don't see that sheen anymore. It's easier to see in real life when you're doing it, but kind of look off at an angle if you're not too sure. And if you can see that kind of glistening oil slick on top of your liquid, then you need to keep emulsifying it. And don't move on to the next step until this is completely finished. This is the perfect time to add in your fragrance oil. And for this bar, we're using Rosewater Lemonade, which is a perfect summertime scent. Now while the batter's still thin, we're going to separate it into 3 equal parts. I'm using 3 pounds of oil in this recipe, so I'm trying to pour it just to about the 16-ounce mark on these measuring cups. Of course, with our water added to the total amount, it should be considerably over 16 ounces, but if we hit the 16-ounce mark, then we know I've pretty much got it into 3 equal parts. Now it's time to color each of our 3 parts of soap batter. Now we already have our colorants ready to go, so it's just as simple as transferring each color into each cup and then mixing it up. Now this is helpful because as we've already made the batter, sometimes we can't always control how fast this will begin to thicken up. And if it does become thick faster than we can work with it, well then we don't want to be spending our time worrying about blending out the colors. So we already have this ready, and we can keep moving along at a nice pace. Now it's time to start pouring into the mold. As you can see, it's still pretty easy to work with, and all in all, I've probably started making this recipe about 25 minutes ago. The trace is remaining nice and easy for us because of the type of oil combinations that we've selected, Had we selected other oil combinations that tend to thicken up faster, then we'd be working with a completely different project. Another thing to take into consideration is which type of fragrance oil that you use. Some fragrance oils are known for accelerating your batter faster than they would if you hadn't used them. And oftentimes you won't know unless you just experiment with the oil itself, but sometimes if you're shopping for fragrance oils, especially at a soap supply store, you can read the notes and they'll give you a little bit of an inclination if that oil has a reputation for accelerating your batter, so you'll know what you're working with. But if you're choosing the rosewater lemonade like we're using in this recipe, you should be okay, because I've used this fragrance oil many times over the years. It's one of my favorites, and it always seems to behave very well in the batter. Once you're done layering all of your soap batter colors, then give it a swirl and give it a little decoration along the top, and you're going to set this aside to dry for about 24 hours. After 24 hours, you're ready to unmold your final product and cut it. It's still pretty soft right now, so this probably would have even been okay if I left it for 2 days. As you can see, the end result is a perfect summertime bar. Now I'll set these aside to cure for 4 to 6 weeks, so we won't be able to use them until then. Remember that pink mica we blended earlier in the video? Well, it was called Cosmic Caroline, and in our final product, you can see that it's sort of a grapefruit orangey pink color. It's a little bit different in the bar of soap than it was when we were just blending it down in our oil. That happens with micas or pigments. Sometimes they tend to morph. Not always, but you'll know when you get a particular color and use it a few times what to expect in the final result. In this case, I tend to use Cosmic Caroline when I'm shooting for a pink citrus color.
In this tutorial, we're making Sapphire and White Clay, a hot process soap that will be crafted to look like a crusted raw sapphire. This is a slow-cooked soap that features white kaolin clay and gold pencil lines. First, we'll start off by getting our oils measured out. We'll need 14.4 ounces of palm shortening, 14.4 ounces of lard, 12 ounces of coconut oil, 4.8 ounces of shea butter, and 2.4 ounces of castor oil. Now these need to go all together into the crock pot. This has already been set on low to start off with. I just want to get everything lightly melted before I start cooking. So these hard oils go into the pot with just one piece of the shea butter left off to the side. We want to add this in later as our super fat, so we're not going to put all of the shea butter into the oils. Now I'll leave this to melt and step aside to make the lye water solution. This is going to be 18.24 ounces of cold distilled water and 6.84 ounces of lye crystals that have been dissolved down into a solution. Now the lye water will need just a few minutes to settle and cool while the oils are in the process of heating up. When both of these parts match within 20 degrees from each other, it's time to carefully pour the lye solution into the oils and blend this down with a stick blender for several minutes until it's completely emulsified. Now, while I'm getting these oils blended down, don't forget that this is the members version of this video, so when you're ready to try this at home, the printable recipe and instructions are in a downloadable PDF file just below this video, so click on that when you're ready to make this recipe. When the soap batter is completely emulsified, it should look completely opaque, and you won't see any oils floating on the surface. This all becomes one part. Then it's time to turn the crock pot up a notch. Now I set mine on high, but just be aware of how hot your pot gets or how many settings it has. If this gets too hot, it'll cook too fast and dry out, or it'll boil out of the pot. So now we're just going to leave this for about 20 minutes. And when I come back, you can see that I have this nice, loose pudding texture. Now it should look like this. If you see any separation, just mix it all right back together. And as you see, I've just put the shea butter right on the surface of the soap, and I've just started to mix that in. Now this is part of the original recipe, but I've left the shea butter to be the super fat. That means there's about 5% of the oils in this recipe that are not going to bind with the lye water solution. So those oils will float freely in the bar, and this will be the moisturizing feeling that you feel in the finished product. Now, any of the oils can be the super fat, but if you take your most expensive luxury oils and you leave that out until all of the other oils have had a chance to bind, then your richest, most luxury oils will be the ones left over floating in the bar. So you want to keep this in mind when you prepare your super fats. We're going to cover this and come back in 20 minutes and take a look at what we have. Here's a beautiful stage. This is where the first phase of the gel process is moving into the second phase. There's a little bit of oil separation, and we're just going to mix that all back in together, place the top back on, and I'm going to return to mix this every 20 to 30 minutes until we start moving into full gel phase. While we're waiting for this to cook, I'm going to gather the additives that I'll need to create the design. Here I have the three colors that we'll be working with: black activated charcoal, La Bamba Blue, and 24 karat gold mica. I've got my fragrance oil. We have our white kaolin clay, and also a bowl of sea salt. I'm going to remove the heat from the soap right when I've started to reach the third stage, this gel phase. Now the soap is still going to continue to move into the gel process even though the heat is turned down. And the reason that I'm doing this is to keep any more water from cooking off. I like this texture that you see here, and this will give me the time that I need to get a design put into the mold before it starts to dry and set up. Now before I start designing, I'm going to add in the fragrance oil. Now the soap has been cooling for a few minutes, and I want to wait until the soap's under 160 degrees before I add the oil. This will keep the fragrance from flashing off, and it will stick better in the cured bars. Now here I'm going to mix in 1.5 ounces of fragrance oil for 3 pounds of soap. Most fragrance oils are going to be incorporated at a ½ ounce per pound. Now once this is completely incorporated into the recipe, I'm going to separate this out into 3 parts. In this bowl, I have 1 ounce of kaolin white clay mixed with 1/4 ounce of La Bamba blue mica. Now this is going to be a lighter shade of the darker part, so we're going to use the exact same mica in each part. In the second part, I'm going to put in a full teaspoon of straight La Bamba blue mica. And we'll mix both of these parts together. Now, in one section, I've got the white clay, and that's going to dry up and thicken this part of the soap more quickly. So this is where it starts to get a little bit tricky. We're going to be watching the texture so that we can move along at a nice pace before the soap starts to set up on us. In the crock pot, I still have 1 pound of soap left over. Now this will get 1 ounce of white kaolin clay without any color in it at all. When it's time to transfer this into the mold, I'm going to start by spooning a layer of any color of the soap into the bottom of the mold, only on one side. Now in this case, you can see that I'm starting with the darkest color. And then I'm going to start to build these layers on top of each other as if they were modeled stone. This will be in an uneven pattern, but I'm also careful not to mix the colors together. Between the layers of soap, I'm going to dust in a pencil line of activated charcoal, and then I'm going to sandwich that between the colors, and this is going to look like cracked fissures separating the color change. Now I'll keep alternating the layers of soap, changing the colors and the mica lines as I go along. The prettiest combinations are when the lines are most in contrast with the soap, so the blue and the black lines go between the white soap, while the gold and the black lines look nice between the blue shades. And we'll keep doing this until all the soap is fully transferred into the mold. Now, one of the trickiest parts of hot process is that somewhere between now and the next 5 minutes, the soap is going to become so firm that it won't go in easily. The soap's even a little bit more dry, with the clay being added in this recipe, and then when you add the dry mica, you might even get to a state where the two separate colors don't feel like they're bonding very well. Now, if this feels subtle, you can always spritz each layer of mica down with rubbing alcohol just to get a little bit more adherence when you're adding in the next layer. But if you've just lost too much water through the cooking process and through waiting for it to cool down, and you can't easily work with the soap, you need to pick up your speed. You can also try to whip in a little bit of extra water into any part that's giving you trouble. Now this will loosen the soap up without affecting the recipe too much. Once I've gotten everything into the mold, I'm going to dust the top with 1 ounce of sea salt. Now the salt has been covered with 1/4 teaspoon of La Bamba blue mica, and this is going to give me that crusted jeweled look on the top. Now, all we have to do is wait 12 to 24 hours to get this set up, and we're ready to cut it into pieces to see what it looks like on the inside. Now remember, this still needs 4 to 6 weeks to cure before use or sale. The lye has been neutralized, and you can use this bar without any skin irritation now, but there's still plenty of water that needs to cure out of the bar, so be sure to treat your hot process with the same curing methods that you would your cold process. Let's dive right into soapcraftlabels.com and how to use this custom website. Soapcraft Labels is exclusive to registered members in the Thermal Mermaid Crafters community. you must be a registered mermaid or siren level in the crafters community to access these features. If you're not, then you can learn more about that at the link below this video, and if you're already registered, then you can immediately log in and start designing your labels. Now, because I have customized this specifically for members, there are just a few features to point out on how to design your labels. First of all, you do have to log in. Now, there's nowhere on this website to register as a new member, so do not try to re-register. You'll log in with the same username and password that you use to log into your member's dashboard because your account already exists. Now, this is true for all websites across the Thermal Mermaid network that may require a login. Once you've logged in, you'll have access to the label designer. Select the label of your size that you want to design and click Start Design. This will open up the label designer and you can begin using the tools on the left-hand panel to design your labels. Now, there are about a dozen different tools that you can play with to make your project more unique, and don't forget to click on any drop-down labels on features like the clip art so that you can see hundreds of styles of images, logos, and borders. Now, you can even place barcodes and QR codes directly onto your labels. There is a more advanced tutorial inside the course dashboard for that, but this is especially helpful for more advanced small businesses. Now, once you've finished your design, you can instantly download it to your computer by going up to this File button in the top left toolbar and drop down until you see the Download option. You can instantly download this file to your computer. Now, this website is a standard shopping cart website, and it was originally built as a traditional product designer for customers to build their own designs and then purchase them. But this is not set up for you to buy anything, so you do not ever need to use the shopping cart feature to get instant access to your files if you don't want to. You just simply download and then print them directly from your computer. However, I have left this shopping cart part intact because if you click this process button here, it will save the file that you just created, and it will take you back to the product information page where you can add this file to your cart. If you do that, you can save it to your cart, or you can even go through the checkout process, which is already set to free, so this won't cost anything. And this will save your file, and then if you want, you can come back at any time and download it again, and then you can even re-edit it or re-alternate it to make another version of your label if you need to. So by putting the label in your cart, you can bookmark it for a later date. All right, crafters, enjoy this tool. If you have any questions, please feel free to come back over to the forum in the crafters community and post any discussion about the Soapcraft Label Creator as it pleases you. Enjoy.
In the 80s, it was a really big deal for a little girl to smell like her favorite doll. Matching toys with soap isn't anything new. The more fun the kids are having in the bath, then the easier it is for you to get through your end-of-the-day rituals. When I was little, it was really important to go to school smelling like my strawberry shortcake doll. In fact, if I wanted to keep the smell, I had to make sure to wash my hair with strawberry shortcake shampoo every night. And those dolls still exist. The remarketing of those dolls into today's toy line was absolutely brilliant for people who have young kids now and remember that fantasy of playing with those old school dolls. The strawberry shortcake matching shampoo doesn't seem to be on the grocery store shelves anymore, but we can certainly make some. In this video, we're going to revisit that fragrance and make a pretty batch of strawberries and cream.
This video is edited for our members website and it includes a description of the full recipe. You can also print the recipe along with the step-by-step instructions by clicking the link that's posted just below this video that shows the little list icon.
Now, I tend to think of the fragrances that lean more towards sugars and sweets as fragrances for children. So we're going to design this soap to look like a goodie or a treat and turn it into a strawberry and cream parfait. So right now I'm going to pre-prepare my colorants, and for this project I've chosen a base soap that will be a nice pretty soft red with soapberry red, the white for titanium dioxide, a darker red for our caramelized and processed strawberry that'll plop on the top of each piece, and we're going to put a little green accent in there. Now we'll gently pour our lye water solution into our oil combination to get the soap batter started. And if you're coming across this video and you're new to soap making, at this point you should notice that I'm wearing gloves, I'm wearing safety glasses, and the lye water solution has been cooled down to room temperature. The main part of the chemical reaction has already happened when I dissolved the crystals into the water. But at this stage, it's still a caustic chemical, and you can still significantly burn yourself if you should splash or spill this lye water solution. So make sure to wear your safety glasses and handle it with care. I'm going to use the same oil combination that I normally use with the frosted cupcake tops. This recipe can get the frosting a nice bright white. However, once we add this fragrance oil, we can expect it to turn an off-white cream. This fragrance is heavily made with vanilla to get that creamy smell into the strawberries. Now, of course, we will be using a vanilla stabilizer, and that will keep the soap from turning brown over time. But that really isn't the same as that initial color change you get from the oil itself. So if you're doing this at home, don't get too disappointed when you see this with your soap. The soap will cure a little bit lighter as the days go on. And if you don't want this color, then there are two things you can do to modify the color change. You can add more titanium dioxide and bring the white whiter, but be careful. You can overdo it with the white colorant and it can contribute to glycerin rivers and crackle. I usually don't go over 1 full teaspoon of titanium dioxide in my recipes, but you can work with this and see if you can modify it in combination with the water content. And then the other option is to find a fragrance oil that uses less vanilla. There are dozens of strawberry scents out there when you go to look for one, so just take note of the vanilla content when you buy. Here, however, I want specifically strawberries and cream, and we'll have an off-white cream in these little shortcakes. To make our strawberry parfait look like it's filled with strawberry seeds, we're going to sprinkle poppy seeds. Now I'm just going to dust these in until I'm satisfied with how it looks, but we're looking at a full tablespoon of poppy seeds. And then mix it well until it's fully incorporated into the batter so that you have seeds throughout your entire loaf. And it's time to pour the loaf. So we'll pour half the contents of our strawberry into the loaf mold. And then we're going to spoon the cream on top of that, but we want to give this strawberry layer some time to firm up. And we can keep busy by continuing to mix our cream batter so that it's in the consistency where we can spoon it in nicely. And you can kind of dollop these in so that we get a parfait look, but just make sure that you're careful. We're not going for a drop swirl or a spoon swirl. We want to try to get these layered one on top of the other. Now we have 1 full layer of strawberry and 1 layer of cream finished. We need to repeat this. We want 2 layers of each, and we're going to pour the strawberry directly into the loaf. We don't need this anymore, so you want to pour the entire contents into the loaf, scrape it out and get everything in there. Then we're going to gently place the cream on top in exactly the same way we did the first time, only this time we're going to leave behind about 1/4 of the batter, because this will be thickened up and piped for a little textured look on top so that we have something to put our strawberries on. With the soap we have left over, we're going to use this as our top decoration. Now you remember we made a bright red lake soap earlier, and that will be our piped strawberries on the top. We only have about a half a cup of this soap, and so it's super easy to just put it into a Ziploc bag while we pipe it. To keep it from getting too messy, just grasp the tip in one hand and with your thumb hold on to the top of the Ziploc bag. That way you can open up a spot on the opposite end of the bag and spoon in the amount of soap that you want to be piping. Now, sometimes this will set up and stay all on its own, so you can use two hands to get the soap into the bag. It's not too difficult, but if you don't have a piping bag on hand, this actually is a really easy solution. You might not be ready to pipe at this stage. These bags have to be set aside so the soap can firm up until it's in a piping consistency. Once you're ready, then it's time to start making the decoration on the top. Now you can see that our cream is already lightening up and becoming a little bit of a lighter color, which is going to continue as the soap cures. And we want this to look like cream, or I just want this to sort of dollop on top. It's not a high top, we're just putting in a little bit of a decoration, something to make our strawberries look nice when we draw them down the center of the loaf. So if these are a little sloppy, they don't have to be in any pattern, and you can just kind of put them on the top and dollop them in the same way you would drop it on top of your strawberry shortcake. And now it's time to drop a big fat red strawberry on top of each piece. Now I'll go straight down the line, but you don't have to. You can put a random pattern in here. Just make sure that you have a red strawberry every inch or so that each slice of soap will get its own piece of strawberry on top. And of course we'll give this a dusting of glitter on top and accent it with sprinkled poppy seeds. Now we're almost done. We just have one more finishing touch. Now before we set this aside to firm up, we're going to drizzle some of our green mica and oil that we made earlier just alongside the strawberries, and this will give a little bit of a leafy green look to the side of our soap decoration. After 24 hours, we'll set this on the cutter so you can see what the parfait design looks like on the inside. Now, this will continue to lighten up over the next few days, and while it continues to cure, this cream color will become lighter and lighter, more white than yellow. And you can already see on the inside it's behaving very nicely, and the top is still a little bit yellow, but what we'll do is, in the photos that I'm about to show you, this is what the bar looks like after 3 days of being set to cure. So as time goes on, it'll continue to be lightened up, and by the time we're ready to sell this, it'll be a nice strawberry and cream color. With these 10 ingredients, we're going to put together an emulsifying sugar scrub. This is an exfoliating body product used in the shower or bath that leaves your skin exfoliated and a smooth, silky, moisturizing feel left behind with no wax or oil buildup. This is a commercial grade product that will compare to any store-bought or spa sugar scrub. In this video, we're making emulsifying sugar scrub with the scent of rose linen. In this bowl, I have 20 ounces of pure granulated sugar, and I'm going to add 6 ounces of corn oil to it. Now you can use canola, sunflower, or safflower for this portion. It should be a light oil, not too heavy. This is typically used in the bath, so I don't want a heavy, slick oil to transfer into the water, and this is not like a lotion. I don't want a heavy feeling oil left behind on the skin. Next, I'm going to add 1.5 ounces of coconut oil. Again, this is soaking in very quickly, it feels very light on the skin, and it does not leave a buildup behind on the skin. There's nothing left behind, so we're getting the texture of the sugar without a heavy moisturizing feeling. Next, I want to add 1 ounce of emulsifying wax, 1 ounce of stearic acid, and a half an ounce of beeswax. This combination is going to give a soft, silky feeling on the skin. It complements the oils that we've used, and it keeps this from feeling like a heavy lotion. The e-wax feels like silk, and it keeps all the ingredients held together. The stearic acid will thicken, smooth, and help bond the ingredients. And the beeswax will harden the sugar scrub in the container and make it scoop in a bit more of a solid form, also holding the product together. Now you can see that before I've added this, I've melted these 3 waxes down and blended them together. Now I've done this because the stearic acid has a habit of hardening up as soon as it touches anything that's cooler than the temperature of its melting point. By melting everything down together, it'll stay liquid and give me plenty of time to mix this into the entire product and keep everything nice and smooth. Next, I'm going to create one of my favorite blends that will make this the rose linen scent. We'll start with 1/2 an ounce of Victorian Rose fragrance oil. Mix this in well, and then we'll add 1/2 an ounce of fresh linen fragrance oil for a total of 1 ounce of fragrance. Now, this product might be used in the shower or very likely the bath, and since there's oil in it, we're going to add 1/2 an ounce of polysorbate 20. This will keep the oil dispersed over the surface of the water and prevent a slick layer being left behind after it's washed off, either on the surface or the tub, or on your skin. Now, there isn't anything here that needs a preservative in this recipe, but we're going to add 6 grams of optiphen. Since this is going to be exposed to the shower and bath area, water will most certainly be introduced, and we'll want to prevent mold from growing in the container. Once this is all mixed well, I'm going to give it just a dash of colorant. This will be a 1/16 of a teaspoon, even less actually, of raspberry red. And this will match the rose linen clay soap that we have listed over in the clay bar collection. Now this mica will lightly color the sugar scrub, and it's fun to have a little color variety, but I go as sparingly as possible with the micas in anything that touches my skin. If you add too much, the color will transfer to the skin and even the bath water, and it can leave a ring around the tub. Now this isn't permanent. It will wash off with a little bit of effort, but no one is expecting their sugar scrub to color their skin, and no one wants to scrub their tub down every day, so it's best if we put in just the right amount of colorant. Now once we've finished, we'll transfer this into our containers. These are 4-ounce jars, and the sugar scrub is a bit more dense, so actually 6 ounces will be the weight of this product. The recipe we've just made will fill 6 jars, so you can adjust the amount as you like. Now, as I spoon this sugar scrub, it's very soft and it's very easy to spoon. I could even transfer it with my fingers if I wanted to. As this sets up, it'll become more firm, and you have to scoop it with a spoon. You won't be able to dig in there with your fingers very easily. It doesn't come out as easily as you put it in. Now, this is the texture that I like for the finished product because you end up taking out less sugar with each use, and it won't be drippy and sloppy in your hand. This way it lasts longer, and then you use the right amount for an exfoliant in each use. And now our product is finished. This sugar scrub is ready to use immediately, but it's best used if you let it firm up a little bit. And here you can get a close-up of the beautiful texture of our rose and linen emulsifying sugar scrub.
In this video, we're making a vitamin C based formula for a lightweight grapefruit summer lotion. This is the members version of this recipe, so if you want to print the instructions and the recipe as you follow along, download the printable material at the link just below this video. So let's gather our ingredients and discuss what goes inside. You'll need 19 ounces of aloe juice, 3 ounces of grapeseed oil, 2 ounces of cocoa butter, a half an ounce of e-wax, a half an ounce of stearic acid, a half an ounce of pink grapefruit essential oil, a quarter of an ounce of Germol Plus, a quarter of a teaspoon of orange mica, a tablespoon of vitamin C powder, and 4 8-ounce clear Cosmo oval plastic bottles along with the caps. In this formula, it's the cocoa butter that's going to give us the rich creamy texture. We aren't using too much because this is a lightweight and it'll be dispensed through a small cap at the top of the bottle. So just a small amount of cocoa butter in this recipe will keep it nice and thin and still luxurious. Germol Plus, or preservative water-soluble PF, is our preservative. Now this is good for water-based products and emulsifications and is a broad-spectrum preservative, so it'll protect the shelf life of our product for about a year, although it is recommended to throw out your open lotions about every 3 months. This vitamin C powder is labeled L-absorbic acid, and it's made especially for cosmetics. This is water soluble and it's added in as a powder. Now I've got some tips about vitamin C in general in your skincare at the end of this video, so pay attention to that as well. Now we'll add just a dash of orange mica. Now this will help with your brain recognizing that this is a vitamin C or a grapefruit product, but we want just enough of tint to color the lotion and not color your skin, so lotions only get just a dusting of color in. We'll also add pink grapefruit essential oil. Now pink grapefruit has just a bit of a sweeter aroma than straight plain grapefruit, and this is good for lotion. A half an ounce gives this recipe a very healthy fragrance, so if you do want to add more, I don't recommend exceeding 3% of your total recipe. We'll cover those details about grapefruit essential oil in just a few moments. Grapeseed oil is very lightweight and it's heavy in linoleic acid, which soaks right into your skin very quickly, and it's known for being moisturizing and very easy and soothing on the skin. This is great for lotions. Stearic acid is our thickener in this lotion. This is what we put in so that the lotion will become thicker as it's cooling down over time, and it's not just a very loose liquid. If you want your lotion to be more thick than the final result, then add stearic acid. If you want it more thin, then you can tweak this recipe and take away stearic acid. These emulsifying wax flakes are a necessity. This is what's going to bond the aloe juice along with the oils. You cannot omit this in the recipe, otherwise your product will end up separating and you won't have lotion. So the e-wax is very important. Now finally we'll be adding aloe juice. Now I prefer aloe juice in my lotions for its soothing qualities, but you can exchange this for distilled water if you want a more simple base in your formula. Now before we get started, just make sure to allow for any of your utensils that you'll be using to soak in a warm bath of bleach water, and also you might want to add in your bottles and containers as well. This will sterilize everything so that once we're ready to package our items, everything's nice and clean.
For us to get these ingredients bound together, I'm starting a simmering bath of water. It's about an inch deep, and I'm going to set all of the oils, butters, and waxes, minus the fragrance and preservative. I don't want to damage those, but I do want to melt everything down. So we'll get that started. Now the vitamin C is a fine white powder, and as I mentioned before, this is water soluble, so this is not going to mix in with the oils. So I want to get this dissolved into the aloe juice before we add in the oils, and then give this plenty of time to simmer into the aloe juice so it's completely dissolved and it's completely disappeared in that aloe juice. Now this doesn't happen immediately. It needs a little bit of time to soften up. As you can see, some of it's already settled into the bottom. And what we're going to do is I'm just going to come back in 2 minutes, let this warm up, and I'm going to keep stirring until it completely disappears at the bottom of that cup. Now, when you're making lotions, there's no need to rush this melting process. In fact, the slower you melt these butters and waxes, the better quality of a product you'll end up having. Sometimes if there's too much heat applied, it will compromise or it'll decompose these butters and waxes so that you don't really get the same product. So when this goes back to solidify, you want it to be nice, creamy, rich, and smooth. And so the best way to do this, to get the very best result, we just allow these to melt very, very slowly. Now once this appears to be all melted down, I'm just going to take a small set of tongs and I'm going to reach in and I'm going to grab each one of these bowls and I'm going to pour the contents into the aloe juice. This was the grapeseed oil, and you'll see that it'll separate. It doesn't want to mix very well. It'll float to the top, and that's perfectly fine. Not all of these ingredients want to mix with each other. The next one, I believe that one's the stearic acid. Take a look at how it solidified very quickly. It actually didn't melt, and that's because the oils that are in the bowls are not the same temperature as the aloe juice itself. Now this is perfectly fine. Ideally, you want these hot enough so that they all blend together, and you want the aloe juice to completely melt all of these other waxes, the e-wax and the stearic acid, but they have a higher melting temperature point. And so at this time it's perfectly fine. But what we do need to do is make sure that the aloe juice with all of the contents stay on the heat, because we do need this to melt down so that the emulsifying wax, as you can see this also solidified a little bit, is going to be able to do its job to combine these contents. So we just want to leave this in the boiling, simmering bath. Here I'm starting to blend this as it's in the pan while it's still over the heat. Now I don't recommend that you do this if you don't have a very sturdy area around you. I'm working on a very solid gas stove with a very heavy pot that's not going anywhere. So this is going to work for me, but just pay attention to if you're working on a teetering pot. It could be sort of any variable in there that makes this very unsafe, because if you tip that pot over, you're going to have boiling water all over you. So just keep that in mind. Now when it comes to lotion, the longer you can mix and emulsify, the better chance you'll have of preventing separation from your waxes and your oils and your aloe juice. And so you want to give this plenty of time to emulsify. When it comes to that e-wax, you want the temperatures to blend at a very hot, warm temperature. You want the e-wax to be completely melted down, but also you have to give it enough time. Time is one of the factors in making sure that these all bind together. So I'm going to blend this for a good solid 5 minutes before I even remove it from the simmering water. But again, if that's not a safe setup for you, take it out of the water and allow for this to blend. This one is going to be a very lightweight lotion, so as it cools, it's not going to be too difficult to work with. So you do have plenty of time to allow for this to emulsify and work with your stick blender. Now when you're making lotion, you might be aware that you're trying to prevent bubbles from forming in your lotion as it's going into the packaging. Well, there are two types of bubbles, and you kind of need to be able to recognize the difference. One is just where you're whipping air into your lotion product and the bubbles will start to settle and rise. That just comes from your stick blender holding it wrong. You see that I'm making a complete mess here. I am running the risk of adding additional bubbles and froth into my recipe. That one doesn't really bother me so much. You're making a homemade product, and I'm not really a stickler about making things always look perfect. Sometimes that homemade product, when it looks homemade, gives it a little bit of charm. But there's another type of bubble to look out for. And you can see that developing right here. And that's where you have this light frothy film, almost like cream, on top of of the lotion itself. That is where the product is separating while it's still hot. And that just means that, one, you may not have enough emulsifying wax in your recipe. But in this case, the emulsifying wax, it's just not completed doing its job. And that just means that we're not done mixing yet. So as you see this frothy, milky bubble foam at the very top, that's not separation from settling, that's just separation because we're still in the process of working on getting our product put together, and you need to give the emulsifying wax more time, plenty of heat, and just keep mixing it and keep working with it. Now I still do have more mixing to do at this stage, but I want to get that preservative and my essential oil incorporated. So to make sure my lotion is not too hot, I'm just popping a thermometer in there, and I really want to keep it under 120 degrees. That's sort of bringing it more toward the room temperature, and of course I've removed it from the heat. And now we're going to go ahead and add in our pink grapefruit essential oil. This is just a 1 ounce bottle and it's half full, so I'm going to go ahead and pour the entire thing in. 1/2 an ounce for the recipe. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to mix in the Germall Plus. Now remember, as I've mentioned many times in many of these videos, it's now labeled under Water Soluble PF, which is just a company that purchased the brand. You can still find it online under both names because people recognize it as Germall Plus, but the official new name for it is Water Soluble PF. That's great for this particular product because we're working with a water-based emulsification, and so Germall Plus is going to work great for this lotion. Now at this point, all I need to really do is make sure this is completely blended in and make sure that this is emulsified completely. All of our ingredients are well incorporated, and we can start transferring it over into our bottles. Now also, I add just a tint of orange, or you could use like a little salmon coloring, in order to just identify this for its branding so that you can see that this is the citrus, this is the grapefruit. It looks good in your clear through, see-through bottles. With Mica, you don't want to put too much in because you really don't want it to transfer and color your skin. You just want it to tint a tiny little bit. I'll even take out some of the lotion and just make sure that I don't accidentally overdo it. I'll take out some of the lotion and blend it in to make sure that I get the lightest tint of my colorant, then add that back in. Now if you're working with a thicker formula, or if you've put a little more stearic acid in here and it's starting to thicken up on you, you can get a nice double swirl texture, like a little drop swirl pattern into your lotion. But when you're working with the lightweight lotions that are this thin, don't expect that to happen. Once we pour it in, it's just going to tint the entire bottle. This is basically just a liquid that we're working with. This is still very warm, and this is going to set up, and it's going to become a little bit more thick. You'll see in the pictures at the end after 24 hours when that stearic acid really is able to do its job. Now there are a couple things I want to touch base on specifically with this recipe. That is the absorbic acid. One question you might have is, absorbic acid in itself, vitamin C in itself, is a very well-known preservative. So why are we adding Germall Plus, an additional preservative, if we're already putting plenty of absorbic acid into this lotion product as one of the skin enhancement products? Well, the answer to that is that absorbic acid is really a food preservative. And we really want a full spectrum preservative that's going to cover bacteria, mold, yeast, and that's going to really protect your product on the shelf life for up to a year. Now, of course, it's recommended that once you've opened your lotions, you really only use them for about 3 months. But maybe if your lotion has some time sitting on the shelf in your store, someone might not open it for 3 additional months. Not to mention, our Germall Plus is going to protect you for much, much longer than that, because not all people throw their lotions out in the recommended time. So by putting in the Germall Plus, you really are protecting yourself, despite the fact that it is true, absorbic acid is a preservative. But when you think about it being used as a preservative for food, most of your food is a perishable, and it's going to be used up in a much quicker time than a lotion will. Now, as we take a look at a few images of our final product, I do want to mention that grapefruit, as well as all the citrus essential oils, people can develop photosensitivity to these. It's not recommended that you apply vitamin C or citric types of essential oils and then go out into the direct sunlight. You can develop a sun-sensitive damaging from this. Now, some people will say, as long as you put on your suntan lotion over these products, you'll be perfectly fine. Other people say, as anecdotal evidence suggests, that they still have a sensitivity. The other thing is when you put this on your face, as it's applied over time, you may develop an allergy to fragrances. So just be aware of that. Even people who don't normally have allergies can develop them over time. So this is probably best marketed as a body lotion, although I personally will put it on my face. I don't have any hesitation. I have not had an adverse reaction to anything, but some people out there are very sensitive. And specifically with the essential oils, you have to pay attention to the citric essential oils, and the vitamin C will magnify these sensitivities, especially in the sunlight. So be aware of that, and if you have more questions or you have interest in the consequences of essential oils, make sure you visit Lesson 5, where we'll go into more detail about that. If you love the idea of adding vitamins to your skincare products, then today we're making Vitamin C, Citrus, and Sage. This video is edited for our members. It includes the full recipe, and if you follow the link below, you can print out the recipe along with the step-by-step instructions. This soap design features a round circular orange packed with vitamin C. And in order to keep our bars square, we're going to set it in a frame of white and sage leaves. This design is made to match the fragrance oil from Nature's Garden, Sage and Citrus. This recipe is for a 3-pound mold, which will give us 11 bars at about 5.5 ounces apiece. We're going to make this in 2 batches. First we'll make the oranges, which are the main part of the recipe, and this will consist of 2 pounds of oils for this part. So we'll carefully mix the Lye Water Solution at 12.16 ounces of cold distilled water and 4.46 ounces of lye crystals. Once we have these completely dissolved, we'll set this aside to cool. The oil combination for this recipe is fairly easy, and it's a nice sturdy base recipe. We have 6.4 ounces of coconut oil, 1.6 ounces of castor oil, 9.6 ounces of rice bran oil, and 14.4 ounces of melted lard. Once the oils are mixed, I'm going to add 1 tablespoon of vitamin C powder directly into my oil base, and I'm going to blend this down well. Now, many people are warned away from adding vitamin C powder or absorbic acid to soap because they learn that as soon as the lye is added, the lye will eat at whatever vitamin you've added, and then you'll be left with no vitamin and some of your lye neutralized, messing up the recipe. So let's take a look at what really happens. Absorbic acid and sodium hydroxide make sodium ascorbate in soap. Both the absorbic acid, the vitamin C powder, and sodium ascorbate are considered to be vitamin C. Now, this isn't typically used in soap because 10 grams of absorbic acid neutralizes 2 grams of sodium hydroxide. So when adding the vitamin C this way, you want to keep it at or below 1% of the recipe. Adding too much will in fact neutralize too much lye, and you'll end up with much more of a super fat in your recipe than you planned on. Now, putting food and vitamins in skincare products has typically been understood to be a novelty. Your body doesn't actually absorb vitamin C through soap as effectively as it does if you ingest it. However, recently vitamin C has been added to skincare products for anti-aging promotion, and studies show that using it topically does absorb into the skin. Additionally, vitamin C is used to absorb some chemical odors. You'll find this ingredient in swimming soaps and shampoos because it'll pull the chlorine smell away from your skin after swimming. Vitamin C in your skincare products are used in both over-the-counter products and also medicinal pharmaceuticals. Health benefits also include reducing the appearance of brown spots and other types of sun damage. It helps boost healthy collagen production. It can reduce inflammation and irritation. It can also fade post-breakout red marks by improving the skin's natural healing response. It helps create scar tissue and ligaments that your skin can repair itself, and it brightens and tightens your skin. Here I have 6 silicone soap molds. These molds hold about 6 ounces of soap, so we'll pour the entire 2 pounds. These were about $1 a piece at Walmart, and you don't have to use the same molds to get the oranges into your bar. Just make sure that your circles are about 3 inches in diameter, so any 3-inch circular mold will do. If you don't have any molds like this, then pour your soap about 2 inches deep into a small container and then use a cookie cutter to press circles after the soap has firmed up enough to do that. Now once I've finished pouring these, we're going to set these aside for about 6 to 8 hours and then we'll come back and make the rest.
12 hours later, we're going to make the remaining part of our recipe. Now this is the same recipe, only cut in half to 1 pound of soap. We're mixing the lye water solution and oils together at room temperature and then splitting the batch in half. One half will be colored with 1 teaspoon of titanium dioxide, while the other is colored with 1 teaspoon of Soapberry Green for our sage leaves. This pound of soap will also get an additional 1/2 ounce of sage and citrus fragrance oil. The manufacturer reports this fragrance oil as accelerating the soap lightly, and you'll see this happen in this batch in just a moment. There's no reporting of discoloration or ricing with this fragrance oil. As soon as I add the fragrance, the trace is thickening quickly, and I want to get this soap back together in a color pattern before it's so thick that I have to spoon it in. So I'm going to layer the colors together in one container first before I pour it into the mold. This is often a helpful way to get your swirls or color layers together if you have to face a moving acceleration.
Now it's time to unmold the orange soap and set them aside and have them ready to be placed into the mold. But first we'll pour the 1 pound batch into the bottom of the mold. Now it's only been a minute since I mixed in the fragrance and you can see how thick it is as it pours. Now I'm going to give this just enough time to firm up so that when we place our orange pieces in sideways, that they'll hold them in place the right way. It's also worth mentioning that my silicone molds were 3 inches, so our orange pieces are 3 inches, and the loaf mold itself is about 3.5, 3.25 inches. So the walls on the outside of the loaf mold keep bowing out, and this is simply solved by placing it back into its basket casing while we're waiting for the soap to firm up. So while I'm working with it and getting the top texture exactly how I like it, we're going to set this aside and allow for it to harden for 24 hours, and we'll come back and cut it up so you can see what's inside. And here we have our Sage and Citrus Vitamin C oranges, and each one is framed in a little decoration of sage leaves to make the bars nice and square. Another beautiful day brings another summertime soap. Today we're making watermelon slices.
You're watching the members version of this video, which includes the full recipe. And don't forget, if you follow the link below, you can print the recipe and instructions for your convenience.
I'm just sitting here.
Before we get into the main project, I'm prepping up some embeds that I made the night before. These are going to be our watermelon seeds, and although they don't look like seeds right now, well, we'll see how they come out in our final project.
The world seems small. We can sit together. It's so beautiful, you and me. We meant to be in the great outdoors, forever free.
Now, you don't need a special mold for these embeds. You could just pour what you have into the bottom of a regular loaf mold, and then when you're ready to take it out the next day, slice them into these long, thin slices.
Sometimes you need to go and take a step back.
Now we'll make our lye water solution, and we'll gently pour the lye crystals into the cold distilled water.
From a distance you can tell.
Of course, don't forget your safety protection. I am wearing my glasses, gloves, and a mask. And on a day like this, with the windows wide open and a nice cross breeze coming through, you might feel like you don't really need to wear a mask, or that you have plenty of good ventilation. And although that helps the soap making process, if you're making soap every day like I do, then the irritant that you breathe can start to accumulate over time. So it is still a good idea to make sure you're wearing a mask, even if it seems like a nice breezy day.
In the great outdoors.
Now we're going to add our oil combination. And this is a recipe that I've put together that I tend to like for my summertime soaps. It's not too heavy and it's not too moisturizing, and the oils are light, so I can get those nice cold process popping colors. Now this combination is sort of meant to set up a little bit faster than some of my other recipes. Although we're using the same oils that you see me use in some of my other soap recipes, the increments and the amounts are a little bit different. And the result of that is that this will come to trace faster.
I got time.
And you'll see why later in the process as we're trying to place our embeds.
From up here, the world seems small. We can sit together. It's so beautiful, you and me. We meant to be in the great outdoors, forever free.
Now we'll set our lye water solution and our oils aside and prepare our colorants. Here we're using Soapberry Green. Now when you're using colorants and dyes, there's no guarantee that the color that you see in front of you as you're mixing it into your oils is going to be the color that it will end up in your final project. Soapberry Green is known for morphing. It'll actually turn into more of a natural sage color. And I'm going to put that into my watermelon soap because I want the rind to be an earthy natural sage. Now if you wanted your watermelon to be more of a cartoon kind of color, then we would use a more vibrant green. In this case we would use more of a neon green. But right now we're kind of going toward the earth tones. For our pink in our watermelon, we're going to try Hollywood Pink, and that comes from Nurture Soap. And this one here has kind of a melon tinge to it, and it's also a little bit darker. So the attempt is that by bringing that pink color down a little bit, it will match our earthy natural sage green.
Forever free.
Now that we have our colorants mixed and our embeds prepared, it's time to add the lye water solution to the oil combination. In this case, they've both been set aside to reach room temperature, and it's important that when you add your lye water solution, the temperatures are no more than 20 degrees apart from each other.
Like a bird on a tree, I'm just sitting here. I got time, it's clear to see.
Of course, mixing with a spoon isn't enough. We'll need to blend this up with a stick blender to get it to completely emulsify. Here we're adding our classic watermelon fragrance oil. We've got about 2 ounces of this that we're going to put into the entire batch.
So beautiful, you and me. We meant to be in the great outdoors, forever free.
Now we're going to separate a small portion of the batter so that we can make our green watermelon rind. I've poured about 10 ounces into this cup, and we're going to add the Soapberry Green. Our watermelon rind will be placed at the very bottom of the mold. It will be the first layer that we add to our project.
To see the truth around you, from a distance you can tell. You and me, we're meant to be in the great outdoors, forever free.
We'll pour a nice even layer, and then we'll set this aside so that it can start to harden up while we're working on our other colors.
In the great outdoors, forever free.
Next, we're going to create a white layer. Now I've poured even less soap batter than I did with the green, and this is because we just want a very, very thin layer right across that watermelon rind. And of course, this is that white tissue between the meat and the rind of our melon. So we just need to give it just a little bit for context.
Like a bird on a tree, I'm just sitting here. I I got time, it's clear to see.
Try to pour this as gently as you can so that it doesn't interrupt the bottom layer, which is still very soft. It hasn't completely set up, but we've given it just enough time so that we could try to get this layer poured over the top without too much of a swirl or a drop in from the weight of the soap coming in from above.
We meant to be in the great outdoors, forever free.
Now it's time to add the pink, and of course this is the main portion of our soap batter. So we're going to take that Hollywood pink and blend it in.
Sometimes you need to go.
As we're blending, it doesn't seem quite dark enough to me, so I'm going to put in another 2 grams of this mica.
Around you, from a distance you can tell.
Now the more we mix, the thicker the trace becomes, and we kind of want that for this project because when we start to add it to the mold, we have to consider that we're going to be placing our embeds right on top of the surface, and we want them to stay where we place them. We don't want them to drop through. So it's important that the viscosity of the soap batter is thicker than it would be if we were just free pouring it or trying to create a swirl. As you can see here, the trace is pretty well defined. Now the first layer, I'm going to be extra careful because I don't want to interrupt or disturb too much the bottom 2 layers. So I'm going to take my time. Now the pink soap is starting to become heavier, and so in order to keep the best control over it, we're just going to spoon this on top very carefully. This is the most important layer when you're trying to get that pink layer in because we want this to behave properly so we can start adding our embeds.
I'm just sitting here, I got time, it's clear to see. From up here, the world seems small. We can sit together, it's so beautiful, you and me. We meant to be in the great outdoors, forever free.
Now with that first layer of pink on, it's time to place our embeds, and we're going to kind of nudge them down into the soap a little bit. And now you can see why I didn't want to pour this too thin. As a matter of fact, I wanted it to set up a little bit so that when I place my embed on top, it'll stay where I put it, and instead of just dropping to the bottom. I'm going to lay these seeds down in as much of a random pattern as I can. There's no set place you want to put the seeds, but we'll put one full layer and then we'll coat this with another top of pink as soon as we finish.
Forever free, you and me, meant to be in the great outdoors, forever free.
And now you just alternate your embeds with another layer of pink, and you keep doing this until you run out of space.
Bird on a tree. I'm just sitting here, I got time, it's clear to see. From up here, the world seems small. We can sit together. It's so beautiful, you and me. We meant to be in the great outdoors, forever free. Sometimes you need to go and take a step back to see the truth around you. From a distance you can tell.
And of course, after 24 hours, your bar is ready to cut.
Meant to be
And now you can see
great outdoors.
how those long strips of end beds turned out to be seeds in our watermelon.
You and me, meant to be.
We'll set these aside to cure for 4 to 6 weeks. Since this is a cold process recipe, they won't be ready to use until the water has completely evaporated and the lye has become inert in this bar.
Like a bird on a tree, I'm just sitting here. I got time, it's clear to see. From up here, the world seems small. We can sit together. It's so beautiful, you and me.
In this video, we're going to make a whipped cream soap that can be used for body wash or just general purpose use. This recipe is a cold process cream soap that will whip into a nice light marshmallow texture and remain stable for quite a long time. This is a very base recipe, so once you get this one perfected to your liking, you can start adding other things to boost the lather or cream texture or just other additives that you want to include. The Lye Water Solution for this recipe is a dual lye solution. Our ratios will be 75% potassium hydroxide and 25% sodium hydroxide. Now this is basically standard for the most stable cream soap recipes. Now here in the recipe I've created, we're going to make a total of 60 ounces of cream soap. And the reason that I've written it this way is so that if you do want to whip this, you can add it all into the stand mixer with room to fluff and you can mix it up in one batch. But if you want, you can adjust this according to the amount that you want to make. So here in this demonstration, I have 5.41 ounces of potassium hydroxide, 1.28 ounces of sodium hydroxide, and we're adding that in to 12.6 ounces of cold distilled water. Now, as you can see, we carefully add the lye into the water until all the crystals are completely dissolved. And personally, I like to add the potassium hydroxide first because it's a little bit more reactive. But as long as you're careful, it doesn't matter which order you dissolve your hydroxides in. Now, just mix this well until everything is completely dissolved, and then we'll set it aside. In a separate bowl, we're going to add 11.52 ounces of stearic acid, 8.45 ounces of palm shortening, 7.68 ounces of olive oil, 6.9 ounces of coconut oil, and 3.84 ounces of mango butter. Now this all needs to be melted and blended down before we can add the lye water. And the stearic acid has a much higher melting point than these other oils. So we're going to put all of this together and then place it in a double boiler. And in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my mixing bowl and I'm going to set it in a shallow pan of water, and we're going to let this simmer until everything melts down together. Now once everything becomes liquid, I want to blend this as much as possible before we add the lye. And what this will do is it'll help to keep the stearic acid from separating. The stearic acid will solidify when anything comes in contact with it that's above its melting point. So by adding it into all of these other oils, we're going to help this become more stable. Now in this recipe, I don't need to wait for everything to cool too much because the stearic acid, like I mentioned, it wants to turn back into a wax at a lower temperature. And so you'll end up getting what looks like a curdling effect when you add the lye in with the oil. Now this can all be blended back together. It takes a few minutes, but we want to keep this separation to a minimum. So I'm going to work right around 200 degrees. Sometimes when you see demonstrations, randomly other people doing these demonstrations, you'll get this dramatic curdling effect. And all it is a greater variation in temperature between that stearic acid, the oils that it's floating in, and the lye when it's introduced. And we can try to keep these temperatures close just to keep it to a minimum. And then that will make the blend more smooth and stable. So in a normal cold process recipe, we would be blending the lye closer to room temperature to prevent seizing. Well, this isn't going to do that because this just isn't a solid soap, and what we're working toward is the recipe binding and not separating. So you'll carefully pour in the lye water solution and start blending this with your stick blender, and just give it plenty of time to blend. So in this example, I'm going to mix this recipe in for about 6 to 8 minutes until we're ready to move on, and just wait until it's perfectly smooth and everything is just one piece and it's all coming together for you. Now from here, I'm going to put this all back into my stand mixer and start to whip it. And it's time to super cream the recipe. Now this is where we add an additional amount of stearic acid and glycerin for texture. Now this part will not be saponified. So over in my saucepan, I've melted 1 ounce of stearic acid, 2 ounces of glycerin. Now obviously you don't have to melt the glycerin, but I am because I'm keeping these close in temperature. Now this is because I'm going to blend this together before I add it into the soap. And when I put this into the soap, the mixture will end up blending more smoothly. So as you can see, in all steps where I'm adding stearic acid, I'm trying to blend it down and get it completely combined into its sister ingredients before I introduce it into the main portion. And that way, we're getting everything sort of blended down and broken down much more smoothly. Now before this is finished, we want to make sure that we add in 0.6 ounces of liquid Germol Plus. This recipe does need a preservative because we do have a water content that's not going to be evaporated or cured out of the final product. So we want to prevent any kind of bacterial growth. So all of your cream soaps and liquid soaps do need to have a preservative. Now I'm also going to add my fragrance in at this point, and now we're just going to let this whip some more so you can watch the texture that we get with all of the ingredients incorporated. Now at this stage, if you want to transfer this into your packaging and let it cure from there, you can do that as long as you've mixed this completely and you feel confident that this isn't going to separate. So you may want to try this recipe a few times so that you know what to expect and how much mixing really goes into this and what's involved in combining this cream soap. Now you can weigh this all out. You can let it cure in your packaging jars. Personally, for your first few rounds of this recipe, you might want to just put it into a large container. Remember, this is still a cold process recipe. It needs a minimum of the same amount of time, 4 to 6 weeks, to cure. And in cream soap, we call this the rotting period. So oftentimes you're going to find that you get a much better quality if you even wait longer than that. So many soap makers will let this soap rot for 2 to 3 months before use, and they'll let it rot in one large container and then package it out after it's finished curing. Now, if you do that, it kind of gives you more control over recombining it and re-whipping it together if you find that your product starts to separate on you. But at this point, it's really up to you how you want to store this. Now, in my example here, I'm going to put this in one large container and I'm going to put it away for a week. And when I come back 7 days later, I'm just going to transfer it back into the mixing bowl and I'm going to whip it up some more. And this way you can see how that whipped texture has remained stable for the past week as it's been beginning to cure. It hasn't dropped, it hasn't deflated. I'm going to whip it just a little bit more just to blend in a contrasting color for when I package this particular product. And this really is not going to get very much fluffier for me. We've pretty much whipped this to the texture that it's going to expand to. It's going to be pretty much about the same after we get a little bit of a color in here. It's very soft to the touch and the texture feels like a nice fluffy icing. Now as this cures, you're going to get a nice pretty soap sheen. So it's not going to look matte colored like that wedding cake icing. It's going to look shiny like you would expect soap to. Now, as an additional note, I've mentioned that this is my base cold process recipe. Now, if you've made cream soaps before, you might have noticed that a cream soap recipe usually has 50% stearic acid content in the entire combination of oils. And it usually also has a lot more glycerin added in somewhere there. So we're using much less stearic acid in this recipe, but what happens is the palm shortening is already high in stearic acid. So you're getting more stearic acid in the recipe than what's listed on that page because of the palm shortening itself. Another point to make is that there really is not any difference between palm shortening and palm oil in its chemical makeup. You may be wondering, if you don't have any palm shortening on hand, if you can substitute palm oil. And for the saponification values, that is true, you can. But it's the physical makeup in palm shortening that's different from palm oil. Now the palm shortening is made up of a larger, fluffier, more stable molecule. And that molecule itself, it actually helps create that fluffy whipped look, and it helps contribute to the texture that you're seeing here. It improves this whipped look and it holds it throughout the curing time. So the answer is yes, you can substitute out palm oil for palm shortening, but you can't expect that you'll get something that's a little bit different than what you're seeing right here. So here you can either pipe or you can spoon this into your jars. These are 24-ounce jars that I'm showing you here, and whipped soap is very often sold in 8 and 12-ounce jars, so you don't need to use a jar that's this large. And when you're done, you'll have this beautiful finished product.
One of the most common things that new soap makers do is get a little heavy on the titanium dioxide when they're trying to make a bright white bar of soap. And after a few recipes, you might start to feel like no matter what you do, your soap is going to come out yellow, and coloring your recipe with white titanium dioxide will only give you an off-white cream-colored bar. Unfortunately, with more titanium dioxide, the bar becomes a little more brittle, and it will be more likely to show a crackle effect. So how do soapers get that even white bar of soap?
This is done with a proper combination of titanium dioxide in just the right amount, not too much, and oils that have a light or white base to them. This means little or almost no olive oil, or any oils with dark browns or heavy greens in them. Let's take a look at this combination. The following recipe will give us a nice, bright white bar of soap. Let's make 1 pound of soap, which will yield 4 bars at about 4 ounces apiece. First, I'll make my lye water solution by carefully pouring 2.26 ounces of lye crystals into 6.08 ounces of cold distilled water. Dissolve this into a solution and set it aside to cool to room temperature. For my oils, I'll combine 4.8 ounces of palm shortening, 4.8 ounces of lard, 3.2 ounces of coconut oil, 2.4 ounces of sunflower oil, and 0.8 ounces of castor oil. Once these have both cooled so that they're about 10 to 15 degrees from each other, we'll combine the oils with the lye water solution and carefully emulsify them together. Now I'm only going to use 1/2 teaspoon of titanium dioxide and no more than that. Typically, in my recipes, I don't go over 1 teaspoon of titanium dioxide for a 3-pound recipe, so 1/2 teaspoon is a lot of white pigment. But as long as it's blended in completely, it should be fine. For this recipe, 1/2 ounce of fragrance oil should be plenty. You want to choose a fragrance oil that is known for not discoloring the soap batter and get it as clear and light as you possibly can. So in this case, crystal blue waters will work nicely for a white bar of soap. Let's take a look at what these bars look like after they've had time to set up and cured after 3 days. Here we have bright white bars, and as the weeks pass, they'll get even lighter, which is common in cold process. So you can see that if you want your bars to be white, going overboard with white coloring isn't exactly necessary, but a little colorant combined with choosing just the right oils.
In this video, we're making wild rose hip cream lotion with a blend of essential oils and rose hip oil packed with vitamin C. This is the members video with full tutorial, and when you're ready to make this at home, click the link below this video for the printable recipe instructions. For this recipe, you'll need 24 ounces of water or aloe juice, 6 rose hip tea bags or 1 cup of dried roses with hips, 4 ounces of shea butter, 2 ounces of a rose hip seed oil, an ounce of emulsifying wax, an ounce of stearic acid. We have a custom blend of essential oils, which we'll talk about in just a few minutes. And then we need 0.4 ounces of either Optifin or preservative water-soluble PF, and a 1/2 teaspoon of pink mica. Like all our lotion recipes, we're going to melt the butters, waxes, oils, and the water over a low fire. And in this bath, the water is at a very light simmer, so this should be just enough to melt everything. Now with this recipe, we're going to make a tea. And you can use actual rose tea bags if you want to, but I like to use dried roses. Now these are wild roses with the hips still on them. The dried petals will give you a nice light hue, and it'll also give you a nice light floral scent, but it's those rose hips that have the vitamin C trapped inside. And I'm going to just let this steep until all the organic material is almost reduced to a mush. Once this is soaked for about an hour, I'm going to strain all of the plant material out of the water and keep the water. Everything else can go into the garbage. We don't want any of those petals in our lotion. If you leave those pieces in your product, it'll end up promoting bacterial growth even after you've added the preservative. Now, it won't happen fast, but it will happen eventually, and it's best to get the water completely strained. Now when that's done, I'm going to keep the water warm in the simmering bath, and then I'm going to add the rosehip oil and the shea butter, and then the stearic acid, and then the emulsifying wax. I'm going to blend this all down with a stick blender, and just keep in mind the setup that you're looking at right here is very stable, and I'm not worried about blending over this water. it is boiling. So for safety, you may want to remove the hot water and then put the glass bowl over on the counter before you start mixing with the stick blender. Once things start rocking back and forth, it may not be ideal. However, what you're looking at right here is sturdy enough for me to do that. So just keep your safety in mind before you move on to the next step. Now in this recipe we have a full 1 ounce of stearic acid, and that's going to thicken this lotion to a much heavier butter consistency. Now don't get this confused with a whipped body butter. That's a nice light fluffy oil. It almost has an air kind of a texture to it, but you can also whip this into a texture that looks like buttercream frosting. Now this is a body butter recipe with the oil proportion ratios that we're using, but this is not the same as that whipped light body butter that only uses 80% hard oils to 20% light oils. This is an actual lotion. And of course, when you're at the hand blending stage, this might seem like the simplest part, but it's the most important, because what you do is you're giving the e-wax a blend so that it can bind those oils and the water, or in this case the aloe juice, and keep it from separating after it's been packaged. This also needs time, along with all of the friction that we're adding and contributing to the mixture. It needs to have a little bit of time, so make sure you let this blend for a minimum of 5 minutes non-stop. Now sometimes when you're making lotions, it'll start to thicken up and you feel like you're racing the time to get it poured or transferred. Now this is going to be thick, so you're going to want to transfer this recipe into wide mouth jars, not necessarily the large Cosmo jars, the tall skinny jars. When you use those jars, when you use the large wide mouth jars, which we're going to put in this one, you don't have to worry about the time that it takes to blend, because you can transfer it by pouring or by spooning. Either way, it doesn't matter. So just give yourself plenty of time so that you can get this nice and smooth the first time. Now let's talk about our essential oil blend for this recipe. In this recipe, I'm using a pretty well-known blend of essential oils that's known to imitate the rose aroma. Now rose essential oil, it's very hard to come by. It's also extremely expensive. We're talking a pound of it is about $150 in places. So this really isn't something that someone has easy access to. It's also not really a smell that everyone appreciates, because the floral smells themselves, they can be a little bit hard. So when we're going to create our own, that's far less expensive, and it's still a blend of essential oils, this will smell exactly like wild roses. Now I'm going to use just a half an ounce in this recipe, and even a half an ounce, this is going to give me a very strong floral fragrance. It might be a bit heavy for some people, so if this is the first time you're making this, try it just with half of this ratio, put it all together, and then just put half of it into the lotion to see how you appreciate this particular blend. And you can always put the rest of it in if you want to. Now the following combination is 0.25 ounces of geranium essential oil, 0.15 ounces of rosemary essential oil, and 0.1 ounces of cedar wood. And once you get this all combined, you'll start to smell that it's almost a sharp floral. It's almost a combination of that strong rose wood bark pulp. That's kind of how I describe it, more like a rose tree. If you've ever had one of those that you've been trying to hack down, and it's just very floral in the summertime, a very wild scent. So this is a very natural smell. Now many people are used to a more commercial floral, which really means flowers with sugars and creams or some kind of a vanilla to soften it. So if the essential oils are not your thing, you can always omit the fragrance. You still have a very, very light fragrance coming from those petals. Or what you could do is you could use 0.5 ounces of the Victorian Rose fragrance oil from Nature's Garden. That one is extremely pleasant. It's a softer, it's a more branded fragrance, and it doesn't smell cheap like a dollar store scent that you might get from roses. It's very difficult to find a fragrance oil that's also pleasing to everyone in a ubiquitous way when it comes to the roses. There are lots of them out there, and in my opinion, half of them smell like they come from the dollar store. If you stick with the Victorian Rose, I've had very good luck with that one, and it's been pleasing to everyone. So if you do want a more cream, a more sugary tart, kind of a branded scent, I call that one my Crabtree and Evelyn scent.
Another thing to pay attention to is your rosehip oil. Now this can get pricey, so you want to get this from a trusted source and you want to get it correctly the first time that you open it up and receive it. Now you may expect this to smell like roses, but it shouldn't. It actually shouldn't smell like anything. When you open it up, if it smells like fish oil, then it's started to turn and you're not going to want to use that. The oil should be a light red brown color, not a clear color, because when it comes to the rosehip oil, depending on your source, you may get a fake version of this oil. So if you get a clear oil or it has a smell, then pay attention to your source and make sure you try to get it correctly the right time so you're not wasting your money on that. Now you can pour this while it's still thin and then cap them and leave them for 24 hours, and when you come back they will solidify into a nice creamy butter. But I'll show you right here. I've taken this butter and I've run it through a piping bag so that you can see the weight and the texture and just how smooth and heavy this will apply to the surface of your skin.